Chapter 1 Why must one repay money borrowed by skill? Life is remarkably equitable, each individual possesses but a singular existence. The world is vast, and inevitably there exist exceptions. Hasten at reversa dimensions, is thism marie implantation truly so vigorous? Li Qingfeng awoke, his mind slightly foggy. He had spent 2 days in a stupor, digesting memories. As he massaged his temples, he muttered to himself, what a charming name, yet it belongs to a gambling wastrel. Gazing around the barren rental room, the remaining piece of furniture were real the landlords. The uppered toberilic sofa begonera, long neglected. Listening intently, he could hardly honking of Carson the streetoside, alongside the bustling sounds of office workers rising jeer lido commence a their day. Not to mention the incessant dripping off tea frost in the bathroom, which had yet repaired. What a hellish start, Li Qingfeng lamented, his to match growling, reditories and seek employment to scrounge utaga 30 days meals. Ding! You hovini wessage. Hepiki doofus phone, surmising from me more that 'twas likely a that collectionatus. Indeed, a chef accuse in the screen, heap anet the message Qingfeng, please contact us to discuss repayment of T over duolo and off 397, 465 yuan. What a joke, you chose to escape your troubles, leaving with thismas. You deserve to be a failure, you as a scoundrel, gambling and indulgence in vice. Ashkurst Li Qingfeng swiftly typed reply Ivan must repay borrowed money, how I'll ever dare to borrow again? After sending th message, hitasa disponenta the blanketan begin tadress. All these foolish gamblers deserve their fate. Muttering, he picked up the cigaretta box on theta but and squeezed it. Damn, the cigaretta seri algone. Didorialismo thela stone before yadid, how inconsiderate. The craven fornicatony surged, asafants were crawling beneath his skin. Ding! You hovini wessage. Just as slipped on his clothes, he grabbed a disphone, grumbling anotherminder, this dead beat is already gone. With your remarkable powers, why not contact King of Hell and see if that fellow can work off his debts in the afterlife? He glanced at the message, so you have no intention of repaying? How audacious, you refuse to accept this. Why should I repay money borrowed by skill? I'm appalled. Do you direct confront main person? Do you think Mistachus is a respected figure in Thunderworld is simply for show? Asha stepped outside, he encountered the landlady in the corridor. With a waist thicker than a water barrel, she sported a perm, dawn slippers, and emerged in her pajamas, toothbrush in mouth. They crossed paths, and doonable to avoid her, Li Qingfeng grubbedish and stoge the ran for sadasmile he good morning, landlady. Under thieves, one must both their head. The landlady cast aside the long Lansali Qingfeng Gand asked when will I pay your rent, Qingfeng? Li Qingfeng replied landlady, could you grant me few more days, I'm off to find work. The landlady responded it's not about the money I want tetosku about that last matter. Have you considered marrying into a family, you wouldn't regret it. Thought Helan lay die on 3 buildings, her daughter weighs already 6 months pregnant. Li Qingfeng pondered has certain likud not accept such a proposition. Moreover, he truly had tully vif hellingerd, all the day jobs would besnetched up. He needed to return after work to discuss this further. With a few brief words, Li Qingfeng hurriedly escaped the landlady's presence. It was the height of summer, August the hottest time of the year. In this world, especially so, the morning sun was blinding. Themament the stepped out of the corridor, the sunlight struck his face, searing. Li Qingfeng instinctively recoiled heavens, what is this yet, is it even possible to live? He checked his pockets, finding them emptier than his face. His stomach, having been 2 days without food, growled pitifully. The ruis not coist spite the blazing soon, he had to venture out. As she exited the corridor, the greenery of T complex waslish, albeit covered in dust, obscure in jits vibrancy. After only a few steps, he spotted a chubby boy approaching. Upon seeing Li Qingfeng, the boy appeared flustered, his movements frantic and disgustive. Li Qingfeng shouted at the mare Pao, what are you hiding? Erpe shukashed, concealing galala pop behind dispatch nothing, im notiating candy. Li Qingfeng stepped forward and snatched it from a mature size, you still to eat, hand it over. Disregarding airpea saliva, hapopet the lollipop into his mouth. For sumiono ho huntie to 9 days, sugar wear a treasure. Hey, that's unfair, give it back, protested third grader, jumping up to reclaim it. Bothish 8 ways insufficient as Li King Thing held him back with the head. Last to me wait so much can you at to see a doctor, didn't he our dad to li out of it, did he o Evan run today? Airpea shukashed, watching Li King Thing crunch thekinde vigorously. The sound of crunching peer stare peashart, ashasavara discandus slowly on lollipop kudlis them quaitiohile, and had never consumed a thighs way before. Li Kingfing remarked Luca thou fediov got new when Willio start deating? With this figure, how cold ziofanjaver take an odysseophiu, Putin semi offer tan shed those pounds. Transform io yourself completely astonish her. Only then can you win her heart, understand? Upon hearing Xiafang's name, Airpea pondered, visibly intrigued. Li Kingfeng precedent yo un 20 hour to find duty of been sneaking candy, would you, how cute your paketmani? The thought of being broke a terrified Airpea notoys, na snacks, and dekunli watch other kids enjoy the latest yoyos and toy cars. Realizing thys outcomes and tashaver down his spine, and dequacly rummage thruff his pockets, producing tenuine here, a hushfi. You mustn't tell me, Dad. Well, today children are equitas of idothiavank know what a hushfi is, where did thee learn this? Li Kingfeng felt a twinge of humiliation. Here he was, expected figure in Thunderworld accepting a meslaitonayuan hushfi? What a disgrace! Hituna themani ansta fedi tinto his pocket. These will be useful form a considerate an investment. If I need anything fighting classmates, helping with homework, vandalizing windows, taking exams, unlocking doors, changing light bulbs, or unclogging drain scalm, and iljaveo halfpris. If I can refer businessy way, I'll share a theprofits. Goon, butrum bird idiot. With the lollipop stick in his mouth, Li Kingfeng strolled toward the small supermarket, Tinayuan being just enough for a pack of cigarettes. Just a craving struck. A thentrancy of tea complex ha handed over the Tinayuan from Airpeado the shopkeeper 1 pack of tashin, please. The shop assistant glanced at him and replied price shave gun up at 11 UNO. What, ithas in Korea said again, Anna, come on, come some slack. Ire you should out to day and dinly brought Tinayuan. Anna letteries, pointing to the side west support scanning codes. Li Kingfeng chuckled Duke no mi situation im temporara like hosh strapped. Just thisans, please? Anna shook her head, eyeing him disdainfully. If I sold out the cigarettas for Tinayuan it habito deduct the remaining yuan from me paycheck. Li Kingfeng countered, don't be so heartless. I thought a relationship meant lending me a pakwud benobide deal, yetherwhere squabbling gover raising a one. And absolutely shook her head, dismissing Li Kingfeng's reasonable request. Then just puti tonma ta bill set light later. Anisho thimaglar uvio redeod for 3 months tibo swantel ti our cup mordet. Li Kingfeng retorted war a neighbors this a show to things. Just as they were about ward you further, a historical drama playing on full mount television suddenly switched channels. A breaking news bulletin interrupted. Recently, there have been reports from Thepoblik regarding Gagami software renamed Shenkoenja being inexplicably installed on mobile phones, computers, and other electronic devices. Multiple individual shave vanished after playing this game. The software cannot be uninstalled or deleted. The specific reasons remain currently under investigation. Authorities search citizen stowed vigilant concerning unknown software and refrain from letting curiosity lead to misfortune. Further updates will be reported in due course. Li Kingfeng scoffed what a hoax, how believeth a playing Gagami could make Isamiona disappear? It's here exaggeration, false advertising. Anna, unfazed by television content, Marilai regarded Li Kingfeng, saying doyo hate money, I fioto, payo fiorto quickly. If not, he get out of her and done twas to mit him watching some mythinge exciting. Li Kingfeng replied what's with this attitude, there is no human touchel. If I had money, I wouldn't tow you. Hand over a pack of schwanks quickly and need to make him a daily earnings before the spots are taken. Reluctantly, Anna handed him a pack of schwanshi, saying gambleless, and next time Dantaseo your address will be received a viridozen reminder sabutiardets. Li Kingfeng 2 cigarettes watapati, you sound grateful. I'm leaving no. A schwacked halfway out, he turned bacana, when I finish work and have money, il triati auto Emil. Anna pouted, eyeing him pan down, as if trying to find something gavalian his shabby appearance. Ultimately, Shishukar had done returnet toaching her grand historical drama. Li Kingfeng paid little maintenance attitude twaskaman for gambler stobaluki danupan. Namatur theorisening the mistake soft he past made to be me predecessor have nothing to doem. Walking down he path to zettle the day's accounts. Helita cigaretti andin heledi ply. Li Kingfeng fell to surge off vitality. Fort Hosohoro am the streets, it is preferable to go 3 days without food than to be deprived of cigarettes. Chapter 2 A clear path awaits you. It was the P-Cour for commuters. Pedestrians flow adon a constant stream. Vehicles filled theroads in a bustling throng. Ash passed beneath the overpass beside a patch of greenery, a fortune teller, blinden seated at tastel, caladuto leeching fig youngman holden. Li Kingfeng turned hishid, pinched the cigaretta between his fingers, and exhaled a perfect smokering, inquiring arialkaling, what do you want? Thefortuna teller replied indeed, I tis you a speak to. I see a fortune in your future. Woldi okarefereting, I could guide you out award sebrighter path. Li Kingfeng chuckled at this, glancing down a thyson shabby attire. He approached, waving his hand in front of the fortune teller's sunglasses. Old man, can you even see, are you leblin dormer like pretending? The fortune teller leaned back, the little stool creaking beneath him, adopting an air of mystery. Thought my eyes may be impaired, my insight remain sharp. I am hona stand my prediction sorry accurate. Ah, by the way, he continued, nodding to come so close Butilius in distance. Li Kingfeng to canother drag from a cigarette, flickethish, and with a light-hearted smirk remarked, look at you, reduce it to the state, and the idia still putineers. Water air wine, with patched clothing, you're worse off than I am. And dio you're going to Gaidim, if the recycler path, can't you see it for yourself? Unfazed by Li Kingfeng's mockery, the fortune teller countered, now one must speak the twait way. Each individualis fetisuni canatala remint for its samidestini. Duordestine for wealth while I am feditawi arthesa tattered clothes. Li Kingfeng nodded. Thera might be so metrufto thought. Intriguing, de goon. The fortune teller continued, let me divine our fortune and reveal where our wealthlies. If my reading gressinates, you may cusator wordm. If it does not, I shall no task for raising a coin. Li Kingfeng laughed, realizing the fortune teller was risking nothing and dio one charge meeting, if it's statiacy, then do tell mon ilstra kitrich. Dorin yun toriad me palm? Shaking hishid, the fortune teller gestured the tight was soon necessary, then began takalkulat with his hands, muttering comprehensible phrases. Li Kingfeng crouched slightly, reaching to touch the bowl in front of the fortune teller. It contains sparacane gefrumpusers by. This fortune teller, it seems, had as I gejof begging twon deverstat did not interfere with only another. Feeling around, Li Kingfeng found a handful of coins sufficient to catch his interest, and was about to pocket him. But the shand was swift lie restrained by the fortune teller. The fortune teller's expression darkened as a sedeo for redayu or reading gut off goodwill, yet he seek to take my earnings. Is the tho you be obiv? Li Kingfeng retorted Durentio blind, what's the matter, area dropping thing theeked? The fortune teller ignored these, spreading his spellman declaring fixedrata stakion, Peyton, hand it over, I have a this recorded, don't think you can escape. Li Kingfeng lanced around where a doizet say that in epason? The fortune teller pick a dupe a magnify glass from his stall and pointed atos molnotinti corner. Li Kingfeng peered through to magnify glass and indeed found that an inscription thivaspaden fold, otherwise, we shall meet in court. Li Kingfeng pressed the cigarette butt against the tinaline, shaking his head shesid this is jetting ridiculous, pure street fraud. You can carry off those intimidan anxious, butter jetting mice a grave mistake. Don't say imbingin reasonable il returni ormani, and welca lightovan. Yori old enough 70 oriti we no 10 gauge eins a mething respectable? With that, Li Kingfeng placid the coins back in Tothable and stood to leave. Thefortune teller, having finally Medea sale, wasn't willing to let him go 1,000, that said less it, otherwise, you won't be a believe. Li Kingfeng from let go, don't bring misfortune up on yourself. je le dans le handan fielderly, especially not Simeoni outrage. Thefertuna Teller insisted then quick le hand over themani, initially to go. Before Hicole finished, Li Qingfeng stepped back, gathering momentum, and delivered a swift kick to the fortune teller sist, sending him tumbling into Thepachof greenery. Unless he can't hold back. He wanted to extort Mheshud have inquired first the swatido. Caught off guard, the fortune teller hadn't expect Thethiunman to strike without warning. Helen did amongst the flower sand plants, appearing quite a disheveled. His sunglass had been knocked off into the grass, revealing Jaya Sharpasaras. The fortune teller, with his beadies, glared at Li Qingfeng, raising 12 fingers. 2000. Li Qingfeng growled up his sleeves, glaring back, and leaped to the greenery town leisha flurry of martial arts moves against them. And Ruth Light was soon certain whether it was due to Li Qingfeng shunger from 2 days without food, but they fought even limetched. The fortune teller was skilled in defense. Li Qingfeng was also growing wary. 2,000. The fortune teller maintained his principle of not striking back, his hands flailing to block Mustafa Li Qingfeng's attacks. Despite Li Qingfeng's relentless assault, have found the third took not come down. Goodness, this old man has some tricks. Ha, you think he practiced Tai Chi for nothing? I'll tell you, it will cost you. Watch me palm. Their fierce struggle lead track to Docro de phone lookers. Especially in our by-street cleaner, wearing a mask, how a Chechen astonishment. What 'tis this? So me on ep you'll do to phone hello, police station? There's Safai there, a street punk has beating you a blind man. Where, a Thestone bridge in Lanfong Street. Yes, no eopons involved. What are Rethi using? One is shouting Roulepom, Wylethio Theriel's Taichi. Hurry over, Thebland Monis jetting beaten senseless. Moments later, amidst the sound of sirens, a police car swooped down from above, halting governed that wa combatants. Seeing the police arrive, Li Qingfeng sisidesesselt, skillfully crouched down, and Washin Kuffadan taken away. Name: Li Qingfeng. Age: 20 years old. Gender: armed helicopter. Officer has lamentable but serious, confess honestly, what crime he have committed? Listen, officer, he was acting in self-defense of a blindman was trying to swindle. I attempted Toriuson with him, but he acted like a rogue. He hadna cois butter assert his own force, not expecting he could deflect it all. The old fellow has a skills. With Asmerk, he warned you're treating Gaffrey oldman like that, what if a jet's injured, your life will be ruined. Shall do, bring ma his file. Come on, wariel from them world, just sparring a bit, it shouldn't be serious. Behave yourself. Officer he took the full file from Shauchen, scrutinizing it closely, his bro furrowing deeper so you're a gambling addict, with debts piling up. How do you plan to pay them, with the or backside? It's 2077 and we youngsters is still don't learn your lessons. Every own makes mistakes it show and improve us that matters. Officer Hammerly Shukashed, continuing to sift through Li Qingfeng's detail file. Stepping outside, glancing at the Mediatushan document in Hishand, Li Qingfeng remarked, damn, Yoriali Handbged Twathaus and, nota penniless. The fortune teller shield results were in you was perfectly fine, nothing amiss. With officer has mediation, Fetwo had drived Larry Akadan agreement. Li Qingfeng was left with no tassingle sent to Hisnam, destined to repay later. Is the runaway form, how a metalavi per life? Chapter 3, the fist as big as a sandbag. As the sun began its descent, Li Qingfeng trudged home, his weary and famished body weighed down by fatigue. With his head bowed, he pondered. This makes no sense. I took the initiative, yet I couldn't even handle an old man. The quality of this body is abysmally poor. Li Qingfeng suspected that his 2-day fast contributed to his weakness. Leaving his limbs feeble, beep, beep, Anna, having finished work, honked her electric bike horn twice at Li Qingfeng. Observing his despondent demeanor, she inquired with curiosity, hey, didn't you say you were going to do some day labor? Why do you look so downcast? Did you bail out again because the factory assembly line was too fast? Li Qingfeng waved his hand dismissively. Let me tell you, by the time I got there, The unscrupulous agents had already vanished. I wandered outside all day without finding any work, and now I'm returning home on an empty stomach. Seeing Li Qingfeng's glum expression, Anna tentatively asked, I am heading to the night market for some food. Would you like to join me? Li Qingfeng looked up and scrutinized Anna. Are you treating? Anna patted her cream-colored crossbody bag. Of course. Do you have any money? Anna, you're amazing, Li Qingfeng exclaimed, raising his hands in excitement and jumping onto the back of her electric bike without hesitation. Hey, can you be a little more civilized? And don't hold me by the waist. Are you trying to get us both killed? At the night market, even though the sun still held a hint of warmth, the atmosphere was already vibrant. Crowds bustled, smoke wafted, and diners indulged in their meals. Friends gathered, raising glasses and engaging in lively conversation. Both Li Qingfeng and Anna were no strangers to this scene. Under Anna's generous hospitality, Li Qingfeng enjoyed a hearty meal after nearly 3 days of hunger. The satisfaction of filling his stomach made him feel as if he had come back to life. If he were to confront a fortune teller again, he would undoubtedly knock their teeth out. Hick, hee hee. Anna propped her chin on her hand, squinting her eyes with amusement as she watched Li Qingfeng burp contentedly, gazing into Anna's crescent-shaped bright eyes. Li Qingfeng clasped his hands together and earnestly said, Thank you for treating me, Anna. In the future, if you need anything, just let me know. I'll face any challenge without hesitation. Anna chuckled at his sincerity. You're just boasting, talking about facing challenges. By the way, how did you end up in so much debt? Does gambling really become an addiction? She knew gambling was harmful and had seen many stories of gamblers' regrets on television and social media. However, meeting someone like Li Qingfeng, who owed millions due to gambling, was a first for her. Li Qingfeng nodded and then shook his head. The person I was is dead. I have been reborn from now on. I will quit gambling, repay my debts, and embrace a new life. As he spoke, Li Qingfeng stood up, closed his eyes, and stretched out his arms, inhaling the pungent aromas of the night market and listening to the raucous laughter from nearby tables. He felt completely immersed in the moment. A breeze swept through, lifting his hair that almost covered his eyes, and Li Qingfeng experienced a profound sense of freedom emanating from the depths of his soul. Calm, unrestrained, at one with the universe, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. Li Qingfeng had never considered the million-dollar debt from his past. Here, he had a brand new identity, free from the need to hide or tread carefully. No longer needing to be wary even of those closest to him, fearing betrayal. Anna, with a gleam in her eye, observed Li Qingfeng with his eyes closed and arms outstretched. You look rather handsome like this. It would be great if you could just settle down and do something productive. You can pay back your debts slowly over time. Returning to reality, Li Qingfeng focused on Anna's bag at her waist. Hey, Anna, could I ask you for a favor? Following Li Qingfeng's gaze, Anna quickly covered her bag with her hand and glared at him. What are you thinking? I won't lend you money for gambling. So give it up. Li Qingfeng picked up a napkin from the table and wiped his mouth. Is that the kind of person I am? I just meant, could you lend me 50 for food tomorrow? I promise to pay you back once I have money. Anna eyed him skeptically. Li Qingfeng met her beautiful gaze with unwavering confidence. After a brief pause, Anna's cheeks flushed slightly as she was moved by his earnestness. She quietly said, I can lend it, but you must promise not to use it for gambling. Saying this, she took out 100 yuan from her bag and handed it to Li Qingfeng. I am lending you 100, but remember to pay me back when you can. Thank you, Anna. After a satisfying meal, Li Qingfeng planned to buy a pack of good cigarettes on the way home. Passing by a hardware store, he purchased a part for a few yuan, intending to fix the leaky faucet. Otherwise, the incessant dripping would disrupt his sleep. A night had fallen. Upon returning home, Li Qingfeng headed to the bathroom to begin his repairs. Something's not right. It sounds like someone is trying to pry open the front door. As he was fixing the faucet, he heard the sound of his front door being forced open. And a sense of vigilance washed over him. It dawned on him that he was no longer the influential figure he once was, and not many would come looking for trouble. Exhaling a puff of smoke, he gently pushed open the bathroom door. The room was dark, but the moonlight filtering through the window allowed him to make out some shapes. Li Qingfeng spotted a shadow stealthily rummaging through his bed. Seemingly searching for something, watching the silhouette, Li Qingfeng mused, could it be the debt collector has come for me? It seems too soon for that. Based on their movements, it's more likely a thief. What a foolish burglar. Unable to notice someone was in the bathroom, stepping softly closer to the thief, Li Qingfeng leaned in and asked, Brother, what are you looking for? The thief, still rummaging, replied, What do you think? I'm looking for money. Li Qingfeng's eyes brightened. There's money in this house, I'll help you look. Suddenly, the thief realized something was amiss, leaping back in alarm while rubbing his eyes and stammering, Who are you? Shouldn't I be asking you that? Who are you and what are you doing in my house? Li Qingfeng approached the light switch. A click, the lights flickered on, illuminating the room. The thief was momentarily blinded by the sudden brightness. Li Qingfeng had anticipated this reaction and launched a powerful kick directly into the thief's chest, sending him flying onto the bed. The already weak bed collapsed under the impact. Li Qingfeng swiftly closed the distance, pinning the thief's arm down, flipping him over, and using his knee to restrain the thief's back, firmly controlling his movements. Good thief, not only did you steal tens of thousands from me, but you also dared to destroy my property. This bed is made of fine rosewood. You'll have to pay for it. The thief coughed and wept. Big brother, I just got here. I haven't touched a single cent. How could I have tens of thousands? Besides, I don't have any money to compensate you. Please spare me. I can hardly breathe. Li Qingfeng, not wanting to start his new life by taking a life, loosened his grip slightly, allowing the thief to gasp for air. Seeing the thief relax a bit, Li Qingfeng raised his hand and slapped the thief's head sharply, producing a crisp sound that echoed pleasantly. Still trying to argue? You dare to steal without money? Brother, if I had money, I wouldn't be out here stealing. Hearing this, Li Qingfeng delivered another slap to the thief's head and pulled out a handful of change from his pocket, waving it in front of the thief. What about cash? Brother, I'm sorry, I was just thinking small. I'll definitely carry cash next time I go out. Li Qingfeng gestured towards the fallen bed beneath the thief. All this chatter is pointless. If you didn't bring cash, you could still use a QR code. You've broken my bed. You'll have to figure out how to compensate for that. The thief timidly inquired, so brother, how do I scan? Li Qingfeng adopted a teaching demeanor. Scan for $29.99. I'll let you go today, otherwise, you'll have to face my sandbag-sized fists. Can you handle that? The thief shook his head repeatedly. I can't handle it, brother. I'll give you the money. His chest ached slightly, as if a rib had been broken. All he wanted now was to leave quickly and find a hospital for a checkup. As the thief prepared to scan, Li Qingfeng suddenly remembered something. Wait, what's the matter, brother? Let me change accounts. I can't use this one. Li Qingfeng recalled that this account was still in debt for over 100,000. Should the thief scan it, the money would surely be deducted. So he switched to a clean account for the transaction. Your account balance has been credited with 2,999 yuan. Li Qingfeng released the thief. You re smart. Consider this a bargain. My exquisite pearwood bed is worth over 100,000, and I'm letting you off for $29.99. Enjoy your luck, brother. This is rosewood. You just said it was made of rosewood. Seeing the thief's ignorance, Li Qingfeng shot him a glare. Do I need to remind you? Hurry up and get lost. Don't let me catch you here again. Not if you're not skilled in your trade. Practice more. Didn't you see I was in the bathroom? With your eyesight, you still dare to steal? You're embarrassing our ancestors. The thief offered an awkward smile. It's my first time, brother. Please forgive me. Li Qingfeng scrutinized him. Your first time? With those shifty eyes, you look like a seasoned criminal. You've been too successful at stealing, which has made you complacent. Quality control is essential. Otherwise, trouble will follow. You're lucky today to have fallen into my hands. Next time, if you fall into someone else's, they might just kill you. Brother, you're right. I'll definitely improve. The thief promised earnestly. The thief, with an air of humility, requested leave, his demeanor exceedingly proper. Get lost. With a wave of his hand, Li Qingfeng dismissed him. Taking a seat on the dilapidated bed, he momentarily set aside the leaky faucet, opened his phone eager to check the recently credited sum of 2,999 yuan. However, upon accessing his account, Li Qingfeng was left dumbfounded. The $29.99 had vanished into thin air. The message read, your strawberry bank account's actual available balance is 146,959. What the hell? The strawberry and pudding accounts belong to the same conglomerate? He had completely forgotten that he should have switched to another card. The 2,999 yuan the thief had just transferred was directly deducted to cover his debts. The only available funds remained the meager cash given by Anna. Ah, you scoundrel, you truly deserve to perish. Sitting on the bed, he lit a cigarette, feeling a tinge of melancholy, having anticipated a slight improvement, at least enough to cover his meals, only to be confronted with this disheartening reality. Just moments ago, he had seen a balance of 0 in his strawberry bank account. Did the funds automatically link to the pudding bank account upon receiving money? These banks have such intricate schemes. One misstep and one is easily deceived. Let's put that aside for now and fix the faucet. What is this new app on my phone? Just as he was about to turn off the screen and attend to the faucet, Li Qingfeng noticed the icon of a game called Qian Kuan Jia had appeared. The icon depicted a black and white yin-yang symbol, with the 8 trigrams Qian, Ken Zhen, Sun Li Kuan, and Dui marked in their respective positions. Li Qingfeng felt a flicker of recognition, as if he had encountered this before. Upon reflection, he snapped his fingers. Yes, he had seen an advertisement for it on television while buying cigarettes that very morning. It was being heavily promoted by the officials. Stroking his chin, he lit another cigarette and mused, "This is intriguing. Should I give it a try to pass the time?" The host warned that playing this game could lead to trouble. "With my phone in hand, who could reach through the screen to slap me? Perhaps I should reconsider. If my phone crashes, it would be quite troublesome, and I can't afford to buy a second one." That makes sense. I want to play it. Once I finish this cigarette, I'll fix the faucet and then wash up to sleep. As he puffed away, he attempted to uninstall the app, but as the news had reported, there was indeed no option to do so. Ignoring the Chen Kuan-jie game, he opened his messages and, finding amusement, perused the barrage of debt collection notices, filled with threats and temptations, each more outrageous than the last. Watermelons, apples, duck pears of puddings, and egg tarts were all demanding payment. "You, my friend, are quite the character, borrowing so much. Did you not foresee your inability to repay? They lent you tens of thousands without a second thought." Truly absurd. After finishing his cigarette, Li Qingfeng decided to rise and repair the faucet. Ding, you have a new message again. Which institution is this from? Upon opening it, he realized it wasn't another debt collection notice. To all citizens, do not log into unknown software. If any unknown applications appear on your phone or computer, please contact your local police department for assistance from professionals to avoid uncontrollable risks. Thank you for your cooperation. Really, I don't believe it. How impressive. An advertisement on television is one thing, but now they're even sending me a text message. Now I must see just how formidable this game is. Initially hesitant, fearing that playing it might damage his only valuable possession, his phone, upon receiving this message, Li Qingfeng felt compelled to try it out. It's just a phone. If it breaks, it breaks, after all. I am already burdened with debts exceeding $1 million. A phone is insignificant in comparison. Li Qingfeng's stance was clear. He had to defy the authorities. Glancing at the time on his phone, it was precisely 8 o'clock. He raised his hand and pressed the game icon Chen Kuan-jie, activate. Expecting the game icon to expand, Li Qingfeng was instead jolted as if struck by lightning and promptly fainted. Upon awakening, Li Qingfeng found himself in a dimly lit space that resembled outer space. He stood in a void devoid of any solid ground, surrounded by countless stars twinkling, casting a glimmer of light amidst the darkness. Just as he pondered where he was, a luminous screen materialized before him, displaying, "Welcome to the world of Chen Kuan-jie." A cold, emotionless voice echoed, leaving Li Qingfeng astonished. He had thought he was merely transported to another realm, yet he had entered a game. A mobile game, creating such a spectacle. "Oh right, where's my phone?" Li Qingfeng patted himself down, finding nothing. As the luminous screen dissipated, his vision blurred, and he found himself standing atop a large stone on an expansive plain. The view was unobstructed, and below him lay an endless stretch of land. The screen reappeared, announcing, "Time, year 18880 of the Qian Kuan era. Location, Zhen Prefecture, Qingpu Plain." Gazing down from the giant stone, he observed a densely packed, neatly arranged elite army, stretching as far as the eye could see. A gust of wind swept by, stirring up yellow dust, as the warhorses neighed incessantly. As Li Qingfeng contemplated whether this was a cinematic sequence, he was struck by the realism. There was no trace of a game in sight. The soldiers below bore unique expressions and features, none resembling one another. Their faces reflected a myriad of emotions, some joyful, some sorrowful, others impassive, as if they were bracing for a life-and-death battle. Standing atop the towering stone, Li Qingfeng noticed 4 individuals flanking him, each exuding an ethereal presence, appearing like celestial beings, their demeanor extraordinary. One of them, clad in white and wielding a sword, spoke, "Brother Tianji, do you believe this virtual general can hold his ground against the million-strong army of West Chen?" Tianji, seemingly perplexed, replied, "That doesn't seem right. Brother Tianyuan, you share a closer relationship with him. Why ask me?" Xie Tianyuan stroked his beard and chuckled, "Who doesn't know your predictions are spot on? Share a hint. How much have you wagered this time?" Tianji shook his head, laughing. Cannot divulge, cannot divulge." A scholar-like figure beside them pointed at Tianji, shaking his head. "You, my friend, are always like this, sneaking around when placing bets, yet when you're short on funds, you come to me shamelessly. You're trying to take my life. Don't you understand that the secrets of heaven cannot be disclosed?" From their conversation, Li Qingfeng sensed their lightheartedness. Suddenly, a voice proclaimed, "Here it comes." A monstrous creature with a ghostly face charged from the void, its roar reverberating through the heavens and the earth. Below on the plain, over 30,000 soldiers of lower realms, with feeble strength, were instantly struck dead by the deafening roar. "You dare!" A booming, majestic laughter erupted from the ghost-faced beast. "Ha! To attack my Dongyan kingdom, you must first pass me." Li Qingfeng looked up to see the source of the laughter, a young man, Barely 18, with striking features and piercing eyes that bore a chilling frost.an unparalleled master sword into the air, confronting the virtual general. Virtual general, the fate of the heavens lies with Chen. Your Dongyan's fortune has run dry, your deeds are beyond redemption, and even the vast seas could not cleanse your sins. Why persist in your resistance, bringing further devastation to the innocent? The virtual general, brandishing a resplendent golden spear, retorted fiercely, I am the chosen one, this is my destiny, do you dare defy me to die? With tensions escalating, battle was imminent. As the clash commenced, Li Qingfeng found himself rising uncontrollably into the air. The intensity of the battle between the virtual general and his opponent caused the stars to obscure the sky and the plane to fracture. Those merely observing could survive, but once engaged, one's life was forfeit. A spear struck down like divine retribution, shaking the earth. 100,000 soldiers seemed to be punished by the heavens, crushed into oblivion. The conflict unleashed countless calamities. The earth trembled, and the winds howled. The once pristine plain was forcefully sunken beneath their violent clash. As Li Qingfeng ascended higher, his view sharpened. The terrain, accommodating 1,000,000 elite soldiers from Chen, appeared to dance, twisting and turning with the violent encounters. The soldiers resembled mere ants, or splashes of paint upon the green grass and yellow sand of the battlefield, adding streaks of red. The crimson of their blood spread like a child spilling tea, gradually staining the verdant and golden landscape, turning it into a vivid crimson expanse. Li Qingfeng floated higher, his view becoming increasingly obscured. The final image he beheld was one of deathly silence. All invaders lay slain, leaving only the virtual general alive. Chapter 5, Two Talents. After the initial cinematic sequence concluded, accompanied by visuals of the world's majestic mountains and rivers, a screen appeared, and the emotionless voice narrated, in the Battle of Red Bridge, the virtual general gained fame, yet time halts for no one. The Dongyan kingdom, which forcibly extended its life for a century, also faded into the river of time. The wheels of history roll ever forward, crushing all beings, such is the nature of the world, with factions contending, as one rises while another falls. Dynasties flow like water, one replacing another. Year 20970 of the Qian Quan era, the last dynasty, the Yi dynasty, also met its end due to natural disasters, war, famine, and plague. With the fall of the dynasty's protection, after 500 years of turmoil, the world, having endured great hardships, is on the brink of a new prosperous era. Heralding the dawn of a new age, what changes will your arrival bring to this world? How will you inscribe your chapter in Qian Kuanjia? Listening to the exposition of the cinematic sequence, Li Qingfeng interjected, what a load of nonsense, I've been watching this for over 10 minutes, do you not have a skip button prepared? As a player who prioritized intensity, Li Qingfeng was indifferent to the storyline. He had no knowledge of his identity or destination, all he knew was that he was ready to unleash a massacre. The screen appeared. Are you sure you want to skip the storyline? Yes, no, there's really an option. Selecting no, shouldn't yes be on the right? What kind of decent person places yes on the left? I'll have to skip this next time the screen displayed. Are you sure you want to skip the storyline? Do you wish to skip your own life as well? Skip. The screen responded, as you wished. A flash of white light enveloped Li Qingfeng, and he found himself outside an ancient, quaint village. The screen appeared. Due to your choice to skip the storyline, your identity, life experiences, and arrival location have been randomly assigned. Your identity is a vagrant, your life experiences, orphaned early, later losing your home to war, wandering from place to place. Current time, year 21554 of the Qiankuan calendar, August 17th. Current location, Kan Prefecture, Qinghe County, Hushi Prefecture, Green Willow County, at the entrance of Pumpkin Village. To ensure the safety of all players during their adventures, each player will be granted a day's worth of behavioral leniency. During this period, as long as one refrains from committing egregious acts such as murder, arson, robbery, fraud, or deception, there will be no resentment from the locals. Good luck. Upon entering the game, Li Qingfeng, with no time to admire the scenery, prioritized not slaying foes but rather exiting the game. After a brief moment of dizziness, Li Qingfeng found himself back in his rental apartment. The faucet in the bathroom continued to drip incessantly, lowering his gaze to his phone. He was astounded. What kind of black technology is this? It felt as though he had traversed into another world. He picked up his phone for a closer inspection, but found nothing amiss, which left him silently amazed. Confirming that he could exit the game without being trapped within it, Li Qingfeng felt a tinge of regret. What did the news mean by missing? Could one not die in the game? As he pondered, Li Qingfeng glanced at the time, discovering it was only 8:01, just a minute past 8. Before he had clicked into the game, he had specifically noted the time, exactly 8 o'clock. Intrigued, he realized that after watching the lengthy cutscene, only a minute had elapsed. How curious, did time flow differently here? He settled into a comfortable position on his collapsed bed. Qianquan realm activate at the entrance of Pumpkin Village. Li Qingfeng reappeared upon entering the Qianquan realm. There were still 2 notifications he had yet to check earlier. He had been curious if he would encounter a scenario of being trapped in the game. Hence he had exited promptly, although being trapped in the game did not concern him much as he could go anywhere. As he perused the notifications, he nodded and read aloud, "Indeed, it is a game." Although there was no game panel or the like, there were still beginner benefits. These 2 messages provided a brief introduction to 2 different talents. The first talent, Gambler, when a betting situation arises. You can see the odds of winning. P.S. This is a lingering obsession left by a gambler before their demise. Please, let me win just once, just one time. Ah, lost again. Whoa, Mom, Dad, I'm sorry. Upon seeing this talent, Li Qingfeng recalled the original owner's blindfolded state, peering through his fingers at the phone screen, feeling a heart-stopping terror. His heart raced, threatening to leap from his chest. When peering through his fingers, he saw the result of his loss. The original owner felt utterly despondent, staring blankly at the phone, as if his spirit and essence had been drained, his soul and spine shattered, all strength sapped away. Despair, unwillingness, anger, regret, and resentment flooded his heart. With trembling hands, after finishing the last cigarette, he consumed the poison he had prepared, bidding farewell to the world. Reflecting on this, Li Qingfeng could not help but shake his head. Fool, playing bets on a phone with others. What outcome could it possibly yield but the house's manipulation? Before dying, he didn't even leave me a cigarette. What a loser. Turning his attention to the other talent, Endless Slaughter. Killing humanoid beings increases your maximum health and restores 10 health points. P.S. The rank is too high to be spoken of. Once the blade is unsheathed, none shall escape death. This talent, straightforward and direct, encapsulated the essence of killing. If the Gambler talent originated from Li Qingfeng's original self, then where did this endless slaughter come from? Could it possibly be me? Throughout my life, I have acted with kindness and virtue, a genuinely good-natured person. Aside from my slight gambling vice, I have no major flaws. Moreover, the original gambler has already paid the price, attempting to slander me. I hope I don't catch you. This game seems capable of perceiving a person's experiences to tailor talents based on their life history. Li Qingfeng found this concept quite intriguing. He shifted his gaze to Pumpkin Village, where lush vegetation created a verdant canopy. It was August, likely just after the harvest, as the air was thick with the rich fragrance of rice. Compared to the polluted world filled with car exhaust, a single breath here felt invigorating. Observing the sky, it seemed to be around afternoon. In the game, his identity was that of a vagrant, and Li Qingfeng felt hunger and thirst. Quite fitting for his role. Must I eat as well? He walked towards Pumpkin Village, arriving in no time. Beneath the large banyan tree at the village entrance, many people were gathered, enjoying themselves. It was, after all, a game. Despite its realistic portrayal, each individual seemed no different from real people. From emotions, appearances, textures, clothing, height, and various other aspects, there were no signs betraying it as a game. However, the health bars appearing above their heads revealed their true nature. Li Qingfeng observed that the robust adults had health points ranging from 79 to 910, with none at full capacity. The children had even lower health, 56, 34, 78, and so on, none at full capacity either. Noticing the outsider, the villagers turned their gazes towards Li Qingfeng. After a brief glance, they returned to their merriment, seemingly indifferent to the ragged vagrant. A grizzled old man, puffing on a pipe and fanning himself, inquired of Li Qingfeng, "Young one, what brings you to our Pumpkin Village?" Li Qingfeng wiped the non-existent sweat from his brow and replied, "I am a vagrant. My hometown was ravaged by war, and I fled here. The weather is sweltering, and as I passed through, I wondered if I might beg for a bowl of water, and perhaps a morsel to eat would be even better." Chapter 6. The Gambler Talent. The elder harbored no doubts, for Li Qingfeng's appearance, physique, and tattered garments spoke volumes of his status as a vagrant. The outside world was tumultuous, lacking a unified dynasty. With powerful families dominating, each region had its own rules. Conflicts could erupt at any moment among various factions, leading to unending strife. In such a world, life was harsh for those at the bottom. "Jeanhua, fetch him a bowl of water and bring 2 pieces of bread." A boy with a health point of 67 responded to the elder's command and dashed into the village. "Thank you, Elder. It's nothing. When out in the world, everyone has their hardships. Please rest here for a moment." The elder gestured towards a stone bench in the shade. Li Qingfeng, grateful, sat down and glanced around at the villagers' activities. The expansive banyan tree provided excellent shade, and with a gentle breeze, it was a perfect spot to escape the scorching sun. Gathering about 30 villagers, they engaged in various pastimes, broadly categorized into 4 groups. One group, at a distance under the tree's shade, chatted and napped. Another table was occupied by 2 old men playing chess, surrounded by a gaggle of onlookers offering unsolicited advice. Children, clutching collected pebbles, leaves, and tattered books, gathered together, thoroughly engrossed in their play. The most lively gathering was a gambling table, where 4 individuals wagered while a dozen spectators watched. Li Qingfeng rose from the stone bench, eager to observe the unfolding game. Just as he began to watch, the boy known as Zhanhua came running back with a bowl of water in one hand and a piece of bread in the other. "Here, try my mother's steamed bread. It's delicious," Chen Buzhan exclaimed. Li Qingfeng accepted the offered bread with a grin, despite the boy's dusty black hands. "Thank you, little brother. What is your name?" "I'm called Zhanhua. If you need anything, just call for me." After saying this, Zhanhua scampered off to play with his friends. Li Qingfeng couldn't fathom the joy they found in a mere stone. His gaze shifted to the bowl of water, which was clear and free of impurities. Suddenly Li Qingfeng froze. In the reflection of the water he saw health points, 56. What then? My health points are lower than Zhanhua's. The reflection in the water mirrored the disheveled appearance of the original gambler. Dirty yet still recognizable. Initially Li Qingfeng thought the villagers had only single-digit health points and were rather feeble, but it turned out he had been hasty in his judgment. Feeling somewhat disheartened, he munched on the bread and drank the water while continuing to observe the gambling table. At this moment, the third player had won handsomely, his complexion flushed and his voice noticeably louder. Among the gamblers were 5 individuals. Li Qingfeng labeled them as 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 for convenience. After watching 2 rounds, Li Qingfeng understood the mechanics of the gambler talent. It proved quite useful, though ultimately it was not his style, as he did not indulge in gambling. When the second player shuffled the cards after winning the last round, Li Qingfeng noted the odds for each player on the table. 20. After the second player shuffled, the odds remained unchanged. Once the cards were dealt, the odds shifted, even though none of the 5 had yet seen their cards. The odds became player 1, 0 player 2, 0 player 3, 0 player 4, 100 player 5, 0. With the assistance of the gambler talent, Li Qingfeng discerned that player 4 held the strongest hand, having observed 2 rounds prior. He expected this round to follow suit. Player 3 remarked, "I'll play conservatively." "Tree brother, you call the shots." Player 4, Chen Shu, responded, "I'll play conservatively." Indeed, they were playing a variant of poker. Upon witnessing their game, Li Qingfeng had initially found it odd and out of place. Were they in ancient times, yet employing a modern game? However, upon realizing this was a game, he felt a sense of relief, although it was a high-powered game capable of altering landscapes and allowing one to face a million foes. The developers had opted to incorporate this poker mode, perhaps to avoid anachronism. Moreover, other players existed within this realm. It was entirely plausible that among the other players, a gambler introduced this poker style into the game world. Alternatively, it could simply be the developer's laziness in implementing a card game into the setting. After all, it is merely a game, thus any eventuality is to be expected. Li Qingfeng, while savoring his bread, observed the gambling taking place at the table. Each player initially concealed their cards before revealing them to gauge their worth. The players numbered 1, 2, and 5 shook their heads in dismay after examining their hands, cursing as they tossed their cards into the discard pile. This round had now come down to only players 3 and 4. Chen Shu held a promising hand, the Jack of Diamonds, the 9 of Diamonds, and the 4 of Diamonds. Upon seeing his cards, Chen Shu calmly declared, "I'll raise by 20." When player 3, Chen Lin, adjusted his cards, saying, "I'll call 21.21. Chen Shu reiterated, unfazed. Chen Lin replied, 21. I'll fold." After several rounds of betting, a modest pile of copper coins had accumulated on the table. The onlookers held their breath, intently watching Chen Lin and Chen Shu. Observing Chen Lin's audacity, Chen Shu felt a twinge of hesitation as he glanced at the diminishing pile of coins before him. Reluctantly, he parted with 21, asking, "Linzi, what do you have?" "I'm calling 21. You show your cards." "I have a Jack of Diamonds," Chen Shu revealed, his gaze fixed on Chen Lin. Chen Lin erupted in laughter, concealing his cards momentarily before revealing them slowly. At that moment, in Li Qingfeng's eyes, the odds had shifted dramatically. Chen Lin's odds were now 100, while Chen Shu's were a mere 0. Chen Lin had cheated and swapped cards. As the cards were unveiled, King of Spades, 6 of Spades, 3 of Spades, Chen Lin exclaimed, "Well, I have you beat by just a smidge. You kept calling, and I was beginning to feel uneasy if you hadn't folded. I would have had to turn my cards over. What a scare." With that, he swept the pile of coins toward himself and began shuffling the cards. He tossed 2 copper coins onto the table. saying, "Let me help you out." Chen Shu, raking his hand through his hair in frustration, lamented, "Alas, I lost again." "Lindsay, your luck is truly remarkable today. If only I had called earlier, I could have lost less." The onlookers chimed in, "A jack of diamonds against a king, what a fateful pairing. Lindsay has won quite a bit. He'll have to treat us soon." A middle-aged man in the crowd remarked. Chen chuckled, "Treating is no trouble. My luck is splendid today. Come to my place for dinner if you want to eat." After finishing his bread and quenching his thirst with the water from breakfast, Li Qingfeng felt much more at ease. He scoffed at Chen Lin's notion of luck, thinking, "These people are just simple villagers, unable to see through the deception." Though Li Qingfeng himself could not discern how Chen Lin cheated or what methods he employed, he still looked down upon them. The gambling world is rife with deceit. It is absurd to believe that luck alone determines victory. Where does such luck come from? In any case, Li Qingfeng himself abstained from gambling, maintaining a 100 success rate. After all, not gambling equates to winning. Once at the table, one becomes ensnared. Novices fear veterans, veterans fear experts, experts fear masters, and masters fear the unpredictable. All have their own fears. Chapter 7, Integrating into the Village. Lingu. "You are truly fortunate," Li Qingfeng praised Chen Lin from the sidelines. Although he did not participate in the card game, Chen Lin had mentioned that he would invite him for dinner later. Li Qingfeng intended to offer Chen Lin some emotional value, hoping to secure a meal in return. The villagers of Pumpkin Village, due to the old man's open nature, did not shun Li Qingfeng, merely treating him as another playful beggar. As time drifted by, during the subsequent rounds of play, Chen Lin experienced both wins and losses. His instances of swapping cards and cheating were relatively few. Demonstrating restraint in this manner, bolstered by his good fortune, his pile of copper coins steadily increased. A flock of pigeons flew overhead. Li Qingfeng gazed upward, captivated by the fiery hues of the sunset. He had been observing the game of Zhajian for an entire afternoon. The climate was pleasant here, with occasional breezes carrying the sweet fragrance of ripe rice, causing one to lose track of time effortlessly. After watching the gamblers for an afternoon, Li Qingfeng found the game quite intriguing. As long as no one was cheating, the probabilities it presented were accurate. Setting aside the instances of Chen Lin as cheating, he had yet to witness a single erroneous round since the advent of this cheating mode. Li Qingfeng's perspective on observing the card game had transformed entirely. He no longer focused on the situation at the card table. The outcome had long been clear to him. Instead, he concentrated on the players themselves, attempting to decipher their psychological states. In some instances, players possessed weak hands, and the one with a 100 winning chance, upon seeing his poor cards, chose not to bet, ultimately folding. The odds shifted, and the victors became others. At times, a player with a weak hand would feign strength, placing large bets, thereby intimidating the one with a high winning chance, who would opt to fold. On other occasions, Chen Lin would place excessive bets and, unable to sustain the risk, would resort to cheating. Numerous scenarios unfolded, with twists and turns aplenty, and one could say the 5 players were engaged in a battle of wits. For Li Qingfeng, who had been granted a godlike perspective, it was all quite amusing. As Li Qingfeng stood to the side, he chatted with those around him, cheering for the winners and celebrating Chen Lin, the greatest cheater among them, gradually integrating into this village with a subtle presence. As the sun began to set, smoke rose from the village. The chess players had long dispersed, and the children had vanished. "Chen Shu, are you coming back or not? It's getting late. Someone has to call for dinner." A loud voice echoed through the village, startling Chen Shu. "I'm on my way," he responded, then turned to the spectators with a grin, saying, "Bo dear, Guifan is at it again. After this round, I'll head home to give her a lesson." Laughter erupted among the onlookers. "You can teach your second sister-in-law a lesson. Just the other day, I saw you being chased out of your home in the middle of the night. That was for a reason." "I was checking the fields to see if any pests were stealing melons, not because Guifan chased me out." "Don't spread rumors." "So you were out in the fields at midnight setting traps?" "Ha ha." Chen Shu's defense incited further laughter. "Hey, I won. Should we play another round?" Chen Shu, pocketing his coins, looked eagerly at his fellow players. Although he had lost a significant hand to Chen Lin, he had won several others in the latter half of the afternoon. Overall coming out ahead. "Let us take a break. There is still plenty of time. We can play again later. It's just about time for dinner." The others began clearing the table, and the onlookers returned to their homes for a meal. "Those who want to eat, come over. I'll slaughter a chicken for you," Chen Lin declared. Although he offered to treat, only 3 people followed him home, as most had already prepared meals at their own houses. Li Qingfeng, one hesitant, trailed closely behind Chen Lin. After spending the afternoon together, Chen Lin had grown accustomed to this person who praised him after his victories. Feeling a sense of pride, he approached Li Qingfeng and asked, Brother, you've been watching all afternoon. I haven't even asked your name. He did not seem to mind Li Qingfeng's ragged attire. Li Qingfeng flashed a smile at Chen Lin, replying, I'm Li San. Just call me Lao San, that is sufficient. What respectable beggar would be named Qingfeng? Li San is more fitting. Naturally, there was a story behind the name. Heaven is the greatest, the earth is second. And I am the third. Chen Lin, believing him, nodded and proceeded to inquire about common topics, where he hailed from, his age, the reasons for his wandering, and any stories he might have. Li Qingfeng, having seen only a few cutscenes upon entering the game, possessed limited knowledge about this realm of Qian Koan, thus he spun tales of his own making, as one does when on the road, crafting an identity of his own. No one could verify his claims. So naturally, whatever Li Qingfeng said would suffice. Of course, given his shabby appearance, he fabricated a tragic tale. His hometown had first been struck by floods, then felt a famine, followed by banditry and war. His friends and family had perished, leaving him no choice but to leave home and wander until he arrived here. Li Qingfeng's accounts of his misfortunes cast a somber mood over Chen Lin and the three brothers who accompanied him for dinner, prompting them to curse the state of the world incessantly. Upon returning, Chen Lin found himself alone in his home, needing to prepare dinner, but the presence of several strong men made the task remarkably swift. Chen Lin had won a considerable amount that day and specifically slaughtered a chicken to entertain his fellow villagers, with Li Qingfeng reaping the benefits. The rustic stove burned brightly, and soon enough, several dishes were ready. Simple, hearty country fare. At the dining table, the villagers from Pumpkin Village drank and boasted, indulging in hearty meals and lively conversation, relishing the moment. From their discussions, Li Qingfeng learned that Chen Lin worked at the Pumpkin Merchants Association in Green Willow County and had returned to assist with the autumn harvest. Now that the harvest was complete, Chen Lin would soon return to the city, bringing along a batch of freshly harvested grains to sell. No wonder he possessed such card-swapping skills. It turned out he was from the city. After several rounds of drinks and dishes, the trio of villagers from Pumpkin Village, having eaten their fill, stumbled out of Chen Lin's home, each making their way back to their respective abodes. Outside, the night sky was adorned with stars, and fireflies flickered in the air. The sounds of insects and frogs filled the air, and a cool breeze wafted through the open windows, causing one to shiver slightly. The full moon hung high, serenading the late autumn night. The winter in Kan Prefecture arrived earlier than in other regions. Lao San, if you have nowhere to go, feel free to stay at my place tonight. I lost both my parents at a young age, so I can empathize with your plight. We are kindred spirits. Chen Lin, slightly inebriated, said to Li Qingfeng, that would be most gracious of you. Lin good, thank you, Li Qingfeng replied before helping to tidy up the tableware. No need for formality. We are all brothers here. Chen Lin mid-sentence suddenly dozed off, having consumed the most alcohol of all. Watching Chen Lin lean back in his chair, snoring, Li Qingfeng shook his head and cleared the table. Chapter 8, The Talking Fox. After washing the dishes, Li Qingfeng called out to Chen Lin, urging him to go to bed lest he fall from the stool. In days, Chen Lin shuffled to the bed, occasionally belching. Given his condition, it seemed he would be fine. Li Qingfeng, one reserved, found an empty room and lay down, just as Chen Lin had said at the dinner table. Make yourself at home, lying in bed. Preparing to log off, Li Qingfeng thought the first day in the game would pass just like that. Suddenly, from the open window, he heard a conversation outside. Its voice was tender, almost like that of a child, laced with a hint of urgency. The plot unfolding. Li Qingfeng rose from his bed. Having spent the entire afternoon playing a game of zhajiao, he nearly mistook this place for the real world. The game's pace was exceedingly slow. Apart from the health points hovering over the villagers' heads, there were no traces of a gaming environment, not a single game panel to be seen. After an entire afternoon immersed in card play, Li Qingfeng found himself utterly captivated. In a typical web game, players would be fiercely battling for the imperial city by this time, but here Li Qingfeng's only encounter with a killable creature was the chicken he had just eaten, which was procured by Chen Lin and his companions. Certainly, he could not harm the villagers. Glancing at his meager health of 56, Li Qingfeng deemed this course of action unwise and decided to reconsider. Grabbing the yoke resting against the doorframe, he stepped out, heading toward the source of the sound. Behind Li Qingfeng's window lay a small ditch, beyond which sprawled a field cultivated with numerous melons. This was Chen Shua's melon patch. Bathed in the glow of the full moon, Li Qingfeng tread carefully through the field, wary of stepping on snakes. Among the dense grass, health bars represented swarms of insects, locusts, frogs, and dragonflies. Who could say if snakes might be lurking among them? Squashing locusts would not yield experience points, loot, or gold. His endless killing talent activated solely upon the act of slaying humans, with no gain to be had. Li Qingfeng naturally felt no inclination toward them. Before long, he approached the source of the sound. Oh dear, this is too difficult. Who did this? It's driving me mad. Upon arriving, Li Qingfeng heard the voice of complaint. Upon closer inspection, instead of the imagined little girl, there stood a small silver fox, not much larger than the hen he had consumed earlier. Its fur glistened, appearing almost slippery under the moonlight, making it easy to overlook had it not been frantically circling a hedgehog ensnared in a trap. It might have gone unnoticed even if encountered on a night stroll. The fox attempted to free the hedgehog's trapped legs but only succeeded in tightening the snare. Brandishing the yoke, Li Qingfeng called out, "Hey fox, what are you doing with that hedgehog? Stealing melons?" The fox, wholly engrossed in untying the ropes, failed to notice his approach and jumped in fright at his voice. Ah, a human is coming. Instinctively it wanted to flee. But upon seeing the fear in the hedgehog's eyes, which it had known since childhood, it restrained its urge to run and shouted back at Li Qingfeng, "What do you want, human? Do you wish to engage in a contest of strength? I am not afraid of you, really." Observing its bluster, Li Qingfeng raised his yoke as if to strike, startling the fox, who seemed ready to abandon the hedgehog. The hedgehog chattered anxiously at the fox, seemingly urging it to escape. The little fox replied, "Don't worry, I won't leave you behind." Li Qingfeng was intrigued by the fox's ability to speak and wondered if it was due to game mechanics or some other reason. All the common animals in the village, dogs, cows, horses, chickens, and ducks, were entirely normal, with not a single one capable of speech. Even the hedgehog ensnared in the trap could only make chattering sounds. This little fox must be a special creature or perhaps had a unique experience. After all, this was not a world of uniformity. There might even be cultivators or beings of longevity residing here. It was entirely plausible to encounter a talking fox. "Hey, confess honestly, how is it that you, little fox, can speak? If you give me a satisfactory answer, I might spare you." The little fox appeared quite resistant to humans, its demeanor decidedly obstinate. Li Qingfeng waved the yoke at it, which skillfully dodged his attempts. "Oh, you are quite adept. Do not provoke me too much. My patience has its limits." Li Qingfeng's words left the fox momentarily stunned, caught off guard and unsure how to respond. No one had taught it how to handle such a situation. It struggled to articulate its thoughts. After a prolonged silence, it stammered, unable to produce the next word. "Why are you just standing there? Tell me where you came from, where you are going, who taught you to speak, and how you learned it. Be quick about it." Li Qingfeng prodded the little fox with his yoke, snapping it out of its daze. The fox, feeling somewhat aggrieved yet powerless against Li Qingfeng, thought it unwise to leap and bite his knee. If it were to ambush him, it might have a chance, but the yoke felt insurmountable, extinguishing its will to resist. Ultimately, it lacked the strength. Reluctantly, the fox confessed, "I don't know when I started speaking. One day, I came here looking for chickens and overheard someone talking. I tried it myself, and to my surprise, I could speak too." Its explanation was vague, as if it too were perplexed by the phenomenon. Li Qingfeng nodded. Based on his observations throughout the afternoon, it seemed every being in this game possessed their own thoughts and emotions. Whether child or adult, their speech and actions were traceable, their behaviors could be perceived as entirely rational. Thus, Li Qingfeng continued, "Can you not recall any peculiar occurrences, perhaps encountering strange individuals, bizarre events, or consuming unusual items?" The little fox pondered for a moment. "I think I might have. Before I could talk, I foraged in the mountains and found a fragrant, bright red fruit. After eating it, I became drowsy and fell asleep. When I awoke, I felt as if I had become significantly smarter. I could hear better and see farther. Then, when I returned to the village looking for chickens, I discovered I could understand human speech. Could it be related?" Rubbing his chin, Li Qingfeng mused, "That is quite possible. It seems you were somewhat fortunate." After all, the little fox took offense at this comment, glaring at Li Qingfeng. "I am not just any creature. I am a good fox." Chapter 9, The Deal with the Fox. Yes, indeed. Well articulated. Now let us address the matter at hand. You have pilfered melons from my family, invaded our village to steal chickens, and have been caught red-handed. So, what do you intend to offer as compensation?" Li Qingfeng gestured with his hands, rubbing his thumb and index finger together to imply reparations. The little fox was unimpressed by this tactic. "What do you mean yours? You humans claim everything is yours, the mountains, the trees, the rivers, even the melons. These melons grow from the earth. What do they have to do with you? You take them during the day and then sleep at night, not allowing us to eat. How unreasonable. Oh, and there's something even more outrageous. I declare that this hedgehog is mine now." Upon hearing this, the little fox's eyes widened in disbelief as it glanced back at the trapped hedgehog, unable to see any difference from before. How could this creature belong to the human before it? The little fox then furiously lectured Li Qingfeng in rapid-fire fox speech, its tone urgent and undoubtedly filled with harsh words. "What nonsense is this? I can't understand your rural dialect. Aren't you supposed to be able to speak human language? Why are you speaking in dialect now? Li Qingfeng retorted, bewildered. The little fox glared at him, saliva flying from its mouth, and wiped its lips with its forepaw, demanding, "Why should it matter? The hedgehog is my friend." "What business is it of yours?" "Why, it was caught in my trap, and since you cannot free it, it stands to reason that it is my catch, my prize. I can do as I please with it." "And that seems quite reasonable, does it not?" This statement infuriated the little fox. "We came to eat melons, and you ambushed us. You should be grateful I haven't demanded compensation from you." Li Qingfeng attempted to poke the little fox on the head with his yoke, but it nimbly evaded him. With a mischievous smile, Li Qingfeng said, "Little fox, the world operates on the principle of survival of the fittest. If you were to fall into the jaws of a predator, it would be far more brutal, leaving you no opportunity for dialogue. At least I can still communicate with you. Should I be thankful? You cannot resist me, so you must accept reality." Then, Li Qingfeng raised two fingers. "Now, you have 2 days to procure one of those fruits you mentioned. If you do, I will grant your friend a reprieve. After 2 days, you return, and all that will remain is a pile of hedgehog quills. I wonder how hedgehog meat tastes." With that, Li Qingfeng lifted the yoke, intending to thump the fox on the head, but it skillfully dodged again. "What are you doing?" The little fox was exasperated, having never been so furious in its life. Li Qingfeng replied, "We are establishing a pact. Don't you think it adds a sense of ceremony if I give you a good thump?" Feeling utterly defeated and unable to counter this individual's convoluted reasoning, the little fox glanced back longingly at the hedgehog it had grown up with. "All right, you promise not to harm it, and I will certainly find that fruit to bring back." "Enough chatter. Get moving. Your time is quite precious." The little fox nodded and raced toward the village's outskirts, its slender figure leaping gracefully, its silver coat shimmering in the moonlight like a sharp arrow, swiftly disappearing from sight. Watching the little fox vanish, Li Qingfeng chuckled to himself, "Foolish fox, I've just gained a hedgehog without effort. What luck." Logically, a talking fox with logic should hold greater value. Capturing and selling it would be worth more than 1,000 hedgehogs. Yet when I first arrived, the fox was wary, making it difficult to catch. I had always contemplated seizing it, but whenever it seemed ready to bolt, the opportunity slipped away. The recent strike of that pole was merely a final test, a concentrated effort that, alas, missed its mark, rendering the opportunity elusive. While it is indeed regrettable to have lost the watermelon, discovering even a single sesame seed is still a commendable outcome, especially since it came without effort. One must avoid the pitfalls of insatiable greed. Moreover, this cunning fox will return in a couple of days, a prospect worth anticipating. Tomorrow, I shall procure a pair of traps to see if I might ambush it. When the time comes to accompany Qianlin to Green Willow County, I could sell the little fox at a handsome price." During dinner, Li Qingfeng voiced his intention to visit Green Willow County alongside Qianlin. Qianlin enthusiastically patted his chest in agreement, promising to assist Li Qingfeng in finding a suitable job. Crouching down to inspect the hedgehog, he released the trap, causing the small creature to tremble in fear. Devoid of any energy to resist, a foul odor emanated from it, leaving one to ponder how the fox could possibly engage with such a creature. Surely, this trap must have been crafted by Chen Shu? It seems he has indeed had remarkable luck in capturing such a fine specimen. Had he not encountered the swindler Qianlin, he would likely have emerged as the greatest winner from this afternoon's card game. Instead, he found himself thwarted by Qianlin's interception of a winning hand. That night, he suffered another setback, suggesting that fortune has not favored him in financial endeavors. A talking fox, how intriguing, carrying the hedgehog. Li Qingfeng made his way to Qianlin's residence. The villagers retired early, and as darkness fell, the countryside transformed into a haven for creatures. Nightingales flitted by, their melodious chirps akin to the sound of a clear spring, while frogs leaped about, their croaks echoing throughout the countryside, dominating the night chorus. As Li Qingfeng traversed the fields, he could only hear these animals, their forms hidden from sight. However, the life signs they emitted stood out vividly against the night's backdrop. Though these were mere trifles, their presence signified the vibrancy of this world. I in the world of the gambling addict from 2077, witnessing wildlife at this juncture was a near impossibility. Nights were dominated by the roar of engines, the clamor of square dancing, and the shrill cries of children below. The cacophony was overwhelming, a stark contrast to the tranquility of rural life. Upon returning home and passing Qianlin's room, he noticed that Qianlin remained seated on the bed, lost in thought, neither asleep nor awake, occasionally chuckling to himself. Upon hearing Li Qingfeng's return, Qianlin turned groggily, inquiring, "Lao San, did you just step out? What happened?" Li Qingfeng replied, "Oh, I heard a dog barking in the fields." So I went to investigate, chased it away, and stumbled upon a little hedgehog, which I captured." Chen Lin nodded in acknowledgement, then drifted back into his reverie, a radiant smile spreading across his face, perhaps lost in daydreams of marrying a wife after indulging in drink. Finding a cage, Li Qingfeng secured the hedgehog, offering it a bowl of water and some leftover rice. He prepared to lie down and log out of the game. He hoped the hedgehog wouldn't perish. In a few days, when the fox returned, he might procure the fruit that could grant animals the gift of speech, an invaluable opportunity. Should the hedgehog survive, a transaction could still be arranged. If it were to die, he would be left with no choice but to pursue the fox. Lying on his bed, he logged out, pondering what his game character might be doing post-logout, or if it simply vanished from existence. Chapter 10, a time flow of 30-1. Upon returning to the rented room, the familiar sound of a dripping faucet greeted him. It was still light outside. Checking his phone, he noted that the date had not changed, and the time read 8:16 in the evening. He had spent the entire afternoon in the game, yet barely 15 minutes had passed in reality. A 30-1 time flow. This meant a single day in reality equated to an entire month within the game. Truly remarkable technology. Approximately 8 hours in the game equated to a mere 15 minutes in the outside world. This was extraordinary. Was it the technological explosion of 2077, or merely the marvel of an incredible game? Unable to decipher the mystery, Li Qingfeng rose to repair the faucet. Tomorrow morning in the game would only take a few minutes in reality, and he logged out to expedite the passage of night. Whistling, he retrieved the purchased parts and swiftly repaired the faucet, taking great satisfaction in halting the incessant dripping. This lazy persona of the gambler seemed oblivious to the discomfort of residing in such a squalid dwelling. At 20 years of age, in the prime of youth, he had allowed himself to fall into such disarray. How lamentable! Having been introduced to gambling at 16, within a mere 4 years, he had accrued a debt of 1 million. To call him useless seemed unfair, as he had still managed to find ways to borrow money. Among his peers in the same social stratum, few could claim to have amassed 1 million by the age of 20. To label him capable seemed contradictory, for he was indeed a wastrel. His demise, however, was surprisingly neat. Shaking his head, Li Qingfeng tidied up the room, organizing the sparse yet chaotic items. Noticing the time, he reclined on the rickety bed. In the realm of the Qiankuan, he activated the transition. Pumpkin Village, Chen Lin's home. By now, daylight had arrived, and from the window, he observed the villagers of Pumpkin Village commencing their daily routines, with the busy farming season behind them. They enjoyed a more leisurely pace. Peering out through the window, he noticed every individual appeared at ease, unhurried in their movements. This pastoral lifestyle exuded tranquility, a perfect retreat for retirement. Faint sounds drifted from outside, indicating that Chen Lin had awakened. He opened the door and entered the living room, where Chen Lin was conversing with a tall, burly man. This individual was remarkable, appearing to be around 20 years of age. Similar to Li Qingfeng, yet his gaze was sharp and full of vitality. Standing at an imposing height of nearly 6 feet 3, he resembled a powerful tiger. His presence was heavy and stifling, making Li Qingfeng feel as though he could scarcely breathe under his scrutiny. His solidly built physique exuded a sense of immense strength, making Chen Lin seem like a mere chick in comparison. Most notably, the life value displayed above the man's head was the highest Li Qingfeng had encountered since arriving in this village. 305-313. Good heavens, a formidable boss. Hey, Lao San, you're awake. I was just about to call you over. Come, let me introduce you. Chen Lin beckoned. Approaching, Li Qingfeng greeted both men. Chen Lin pointed to the burly man, saying, "This is a brother from our village, the brother of the one who brought you bread yesterday. Chen Bumming. He works with me at the Pumpkin Chamber of Commerce. He is one of the pillars of our organization, a powerhouse of martial arts. A prodigy in martial arts, a master of the blood exchange realm. A prominent figure in the county. In a few days, we'll head to the county town together so you can meet him." Li Qingfeng cupped his hands in respect toward Chen Bumming, genuinely praising him. He had a keen interest in those skilled in combat, as he too was a warrior at heart. If he could learn about the methods of advancement in this game world, it would be most beneficial. Chen Bumming was a martial arts enthusiast, known both in the village and the county, a person whose words carried weight. However, perspectives differ, and standards vary among ordinary folk. Chen Bumming's talents were unparalleled, aptly described as standing out from the crowd, yet, when compared to true warriors, he felt his abilities were rather ordinary, lacking the flair of a genuine genius. In his eyes, he was but a clumsy type. He did not possess the extraordinary talents others attributed to him. Chen Bumming's own standard was simple: more practice was required. To attain the coveted marrow refinement realm, he devoted most of his energy to martial training. resulting in a weakness in communication skills. He lacked Chen Lin's charm, which allowed him to converse easily with anyone. Chen Buming merely acknowledged Li Qingfeng with a nod, indicating he recognized someone new but was disinterested in memorizing names. However, Li Qingfeng's name was memorable, being so convenient: Li San, Lao San, easy to recall, and hard to forget. Lin Gu, I've rested long enough. I need to return to my training. My grandfather's 70th birthday is today, you must come. Sure, replied Chen Lin. Yesterday, Chen Gu told me he'd be in the kitchen helping out. We'll head over to assist shortly. With that, Chen Buming stood and left. Understanding his character, Chen Lin did not try to detain him, merely responding in acknowledgement as he watched Chen Buming depart. Once Chen Buming was gone, Li Qingfeng asked Lin Gu, he looks incredibly imposing, almost suffocating. Where did he learn such skills? Chen Lin gazed enviously in the direction Chen Buming had left, replying, Buming is a direct disciple of the county's Tiger Martial Arts School. He has honed his impressive skills there. 100 ordinary bandits wouldn't stand a chance against him. Li Qingfeng nodded, saying, so, Lin Gu, do you think I possess the makings of a once-in-a-lifetime talent? Chen Lin scrutinized Li Qingfeng, who was of similar height but noticeably leaner, shaking his head as he replied, you'd be better off not pursuing that thought. Setting aside the age restrictions for students at the martial arts school, it's best to start training from a young age to become a master. You're already too old, and this isn't a case of talent being discovered later. Without early training, your muscles and bones have already set, leaving little hope. Furthermore, the Tiger Martial Arts School seeks those with robust physiques, capable of rapid recovery and endurance. The practitioners emerging from there are all muscular giants. Those standing at 6 feet tall are considered short. Upon finishing, Chen Lin clicked his tongue, muttering softly, it's a shame that martial arts require immense dedication. I simply cannot endure that kind of hardship and must settle for the struggles of everyday life. Li Qingfeng glanced at his slender arms and legs, realizing that martial training might not be suitable for him. If he were not careful, he might collapse from the exertion. It would be wise to take some time to strengthen his body before making further considerations. This game seemed to skin one's physical attributes, but he wondered if it could enhance them. The gambler's original self had a little money but squandered it on the doge's gambling table. Unwilling to indulge in food or clothing, while consistently burning the midnight oil. Do not speak of martial arts. I can barely walk without trembling, not even capable of moving. An old man who tricks others with fortune-telling. What a waste. As for Lin Gu, you mentioned that Buming is a master of the blood exchange realm. Could you elaborate on the levels of martial arts practice? It is quite normal for an ordinary person to be unfamiliar with martial arts. Chapter 11, External Training of Muscles, Bones, and Skin. Chen Lin had no doubts and stated, I once heard Buming say while drinking that martial arts consists of 5 realms: external training of muscles, bones, and skin, internal training of blood exchange and marrow refinement. Enduring the rigors of physical training is an exceedingly painful endeavor. Only the truly determined can persevere. I attempted it myself but could only endure for a brief moment. It was too agonizing. Upon entering the martial arts school, the instructor mercilessly struck me with a stick, declaring that my physique was inadequate and that the fierce Tiger Martial Arts School would not accept me. Yet, out of a stroke of mercy, he wished to observe my recovery ability. If my recovery were robust, there might be a glimmer of hope for redemption. I could not bear it and fled that very day. Remembering the bruises that lingered on my body for half a month, this suffering is indelibly etched in my memory. If I were to endure such beatings daily, I would rather succumb to death. The mere thought fills me with dread. Yet there are those who find immense joy beneath the blows of a stick, and that is true talent. One cannot compare. Oh, I see, and what comes after that? Are there other realms? Chen Lin shrugged and shook his head, saying, that is it, there is nothing more. Marrow refinement is the pinnacle of achievement. Beyond that, there is not. Li Qingfeng's mind was filled with great perplexity. I distinctly recall seeing individuals in the animated scenes who could soar through the heavens and shake the earth with a single strike, causing the ground to tremble and mountains to crumble. With a thunderous roar, their voices reverberated for miles, parting rivers and redirecting streams. You cannot tell me that there is nothing beyond this. I cannot believe it at all. Perhaps Chen Lin, as an ordinary individual, has a limited understanding and his sources of information are rather restricted. Li Qingfeng did not question Chen Lin but followed his lead. Oh, that is quite good. If Buming is of the blood exchange realm, then crossing into the next realm would indeed signify the highest achievement. The essence of humanity lies in contradiction and debate, even refuting one's own words. Chen Lin interjected, that assertion is not entirely accurate. There is indeed more. How so? Chen Lin pondered for a moment and explained, I heard Buming mention that there was once a higher realm, referred to as the innate realm, the 5 realms, training of skin, bones, muscles, blood exchange, and marrow refinement are collectively termed the acquired realm. The innate realm requires a substance known as true qi, which, for reasons unknown, has seemingly vanished. Thus, marrow refinement represents the ultimate limit of achievement. Li Qingfeng nodded in understanding. Oh. So the current version has yet to be unlocked, the path ahead can be explored at a later time, is that right? Subsequently, Chen Lin glanced furtively around, ensuring no one was eavesdropping, and whispered, "While I was working in the county, I heard that true qi might be returning, and in the future, marrow refinement may no longer be the highest realm. The innate realm would then represent the true masters. He has recently dedicated all his time to martial arts practice, seizing every moment to train, intent on keeping pace with the times and not falling behind. He has even complained to me that refining marrow alone would suffice for decades of practice. And now, with the emergence of an even higher realm, the pressure upon him has increased tremendously." Chen Lin spoke with an earnestness that suggested he was deeply invested in martial arts himself. Yet, from Chen Lin's description, one could sense the weight of Chen Buming's concern regarding this matter. Li Qingfeng stroked his chin, pondering, "So there is a revival of spiritual energy at play. That sounds intriguing. Perhaps this is a main quest in the game." Li Qingfeng inquired, "What relevance does this hold for us? Will it have any impact?" Chen Lin laughed heartily and replied, "What impact could it possibly have? It is of no concern to us. We are merely common folk striving to live our lives well. By the way, go tidy yourself up, wash, and change into a fresh set of clothes. I'll treat you to a grand meal. Today is Grandpa Chen's 70th birthday, and the entire village will be in attendance. Dress nicely. Who knows, perhaps some young lady or older sister will take a liking to you. And you might just find yourself toasting to your own wedding tomorrow." Chen Lin teased Li Qingfeng. He then stood up and retrieved a clean, tidy outfit for Li Qingfeng from a nearby stool. "Your build is similar to mine. Give it a try to see if it fits." "Oh, thank you, Lin Gu," Li Qingfeng exclaimed. "I must go wash up as I need to assist at Grandpa Chen's place. Otherwise, you might get lost." Chen Lin took great care of this displaced young brother. Li Qingfeng expressed his gratitude, took the clothes, and meticulously washed himself. After discarding 2 large basins of dirty water, he finally erased the traces of being a vagabond. Clad in clean, fitting attire and having tidied his hair, he appeared as a completely new person. Gazing into the water, he found his features rather handsome. Indeed, if he were not of fair visage, Anna would not have entertained the thought of treating him, and would likely avoid him altogether. Even if they were to meet, she would act as if she had not seen him. Mounting his little electric scooter, he set off for a meal, with little hope of engaging in conversation. The saying goes, beauty holds reason, implying that if one is handsome, their words carry weight. Once ready, he walked into the living room, where Chen Lin's eyes brightened upon seeing the transformed Li Qingfeng. "Not bad, not bad. You look quite refined, a handsome young man. But if my brother had not passed prematurely, he would likely be of a similar age to you." There seemed to be a hint of familial nostalgia in his gaze, especially given that Li Qingfeng's stature closely resembled that of his brother. One could only imagine that if his brother were still alive, he would resemble Li Qingfeng. Contemplating this, Chen Lin was filled with a myriad of emotions. Yesterday, Li Qingfeng had appeared disheveled, making it difficult to discern his true appearance, but today, after a wash, he resembled a living person. Li Qingfeng smiled at Chen Lin. "Let us go visit Grandpa Chen. It should be quite lively there." Stepping outside and walking along the stone-paved road, the sky was bright and clear, a splendid day. After bathing, he felt invigorated, inhaling the fresh air and feeling a sense of elation. The plants around him had begun to turn yellow, with the wind scattering the fallen leaves, creating a rustling sound. The village paths were well maintained and orderly, indicating the presence of capable individuals, especially since they managed to establish a chamber of commerce. Judging by the rosy complexions of the villagers, it was evident that Pumpkin Village was prosperous. While walking down the path, he encountered a villager leading a cow to pasture, who greeted Chen Lin with curiosity. Glancing at Li Qingfeng, "Lindsay, are you off to help at Grandpa Chen's place? Who is this young fellow beside you? I don't believe I've seen him before." Strangers were a rare sight in the village. Throughout the year, one seldom encountered many, and the people from nearby villages were also familiar faces. Li Qingfeng was especially unfamiliar. Chen Lin replied, "Indeed, Brother Zhou, are you off to pasture the cattle? This is my younger brother. I'll be heading to Grandpa Chen's to lend a hand." "All right then." They exchanged a few brief words before each returned to their tasks. Chen Lin did not reveal Li Qingfeng's name but looked at him and asked, "Hey, Lao San, do you have a proper name?" It is said that a hero's son is also a hero, and with Li Qingfeng's appearance, one would expect him not to bear the name Li San. Chen Lin instinctively felt he ought to possess a proper name, much like how people would find it hard to believe that a pockmarked person is indeed named Pock, rather than something like Mu Ji. One cannot simply call a person with a handsome-visaged dog egg without it feeling utterly incongruous. Chapter 12, The Enmity Card. Confronted with Chen Lin's inquiry, Li Qingfeng fabricated, throughout my life, I have always been called Li San. It seems I have a proper name, something like Qingfeng, then why not use it? What good does it do? Regardless of my name, I still wander aimlessly. Indeed, the world is a harsh place. Chen Buming's home was not far from Chen Lin's, and soon the boisterous sounds of celebration reached their ears even before they approached. The cacophony of chickens and dogs created a lively atmosphere. The villagers they encountered expressed curiosity about Li Qingfeng, inquiring who he was. Many had seen him yesterday while lounging, but now they failed to recognize him. After Chen Lin introduced him, they were astonished. Unable to believe this was the same vagabond from yesterday. Having appeared as a beggar, he now looked rather presentable, which was quite intriguing. Upon entering the kitchen of Chen Buming's home, Chen Lin said to Li Qingfeng, I will be working here, you may explore around. Alright Lin, you go ahead, I'll wander aside from those with tasks at hand. The villagers had gathered at Chen Buming's home. The women were assisting in washing vegetables, while the kitchen was crowded with middle-aged men and young fellows. They worked diligently while engaging in cheerful banter. Exiting the kitchen, Li Qingfeng glanced around the courtyard of Chen Buming's home. He observed young children chasing chickens and dogs, embodying that annoying age. A few 13 or 14-year-olds were discussing a trip to the back mountain, planning to hunt birds for fun. Ignoring them, Li Qingfeng entered the main hall. From outside, he could hear the lively sounds of play, which upon closer inspection revealed they were engaged in card games. Upon entering, he found several tables surrounded by spectators munching on sunflower seeds. Approaching, he confirmed they were indeed playing cards. When he lacked the talent for gambling, Li Qingfeng had little interest in such activities. Having witnessed gambling games, he distanced himself, concluding they weren't very common. However, with that talent, he began to pay closer attention to gambling scenarios, discovering it was rather prevalent. Li Qingfeng muttered to himself, I believe this phenomenon is known as the pregnancy effect, meaning a pregnant person suddenly notices pregnant individuals everywhere. The number of pregnant women hasn't changed, but one becomes more aware of matters of interest. There were 4 tables in total, 3 playing unfamiliar card games and 1 table engaged in a game of Zhajin Hua. Li Qingfeng understood the rules of Zhajin Hua and naturally gravitated towards observing that game. The pace of each round was swift, with bets ranging from modest to extravagant. The minimum bet could be as little as a few coins, while the maximum could yield winnings that might rival entire buildings. It is a game characterized by a low threshold for entry yet boundless potential for victory, fraught with tension and excitement. Consequently, the number of spectators is at its peak, and among them is Li Qingfeng. With an air of familiarity, Li Qingfeng casually grabbed a handful of sunflower seeds from the fruit platter, munching on them while observing the game. Occasionally, he would indulge in a peach or gnaw on a pear, turning his breakfast into a delightful feast. The table accommodates 7 players, among them is Chen Shu, a gambler who, perhaps emboldened by a small victory the previous day, feels confident enough to wager again today. However, judging by the troubled expression etched on his face, it appears that fortune is not in his favor today, as his luck with the cards has proven to be far inferior to yesterday's. Li Qingfeng uses Chen Shu as a reference point, marking him as player 1. From his right hand, he sequentially assigns numbers 2 through 7 to the other players. After observing several rounds, it becomes evident that Chen Shu's luck is waning. At times, he has missed opportunities to winning. Alas, the stakes are too meager for me to continue, he laments, glancing at his cards, a jack of clubs, a 9 of spades, and a 5 of diamonds. With a sigh of discontent, he discards his hand at player 2, seated beside him, teases Chen Shu. Looks like brother Shu's luck has taken a turn for the worse today. You were on a roll yesterday, perhaps your wife siphoned off your good fortune while you slept. Chen Shu retorts, get lost, perhaps it's this seat that's jinxed. I need to play it safe and wait for this bad streak to pass before I place a hefty bet. Then I shall surely secure a win against you all. Li Qingfeng, amused by Chen Shu's superstitious reasoning, continues to nibble on an apple. Under Li Qingfeng's watchful eye, it becomes apparent that Chen Shu's chances of winning this round are virtually non-existent, as all 7 players have drawn low cards. Chen Shu's Jack 9-5 is the strongest hand at the table, yet, discontent with his modest hand, he opts to fold. Unsurprisingly, upon witnessing Chen Shu's discarded hand, the other players also take a look at their cards, deeming them too weak, and follow suit in folding. Ultimately, only players 2 and 5 remain in the game. Player 2 scans the table and exclaims, are we all folding so readily this round? He then glances at his own hand and addresses player 5. Since it's just the 2 of us left, although my cards are modest, I shall wager 2 coins against you. He tosses 2 coins into the center and reveals his hand, a jack of spades. A 5 of hearts and a 2 of hearts. Player 5, with a wry smile, shakes his head and discards his cards, lamenting that his hand is even weaker than player 2's, originally contemplating a cheeky play. Player 5 finds himself without an opportunity, as player 2 has taken the lead. Upon witnessing such a small hand prevail, player 2 gleefully pats Chen Shu on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Brother Shu, we've won." He jubilantly collects his winnings. Chen Shu, feeling a twinge of insecurity, mutters, "Can such a pathetic hand truly win?" Even more perplexing is the realization that, seemingly, this round has yielded his strongest hand yet. Perhaps luck does indeed exist. Li Qingfeng, observing from the sidelines, bears witness to Chen Shu's decline. After a series of rounds yielding nothing but losses, he finds himself in despair. After finally drawing a strong hand, he yearns to place a significant bet, only to find that the other players have folded, leaving him with nothing but the minimum. This pattern has persisted for numerous rounds, causing Chen Shu's composure to waver. As a new round commences, Chen Shu's eyes gleam with excitement upon seeing his cards, feeling an unmistakable sense of hope. He discreetly surveys the table and places a modest bet to gauge the waters. Li Qingfeng, enjoying a sweet peach, perceives the shift in Chen Shu's demeanor and keenly notes the slight smile that betrays his confidence in this round. Unfortunately for Chen Shu, player 6's overt display of a 100 win rate hangs ominously over him, and he lacks the skills to counter it. As players 3 and others sequentially fold, only Chen Shu and player 6 remain, both convinced they possess winning hands. Naturally, neither is willing to reveal their cards, leading to an escalation of bets. What began with a few coins escalated to 100, then 500, and finally a full tael of silver, an amount equivalent to half a month's wages for a laborer in the county. The tension in the room thickens as onlookers hold their breath, fearful of disturbing the gravity of the moment. Chen Shu counts his coins and realizes he lacks sufficient funds to continue betting. He turns to player 6 and asks, "Could you lend me a coin as a substitute for a tael? I didn't bring enough, but I promise to repay you if I lose." Player 6 responds, "Brother Shu, either wager what you have or fold. If you're short on funds, just reveal your hand. We're here for fun, not to take it too far." Player 6's words are not meant to console Chen Shu. Rather, they reflect a shared understanding among gamblers. Once at the table, self-interest prevails. Sensing Chen Shu's intimidating demeanor, player 6 contemplates the possibility that Chen Shu might indeed possess a formidable hand, seeking to glean information about his cards. If Chen Shu dares to retrieve more money, player 6 plans to reveal his own cards to avoid further losses. Player 2 interjects with a dubious suggestion, "Brother Shu, isn't your wife over there washing vegetables? Why not ask her if she brought any money?" At the mention of his wife, Chen Shu's bravado evaporates, and he glances nervously behind him, relieved to find her absent, fearful of her reaction should she discover the magnitude of his gambling. He exhales deeply in response to player 2, "Why bring her into this? Never mind, lend me a tael, and I'll reveal my hand. If I lose a bit, so be it. Perhaps that lad is simply fortunate." Player 2, intrigued, inquires, "I can lend you the money, but what cards do you hold? You seem rather confident." Chen Shu, eager to showcase his hand, presents it to player 2. Upon seeing the cards, player 2's eyes widen in surprise. "Wow, that's quite a hand. Should I let you open with that?" Chen Shu, emboldened, suggests, "How about you lend me 20 taels? Player 2 demurs, "Let's not go that far." And nevertheless, player 2 hands over a single tael to Chen Shu, who places his wager in the center, declaring, "Let us reveal our hands." At this point, approximately 24 taels lie in the center, an impressive sum in a village where a single coin can serve as a baseline. The audience's attention is riveted on the unfolding drama, even drawing the attention of players at other tables who momentarily abandon their games to witness the spectacle. Chen Shu reveals his hand, a straight flush of spades, ace, king, and queen, a formidable hand indeed. Proudly he exclaims, "This hand is quite substantial, wouldn't you agree?" The crowd gasps in awe at Chen Shu's fortunate draw, their murmurs echoing around the room as they realize he has struck gold from the recent harvest. They envision the tales they will tell in the days to come. Having witnessed such a momentous gamble, Chen Shu, reveling in the moment, feels the weight of his earlier frustrations lift, finally savoring a taste of triumph. Meanwhile, Li Qingfeng, contentedly savoring a sweet melon, awaits the inevitable twist. After all, player 6's win rate remains at 100, and now that Chen Shu's cards have been revealed, his odds seem to dwindle to 0. Suggesting a forthcoming twist. As Chen Shu reaches for the winnings on the table, the spectators' envy is palpable, yet Li Qingfeng's gaze remains fixed on player 6, who appears to exhale a sigh of relief. As if a great burden has been lifted from his shoulders' weight, player 6 suddenly interrupts, halting Chen Shu's hand. A sly smile plays on his lips, igniting a sense of foreboding in Chen Shu. Brother Shu player 6 begins. While your hand is indeed impressive, perhaps you ought to take a glance at mine before we conclude. The audience, wrapped with anticipation, leans in closer, their curiosity piqued. With bated breath, player 6 reveals his hand, 3 fives. A full house. The atmosphere reaches a fever pitch as the crowd reacts to the unexpected twist. The excitement is palpable, with many expressing their thoughts. I knew it couldn't be that simple. If he was so bold, surely he had something up his sleeve. A straight flush meets a full house, how rare, they exclaim, lamenting Chen Shu's miscalculation. As the discussions swirl around him, Chen Shu feels as if the ground has crumbled beneath him. His vision blurs, and a throbbing pulse in his temples signals the overwhelming blow of despair. The emotional roller coaster from elation to devastation leaves him reeling, his complexion pale as he watches player 6 sweep the winnings towards himself. Eyes glistening with triumph. That was rightfully mine. Player 2 gently pats Chen Shu on the shoulder, offering consolation. Regardless of the outcome, my brother stood by you, you owe me the tale of silver. Chen Shu, lost in his thoughts, shakes his head in a daze, acknowledging the sentiment. Li Qingfeng, relishing a sweet orange, observes the unfolding tragedy with amusement. For him, the outcome was all but predetermined, and he remains unfazed by the turn of events. Yet, the expressions of the crowd amuse him, as if he were a spectator to a grand performance. After counting his winnings, player 6, beaming with satisfaction, begins to shuffle the cards while cheerfully asking Brother Shu, "Shall I help you place a bet?" Chen Shu, weary, rises and declares, "I'm out of funds." You all carry on. A player 6, rolling his eyes, thinks to himself, "It's a miracle I didn't ask you for any money." Yuri quite oblivious, he then calls out, "Brother Shu is leaving, who else wants to play? Hurry and take your seats. If not, I'll deal for 6, go ahead, deal for 6. The crowd replies, excitement still buzzing in the air. Indeed, that particular spot possesses unfavorable feng shui. Who would dare to take a seat there now, having lost so much? It's unbearable. Very well, I shall send word to 6 families. Anyone interested in playing should speak up. Let's get started. Gamblers tend to harbor a touch of superstition, especially after witnessing Chen Shugong's significant losses die in their eyes. That location must hold ill fortune. Who would be bold enough to sit there and tempt misfortune? Chapter 13. Joining the game. As I observed others engage in the card game, my mouth remained busy. Having just finished an orange, Li Qingfeng reached for a handful of peanuts from the fruit platter. These peanuts, likely freshly roasted, still bore warmth, and their delightful flavor was intoxicating, a true delicacy to accompany a drink, prompting Li Qingfeng to yearn for a sip or two. Beside him, a middle-aged farmer watched as Li Qingfeng munched incessantly on fruits, pastries, peanuts, and sunflower seeds, curiosity getting the better of him. "Hey, young man, I haven't seen you around here before. Whose family do you belong to?" Li Qingfeng glanced at him and replied, "Me, I'm not from this village. I came here with Chen Lin Gu to join in the festivities and celebrate old Master Chen's birthday." Upon hearing Chen Lin's name, the farmer exclaimed, "Lin, I believe he's helping out in the kitchen. He has quite the skill in card games. He's a master." Li Qingfeng shrugged, thinking to himself, "It's all about the tricks. In our place, such behavior could lead to losing a hand." Noticing Li Qingfeng's silence, the farmer continued, "Young man, you've been standing there watching for quite some time. Why not join in for a couple of rounds?" Li Qingfeng shook his head gently, responding, "I prefer to observe learning." Learning for what purpose? The farmer chuckled, jesting, "To waste money, I presume, at your age. If not indulging in drink, gambling, or other vices, what are you saving your money for?" Li Qingfeng rummaged through his pockets, spreading his hands in a gesture of humility. "I haven't any funds to spare." Modesty, is it? Why not, Dunkel? You give it a try, teach them a lesson so they know that age brings wisdom. The farmer waved his hands dismissively. I can't, my family's quite strict. I only have enough for a drink. Perhaps if I gamble a bit, I could turn my drink money into funds for other pursuits. How delightful that would be." As the two continued their banter, they resumed watching the game of Zhajinawa. But at that moment, Chen Lin entered from outside, greeting Li Qingfeng. He held a crunchy rice crust in his hand, the aroma of scallions and garlic wafting off him. He leaned over to glimpse the gambling table, chewing noisily. "Lin Gu, are you done with your tasks?" Li Qingfeng inquired. Chen Lin nodded. "Almost finished. We should be able to have lunch soon. Here, would you like some rice crust?" Li Qingfeng graciously accepted. Being accustomed to the kitchen, Chen Lin's rice crust contained morsels of meat, freshly killed pork, expertly prepared by the seasoned chef. One bite was enough to reveal its deliciousness. Chen Lin then asked, "I heard that just a while ago Shu Gang lost over 10 taels of silver here. Wow, your sources are quite efficient. He just left not long ago." Li Qingfeng replied. Chen Lin chuckled. "I saw Saw in the courtyard." Yanking his ear and giving him a good scolding, he hung his head low, not daring to utter a word. Li Qingfeng nodded, recapping the situation. "I witnessed it. Shu Gang faced a bad hand and lost miserably. Chen Lin chuckled again, not delving deeper. Had he been in Shugong's position, he would have surely turned the tide. Rubbing his hands together, he eyed the table, feeling an itch to join in the game. However, knowing that dinner was imminent, he planned to return after the meal to dominate the game in the afternoon, with ample time to spare. Indeed, after only observing a couple of rounds, the commotion outside escalated. Dinner is served. Enough of the games, come and sit down. The call from the kitchen stirred the onlookers at the gambling table, who all began to head outside. Oh, finally, I was starving, one exclaimed. You old coot, played all morning and now you realize you're hungry. Another teased, hey, let's not delay. I want a bit today. How about we grab a couple of drinks to celebrate? Come on, let's fetch some strong liquor. I remember there's some stored in the cellar. Listening to their chatter, Li Qingfeng followed Chen Lin outside. Upon stepping out, he was greeted by a bustling crowd, even more animated than earlier that morning. Chen Lin, with his keen eye, scanned the area and spotted Chen Shugang sitting in a corner. Lost in thought, he approached to offer some comfort. After sitting down, Chen Lin patted Chen Shugang's shoulder. Hey, Shugang, how's it going? Planning to play this afternoon? Startled, Chen Shugang quickly glanced around. Shu, keep your voice down, not if your sister-in-law hears. I'll have my head. After losing so much, how can I even think about playing? Today, I'm not just worried about playing, I'm not even sure I'll see the sunrise tomorrow. She just scolded me for ages. She's livid. Tonight, I'm certain I'll face her wrath. Perhaps I'll drown my sorrows in a few drinks. That way, when I return home, the pain will be a little less intense. I should have opened up earlier. It would have been better to lose less. With a heavy sigh, Chen Shugang lamented over his poor decision in that hand, realizing he had been too greedy. Hoping for a big win but instead suffering a devastating loss. In all his years, he had never lost so much. Had he not had some savings, his wife might have chased him with a knife. Li Qingfeng nearly laughed aloud, thinking, so, you're regretting not having played earlier rather than regretting gambling altogether. He believed that such a character would surely relate well to seasoned gamblers, seeing that everyone had taken their seats for dinner. A call rang out as helpers began to set the table with dishes and drinks. Outside, Chen Buzhan and several youths who had gone bird hunting hastily returned. Wow, dinner's ready, just in time, one exclaimed. I told you we should return early. If we had played a little longer, we would have been left with leftovers. They bore small birds they had caught, eggs plucked from trees, and wild onions and vegetables they had dug up. Quite a fruitful outing. Upon seeing them, Chen Lin's eyes lit up, and he stood to wave at Chen Buzhan and the others. Zhanhua, you're back. Come sit here. There is still room. Chen Buzhan responded. Hey, we're here. Chen Lin, known for bringing back little trinkets from the county, had formed a good rapport with the village children. With their harvest from the mountains, they settled at Li Qingfeng's table. What treasures did you find this time? As they sat down, their faces beamed with joy as they animatedly shared stories of the various birds, deer, wild chickens, and hares they had encountered, recounting amusing tales from their adventure. Though their clothes were somewhat dirty, their spirits were high, contrasting sharply with Chen Shugang, who sat nearby, stiff and gloomy. Joy is simple. A trip to the mountains for bird hunting or to the river for fishing can evoke pure, heartfelt happiness. Why seek thrills at the gambling table? Li Qingfeng observed their wild bounty, contemplating that perhaps had he chosen to accompany Chen Buzhan and the others to the mountains instead of watching the card game, it would have been equally delightful. As the dishes and drinks were laid out, the young men began to feast. In the prime of their youth, having just returned from the mountains, their stomachs rumbled in anticipation. Each one devoured their meal with gusto. In no time, one bowl of rice was gone. Another bowl, please, I want more. Dining at the same table, Li Qingfeng found himself eating much quicker. Meanwhile, Chen Shugang, feeling despondent, drowned his sorrows in drink, hoping to numb the worries of returning home later. Once the meal concluded, everyone was thoroughly satisfied. Chen Buzhan and his companions playfully discussed their plans for the afternoon. After filling his belly, Chen Lin, with a toothpick in his mouth, leisurely made his way to the main hall, preparing to showcase his skills. Only Chen Shugang, inebriated and disoriented, stumbled toward home. Everyone else had bright futures ahead, too preoccupied to concern themselves with his plight. Li Qingfeng followed Chen Lin into the hall. Initially, he found gambling uninteresting, but having developed an innate talent for it, he felt as if he had gained a new perspective, making the experience quite engaging. The ability to foresee whether someone would win or lose was exhilarating. Standing by, he watched a confident player succumb to frustration after losing, relishing the addictive thrill of it all. It was akin to watching a film, a blend of comedy and tragedy unfolding before him. Each person present was a master of their craft, their expressions and gestures a vivid portrayal of genuine emotion. After their meal, Li Qingfeng stood behind Chen Lin, snacking on sunflower seeds as he watched him win. Chen Lin was on a fortunate streak today. In just 2 hours, he had amassed quite a fortune, winning significantly without even exceeding 1,000. As an experienced gambler, his composure far surpassed that of other players. Unaffected by the emotional roller coaster of wins and losses, his mastery over the game provided him with a sense of control, allowing him to remain calm and collected. This was why Chen Lin was deemed a master by the farmer. Regardless of the situation, maintaining a steady mindset was crucial. You've won again, Lin, you must have had quite a successful day, remarked a player seated in the fifth position, watching Chen Lin collect his winnings, a hint of resignation in his tone. This afternoon, he had suffered the most significant losses at the table. The meat they had just consumed seemed to lose its appeal, and he felt as if ants were crawling all over him. Quite unbearable. Chen Lin smiled at the fifth player. Today seems to be my lucky day. Everything I touch turns to gold. The table consisted of 8 players. Having wrapped up their morning activities, many eager gamblers had joined in the afternoon, and 2 additional tables for Zhejinhua had been set up. Li Qingfeng marveled at their passion for gambling, watching them skillfully set up the tables. It was evident that gambling had become a way of life here. The fifth player, feeling the sting of his losses, contemplated leaving the table to regain his luck but hesitated to voice it. Having only played for about an hour, it was still early in the afternoon. If he left now, wouldn't others think he was afraid of losing? Thus, he prodded Chen Lin with a question. Lin, who was that young man standing there watching for so long? Chen Lin glanced back at Li Qingfeng, continuing to shuffle the cards as he replied, Oh, that's my younger brother. What, are you planning to introduce him to a potential wife? On the fifth inquiry, one remarked, it looks quite good. A recommendation would suffice. By the way, why not let him play a couple of rounds as well? He seems to be watching intently and appears genuinely interested. Standing by the side for so long must be tiring. Besides, my back is aching a bit. I should get up and stretch. Let him take my place for a while. The third individual cast a dubious glance at the fifth and asked, Haigo, are you afraid of losing and trying to escape? The fifth, Qindahai, retorted, What nonsense? What are you talking about? I'm merely showing concern for our guest. We wouldn't want others to think the people of Pumpkin Village lack manners. Leaving our guests standing around while they play, Chen Lin turned around and inquired Qingfeng, What do you say? You've been watching for quite a while. Do you want to give it a try? Li Qingfeng shook his head repeatedly and replied, No thanks, Lin Good, I can't play this. I'll just enjoy watching from the side. Seeing Li Qingfeng's innocent expression, the others at the table encouraged him. Oh come on, it's easy to learn. Yes, a little gambling adds to the fun. And everyone is in high spirits today. It's said that beginners often have good luck. Who knows, you might win a fortune. An inexperienced player could easily come out ahead. The gamblers at the table continued to persuade him. Li Qingfeng shook his head and insisted, Really, I can't do it. Besides, look at me, I don't have a single coin in my pocket. You should invite someone else. You know my financial situation all too well. Lin Gu Chen Lin, having had a streak of good luck, had won quite a bit without cheating, and his mood was particularly buoyant. He chuckled heartily and said, What do you mean, if you want to play? Just sit down. It's all for fun. Here, take these 200 won to start with. If you lose, it's on me. Li Qingfeng hesitated and asked, Is that really okay? Qindahai, sensing his opportunity to stop losing, quickly chimed in, Come on young man, don't spoil the fun. Everyone is enjoying themselves, and besides, it won't cost you anything. So what is there to be afraid of? You seem clever and well built. I'm sure you'll do just fine. Well, I suppose I could give it a try, Qindahai eagerly encouraged. Come, just take my seat. I'll fetch you a cup of tea, have fun, and if you have the chance, I'll introduce you to a lovely young lady. Li Qingfeng scratched his head and moved to Qindahai's spot, feeling the residual warmth of the chair, realizing as he suspected that Qindahai had indeed been rather anxious about his losses. After settling in, he smiled at the fourth and sixth players beside him, feigning ignorance and displaying an innocent smile. I've only watched from the sidelines. I've never played, so please be kind. The seasoned players at the table, showing kindness to the novice, returned his smile, eagerly anticipating his future blunders. Here, take these 200 won. If you lose, we'll talk about it then, after counting the money. Chen Lin handed it to Li Qingfeng and announced to the others, Let us get started. Deal the cards. Thank you, Lin Gu. After receiving the money, Li Qingfeng smiled and cast his calm gaze towards the table. After observing for so long, he had developed a fresh perspective on gambling. Those who plunge in without a clue or simply throwing their money away, those with a hint of assurance but lacking control, are gamblers. Chen Lin, who could switch cards and dictate the game, was a deceiver. Li Qingfeng, who could see the odds and discern winners from losers, was a taker. With low stakes, one could afford to lose a little. But with higher stakes, if one avoids cheaters, one could sweep the table clean. It hardly qualifies as taking. It is simply faster than outright theft. The only difference lies in how much Li Qingfeng wished to take. Entirely dependent on his mood, in this small game of cards lay immense potential. Within a single table, myriad personalities converge. In every card game, there is bound to be a big fish. If you cannot identify the big fish, then you are likely the one. Li Qingfeng understood his position well. Aside from Chen Lin, the skilled player, the rest would fall prey to the innate prowess of gamblers. Initially, Li Qingfeng had no intention of utilizing his gambling talent at the card table. After all, he had just begun to take an interest in the game, merely intending to enjoy himself without any plans to participate. However, since the others were so insistent, he could not be blamed for being impolite. Li Qingfeng rolled up his sleeves, perched himself on the stool, and carefully picked up his freshly dealt cards, mimicking the demeanor of a novice flawlessly. A seasoned hunter often appears in the guise of its prey. Chapter 14. Playing Cards. Talent unleashed. He picked up the cards and glanced at them, shaking his head and discarding them immediately. Chen Lin, seated opposite him, bore a radiant 100 win rate atop his head, signaling him not to follow, to wait for the next round. After one round, indeed, Chen Lin emerged victorious once again. His smile became even brighter as he called for the next round, preparing to shuffle the cards. Li Qingfeng's remaining capital was now 199 when Chen Lin began to deal the cards again. Chen Dahai approached from outside, bearing a cup of tea, which he placed before Li Qingfeng. Observing Chen Lin dealing, he realized Chen Lin had won yet again. Chen Dahai reassured Li Qingfeng, saying, "Young man, don't be so tense. It's not that difficult, just relax." Li Qingfeng nodded, indicating he understood. Once Chen Lin finished dealing, fortune seemed to favor the newcomer this round. Perhaps luck was indeed on his side, as he noted that all 7 participants had a win rate of 0. With no mirror in sight, he could not gauge his own win rate. However, as he lifted the teacup placed by Chen Dahai, he caught a glimpse of his win rate reflected in the brown tea 100. Although not entirely clear, the distinction between 0 and 100 was evident. One was a 3-digit number, the other a single digit. After sipping the tea, Li Qingfeng expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Haigu." Chen Dahai laughed heartily. "What are you being polite for? Go and wipe the floor with these bastards." The 8th player interjected. "Haigu, that's not fair. Losing is part of the game. Why insult me?" "Oh, don't misunderstand. I'm not just cursing you. I'm referring to all of you bunch of bastards." Chen Dahai bantered back, amusing the onlookers and creating a cheerful atmosphere around them. Chen Lin occupied the first position. With him as the reference point, Chen Dahai was the 5th player clockwise, while Li Qingfeng inherited his number. After Chen Lin's previous victory, it was now the 2nd player's turn to act. The 2nd player, after glancing at their cards, bet 2 when the 3rd player discarded their cards upon inspection. The 4th player shook their head and discarded as well. Now it was Li Qingfeng's turn. He did not even look at his cards, leaving them untouched. Whatever Chen Lin had dealt him was how it would remain. It is commonly said that beginners have good luck. Not winning the last round meant this one should be his turn. Right? He decided to bet 2 when without looking at his cards. To bet without looking is known as dunning. If someone bets without looking, those who have seen their cards must raise the bet to double the original amount. The 6th player, having seen their cards and feeling optimistic, placed a bet of 4 when, saying, "Good, young man, you've got guts. Daring to bet is how one wins. Don't be a coward like Dahai." "What nonsense. What are you saying? I'm just having a sore back today, otherwise I'd make you cry for your mother." Chen Dahai defended himself, justifying his actions. Seeing 2 players betting, the 7th and 8th players subsequently looked at their cards, deemed them insufficient, and discarded. The round circled back to Chen Lin, who glanced at his cards and also folded. At this point, only the 2nd player, Li Qingfeng, and the 6th player remained in the game. With the often victorious Chen Lin folding, the 2nd player gained confidence, declaring, "For when, I'll stay in for another round." Li Qingfeng, naturally unreserved, played the part of the Navi newcomer and counted out 4 when, stating, "I'll bet 4 when." His actions left Chen Lin momentarily stunned. This brother truly had never played before. TSK, who gives away their money so freely. Moreover, he didn't appear to be a pauper, who would throw money around like that. Chen Lin was utterly perplexed by Li Qingfeng's carefree attitude towards money. The 6th player clapped his hands and exclaimed, "Good, brother, you're generous. I'll raise it to 8 when." The 2nd player frowned, took another look at their cards, hesitated, and pointed at the 6th player, saying, "8-1. I'll see your cards." The 6th player chuckled, believing the 2nd player was being timid. Thinking their cards must not be strong, he handed over his cards, saying, "Aren't you going to stay in for another round?" In their village, where everyone knew each other well, the atmosphere was casual and less formal. The 2nd player examined the 6th player's cards, shook their head, and discarded their own. The 6th player retrieved their cards, checked them once more to confirm they hadn't changed, and then raised an eyebrow at Li Qingfeng, saying, "Well, it's just the 2 of us. what shall we do? Li Qingfeng replied with a light laugh. Big brother, your cards must be decent. I want to continue to bet. I'll just open the bet with 4wen. Li Qingfeng counted out 4 wen and tossed them onto the table. The sixth player replied, brother, you're straightforward. I'll show my cards. The sixth player revealed their hand, a red heart A, club A, and a club K. Oh dear, it's over. Had I known, I wouldn't have bet. Li Qingfeng exclaimed, a look of regret washing over his face. The onlookers chimed in, well, that's that. He lost this round. With such strong cards, you shouldn't have bet without looking good if you had seen your cards. You could have strategized. Betting without looking is a rookie mistake. I was even more stubborn when I started betting blindly until it was too late. Li Qingfeng listened to the spectators' chatter and nearly burst out laughing. Thinking, how can that even compare? What is your status versus mine? I have a trick up my sleeve, my friends. While others doubted Li Qingfeng's chances, Chen Dahai frowned, also feeling that Li Qingfeng would struggle to win. But still voiced his support. Don't fret, I think the aces are just average. Qingfeng might not necessarily lose. The sixth player laughed heartily and said, Haigu is right, my cards aren't that strong. Don't be disheartened, brother, maybe you'll draw a flush. A flush consists of 3 cards of the same suit, whether all spades or all diamonds. As long as they share the same color. They qualify as a flush. They can beat single cards, pairs, and straights but are weaker than 3 of a kinds and straight flushes, which are the top cards. How could it be so fortunate? I can only wish for your good words. Li Qingfeng replied, still not glancing at his cards, seemingly resigned, casually flipping over his hand. The cards revealed, a spade 7, a club 6, and a diamond 5, a straight, just enough to beat a pair. Upon seeing Li Qingfeng's cards, the sixth player's smile froze, unable to maintain their grin or frown, caught in a most awkward expression. Chen Dahai initially wore a frown of concern, yet upon witnessing Li Qingfeng's fortunate hand, he burst into laughter, joyfully addressing the villagers beside him. Haha, I told you a pair, a small hand. Defeating him is as easy as child's play. Li Qingfeng's triumph seemed to elate him even more than if he had won himself. As he raised his eyebrows in a showy manner, incessantly boasting to those around him, I knew this spot was a treasure trove of fortune. If only my back didn't ache, I would have wiped them all out. This newcomer truly has luck on his side. He has won everything. When luck arrives, it cannot be hindered. You lot wouldn't understand. My little brother here possesses true skill. Li Qingfeng in turn displayed a joyful countenance, repeatedly clasping his fists in gratitude towards the sixth player, exclaiming, oh dear, what a stroke of luck. I owe my victory to your auspicious words, brother. However, the sixth player's discomfort mirrored that of someone who had swallowed a fly. He could not voice his displeasure and was left to endure it silently. As Li Qingfeng began to gather the money from the table, he counted a total of 44 coins, after deducting his costs. He had won 33 coins, bringing his total capital to 232 coins. Though Li Qingfeng was not well acquainted with the local price levels, he had gleaned some knowledge while eavesdropping on their card games and conversations earlier that morning. A laborer in the county earned merely 2 taels a month, equivalent to 2,000 coins in copper. This was considered a respectable income, one that made the local farmers green with envy. In the county 5 coins could buy a substantial bowl of noodles, yet locals complained that this was exorbitantly priced, saying, city folk truly spend with abandon. With 33 coins, one could sustain oneself in the county for 3 days. Eating 2 meals a day, an entire hand's worth of winnings, the gamblers present, typically frugal in their daily lives, became reckless at the gaming table. Even the smallest coin mattered in their everyday dealings. They would deliberate for half a day over mere pennies, yet at the gambling table, a single coin was inconsequential. It vanished without a trace, not even a ripple to mark its disappearance. In contrast, they showed no hesitance in their spending at the table, where they seemed to be under a spell, unwilling to relent until they found themselves in utter disarray, their pockets emptied. Shuffle, shuffle, they urged, observing Li Qingfeng's slow counting of the money. The sixth player impatiently prodded him, his tone tinged with urgency, eager to commence the next round and win back his losses. All right, Li Qingfeng replied, picking up the cards, shuffling with a clumsy unfamiliarity that betrayed his novice status, an art that even seasoned players would struggle to master. After a time, he finally finished shuffling and handed the deck to the fourth player. Cut the cards. Once the fourth player completed the cut, Li Qingfeng dealt the cards in a circle. When the last card was dealt to himself, the odds of victory became glaringly apparent. The fourth player had the highest hand this round, boasting a 100 chance of winning, a fact that dazzled Li Qingfeng's eyes. As an observer, he felt detached. The outcomes bore no consequence to him, however. Being part of the game lent a different perspective, one that was fraught with tension and anticipation. It was akin to playing a game where defeat was inevitable, a rather disheartening affair. Li Qingfeng shook his head, reflecting, the player is often blinded to the game, while the observer sees clearly. Once engaged in the game, one becomes ensnared. Li Qingfeng gleaned newfound insights into the art of card play. At that moment, every action of the fourth player radiated the confidence of a victor, even if it was merely a casual scratch of his neck. The sixth player glanced at his cards and declared, 2 coins. His expression was now composed, having recovered from the previous round's loss, concealing the true strength of his hand. Observing the sixth player, the seventh player also looked at his cards. Another poor hand. I am off. The eighth player took a glance. I'll match 2 coins. When it came to Chen Lin, he too decided to match the 2 coins. The second and third players subsequently folded. The fourth player, maintaining an air of nonchalance, matched the 2 coins, convinced of his own strong hand. When it was Li Qingfeng's turn, he remarked, in the last round, I played without looking at my cards and won. But it was too exhilarating for my taste. I think I'll take a peek this time. Li Qingfeng carefully gathered his cards, shielding them with his hand while sneaking a glance with one eye. Chen Dahai, peering over his shoulder, attempted to discern Li Qingfeng's cards, but was thwarted by Li Qingfeng's hand, which obstructed his view entirely. Li Qingfeng's antics drew chuckles from those nearby, who began to tease him. Brother, there's no need to be so tense. Whatever cards you have, they are what they are. They won't change. Indeed, the way you're acting is akin to a thief, if you do possess a strong hand. How will you win if you frighten everyone away? Honestly, I think you should just play it cool. With your luck, you should just go all in. If I had your luck, I'd bet 10 coins without hesitation. Riding on such fortune, I'd dominate the table. Li Qingfeng rolled his eyes. If you had my luck, you'd probably lose your undergarments. His hand was decent. A 10 of clubs, the 10 of diamonds, and a 5 of spades. Had he not seen the fourth player's glaringly high odds, he might have been tempted to play on. However, after evaluating his cards, he shook his head and discarded them. His earlier actions were aimed at shielding his hand from the prying eyes of Chen Dahai and the onlookers. To fold on such a hand, it seemed utterly unfathomable. Upon witnessing Li Qingfeng discard his cards, the sixth player remarked, 2 coins, I'll play one more. At this juncture, only the sixth player, the eighth player, Chen Lin, and the fourth player remained. The eighth player hesitated briefly before committing 2 coins. Observing the sixth player's cards, he shook his head and folded. Chen Lin scrutinized his cards, sighed, alas, my hand is lacking. I'll bow out as well. With that, only the fourth and sixth players remained. The fourth player felt a twinge of annoyance. After finally drawing a good hand, it was already down to the final showdown, yet he dared not show his displeasure, fearing it might scare the sixth player away. I'll wager 4 coins. No raise. The sixth player eyed the fourth player skeptically, thinking, is it possible to be so unfortunate as to draw a good hand only to lose again? No, I must maintain my composure. He must be bluffing. I'll match 4 coins and play one more. The fourth player's eyes sparkled as he declared, 10 coins, no raised. He believed that dragging this out would yield little profit from the sixth player. The sixth player's wary gaze did not escape the fourth player's notice. His quarry was becoming cautious. It was time to raise the stakes, even if the sixth player decided to call his bet. It must start at 10 coins. Seeing the fourth player's increase, the sixth player felt intimidated. After all, in a game of Jajinoa, the goal was to have the highest hand. However, he was also conflicted. What if the fourth player truly held a superior hand? The onlookers began to murmur, debating whose hand might be stronger. Some supported the sixth player, while others sided with the fourth. Overall, however, there were more voices rallying for the sixth player. Especially after his recent loss, surely he can't be that unlucky to encounter 2 terrible hands in a row. I've seen players lose 18 times straight. That was years ago. Why bring it up now? The sixth player's mind raced, his heart pounded, and adrenaline surged through his veins, amplified by the spectator's stimulating remarks. In a moment of reckless abandon, he decided to call, 10 coins, I won raise. The fourth player quickly interjected, then I'll raise to 20 coins, no raise. While 10 coins might have given the sixth player pause, 20 coins left him no choice but to show his hand. 20 coins, show yours. The sixth player revealed his cards, Queen of clubs, 10 of clubs, 7 of clubs, a flush. Quite impressive indeed. This could bode well for him, but it was hard to say, to raise the stakes to 20 coins. He must have something solid as well. Chapter 15. It's my turn again. The sixth player had no time to heed the spectators' chatter, his gaze fixed intently on the fourth player. The fourth player smirked, I've had good fortune this hand, a straight flush. He unveiled his cards, 7 of spades, 8 of spades, 9 of spades, 789, a straight flush far superior to the sixth player's flush. Those 3 spades pierced the sixth player's heart like daggers, stirring a tempest of emotions within him. Ruffling his hair in frustration, the sixth player lamented, oh dear, how unlucky, truly unfortunate. Goodness, what strong hands we have here. Let us see if Chen Shu lost a fortune this morning. he only has a handful of coins left. Oh, is that so? I didn't hear anyone mention that you arrived late this morning. I witnessed Jinshu's hand. He lost badly to a straight flush. It was quite the sight. Haha, Jinshu's wife scolded him for ages. He probably lost quite a bit of hair over it. After dinner, I must eavesdrop on that. Having played 2 rounds, Li Qingfeng gained new insights into the game of cards, noting how different it felt to be a participant compared to an observer. Winning or losing triggered intense emotional fluctuations. When victorious, he felt a thrill akin to that of a gambling god, especially recalling how he had outplayed the 6th player, yet, upon witnessing the 4th player's undeniable advantage, a sense of despondency washed over him. Li Qingfeng was not alone in this experience. For the other gamblers, the tension was palpable. The excitement of not knowing the outcome until the cards were revealed, both nerve-wracking and enticing, kept them enthralled. A simple deck of cards held an almost magical allure. Perhaps it was less about the game itself and more about the stakes involved. If they played merely for leisure, without wagering money, they would simply reveal their hands after dealing, without any penalties or rewards for winning or losing, swiftly moving on to the next round. If that were the case, even 3 players would struggle to gather an audience. With the stakes raised, the next hand commenced. This time, Chen Lin had a 100 chance of winning and, as expected, emerged victorious. Chen Lin possessed remarkable composure, a seasoned gambler, unperturbed by the 3rd player's high bets. He maintained his steadiness and ultimately won this round. Both players held modest hands, a king defeating Aten Dai in the ensuing rounds. Others took their turns winning. Among the 8 players present, even if it was Li Qingfeng's turn, he still faced only an eighth of the odds. This was contingent on him being aware of the odds. For the others at the table, each hand was a mystery, each round a fresh challenge. As Li Qingfeng noted his capital dwindling to 221 coins, he paradoxically found a sense of equilibrium amidst the fluctuations of the game. During this period, even when faced with cards that had a win rate of 0, he no longer exhibited the same dissatisfaction as at the outset. Instead, he experienced a sense of being in his element, and even without a win rate, he managed to contribute a few coins at opportune moments. However, he was careful not to overextend himself, opting to engage only once in each round, maintaining a measured approach. Chen Dahai glanced at Chen Lin, who was gathering money from the table, and remarked, "Linzi, you've won again. Your luck is truly remarkable." Chen Lin smiled in response, saying, "It's all about luck. I believe that seat of yours has good feng shui. I won quite a bit from that spot last year as well." "Come on, it's clearly due to skill and a good mindset. You keep your cool with small hands and don't flaunt when you have big ones, unlike others who wear their big hands on their faces." Afraid that others might not notice, Chen Lin deftly shuffled the cards and said, "Let's not dwell on that. Let's get down to business. The next hand is starting." The cards were dealt swiftly. Li Qingfeng surveyed the table, feeling a surge of excitement. "Here we go. All 7 others have a win rate of 0. After waiting through several rounds, it's finally my turn again." Maintaining a calm demeanor, Li Qingfeng picked up his cards. Sitting upright, he covered his cards with his hand, peering through a sliver of light to catch a glimpse. In truth, this method of peeking at the cards left him uncertain about what he actually held. After a few rounds, Li Qingfeng realized that such exaggerated gestures were unnecessary. There was no need to look at his own cards, simply observing the win rates above the other players' heads sufficed. Regardless, the cheat indicated that his current hand was the strongest, so there was no need for him to truly look. Whether his cards were strong or weak held little significance for him. He feared neither being outplayed by others nor felt the need to outplay them. If he lost, it would merely be a small stake, easily recoverable in the next round. When he won, he would do so decisively. Ultimately, as long as he came out ahead, that was all that mattered. Overly flashy tactics were counterproductive. Behind him, Chen Dahai was curious about Li Qingfeng's hand, but he was blocked from seeing by Li Qingfeng's hand covering the cards, leaving him frustrated. Each time he tried to sneak a look, he ended up empty-handed, thinking to himself, "This kid is quite stingy, and here I am pouring him water." Chen Lin dealt the cards, and it was time for player 2 to place a bet. I've lost about 10 rounds in a row. It's about time I won." He decided to bet 5 coins, hoping to recoup his losses. Player 2, without looking at his cards, placed 5 coins on the table, raising the stakes considerably. After losing several rounds, he felt anxious, raking his fingers through his hair in distress. He thought to himself that after so many losses, his chances of winning must surely be increasing. He was ready to gamble, yet every hand was an independent event with an 8-to-1 probability. And no matter how many rounds he lost, it had no bearing on the next hand, even if he lost 20 consecutive rounds. The probability of winning the next one remained at 8-to-1. It was not cumulative. A player 2's impatience did not affect the others at the table. They were seasoned gamblers familiar with his state of mind and had experienced similar emotions themselves. Although emotions might influence them, the 5 coins on the table were directly relevant to the players involved. To stay in the game, the stakes must be raised, leading to a 10-coin bet. Player 3 contemplated his cards. Feeling conflicted, his hand was neither particularly strong nor weak, consisting of a pair of 9s and a lone king. If it were only 1 or 2 coins, he would confidently match the bet. But at 10 coins, he hesitated. After some thought, player 3 concluded that discarding the 9s would be too regrettable. 10 coins, I'll stay in. A player 4 shook his head and discarded his cards, saying I'm out. You all carry on. When it was Li Qingfeng's turn to bet, he feigned uncertainty, mimicking player 3's conflicted expression, and said, I'll match with 10 coins. The others at the table observed Li Qingfeng's demeanor, speculating that his hand was weak. After all, player 3 might be pretending, but Li Qingfeng was genuinely inexperienced and young, making it difficult for him to hide anything. Having such a naive player at the table was quite entertaining. Player 6 shook his head, reluctantly folding. He felt that if he had drawn a strong hand, it would have been a great opportunity, but alas, it was not to be. It was clear that this hand could yield a significant amount of money. With 33 coins already on the table before the round had even concluded, it was a high-quality game. Player 6 folded. Player 7, without hesitation, raised the stakes. I'll increase it to 20 coins. Li Qingfeng looked at him suspiciously. Are you trying to bluff me? Everyone's gaze turned to player 7, speculating that he must have a strong hand. Things were getting interesting. With such a sudden rise in stakes, if it were him, he surely would have folded unless he had a strong hand. It was as if player 7 was boasting, thinking he could raise the stakes with a mere king. If it weren't for his wife's tight rein on finances, he would have lost everything by now. At that moment, a group of young boys entered, carrying buckets and shovels, looking for fishing rods. Wow, there is so much money on the table. Just give me a bit to buy some candy. Get out of here. Go catch some birds or fish. I just want to take a look. What's the harm in that? You can't even look. Scram before I give you a beating. The children were driven away by onlookers. Meanwhile, the players at the table remained focused, their attention entirely on this high-stakes game, unaffected by external distractions. Player 8 examined his cards, observing player 7's confidence, hesitated for a moment, then shook his head and folded. After one complete round, it came back to Chen Lin. He glanced around and smiled, saying, since everyone is playing so big, I think I'll sit this one out. With Chen Lin folding, the round concluded. Now only players 2, 3, Li Qingfeng, and 7 remained. To the spectators, player 2 seemed genuinely caught up in the game, as he clenched his teeth and declared, fortune favors the bold, I'll match another hand. He placed 10 coins on the table. In the face of player 7's confidence, player 2, still not having looked at his cards, matched the bet. He had a strong premonition that he must have drawn a winning hand. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but he chose to believe it. He could continue to play without looking at his cards, but he must not peek. Doing so would spoil his luck. Until the cards were revealed, he considered his hand a strong one. After losing 10 rounds, surely it was his turn to win. Player 2 placed his bet, and it was now player 3's turn to deliberate. This time, he didn't hesitate. He confidently tossed 20 coins onto the table, declaring to player 7, I'll match your bet. Player 3 felt that holding onto the pair of 9s while continuing to play would be tantamount to suicide, so he opted to confront someone directly. With player 2's concealed cards, Li Qingfeng hesitated. Player 7 seemed to have a strong hand, and if he revealed his cards, he would undoubtedly face the strongest competition. Player 7 turned to player 2 and said, let us see your cards. Player 2 handed over his cards, and player 7 took a quick glance before discarding them into the pile, saying, too weak. Player 2's expression indicated that he had anticipated this outcome, and he let out a relieved sigh, no longer needing to worry about whether to continue in the next round. Without showing player 2 his own cards, player 7 turned to Li Qingfeng and said, brother, it's your turn to speak. Li Qingfeng smiled and said, I'll match with 20 coins. As he spoke, Li Qingfeng placed the pre-counted money on the table. Player 7, not one to hold back, replied, then I'll raise it to 30 coins. After the second round concluded, there were already 133 coins on the table. Player 2, adhering to his belief that as long as he didn't look at his cards, he was holding a strong hand, counted out 20 coins and said, I'll add a little, raising to 20. Li Qingfeng naturally matched the bet, counting out 40 coins to put on the table. Then I'll stay in. At this point, after 3 rounds, Li Qingfeng's initial capital of 200 coins had dwindled to 150, and he still had no idea how many more rounds he would need to play. Were it not for the cheat that allowed him to see the win rates, he would have already folded. In fact, without the cheat, he would never have dared to participate in the game. The thrill was intoxicating. The cards held by his opponents were an enigma, and this uncertainty represented fear. It felt like dancing on a fragile sheet of ice. one misstep could lead to drowning. The risk of plunging into an abyss at any moment loomed large, potentially rendering him unable to climb out for the rest of his life, watching his quarter of capital slip away. Li Qingfeng felt that his sexual desires paled in comparison. Curiosity, the desire for exploration, tension, and excitement surged through him. The sound of coins clinking together heightened everyone's adrenaline. Player 7 shot Li Qingfeng a knowing glance and said, "Young man, you have guts. Since I raised the stakes in the previous 2 hands, I'll add 10 coins this time," bringing it to 50 odd. After the third round concluded, there were now 243 coins on the table. It was player 2's turn again. At this moment, player 2's breathing had grown heavy. Initially, as a player who had been keeping his cards close to his chest, he only needed to bet 25 coins. However, he felt that if he did not raise the stakes, it would seem cowardly. As a practitioner of the esoteric, this was a moment of potential buildup. His luck was brewing. If he backed down, his spirit would dissipate and his fortune would cease as well. The big hand that was meant to come would fade away. Therefore, he resolutely declared, "I'll bet 30 coins, and I won't reveal my cards." As the atmosphere grew increasingly intense, the previously chatty onlookers fell silent, their attention riveted on the unfolding drama. The fierce competition was on the verge of erupting. It felt as though the scene from that morning with Chen Shu was about to repeat itself. The spectators had been waiting for such a grand spectacle. Just then, the brakes were applied by none other than Li Qingfeng, the next player to act. The battle was fundamentally an economic one. And Li Qingfeng's financial situation was precarious. With only 150 coins left, he watched as players 2 and 7 continued to raise the stakes, realizing he could no longer afford to match them. He had no intention of borrowing money from Chen Lin, considering they were not close acquaintances and had only met the day before. It was fortunate that Chen Lin had won money and was in a generous mood. While others might lend him money, he could not bring himself to ask. That would be crossing a line. It was better to take a step back and accumulate a bit more capital first. Thus Li Qingfeng counted out 60 coins and said to player 2, "I don't have much money left, so I can't keep up, brother. I'll match your bet." The second player, feeling somewhat bewildered, heard Li Qingfeng's words and could not quite comprehend the situation. He thought to himself, "What on earth, brother? I've just arrived and haven't even gathered my momentum yet. Everyone is so engaged. And you're already backing out. Have you ever kicked a habit? How can you endure this? They say the youth are impetuous, but you seem overly cautious, bound by the rules." The second player had no choice but to relent. Since Li Qingfeng had chosen to reveal his own cards, the second player could only proceed to look at his own. As he cautiously lifted his cards, an ominous feeling surged within him. His momentum had been interrupted by Li Qingfeng, and the hand could very well be a losing one. Indeed, upon seeing the scattered small cards in his hand, the 8 of clubs, the 5 of diamonds, and the 2 of spades, the second player's face flushed crimson. He quickly tossed them into the pile, cleared his throat a couple of times to mask his embarrassment, and said, "Ahem, no need to compare. I concede. I'll go fetch a glass of water and be back shortly. You all carry on." Chapter 16 concluded the round. The second player, feeling dejected, stood up and walked outside, muttering under his breath, "This lad must be quite the expert. He saw me gathering my strength and was intimidated by my presence, hence he hastily interrupted me, fearing I would obliterate him." With the second player gone to fetch water, only Li Qingfeng and player 7 remained. Player 7 glanced at the meager amount of money on Li Qingfeng's table and remarked, "It's just us 2 now. I won. Raise the stakes. 60 coins, I'll pass." Li Qingfeng chuckled as he counted out 60 coins, tossing them onto the table. "I don't have much left. Even if we play another round, it won't suffice. This is all that remains. So let us just reveal your cards, brother." Player 7, catching on, laughed heartily. Fair enough, let us see the cards." Li Qingfeng flipped his cards over, though he honestly didn't know what he held. "Bam, brother, take a look. Can this hand win?" At this moment, Li Qingfeng gazed intently at player 7, his blood beginning to boil, his breath growing heavy, and his heartbeat accelerating. The tales of Chen Lin's cheating antics reminded Li Qingfeng that while the gambler's talent may be useful, it is not guaranteed. When player 7 turned his attention to Li Qingfeng's cards, Li Qingfeng could finally breathe easy as player 7 shook his head with a rueful smile. "I had good fortune this round. Yet I still cannot outplay you. You're quite formidable. Your cards just barely exceed mine." Li Qingfeng's hand consisted of the ace of spades, king of spades, and 10 of spades. Player 7, resigned, displayed his own cards, the ace of hearts, jack of hearts, and 6 of hearts. The disparity between their hands was minimal, yet that subtle difference was sufficient for Li Qingfeng to triumph over player 7. Li Qingfeng exhaled, well aware that player 7 lacked any cheating skills and that his own odds were higher. The glaring zero still hovered over player 7's head. Nevertheless, when player 7 revealed his cards, a flicker of tension lingered in the AIR.at this point. Li Qingfeng's table held merely 30 coins. Having placed a hefty bet, a loss here would result in a significant setback. The mindset of the active participant is far removed from that of a mere observer, even with his edge. Li Qingfeng's heart raced, fearing an unforeseen twist. Fortunately, his advantage remained intact, and player 7 had no tricks up his sleeve. In the beginning, Li Qingfeng had observed Chen Lin from behind for quite some time. Never detecting any signs of cheating, he confirmed that apart from Chen Lin, the rest at the table were mere novices. Oh dear, I've won by sheer luck. Please bear with me. Li Qingfeng clasped his hands together, beginning to gather the coins from the table. A total of 453 copper coins piled up before him, their weight palpable as he sifted through them. One could only wonder how much of this money had been painstakingly saved by the others in their daily lives. After all their hard work, it now filled Li Qingfeng's pockets. How absurd! After this round, including the remaining 30 coins, Li Qingfeng's capital had surged to 483 coins, even after returning 200 coins to Chen Lin. He still netted a profit of 283 coins. Had it not been for Li Qingfeng's initial capital being a few hundred coins more, he likely would not have chosen to reveal his hand. There was still plenty of profit to be extracted from the second player and player 7. As Li Qingfeng surveyed the coins, a smile crept upon his face. With this capital, he could afford to place larger bets next time. While sorting through the copper coins, Li Qingfeng began to understand the mindset of the gamblers back in his gang. The money came too swiftly. One merely sits down, plays a few rounds, and reaps what others toil for over several days. With such a shortcut available, who would still want to work? The impact of gambling on one's perception of money is profoundly significant, distorting one's values and leading them to forget that the quickest path is often the one without shortcuts. Sadly, gamblers tend to remember how much they've won and the exhilaration that accompanies it, while they subconsciously neglect the amounts they've lost, missing out on the ethereal reflections of life's philosophy. Listening to the crowd's animated discussions, Li Qingfeng shuffled the cards, preparing for the next round. The exhilarating game, the clinking of coins, stirred the spectators into excitement. Amidst the fervent debates, envy and admiration flowed freely. Wow, this round was prematurely revealed by this young lad. Otherwise, I reckon it could have reached several hundred coins. Such a splendid hand, spoiled by an early reveal. What a pity! With insufficient funds, there is nothing to be done. Moreover, the opponent is brimming with confidence. Who knows what grand hand awaits? The words echoed, hinting at a strong hand. Certainly one wouldn't dare to wager heavily on such a game. Chen Dahai, eyeing Li Qingfeng's pile of coins, remarked with a hint of envy, I told you this position is good fortune. See, it's proven true. While he could accept Li Qingfeng's winnings, he felt a sense of imbalance seeing Li Qingfeng win so much, as if it reflected poorly on his own capabilities. Odd brother Hai, you've missed out big time. If only you had been bold, this hand could have been yours. Chen Dahai lamented, there is nothing to be done. My back pain struck at the wrong moment, and I missed my chance for a comeback. What a shame. The others mocked him, saying, others are simply fortunate, while you, brother Hai, are merely a victim of bad luck. Always gilding the lily. Indeed, if Chen Dahai remained seated any longer, he might as well lose his trousers. As the crowd continued to ridicule the loser, the new round began as the cards were dealt. The sun dipped lower, and the afternoon passed swiftly in the midst of the games. With each round, Li Qingfeng's capital, starting from 483 coins, began to rise. 500, 800, 1,000, 1,500, 2,000. When his funds reached 2,371 coins, the windows glowed with warmth as the sunset appeared, accompanied by the calls of the chef from outside. Those inside, set the tables for dinner. Gather around, let us serve the dishes and drinks, it's mealtime. In just an afternoon, Li Qingfeng earned the equivalent of a month's wages in the county. He had deliberately kept a low profile, knowing that this was the territory of Pumpkin Village, where everyone was related, making it inappropriate for him to win excessively. Despite this, his innate talent for gambling allowed Li Qingfeng's capital to soar swiftly. Hearing the commotion, he noticed the preparations for dinner. Player 4 suggested, let us tidy up and go eat. The sun is setting, we can play again tomorrow. This proposal received unanimous agreement, and many spectators began to exit. Only player 8 and Chen Lin remained. With the others already counting their winnings, player 8 declared, since it's time for dinner, let us wrap this up quickly to avoid wasting everyone's time. Lin, 5 coins, let us see your hand. I have a straight with 7, 8, and 9. Player 8 tossed 5 coins onto the table and revealed his colorful straight. Chen Lin chuckled and shook his head. If it's a straight, then I lose. I have 2 kings here. Winning the final hand brought player 8 great joy, his delight evident on his face. Chen Lin naturally placed his cards back into the pile, gathered his winnings, and addressed Li Qingfeng. Qingfeng, let us head out for a drink. Li Qingfeng, observing Chen Lin's flawless winning rate, speculated that he may not have secured 3 kings this time, grabbing the 2 taels of silver he had exchanged with Chen Lin earlier. Li Qingfeng stood up. Let us go, it's time to eat. I must admit, I'm a bit hungry. Chen Dahai followed suit, chattering incessantly like a talkative person. Li Qingfeng's composure at the card table impressed Chen Dahai, who felt he had learned a great deal. Although Li Qingfeng wasn't the day's biggest winner, he still earned a substantial amount. As someone eager to improve, Chen Dahai sought to glean insights from Li Qingfeng, not dismissing his victory as mere luck. Having some luck is normal if you seize the opportunity. That's skill. At the gambling table, the victor reigns supreme, and today Li Qingfeng emerged triumphant, prompting Chen Dahai to learn from him. Especially since Chen Dahai had spent the entire afternoon standing behind, his eyes nearly blurring, yet he never once caught sight of Li Qingfeng's concealed hand. This alone instilled a deep respect within him. Setting aside everything else, this level of caution justified the money won today. If not this time, there would be another opportunity. If Li Qingfeng, making his way outside, understood Chen Dahai's thoughts, he would surely chuckle. Brother, there's an edge. Don't overthink it, you're not up to par. Chen Lin, hearing Chen Dahai's praise for Li Qingfeng, also chimed in. Qingfeng, your luck today is truly impressive. You've won even more than I have. Well done. Today, Chen Lin was in high spirits, and his light-hearted words reflected his joy. Throughout the afternoon, he had won quite a bit, around 1,000 coins in total. To him, 1 tael of silver wasn't much. He had won higher stakes before. His happiness stemmed from the fact that this 1,000 coins was earned solely through his luck and gambling experience, without resorting to any tricks. Feeling fortunate, his mood was considerably brighter. Li Qingfeng flexed his wrist, twisted his neck, and with a series of cracking sounds proclaimed, "Ha, this is my first time gambling with cards, and I never expected it to be quite amusing." Glancing at Li Qingfeng, who seemed to be lingering in delight, Chen Lin interjected with a note of caution, "This is merely a form of entertainment, a means to pass the time, and it's quite enjoyable. However, one must never become ensnared in it. If one were to lose track of day and night, fixated solely on playing cards, it would lead to ruin. It's detrimental to one's fortune. It is imperative to seek a stable job and lead a steady life. That is the righteous path." Having witnessed numerous individuals fall prey to the vice of gambling over the years, Chen Lin now indulged only in small stakes with acquaintances. "Rest assured, I understand," he reassured. Li Qingfeng mused to himself, only those with an advantage should play. Without it, who would be foolish enough to gamble? He felt as though he was seizing opportunities rather than gambling. The thrill of the chase was what he relished. Initially apprehensive about his limited capital and the possibility of loss, yet his innate talent for gambling proved fortuitous. As his capital grew, so did his composure. With increasing funds, he began to manipulate the emotions of his fellow gamblers. To elicit laughter, he would fold, observing their transition from tension to joy. Conversely, to induce despair, he would reveal his cards, relishing their furrowed brows. The power to sway another's emotions brought a sense of authority even more exhilarating than the act of playing itself. The card table became a vivid tapestry of human expression, where each player donned the guise of a master actor. Some appeared stern, fearful of revealing their emotions lest they be exploited, while others feigned hesitation to lure greater bets. Their performances strikingly authentic. Within the game, they were all actors, and when cards were revealed, their true emotions, joy, anger, sorrow, and elation, were laid bare without pretense. With his innate talent for gambling, Li Qingfeng surveyed the table like a specter. Captivated by the heartfelt performances of those around him, he applauded their artistry, akin to witnessing a theatrical spectacle, a nuanced experience unattainable for mere onlookers. Only by immersing oneself in the game could one grasp its intricate twists and turns. In the courtyard, Li Qingfeng and his companions found a table to sit at. The young fisherman returned punctually, exclaiming, "Ha, look, I caught a 2-kilogram fish." Chen Buzhan dashed in, carrying a bucket, followed by several boys with fishing rods. The weighty bucket suggested a bountiful catch. The kindly old man addressed Chen Buzhan with a warm smile. "Ah, Zhanhua, you've returned, grandfather. I caught such a big fish. I'll cook a pot of fish soup for you. Wishing you a long life." "Very well, very well. I hope to live many more years. I want to see you settle down and start a family," the grandfather replied. "Oh, grandfather, I'm still young, and I'm not thinking about marriage yet." Chen Buzhan felt a bit shy upon hearing this. Villagers seated nearby teased him. "Ah, Buzhan, should I ask Uncle Miao to introduce you to a young bride? You could have kids by next year." Chen Buzhan turned to look and said, "Uncle Miao, I don't want to be like you. If Miao Sa gives you a glare, you wouldn't dare breathe, you little rascal." laughter erupted at Chen Bujan's retort. With Miao being the butt of the joke, Miao inquired, "What kind of girl will you be looking for?" Chen Bujan pondered seriously and replied, "I need to find a gentle, virtuous, and beautiful girl, preferably one like the heroine from a storybook." His wishful thinking elicited more laughter. Li Qingfeng too was amused by Chen Bujan's unrealistic aspirations, recognizing that the boy was still young and lacked the harsh realities of life. A few months of toil would surely temper his enthusiasm. The grandfather, stroking his beard, smiled at Chen Bujan and said, Good, Rajanwa will surely find a fine bride." He then turned his attention to the villagers who had gathered, stating, "Today marks my 70th birthday, and I thank you all for your presence. As we are all friends and kin from the village, I shan't indulge in empty formalities. Let us eat, drink, and enjoy ourselves." With that simple declaration, the feast commenced. Li Qingfeng, Chen Lin, Chen Dahai, and the others raised their cups and exchanged stories. Watching the evening sky transition from fiery red to the encroaching night. In this village, the essence of life was encapsulated in the act of eating and drinking. The pleasures of life were fleeting, and one could easily drown in intoxication. The soft rice wine flowed, and amidst the clinking of glasses, a sense of inebriation enveloped them. It was a delightful surprise for Li Qingfeng to find that one could become intoxicated even in the midst of a game. Once drunk, the location became irrelevant. Sleep would come easily, bringing with it a sense of indifference towards life and death. A new day dawned as Li Qingfeng awoke. The scent of alcohol lingered on him, and his head felt somewhat hazy. Looking around, he recognized the familiar surroundings of Chen Lin's home. Perhaps he had been escorted back after drinking at Chen Bumming's house the previous night. Rising, he peered out the window. The morning had arrived. At this moment, Nangua village lay shrouded in a light mist, the world enveloped in moisture. A gentle breeze caressed his face, carrying a chill that hinted at the cold, although visibility was limited. The nearby scenery remained clear. He glanced toward the fields where hedgehogs were caught. The melons appeared as if frosted, ripe yet unharvested, leaving him to wonder when they would be collected. He spotted someone carrying a hoe and leading a cow along the country path, presumably heading to work in the fields. The abundant greenery surrounding him uplifted his spirits, presenting a splendid environment. Observing the melon fields, Li Qingfeng contemplated the prospect of stealthily harvesting a few melons by night. He figured that Chen Shu would likely have no objections, considering he had previously helped safeguard a patch of land for him. As Li Qingfeng stood at the window, lost in thought and allowing the cool breeze to sober him up, he heard footsteps approaching from behind. "Hey, Qingfeng, you're awake," Chen Lin remarked as he approached. "Good morning, Lin. Good, perfect timing. Let us prepare for breakfast. I brought back a bag of leftovers yesterday, just need to warm them up." "Alright then, go wash up," Chen Lin replied. Li Qingfeng washed up and changed into fresh clothes. He took a moment to check on the little hedgehog in its cage. It was still sound asleep. Blissfully unaware of its status as a captive, the food and water nearby had noticeably diminished, indicating it had been fed. It seemed this creature possessed a character of adaptability, or perhaps it simply embraced the philosophy of living well until its last moments, consuming what it could while it could. "You certainly sleep quite comfortably," Li Qingfeng teased, shaking the cage gently to rouse the little hedgehog. "Get up and get moving." The startled hedgehog, awakened abruptly, scolded Li Qingfeng with a flurry of irritable sounds, its displeasure evident. "Hey, little one, still grumpy after waking up? You're a captive, so what is there to be haughty about?" After replenishing its water, Li Qingfeng chose to ignore its complaints, deciding not to offer more leftovers, ensuring it would not starve. "There's not enough for everyone as it is, why waste food?" After checking on the hedgehog, the two sat down for breakfast. Chen Lin turned to Li Qingfeng and said, "In a bit, I'll be heading out to work, assisting the merchant caravan in sorting and preparing goods. You can explore around today. We'll set off for the county bright and early tomorrow." Word of Li Qingfeng's good fortune at cards had spread among the villagers, and many had come to recognize him as a skilled gambler. The arrival of outsiders in the village was indeed a rare occurrence, and gatherings like these resembled a large information exchange hub. The news of visitors would soon circulate throughout the village. Li Qingfeng replied, "Sure, I'll take a stroll later. By the way, is there a place in our village to learn martial arts? I'd like to give it a try and hone my skills. Even if I can't become a master like Bumming, it would be good for self-defense." Li Qingfeng sought an entry-level martial art to begin his training. During his time as a Red Stick, he had dabbled in some mixed martial arts and had learned various widely known martial arts such as Bajikwan and Tai Chi. However, it was evident that traditional martial arts alone could not elevate one's life force from 510 to 300. Mixed martial arts wouldn't cultivate inner strength either, rendering one unable to soar through the clouds. This disparity highlighted the contrast between the human and the non-human. There must be other factors at play, inner cultivation techniques and secret martial arts manuals. Judging by Chen Buming's life force, which far exceeded his own by over 60 times, it was clear that there were special methods involved. While life force might not solely represent a person's combat prowess, considering factors like strength, speed, stamina, resistance, skill, equipment, and techniques, it could serve as a reference point for evaluating someone's capability. Many aspects are interdependent. Individuals with high life forces typically excel in other areas as well. A physically powerful boxer, tall and robust, would naturally possess greater agility and punch speed than an average person. There would be no occurrence of a lumbering giant. Strength would be complemented by finesse and speed, all developing concurrently even if there were shortcomings. They would be relative to peers of the same caliber. Against ordinary individuals, it would be a dimensional onslaught. Chen Lin pondered for a moment before shaking his head, saying, "There is nowhere to learn martial arts in the village. Buming is the only martial artist here, and he is far too busy to teach you. It's best not to disturb him. In that case, once we reach the county tomorrow, I'll check out the martial arts academy there." It won't hurt to wait a day. Li Qingfeng nodded in agreement. I see, that sounds good. There will be more options in the county. Chen Lin understood that for wandering folk, a sense of security was often elusive, and he empathized with Li Qingfeng's desire to learn martial arts. However, he added, to be honest, practicing martial arts is incredibly arduous. Moreover, even if one perseveres, it doesn't guarantee results. Many end up disabled instead. It requires significant talent. With that effort, it might be more worthwhile to play a few rounds of cards instead. Li Qingfeng replied, "I'll give it a try. If it doesn't work out, I won't force it and will act within my capabilities." As adults, they each held their own thoughts, and Chen Lin did not urge them much. They focused on their meal, discussing the events that transpired at the gambling table the previous day. After a short while, once they had finished eating, Chen Lin stepped out to inspect the goods, while Li Qingfeng tidied up the dishes before exiting, intending to take a good look around the village. The sun had risen, dispelling the morning's frosty mist with its illuminating rays. The sky was a brilliant blue, and a gentle breeze swept through, evoking the refreshing feel of a cool summer day. Inhaling the fresh air invigorated his spirit. As he strolled along the cobblestone paths of the village, he looked around, hoping to discover a place of interest. After wandering a couple of times, he noticed several children carrying their belongings, heading towards the back mountain. Li Qingfeng had long outgrown the age of playing with children and could not feel their joy. He refrained from approaching them and merely watched as they departed. At that moment, an 18-year-old youth, yawning with disheveled hair tied haphazardly with a straw, emerged from a courtyard, carrying a hoe. From inside, a middle-aged voice called out, "Duzzy, go check the fields if everything is fine. Come back early, and remember to dig up some vegetables, don't dawdle." Chindo casually replied, "Old dang, don't worry, I'll just do a quick patrol, and I'll have it sorted in no time." His manner of speaking caused Li Qingfeng, who stood nearby, to cast a curious glance in his direction. Chindo, noticing Li Qingfeng's gaze, returned the look and said, "What are you staring at? Never seen a handsome guy before." "Hey, who are you? You don't seem like one of us. I haven't seen you around." Li Qingfeng scrutinized Chindo. Although he was dressed like the villagers, his demeanor and speech clearly set him apart, making it evident he was not from this place or even this world. Thus Li Qingfeng inquired with mild curiosity, "A player?" Upon hearing Li Qingfeng's question, Chindo's previously languid expression vanished, replaced by curiosity as he looked at Li Qingfeng. "Oh, you're a player too? That's rare. I thought I was the only one in this village. Are you from Lulu County? I heard there are players active there." Li Qingfeng shook his head and replied, "No, I'm a refugee. I just entered the game yesterday. By the way, what are you going to do?" He pointed at the hoe in Chendo's hand. "Oh, a new player. As for this, it's considered a daily task. I am just going to check on the crops in the field to see if anything is missing, and make sure the pigs don't eat them. I'll also do some fertilizing, watering, and pest control, while picking some vegetables to take back for cooking. Let us talk as we walk," Chindo said as he headed towards the fields, with Li Qingfeng following, asking, "Is there an experience point reward for completing this daily task? Also, how do I bring up the attribute panel? I spent half the day yesterday trying to figure it out." Chindo chuckled at Li Qingfeng's inquiry. "You must have skipped the cutscene." "Right, how did you know?" Li Qingfeng asked. Chindo explained, "If you had watched the cutscene and gone through the subsequent procedures, you would know this game doesn't have an attribute panel, nor does it mention experience points." Li Qingfeng responded, "If there are no experience points, then what rewards do you receive for completing these daily tasks?" Chindo replied, "Daily tasks are just a metaphor to make it easier for you to understand. Essentially, I'm just going to take a look around the fields. If you wander around your own fields, what rewards do you expect? Some coins. Don't apply your previous gaming perceptions to this game. Treat it as a real-world. In reality, do you have an attribute panel or experience points? If not, neither does this place. Li Qingfeng looked at the life value indicator of 78 hovering above Chendo's head. Feeling that his statement was incorrect, however, having finally encountered another player, he decided to inquire further. Li Qingfeng nodded. I see. So how should one play this game? Leveling up and fighting monsters, solving mysteries, exploring, searching for treasures, or farming and nurturing? Chendo nodded and shook his head. I'm uncertain how to play either. Currently, players are still exploring. Some have joined hidden sects in the forums, while others have become order maintainers in a state faction. Some start from wealthy merchant families, while others spawn in bandit dens. Your starting background is determined by a dice roll, and I ended up as a farmer's son. The Qian Kuan realm has 8 states. And beyond those, there are many wild lands where players from various places spawn. The elements you mentioned can all be found within the Qian Kuan realm. It is quite free here. You can do whatever you wish. Fighting monsters is an option. Someone in Koan state has seen zombies. Leveling up is also possible. There's a big shot who, due to his innate talent, has become a key trainee at a martial arts school. You can be an official, a bandit, or a farmer. It's all up to you. In short, treat this place as a real world, and many questions will naturally resolve themselves. Brother Do, you seem to know quite a bit. Li Qingfeng remarked. What else with the name Do? It sounds rather unpleasant. Call me Mo Ran Hui Shou. They arrived at the field where Chendo cultivated vegetables. The grain fields are outside the village. After the old man finishes his meal, he'll check on them himself. I'll just see how the vegetables are doing here and head back to eat. Then, I'll find old Deng to earn some coins and invite my sister out for some fun. Chendo's vegetable fields were also within the village. After a short walk, they arrived. Observing Chendo's adept patrolling of the fields, Li Qingfeng asked, So brother Mo Ran Hui Shou, are you a farming player? Chendo sighed and replied, What else can I do? This is my family's situation. I in the countryside. If you don't have money, it's tough to even enter the city. A stroll in the city costs money. I might as well stay in the countryside. Upon entering the game, I was only given a farming talent, which boosts the yield of 10 acres by 10% and ensures the crops are safe from drought and flood. But what good is that? The harvest in a year can barely earn a few coins. Still, the environment here is quite pleasant, with pastoral scenery and clear waters, far superior to the pollution of the city. I might as well treat it as a vacation. Although Chendo complained about his meager talent and poor starting conditions, he was still diligent in his patrol. Li Qingfeng inquired, Do you know if there are any hidden tasks in this village? Or any hidden masters who can teach martial arts? Chendo replied, Don't think about that. Imagine you're comfortably at home when someone barges in asking for you to take on a task. Wouldn't you think they're crazy? Although this is a game, let us be realistic. Li Qingfeng said, So I can only go to the county to find a martial arts school, Chendo affirmed. Yes, for ordinary players like us, the only way to learn martial arts is to go to a martial arts school, and it costs a lot. Those born into prestigious families truly have the best luck. Li Qingfeng asked, How do you access the forum you mentioned? Chendo replied, Press and hold the Qian Kuan Realm game icon on your phone for 10 seconds without moving, and you'll enter the forum. It is quite convenient. Once you're in the forum, just activate it. There is no need to register. You can browse the forum while in the game. Those who skip cutscenes miss a lot of information. It is normal. I spent over 2 hours going through all the processes. Speeding through the game might lead to missing certain messages. Each has its own trade-offs. Fortunately, I'm a storyline enthusiast and found it quite interesting. Li Qingfeng said, That sounds good. I'll try it later. I know very little about this game. Chapter 18, Forum Section. Chendo continued, By the way, I advise you not to expect hidden tasks when playing this game. Hoping for hidden masters in small places is nonsense. You can't raise a true dragon in the depths of the ocean. Many people on the forum have been swindled out of their possessions by pretentious beggars and fortune-tellers. It is tragic, there was even a fool who wanted to learn ancestral secret arts from an old man, spending a fortune, only to discover it was the art of making sugar figurines. That post had me in stitches. What is wrong with these people? Posts about getting scammed have become daily threads, with new ones popping up every day, yet people still fall for it. It is quite foolish. Li Qingfeng inquired, Is it really that unfortunate? It seems the NPCs in this game are quite shrewd. Is there no way to discern the strength of others, for instance a skill that reveals their level or attributes to prevent being scammed? From their earlier conversation, Li Qingfeng sensed that Chendo might lack the ability to see others' health values. Thus, he subtly asked. Chendo swung his hoe while digging up vegetables and replied, No, unless you have a scouting talent, which is quite rare. I've only seen someone boast about having it in the forum once. Whether it's true or just bragging, I can't be certain. If it were possible to see other people's levels, there wouldn't be so many players lamenting on the forum. If you had a skill in real life that could see through others' information, you'd be soaring high. Chendo's remarks confirmed Li Qingfeng's suspicions. The ability to see others' health values likely stemmed from the talent of endless slaughter, just as the gambler's talent allowed one to see the odds at the table. It was a unique ability, yet, since he could see health values, other players must possess talents that reveal strength, stamina, or even luck. Li Qingfeng's mind raced as he imagined the possible talents these players might have. Chendo turned his gaze to Li Qingfeng and asked, "Oh, I forgot to ask your name. Do you have a decent talent?" Li Qingfeng responded, "I'm called Qingfeng Yijiu, and I randomly got a rather useless gambling talent, which has a chance of increasing the cards I receive while playing." He adapted Chendo's method to create a game name for himself, while also altering the gambler's talent to reflect its effects. Upon hearing Li Qingfeng's talent, Chendo's eyes lit up with envy as he exclaimed, "Wow, that talent is impressive. If you use it while playing cards, wouldn't you be unstoppable, with wealth flowing in?" Villagers often gathered to play cards in chat during their free time. If the probability of your talent activating is high, then there is hope for earning money through martial arts training. Li Qingfeng chuckled and remarked, "I find this talent to be rather mediocre. Fundamentally, it's still a gamble. If I can draw a good hand, others can certainly do the same. One moment of impulsiveness, a hefty wager. But if my hand pales in comparison to the opponent's, wouldn't that lead to total loss?" Chendo pondered for a moment, realizing that Li Qingfeng had a point, yet he inquired, "Then why not exercise restraint and control the amount wagered?" Gradually accumulating wealth through high win rates, Li Qingfeng glanced at Chendo, sensing that he was likely still of university age, and asked, "Have you ever gambled? Have you ever been to a casino?" Chendo shook his head, replying, "I've played cards for fun with relatives and friends, but the stakes were always minimal, and I've never set foot in a casino. In an ideal scenario, as you mentioned, with a higher probability of drawing good cards, one could indeed win gradually. However, once you find yourself in that environment, you will understand that it becomes involuntary, especially when you believe you've drawn a strong hand. The temptation to go all in is immense. It's not as simple as saying you won't place a bet. Li Qingfeng shared his observations from the previous day, noting that those at the gambling tables who had drawn strong hands and lost were often reckless, wagering their all without hesitation. Convincing them to reveal their cards is an impossible feat. Chendo appeared skeptical. If you fix an amount and reveal your cards once you reach it, what's so difficult about that? Surely forcing oneself to reveal cards wouldn't pose a challenge. Li Qingfeng laughed and posed a question. "Let us take the game of Zhejian as an example. If you were to draw 3 aces, would you really wager twice before revealing your cards?" Chendo found himself momentarily speechless, grappling with the question. Is it even conceivable to reveal my cards? If I had 3 aces, I would wager everything, even my house, to go head-to-head against my opponent. Yet, this contradicts what I just said about stopping at a fixed amount. He continued, 3 aces. How can I remain rational? I understand your point. Drawing good cards and then stopping at a fixed amount seems implausible to others. It would appear too suspicious, as if there were some trickery involved. As Chendo dug in the soil, contemplating the flaws in his hastily proposed plan, he recalled that Li Qingfeng's talent was solely about drawing good cards. What if by chance, the opponent drew an even better hand? There are simply too many uncontrollable variables for gamblers. This talent is undoubtedly a divine gift. Even without any enhancements, they would still gamble, even if it leads to their ruin. Moreover, with the ability to draw good cards, it is enough to drive gamblers into a frenzy. Yet for those who do not gamble, this talent is merely a nuisance, unnecessary and regrettable to discard. Yet tasteless to keep. Chendo picked up the vegetables he had dug out and began walking home, saying, "Indeed, you make a valid point. I was remiss in my considerations. If I had 3 aces, I would wager my property deed without hesitation." Li Qingfeng followed behind him, listening to Chendo's response while contemplating Chen Lin's expertise in card tricks. He added, "What if you wagered your property deed, and the opponent revealed a 2-3-5, the smallest hand would beat your 3 aces? What would you do then?" Chendo paused, picturing the scenario Li Qingfeng described, feeling the sense of helplessness and rage that would accompany such a loss. Clenching the hoe tightly, he cursed, "If I had 3 aces and he dared to reveal a 2-3-5, I would smash him with this hoe." Li Qingfeng chuckled, saying, "In gambling, deception is rampant. What if the opponent possesses skills in card manipulation and cheats? No matter how strong your cards are, they are never guaranteed." Chendo nodded in agreement, replying, "Indeed, it's best to steer clear of gambling altogether. Abstaining is the way to win." Li Qingfeng shifted the topic, asking, "By the way, are you familiar with the martial arts academy in the county? I heard that Chen Bumming from the village is a practitioner there, Chindo replied him. I've seen him, he is quite a burly fellow. Albeit a bit dull-witted and taciturn, I've heard he is a direct disciple of the county's martial arts academy, but really how formidable can a disciple of a martial arts academy be? Perhaps even less so than those who randomly join a major sect. Li Qingfeng countered, yet I've heard he is more formidable than 100 bandits, Chindo exclaimed. Nonsense, you're just listening to the villagers boast. It's merely a case of a martial artist emerging from the village and everyone inflates his reputation. 1 against 100, does he truly believe that, unless he is a blood-changing warrior? But who among the villagers would sink to such boasting? I could claim that the actress Lillian is my wife. Li Qingfeng shrugged, unsure of the nuances of cultivation levels and health points, but considering Chen Lin's assertion that Chen Bumming was a blood-changing warrior with over 300 health points compared to his own 56, it was indeed impressive. I've heard that Chen Bumming is a blood-changing warrior, he mused. That must be a rumor. What kind of expert could possibly emerge from a small, dilapidated village? Can he really be compared to those world-destroying figures from cutscenes? Quite absurd. Chindo, having frequented forums, had seen numerous posts about players being deceived and naturally assumed that Li Qingfeng had also been duped by the villagers. By the way, I have another question. Do you know what happens to game characters after logging off? Do they disappear entirely, or are they controlled by AI, and when you log back on, where do you reappear? Li Qingfeng had intended to test this himself, but seeing that Chindo seemed well informed, he directly inquired. Chindo responded, forum veterans have tested this matter, and the result is that game characters disappear without a trace upon logging off. Furthermore, NPCs rationalize the absence during that time. However, it is advisable to log off in a safe, concealed location, otherwise you could be ambushed or corpse camped upon logging back. Li Qingfeng nodded, indicating his understanding as they approached Chindo's home. He asked, tomorrow, the Pumpkin Merchant Association is heading to the county. I'm thinking of checking if I can learn martial arts. Are you coming along? Chindo shook his head decisively. No way. Li Qingfeng appeared puzzled. If you're not going, what will you do in this village? Can't you see there is nothing here to improve upon? There are no martial arts academies, no escort agencies, no schools. I haven't even seen a place of learning. Chindo smirked slyly. Heh, my old man introduced me to a marriage prospect. The girl is sweet and gentle, a petite beauty, absolutely adorable. The best part is she is 16 this year, standing at just 1.50 meters. Barely reaching my chest. We're getting married next month, with such a wonderful wife. Why would I need to go to the county? Li Qingfeng inquired. Is there a possibility of intimacy in this game? Chindo responded, just look at how I've learned to speak with NPCs. I've become quite eloquent. Of course, it's possible. I've seen posts from some of the first players from a year ago. And some of them are already grandparents. The time flow in the game is different, as you may have noticed. One player has remained in the game for over 40 years, now in their 60s. They're still alive. According to their posts, they're still under 30 in real life, having lived an additional 40 years. Before long, they arrived at Chindo's doorstep. He turned to Li Qingfeng and said, this is it. I'll head in now. After dinner, I'll be playing around with my wife. If you need anything, you can send me a private message on the forum. Just look for me in the Pumpkin Village section. I've posted there. Li Qingfeng nodded, acknowledging that he understood. Chindo, with hoe and vegetables in hand, casually pushed open the door and stepped inside, moving with the ease of any villager, truly embodying the role of Chindo. Having learned of the forum's existence, Li Qingfeng decided to explore it. He found a spot to log off and return to reality. Glancing at the time, it was still nighttime. 1 night in the real world equated to 15 days in the game. A strikingly disproportionate ratio that made one long to remain in the game. As he picked up his phone, several collection notices flashed across the screen, along with 2 missed calls, all from persistent debt collectors. They truly were relentless. One could only applaud their tenacity. Ignoring them, he pressed and held the game icon for 10 seconds, opening the forum for the game. Qian Kuanjie. The forum was remarkably simple and straightforward. Adorned in blue and white. It prompted him to enter his forum name. He typed Qingfeng, suspecting it might already be taken, and had a backup name ready. Upon confirming, he was pleasantly surprised to find that the name had not been duplicated. And he was granted access to the forum. Did my name actually get approved? Perhaps it allows for duplicates. If someone is named Zhang Wei, surely a second person can also bear that name. A small notification appeared, registration successful. A newcomer reminder. To open the forum while in-game, simply say open forum. Please ensure your safety while accessing the forum in-game. The forum consisted of 10 sections, 1 general section and 9 regional sections. The general section had a variety of posts. Li Qingfeng glanced at the 9 regional sections, which were divided into Huawei Ji Chen, Kenjian Ishan, Sunli Kuan, and Dui. Li Qingfeng was situated in Kenzhou within the game. Clicking into the Kenzhou section revealed an abundance of posts, most authored by residents of Kenzhou. He also noted that within the Kenzhou section, there were several lower-tier sections representing various counties. Beneath the county sections, there were further subdivisions for districts, towns, and villages, akin to a nested doll, very abstract indeed. Fortunately, despite the multitude of sections, the layout was not cumbersome, based on his location within the game. He quickly found the corresponding section. If memory served him correctly, it should be Kenzhou Qingyijun Hishifu Luluxian Nangua Siuenda. There it is, there are only a few posts here. The latest post in the Pumpkin Village section was by someone named Mo Ranhuisho, asking, "Are there any players in Pumpkin Village? Come out and chat, this must be Chen Do." Beneath his post, there were replies. The second reply read, "Hey, is there a new player in Pumpkin Village? Hello, hello." Mo Ranhuisho responded, "Big shot, how do you play this game? Where are you in the village? I'd like to come find you, Jibai. I have been away from the village for over a decade now, and I am currently teaching at the Nanling Academy in Heshi Prefecture. If you find yourself here, feel free to seek me out. I would be delighted to take you on a tour of Heshi Prefecture." Mo Ranhuisho, "Sure, esteemed one, check your private messages. I have some inquiries regarding gaming that I would like to consult you about." Chen Do's post was exceedingly brief, ceasing at that point. The remaining scattered posts in Pumpkin Village are quite dated. With the exception of this individual named Jibai, the others have long ceased to contribute. Perhaps, with no responses forthcoming, Jibai simply chose to remain silent. Li Qingfeng surmised that this person had likely moved on to the Heshi Prefecture section. Chapter 19, Death Warning. Li Qingfeng perused all the posts in the Pumpkin Village section, finding little of value. He gained a general understanding of the village, which appeared to be an ordinary settlement. Nestled by mountains and rivers with a pleasant geographical setting, observing the posts in reality made time and the game pass swiftly. Thus, he activated the Qiankuan realm, intending to delve into the game and thoroughly explore the forum's functionalities. Within Pumpkin Village, due to a brief delay in reality, it was now midday in the game. The sun began its ascent, and autumn's lingering heat made a surprising return. The morning was cool, yet the afternoon turned unexpectedly warm. Fortunately, a gentle breeze offered some relief. Li Qingfeng sought a tranquil spot to sit. A large banyan tree provided shade, alongside a stone stool and table. The table bore the etched lines of a chessboard, suggesting it had weathered many seasons of wind and rain. Fallen leaves adorned the stone bench, their withered yellow hue reminiscent of autumn's approach. Under the sun, the heat was palpable, yet beneath the tree's shade, a refreshing coolness enveloped him. Li Qingfeng, undeterred by the fallen leaves and twigs, brushed them aside and settled onto the stone bench, reciting, "Open the forum." As he uttered the words, a luminous screen unfolded before him. Suspended in the air, mirroring the interface of his mobile device, with a swipe of his hand across the luminous display, he discovered it operated similarly to his phone. This time, Li Qingfeng chose not to enter the Kanzhou section but remained within the central forum. The central forum was a vibrant tapestry of content, featuring discussions on romance, gossip, gaming strategies, and sect debates, all shaped by the experiences of the poster. Li Qingfeng began to sift through the posts. The first post lamented, "Earning money in the game is exceedingly arduous. My luck is abysmal, and I drew a worthless talent, lacking any special skills. I found a job where the NPCs treat me like livestock, making my daytime labor excruciating, even logging into the game. I am still forced to toil." A second poster replied, "Run for it, this is slave labor, it's not worth it. Let's go gather herbs in the deep mountains. A single spirit herb could lead us to fortune." The third chimed in, "I can spot a scam from a mile away. Hurry to our Shang Escort Bureau. Our reputation is stellar, and the pay is excellent. We are renowned across the 8 states. And the gold notes are quite substantial." The fourth encouraged, "Hang in there, the toughest moments are often just before success. Persistence is victory, keep pushing forward." The responses below were quite entertaining, each player showcasing their unique sense of humor. Li Qingfeng chuckled as he finished reading the post, offering a moment of silent tribute to the poster's gaming work experience. Shifting his focus to the next post, he found someone in distress. "I went hunting in the mountains and am now surrounded by a pack of wolves. My companions from the village have been devoured. I am trembling up in a tree. What should I do? I urgently need help." The post included a screenshot, which Li Qingfeng clicked on. It revealed a view from atop a tree, where a large tree stood tall, encircled by a pack of wolves below. One mangled body, presumably that of the poster's companion, lay in a gruesome state. The pack of grey wolves surrounded the tree. Gazing up at the poster, their jaws stained with fresh blood, exuding an air of cruel savagery, their amber eyes glinted with sharpness and ferocity. Li Qingfeng counted 7 wolves visible in the screenshot. Uncertain if there were more lurking beyond the frame, the second reply suggested, just jump down. Killing 1 will cover your losses, and 2 means you won't be at a loss 1 month later. You'll be a hero, the third offered. You can't save him. Just wait to die. Farewell. The fourth remarked, wolves are extremely patient creatures. If you wish to survive, avoid hasty actions, for recklessness leads to mistakes and depletes your strength. Just endure until the village realizes you are missing and comes searching. There may yet be a glimmer of hope. Noticing the time, Li Qingfeng observed that this post had just been made. He clicked to bookmark it, intending to return later to see if the poster had become wolf fodder. Switching to another post, someone sought advice. How can I win over the sect's eldest sister? The moment I laid eyes on her, I felt love at first sight. I seek the wisdom of great masters. I'm willing to offer compensation. Accompanying the post was a screenshot depicting the sister, who appeared ethereal, as if she had stepped out of an animated realm, her beauty almost surreal. The second commenter quipped, "Is this your sister? She looks just like my wife." The third advised, "My friend, I suggest you abandon any hopes of pursuing her." The fourth shared a 20-point guide on seduction techniques crafted around human psychology, concluding with, employ these methods, and you shall surely win over the eldest sister. When you do, remember to pay up. The Chenkuan Realm Game Forum featured a screenshot function, which required a fee of 100 Chenkuan coins for each use. Thus, the posters had indeed invested money for their images. Li Qingfeng regarded the poster's picture, nodding in approval, and clicked to save it. Now she is my wife. Completing his reading of this post, he moved on to another. A user posted, I have encountered an extraordinary individual. I seek the insight of masters. Does anyone know if he is genuine, and whether I should invest resources? The poster included a lengthy description of the remarkable person and their discussions. The post also featured a screenshot of this individual, who exuded an air of ethereal grace, possessing refined features that suggested he was quite handsome in his youth. With narrowed eyes, he appeared poised and ageless, his hair and beard white yet his countenance radiant with vitality. Holding a feather duster with an air of composure befitting a master, fostering an instant sense of admiration, the second commenter cautioned, another scammer, mark my words. The third added, how do these charlatans keep appearing? How can people keep falling for this? The fourth insisted, ignore the naysayers. This is undoubtedly a master. If you seize the opportunity, you shall soar to greatness. The fifth warned, this is clearly a con. Trust your instincts. The sixth proclaimed, poster, go for it. I support you. If you succeed, you will be a legend. If you fail, you will still be a king. Either way, it's a win. The 18th commenter quipped, sixth, you keep winning. Eventually, you'll lose everything. Li Qingfeng regarded this post and recalled the fortune teller he had once confronted, shaking his head, pondering the likelihood of it being a ruse. He continued scrolling through the next post, defeating the heroes of the world. Forging an invincible sword. I seek defeat. This marks my 143rd challenge, merely for record-keeping. Location, Lizhou.my. Target for the duel, the eldest brother of the Tiger's Roar Hall, Dong Lichou. Date, August 30th. The second commenter excitedly noted, the Great One is challenging again. The third inquired, are you finally mastering your skills? The esteemed one. The fourth praised, you are truly impressive. The fifth asked, Lizhou? I am in Luoyang City. Does anyone know where Tiger's Roar Hall is? If it's nearby, I would love to witness this duel. The sixth informed, Tiger's Roar Hall is in Lizhou, in the Shuyang County of Chengqing Prefecture, Huanhu County. Yet if you are in Luoyang City, it's quite close. The seventh commenter expressed gratitude. Thank you for your assistance. Here are 10 Chenkuan coins as a token of appreciation. I happen to have free time in the next couple of days and would like to witness the prowess of the esteemed one. Li Qingfeng, once certain of the distance to Lizhou, bookmarked the post, planning to observe the outcome later. He switched to another post. Trouble is afoot. I have stumbled upon a spirit herb. The excitement and exuberance of the poster were palpable through their words. Fenghua, brothers, trouble is afoot. While gathering herbs today, I encountered a spirit herb radiating green light. Does anyone recognize its worth? Help me assess. The post featured a picture, which upon inspection revealed a spirit herb resembling a reishi mushroom. Its emerald hue vibrant and enticing, exuding an air of luxury even through the screen. The second commenter exclaimed, impossible, absolutely impossible. The third doubted, I don't believe it. You must be joking. The fourth lamented, ahua. We agreed to share both fortune and misfortune together. Today, are you abandoning me for riches? The fifth explained, Chui Ling, one of the innate medicinal herbs, is in high demand among major factions. Prices have skyrocketed, yet availability is scarce. The sixth warned, I advise you to delete this post. You won't be able to handle it, and beware of being targeted." Upon seeing the spirit herb, Li Qingfeng recalled the talking little fox. He wondered if it would visit him tonight. If not, he would need to set off for the county town tomorrow. Additionally, he pondered how to handle his own spirit herb once it arrived. He decided to set aside those thoughts, as the fox may not even show up, and if it did, it might not be loyal and could very well flee. He prepared himself to enjoy some delicious hedgehog meat instead. Disregarding those considerations, Li Qingfeng savored the various posts on the forum, amused by the wit of the netizens, often unable to stifle his laughter. From these posts, he gleaned a wealth of knowledge related to the game. As he continued scrolling, he stumbled upon a highly acclaimed post titled "Observations in the Game." Clicking in, he noted it had been published a year ago in 2076, with the latest edits occurring today. The poster's name was Wuji.p.s. The content of this post has been modified by me due to the progress of the game and the expansion of my knowledge. Some previously incorrect information has been amended. I hail from Qianzhou, Fangsuan County, Xiang Prefecture, atop the majestic Tianji Mountain, where I am an inner disciple known as Wujida. I am among the first cohort of players in the Qian Kuan realm. Allow me to elucidate some of my insights and perspectives regarding this game. Should there be any discrepancies, I welcome your corrections for a collective discourse. This post is rather extensive. It required quite some time for Li Qingfeng to peruse thoroughly. Yet it is laden with substantial content, akin to a strategy guide, significantly enhancing Li Qingfeng's comprehension of this game world. Unlike previous posts, which leaned heavily towards entertainment, this one resonated with depth. Upon completing the read, Li Qingfeng felt compelled to commend this Wuji fellow. Having gleaned a wealth of knowledge from his discourse, this post has garnered over 730,000 Qian Kuan coins in rewards. 1 copper coin can be exchanged for 1 Qian Kuan coin, thus Wuji has accumulated a staggering 73,000 copper coins solely from this one post, equating to 730 taels. The essence of the content largely revolves around treating this game as a reflection of the real world, advising against a frivolous gaming mentality. Furthermore, several strategies were proposed, catering to players of varying beginnings and ranks. Additionally, insights, understandings, and common knowledge about the Qian Kuan realm were shared. The author concluded with an emphatic warning highlighted in bold red: "Do not die. Do not die. Do not die." The penalties for death in this game are exceedingly severe. Upon dying, all is lost: talents, equipment, wealth, rendering one as though they have truly perished. Players are granted 3 opportunities for resurrection. Upon the first death, one must await a month in the real world, while 2.5 years pass in-game before they may create a new character. The second death necessitates a 6-month wait in reality, translating to 15 years in-game. After the third death, the individual in the real world will vanish without a trace. This is a game where death is a genuine threat. And many of you may have seen recent reports from the officials. It is clear that when such matters are publicized by the authorities, numerous occurrences have transpired, and they can no longer be concealed. Currently, the forum boasts 360,000 registered players, not to mention the countless who have bypassed the animations, abstained from forum participation, or even deactivated their accounts. As a veteran player who has navigated the Qian Kuan realm for over a year, ranking within the top 100 with my original account, and having invested 30 years in-game, I believe I possess a profound understanding of this game. Much of the wisdom I share stems from the trials and tribulations I have faced alongside friends from the forum. Hoping to facilitate a smoother journey for you all in the Qian Kuan realm. In closing, I advise players who have died twice to refrain from creating a third character, as the consequences are dire. Li Qingfeng's confusions were clarified by this poster. For instance, players who skip animations tend to start with a lower familial background and miss out on significant information. Consequently, when acquiring talents, there is a probability of receiving talents related to one's experiences. It was through this that Li Qingfeng comprehended the origins of the gambler's talent. It is not arbitrary but linked to his decision to skip the animation. Li Qingfeng also learned that talents possess varying levels of authority. Each talent has its own permissions, also referred to as limits. When an inevitable hit encounters a guaranteed dodge, who prevails? The answer: the talent with the higher authority prevails. The authority levels are concealed, and players like Wuji continue to explore this aspect. Further updates will be shared when available. As for the final warning, Li Qingfeng did not take it to heart, considering there are still 2 opportunities remaining. After all, what joy is there in life if one fears death? As Li Qingfeng scrolled further down the post, he noticed numerous replies had vanished. Originally, the second and third floors had normal discussions. Yet the next reply jumped to the 20th floor. The intervening posts had simply disappeared. Upon further inspection, Li Qingfeng discovered that those missing posts belonged to users who had either perished or deactivated their accounts, resulting in their contributions vanishing as well. Continuing to peruse the forum, he engaged in pleasant conversation with some villagers. The afternoon slipped away swiftly, the sky painted with beautiful evening hues, and as a flock of geese flew by, Li Qingfeng felt a pang of hunger and made his way to Qianlin's abode. Chapter 20. The cleverest fox in the mountains back again. Have you encountered anything amusing? Qianlin yawned. Appearing somewhat fatigued from a day's labor, the midday sun had been quite warm, prompting him to find a shaded spot to converse with the villagers, who shared that he was to be wed. The villagers Li Qingfeng referred to were those led by the outsider, Qindo. Qianlin remarked, a wedding? It must be Dohua from the old Liang family, if I recall correctly. It's happening next month. He will be working in the county then, so he may not have the time to return. Perfect. After dinner, I shall deliver a gift on his behalf to save myself a trip later. Let us eat. Today's meal is a reflection on hardships past. There is no meat. Qianlin had gathered some vegetables and beans from the fields for their meal. Is there any wine? Certainly, I brought back a large bag of peanuts today, just right for pairing with the wine. As the meal progressed and the moon climbed above the willow trees, Qianlin sauntered out after they finished eating. Li Qingfeng stood by the window, listening to the chorus of frogs, feeling the chilling breeze of the cold moonlight wash over him, intoxicating him with a gentle haze. He awaited the arrival of the fox. As darkness enveloped the land, entering and exiting the village became exceedingly effortless. While browsing the forum at the window, he soon heard a series of high-pitched calls. Gg. A silvery white fox stood in the field, calling out to Li Qingfeng. You truly came. Wait, I'll come find you. With the little fox's arrival piqued Li Qingfeng's interest. He shut down the forum, grabbed a shoulder pole, and picked up the hedgehog cage. Preparing for their encounter. In the moonlit field, the standoff ensued between man and fox. Gg. The little fox called out twice. Li Qingfeng replied, stop speaking your local dialect, I can't comprehend it. Aren't you capable of human speech? The hedgehog in the cage responded with a few high-pitched calls, seemingly replying to the fox. Li Qingfeng remarked, oh, so you were checking if the prickles were still alive? Quite clever of you, the little fox huffed. You human, I've brought what you asked for. Quickly release my friend. Li Qingfeng scrutinized the fox for a moment but failed to spot any fruit. He inquired, where is it? I don't see anything. Don't try to fool me, otherwise I may resort to eating meat. The little fox rummaged through its fur, producing a small, fiery red fruit. This fruit was not large, about the size of a ripe plum, exuding an enchanting aura and emanating a faint red glow, which was distinctly visible under the moonlight. Here it is. Release my friend, and I will give it to you. If you fail to honor the agreement, I shall summon the nine-tailed king to punish you. The little fox glared fiercely at Li Qingfeng, threatening him. Li Qingfeng responded, oh, so you have a backing, do you? Very well, I am not one to neglect principles. In our line of work, reputation is paramount. If you can deliver the goods, we shall engage in a fair exchange payment for the item, and all shall be well. We need not resort to conflict. Who knows, we may collaborate in the future. The little fox furrowed its brow and said, I don't understand, what are you rambling on about? Quickly release my friend. Li Qingfeng shrugged and squatted down to unlock the cage. The little hedgehog attempted to dash towards the little fox but was restrained by Li Qingfeng's pole. The little fox grew anxious. What are you doing? Li Qingfeng replied, as expected of a fox, you don't understand language. I've been quite clear. Payment upon delivery. Releasing it signifies my sincerity. Where is yours? I need that fruit, the little fox retorted. Release it, and I shall give you the fruit, Li Qingfeng countered. If you do not give me the fruit, how can I release it? The little fox insisted. If I hand over the item, what if you do not release it? You have no choice. The initiative lies with me. Li Qingfeng whistled nonchalantly, appearing indifferent, which further infuriated the little fox. Enraged, the little fox raised its voice. Here, the little fox hurled the fruit at Li Qingfeng, who caught it. Hey, you have quite the temper. Take it easy. Li Qingfeng examined the fiery red fruit in his hand. It appeared plump and robust. He inhaled its fragrance, feeling invigorated, his mouth watering with an urge to consume it. Even if it did not grant the ability to converse with animals as the fox claimed, it was still a valuable item. Now can you release my friend? The little fox shouted at Li Qingfeng. Is this the item? How do I know you haven't given me a fake? Li Qingfeng questioned, refusing to release the hedgehog. It's clearly it. You are untrustworthy, you vile human. The little fox was incensed. Its silver fur bristling with fury, radiating its indignation. Li Qingfeng raised the pole that blocked the hedgehog, saying, all right, here, take it back. I am a person of principle. Here, take this little one and make haste. Do not let me catch you again. The hedgehog, having conserved its energy for days, dashed away swiftly upon being freed. Watching the fox and the hedgehog disappear from sight, Li Qingfeng gazed at the fruit in his hand, swallowed hard, and headed towards Chen Lin's home. Upon returning to his room, he closed the door securely and placed the fruit on the table. The gentle moonlight filtered through the window, illuminating the fruit as if it absorbed all the available light. In that moment, amidst the darkness, the fruit shone like a lantern, becoming the sole source of light that captivated Li Qingfeng's gaze. What a remarkable treasure! I shall post an inquiry to see if anyone knows its value. He opened the forum, exchanged 1 or 2 silver coins for 1,000 Qiankuan coins, then utilized the screenshot function to capture an image of the fruit that absorbed moonlight from a favorable angle. Enter the main forum section, select the posting function. Shocking, a certain place has astonishingly revealed a fruit that endows animals with intelligence, enabling them to speak to esteemed experts. Hasten to witness this miraculous fruit and ascertain its value. Greetings to all, I am Qingfeng Yizhou. Today, my friend discovered a vibrant red fruit deep in the mountains. He speculates that this fruit possesses the ability to allow animals to converse. I wonder if there are any knowledgeable individuals who can verify its authenticity? If it is indeed true, what might its price be? Could it possibly make us both rich? I choose to attach a screenshot, sharing the freshly taken photograph. The quality of this photo is remarkable. As clear as if seen with the naked eye. I opt to conceal the in-game location of the poster. Click to post. Ding. The post was successfully submitted. After finishing the post, Li Qingfeng reclined on his bed. Beginning to browse the forum before long, numerous replies appeared, and his private messages were already overflowing at 99. Such rapid responses, the players are exceedingly active. Opening his post, he noted the following replies. 2nd floor, Fire Tong Lu Ming. 3rd floor, I don't know, but I'm helping to boost. 4th floor, another one seeking wealth, you all ought to be ashamed. 5th floor, is it really that lucrative for herbalists? Now you've piqued my curiosity. I want to try it too. The wages here are far too low and the work is exhausting. 23rd floor, the poster named asking the healer for the common people. What you have there is a crimson spirit fruit. It does not grant animals intelligence. This fruit contains true energy, qualifying it as a spiritual medicine beneficial for martial artists, allowing them to experience a period of true energy. Ordinary individuals should not consume it recklessly, as they may suffer unbearable abdominal pain. Those with weak constitutions or illnesses face the risk of death if they consume it, so caution is paramount. It also has an enticing effect. Be sure to store it properly to prevent children from seeing it. This fruit is typically sought after by various martial arts schools and factions in ordinary counties. The one in your screenshot appears to be of good quality and should be worth around 40 taels of silver. For safety, you can directly use the forum's teleportation feature. You may receive private messages from interested buyers. If no one messages you, consider posting a trade offer. The system's scanning price will be somewhat lower, yet still reasonable. Safety first. After asking the healer for the common people made his reply, immediately others began responding beneath him. Caught the esteemed healer. Warm greetings to the top expert, Laborer Chang. 40 taels is a lot. I unload cargo at the docks, toiling endlessly for a month, and I only earn 3 taels of silver. He finds a herb worth a year's income. Esteemed healer, could you assess the value of the spiritual medicine I posted about? Laborer Chang, your unloading is merely tiring, but it's safe and stable. As herbalists, we gamble our lives for wealth. We have to traverse deep mountains and treacherous marshlands, face venomous creatures and fierce beasts without flinching, and remain wary of rivals. It's not that simple. The responses in asking the healer for the common people as post rapidly surged, indicating that his expertise in appraising herbs on the forum was a promising avenue. Seeing the reply from asking the healer for the common people, Li Qingfeng was momentarily taken aback, then turned his gaze to the crimson spirit fruit on the table, muttering to himself, isn't this supposed to grant animals intelligence and allow them to speak? The reply from the 31st floor clarified Li Qingfeng's doubts. Meng Jilian, you truly jest. The enlightenment fruit that grants intelligence to animals sells for tens of thousands of taels, nearly rivaling longevity elixirs, and is a rare commodity. What you have is merely an ordinary crimson spirit fruit. 32nd floor, disperse. Yet another fool dreaming of riches, mistaking herbs for illusions, realizing his naivety and that he had been deceived by the little fox. Li Qingfeng first rewarded the poster asking the healer for the common people with 100 Qiankuan coins, leaving a note. Thank you, esteemed healer, for your guidance. 40 taels will suffice to bring joy to my 2 brothers. Gazing at the fruit, Li Qingfeng shook his head, concluding, "How amusing, yet again I've been duped. It seems I am ill-suited for business. I should simply resort to thievery. What sort of business requires exchanging money for goods? As if it were real, I should seize the fox, the fruit, and everything at once. I was too hasty and must learn from this. A talking fox posted on the forum would surely cause a frenzy. I truly underestimated the situation." Opening his private messages on the forum, he discovered they were nearly overflowing. Some inquired if the crimson spirit fruit was for sale and offered to cover the shipping costs through forum teleportation. Li Qingfeng, unfamiliar with this function, chose to ignore them. Others asked where he had acquired the crimson spirit fruit and if he could provide an address for them to seek it. Li Qingfeng knew nothing about it. Even if he did, he wouldn't share. He simply read the messages without responding. One individual resorted to threats. Li Qingfeng, unfazed, retaliated with insults towards their family. Others attempted to seduce him, sending half-revealed images of beautiful women emerging from baths to entice and ambush him. Li Qingfeng clicked on the images, enlarged them for a closer look, found them unimpressive, saved them for later, and replied, "Is that all?" Without waiting for a response, he continued to browse further messages, after addressing the forum private messages and finding little of substance. He set his account to prohibit messages from strangers, then resumed scrolling through posts for amusement. Outside Pumpkin Village, the little fox remarked to the recently rescued hedgehog, that human was deceived, and it would be best if his animals were poisoned. "The moment I saw him, I knew you wouldn't escape. I even devised a plan for your rescue should you be captured, fabricating a tale about the fruit to exchange for you. I truly am the cleverest little fox in the mountains. By the way, little hedgehog, you must not wander into those villages again. The potency of the crimson spirit fruit is too strong for small creatures like you. They cannot withstand it and would perish upon consumption. Hence, even when ripe in the depths of the mountains, no animals dare to eat it. However, larger animals like brown bears enjoy feasting on the crimson spirit fruit, but it typically grows on sheer cliffs. Inaccessible to them." Little hedgehog, chirp chirp chirp. Little fox, what do you mean you only took me to eat melons? You wouldn't take me somewhere safe, unaware of any traps. How foolish. Next time, avoid the areas crowded with humans. It is far too dangerous. Little hedgehog, chirp chirp chirp. Little fox, why can I go eat chicken? Because I am the most agile little fox in the mountains. You are too slow and clumsy to accompany me in catching chickens. Chirp chirp chirp, still thinking about food? Return quickly, you fool. If the nine-tailed king discovers you haven't returned in 2 days, he will surely punish you. Chirp chirp chirp. Rest assured, I shall provide you cover. I will never betray you. Li Qingfeng dismissed his earlier deception, considering it a fortunate discovery. He examined the forum's teleportation function and found it quite useful. Regardless of the distance, one could arrive in an instant. Consequently, many players utilized this feature for transactions. The shipping costs were negotiable between both parties, and either the buyer or seller could assume responsibility for the expenses. Though the teleportation feature was convenient, the shipping fees were exorbitant, requiring an additional payment of 20 of the item's transaction price. Li Qingfeng employed the forum's scanning feature on the crimson spirit fruit. The forum system, based on the quality of his spiritual medicine and market prices, offered a base price of 31 taels and 753 won. The system's price was considerably lower than what asking the healer for the common people had suggested. Li Qingfeng's selling price could not fall below the system's base price, but there was no upper limit. With the base price established, Li Qingfeng decided to negotiate his selling price. Thus, he contacted those in his private messages who were interested in purchasing the crimson spirit fruit, and after some discussion, he sold it for 37 taels of silver, with the buyer covering the shipping costs. Chapter 21. Departing for the county town. Although it was less than 40 taels, he avoided the hassle of selling and eliminated a risk. Li Qingfeng felt content. The teleportation feature was astonishing. Upon the successful transaction, the fruit vanished in the blink of an eye, akin to instant movement. This feature was indeed remarkable. In the future, after committing acts of violence, redistributing wealth, there would be a way to dispose of stolen goods. However, the forum teleportation had its drawbacks. It did not allow for unlimited transactions, permitting only 3 transactions per week, with a total weight limit of 100 gene for all items combined. This restriction renewed every week. How disappointing! If only there were a channel for disposing of bodies, one could amass a fortune. Gazing at the meager restrictions of the forum's teleportation, Li Qingfeng pondered that the game's structure truly warranted enhancement. Transactions successful. Watching the forum's Qian Kuan coins increase to 37,900, Li Qingfeng felt immensely satisfied. This feature served as a personal bank. Carrying too much cash was inconvenient, converting it into Qian Kuan coins was quite advantageous. Functioning like an online bank, moreover, Qian Coin coins could be exchanged for silver at any time. In the previous trading posts, he noticed individuals were using real-world currency to purchase Qian Coin coins. With the current exchange rate set at 1.5 yuan in reality could be exchanged for 1 Qian Coin coin. Seeing this rate made Li Qingfeng grimace. How exorbitant! This meant he had inadvertently rewarded asking the healer for the common people with 500 yuan. If Anna were to discover that he had casually given away such an amount, she would surely demand repayment. With no spare change on hand and now deeply in debt, spending freely felt liberating. Observing the 1.5 exchange rate, Li Qingfeng could not help but reflect, are people in reality simply too wealthy, or are these game currencies too difficult to acquire? With this thought, Li Qingfeng recognized that the gambler talent was indeed a powerful skill. Likely to yield profits with ease, far superior to those who risk their lives gathering herbs or laboring at the docks. However, this was contingent upon having adequate strength as a safeguard, otherwise all would be an illusion. Ready to collapse at any moment, upon the character's death everything would be lost, including talents, so one must cherish life. Whether the next life would grant a similarly useful talent remained uncertain. This gambler talent embodied the original owner's lingering desires before death. After all, he had truly become a ghost. With the forum's currency exchange function available, Li Qingfeng resolved to convert some funds, thereby eliminating the need for day-to-day settlements and potentially returning to his old trade. Earning money through gaming to repay his debts, lying on his bed, he logged off. Back in his rented room, he rummaged under the bed for a dusty backpack. From within, he retrieved a stack of bank cards. Having ventured out to seek employment, I find myself without a single coin to my name, though I have amassed a multitude of cards, 10 to be precise, yet I cannot muster even 50 cents. Life, indeed, presents itself as rather austere. After rummaging through my possessions, I discovered a usable and secure bank card, one that would not incur fees upon receiving funds, and proceeded to bind it on the forum. My mobile assistant cautioned me of the potential risks associated with this software, advising vigilance against scams and the folly of transferring money to strangers, with but a meager sum to my name. I disregarded the warnings and completed the binding process. On the forum, I chanced upon a trading post, exchanging 900 Qian Coin coins for 4,500 units of real currency. The amount was credited instantaneously, such as the swiftness of the year 2077. With its 8G network capabilities, Li Qingfeng gazed at his banking app, initially waiting with bated breath to see if the amount in his card would be deducted, and he exhaled in relief when it remained untouched. With funds at hand, the first order of business was to settle his rent.as for the various lending platforms. Having already delayed payment for so long, he reasoned that an additional 100 days would not make a difference. Next time, he vowed, once he had accumulated substantial wealth from gaming, he would repay everything in one fell swoop. He contemplated waiting until they proposed a principal-only repayment without interest, otherwise it would indicate their lack of urgency. Allowing him to postpone further, he opened his chat application and scrolled through his list of contacts until he found his landlord, a fellow with a rather anime-inspired avatar. This individual, a woman in her 40s. Was born in 2030, yet she possessed an unexpectedly charming demeanor. He calculated the rent owed, including the upcoming months, totaling 500 yuan. The original gambler had at least made a sensible choice in seeking a modestly priced rental. A contribution of significant merit. He transferred the red envelope containing the payment. Not long after, a notification chimed, indicating that the landlord had accepted the transfer, followed by a voice message. Upon listening, he heard her distinctive, languorous voice. "Oh, Qingfeng, did you strike it rich gambling today? Able to pay rent now?" What an absurd statement! How could she imply that he was a gambler? This money was earned through legitimate business ventures. He had engaged in a battle of wits with that cunning little fox and had been outsmarted. Now that he had money, he promptly returned it. How could she speak to him in such a manner? It was disheartening. He dismissed her as an old woman, refusing to stoop to her level. Having settled his rent, he could continue to reside comfortably, avoiding the perils of homelessness, thus alleviating a portion of life's burdens. As he scrolled through his contacts again, he suddenly spotted a familiar name, Xiao. Not perfect, he could return the 100 she had lent him, sparing himself from the accusation of being a borrower who never repaid. Xiaona's avatar was a cartoonish pink pig, and her username was equally amusing, Little Pig Who. He clicked to send her the red envelope. "Xiaona, I'm returning the 100 you lent me. Let us go out for a meal sometime." Ding! The red envelope was received, and Xiaona promptly sent a voice message. "Where did you get the money? Just a few hours ago, you were asking to borrow from me. How could you have it now? Did you gamble it again?" Her tone was tinged with discontent. "You even gambled 100? you're incorrigible, Li Qingfeng replied. What is it to you? I won 5 million in the lottery. Is that so hard to believe? 5 million, is that real? You've struck gold. Do you genuinely believe that? Why not? I see on TV that people win 5 million all the time. Stop watching so much television. Such things do not happen in reality. Even reincarnators cannot win such sums. Then where did your money come from? Don't pee or white. It's best not to inquire about the affairs of the world. Otherwise, I might need to borrow from you again. Xiaona responded with an eye-roll emoji, expressing her incredulity. With his debt settled, he found himself with 3,900 yuan remaining, sufficient to sustain him for a while. With that in mind, he activated the Qian Kuan realm die in Pumpkin Village. As the rooster crowed, heralding a new day, Li Qingfeng and Chen Lin rose early and made their way to the village entrance. The journey from Pumpkin Village to Green Willow County spanned approximately 50 li, necessitating an early departure. Along the way, they encountered fellow villagers also heading to Green Willow County. After exchanging a few words, they joined forces. Chen Lin carried a bundle containing some clothing, while Li Qingfeng bore provisions and water. Upon reaching the village entrance, they found 7 individuals engaged in idle chatter, familiar faces Li Qingfeng had seen during card games. Including Chen Dahai. Beside them stood a black pack horse and a donkey, pulling a cart laden with purchased grain, covered with burlap to shield it from moisture. Lindsay, you've arrived. Chen Lin looked at the group and replied. We're all here. Where's Buming? I passed by his house earlier and saw them packing up. He should be along shortly. I heard that Bujan is coming too. Yes, he is getting on in years. Spending every day meandering about the village, it hardly seems fitting. We're taking him to the county to see if he can find some work. Chen Dahai inquired. What work can a 13 or 14-year-old boy find? Wasn't it clear that yesterday Chen Yi said to find him a school or have him learn martial arts from his brother? Who knows if he is even capable of learning at that age? Why not establish a school in our village? Chen Dahai scoffed. In this backward place, who would want to teach? Forget about others, even those from our village who have found success leave for better lives in the city. Who would want to come to this small place? If our own people can't unite, who can we rely on? Have you heard about Chen Bai? He is teaching at the Hushi Prefecture Academy now. That has been over a decade. Who knows how he is faring? No news of him. Let it be. Do you fear he is doing better than you? I fear he might die out there. And no one will come to collect his body. As the group continued their conversation, Chen Buming arrived, accompanied by the reluctant and resistant Chen Bujan. Buming, you're here. Chen Buming surveyed the crowd, confirming everyone was present, and announced, shall we go? Chen Dahai grinned at Chen Bujan, raising an eyebrow. Jean, off to the county for some fun, yet you're not pleased. I don't want to go. There is plenty of fun in the village. You've yet to experience it. Once you reach the county and witness the wonders of the outside world, you'll be so enthralled that you want to return. Chen Bujan looked up, a curiosity piqued, and asked Chen Dahai, Uncle Hai, you're not deceiving me, are you? Of course not. Once we arrive in the county, I'll take you to explore the brothels. Oh, the thrill of it. The young ladies there are so delicate they could practically drip with dew. Chen Bujan's eyes sparkled with curiosity, pondering what could be so entertaining about women compared to the thrill of using a slingshot to hunt birds. Chen Buming cleared his throat, interrupting Chen Dahai's rambling. Ahem, everyone's here. Let us go. Stay vigilant on the journey. If danger arises, protect Jean. Hearing about potential dangers on the road, Chen Bujan's earlier curiosity evaporated, replaced by apprehension as he glanced around. Fortunately, being at the village entrance offered him some solace, yet the thought of venturing into unknown territory filled him with unease. Fear not, Jean. If danger arises, just hide behind me. Come, let us sit together. I'll share tales of the outside world to broaden your horizons, so you won't be left in ignorance. The group boarded the cart, aware of the lengthy journey ahead. By traveling together, they conserved energy, prepared to face any threats that might arise. Fatigue in the presence of foes could lead to dire consequences. With a crack of the whip, the cargo cart set in motion. Chen Lin and his companions returned primarily to assist with the autumn harvest. Transporting goods back to the county as a secondary task. Li Qingfeng and Chen Bujan shared a cart, while Chen Dahai drove, regaling Chen Bujan with tales to ease his anxiety about traveling for the first time. As Chen Dahai spoke, he gestured animatedly, recounting his past experiences. Let me tell you. Back when I traveled with a merchant caravan, we encountered bandits who attempted to rob us. It was truly perilous. Those scoundrels not only set traps but also launched a surprise attack with arrows. Fortunately, I reacted swiftly, using my shield to deflect their volleys. Chen Bujan listened intently, wide-eyed, nervously clutching Li Qingfeng's sleeve at the mention of danger. Afterward, I charged alongside the guards, wielding my axe, cleaving and slashing. scattering the bandits in disarray. My axe skills were honed through years of chopping wood in the village. With one powerful swing, I cleaved a hapless bandit in two. It was quite the spectacle. Li Qingfeng observed Qin Dahai's impressive health points, unsure how much of his tale bore truth. Nonetheless, he remained silent, absorbing the scenery as it was his first glimpse of this game world. Beside him, Chen Buzhan was captivated by Qin Dahai's stories. While he was adept at catching birds and fishing, he had never engaged in violence. The very thought of killing was foreign to him. "Uncle Hai, you've actually killed someone. This is the first I'm hearing of it," Chen Dahai continued. "Oh, there's much you don't know. Those who traverse the outside world often carry the weight of lives lost. Just look at your brother. He treats you well, doesn't he? But when it comes to combat, he is ruthless, able to shatter a skull with a single blow." Cough, cough. Qin Buming, seated in the front cart, coughed loudly, regretting allowing his brother to sit with Qin Dahai. Had he not mentioned sharing tales of the outside world, he wouldn't have permitted such a pairing, yet here they were engaging in reckless boasting. Noticing the cough, Qin Dahai flashed a grin at Chen Buzhan. Let us not dwell on that, allow me to share something else." Chen Buzhan's eyes widened, struggling to comprehend the reality Qin Dahai painted. Was the outside world truly so terrifying? What kind of life had he led if all this was indeed a facade? Moreover, his brother seemed to have no objections. Could he truly be capable of such violence? Chen Buzhan's doubts went unnoticed. Qin Dahai continued, "There is a wealth of fascinating experiences awaiting you outside. Some sights are so extraordinary that you could spend a lifetime in Pumpkin Village and never witness them. Our Kanju is renowned for its rivers and lakes, as well as its majestic mountains and vast landscapes. In the region of Hushi Prefecture lies the magnificent Chiyue Mountain, which rises to a staggering height of 1,000 zhang. The arduous journey to reach its summit takes a full 2 days and nights. Along the way, one might encounter numerous fearsome wild beasts and towering trees that stretch high into the sky. Remarkably, there are even villages, martial arts academies, and temples perched upon its heights. Such grandeur is truly awe-inspiring. Should you embark on an ascent of Chiyue Mountain, particularly the small hillock behind Nangua Village, you may find it hard to admire any other landscape thereafter." Chen Buzhan envisioned the colossal mountains and immense trees described by Qin Dahai, shaking his head in disbelief. "I might find the time to take a look," he remarked, "but do not deceive me." Qin Dahai replied, "How could I possibly lie? Have you ever witnessed a tide? Have you heard of the Chenyang River?" Chen Buzhan acknowledged, "I am aware of it. Hushi Prefecture lies to the west of Chenyang River." In Chapter 22, Bamboo Forest Encounter with Bandits, Qin Dahai affirmed, "Indeed, that is the place. When the tide rises, it is quite terrifying. The wind whips up waves that can reach dozens of zhang in height, obscuring the sky and sun. A single wave crashing down can render a person unconscious. Experiencing a tornado in the Chenyang River would be exhilarating. The roar of the wind and rain would drown out the voices of those beside you. Surviving such an environment just once would provide tales for a lifetime." Qin Dahai's words flowed like a torrent, effortlessly stirring Chen Buzhan's emotions and filling him with yearning and longing for the world beyond. Li Qingfeng listened with a smile, intrigued by the descriptions, contemplating visiting those places to witness if they were indeed as magnificent as Qin Dahai claimed. "Enough of this chatter. Allow me a sip of water to gather my thoughts. I have encountered so much that I am at a loss for where to begin." Qin Dahai produced a water flask and took a hearty gulp. As Qin Dahai rambled on, time slipped away swiftly. Regardless of how splendid the scenery, prolonged viewing can induce fatigue. With eyes closed, he listened to Qin Dahai tell stories, feeling the jostling of the carriage as it traversed the mountain roads, accompanied by the calls of birds and the chirping of insects, creating a unique experience. Due to the cargo being transported, the vehicle's pace was leisurely, akin to walking. Some passengers, weary from the ride, disembarked to stretch their legs. Although the caravan progressed slowly, by midday, they had covered more than half the journey. The day remained bright, with excellent visibility, and in the distance, a bamboo grove came into view. Qin Dahai pointed ahead and exclaimed, "There lies the purple bamboo grove I mentioned earlier. In summer, the leaves at its center turn a striking purple under the sun. Truly breathtaking. We shall rest there for a while, have a bite to eat, and then continue straight to Green Willow County." Qin Buming glanced around at the group. Despite the morning's bumpy ride, everyone felt somewhat fatigued. He suggested, "Let us take a break ahead, and do remember to prioritize safety." This decision received unanimous agreement from the group. While Chen Buming spoke little during the journey, it was evident he held a position of significance. Li Qingfeng stood up, squinting towards the interior of the purple bamboo grove. Although the distance made it difficult to discern what lay within, his innate ability to sense danger revealed the presence of hidden enemies. Counting carefully, he estimated about 20 health bars, all displaying values such as 1720 and 1315, clearly not animals, but rather adults with some martial prowess. Among them was a small boss with a health bar of 197,199. Though he was still inferior compared to Chen Buming, Qingfeng, what do you see? Chen Buzhan inquired upon noticing Li Qingfeng's unusual demeanor. Li Qingfeng replied, "It seems there are people ahead." He refrained from declaring it an ambush, as it was merely his dark intuition. Perhaps they were merely locals resting. His words heightened the alertness of Chen Dahai and the others. Encountering pedestrians on the road was commonplace, yet the bamboo grove's narrow terrain posed a risk for ambushes, warranting caution. As the saying goes, when entering the forest, tread carefully. Listening intently, Chen Lin remarked, "Indeed, there seems to be someone. I detect an eerie silence devoid of bird calls." Chen Buming raised a hand, stating, "Let us halt. I shall investigate. If all is well, we can rest there." As the sole martial artist and protector of Nangua village, he felt compelled to take on the roles of scout and pathfinder, with a formidable ally leading the way. Li Qingfeng felt elated, ready to lend a hand should danger arise, contributing in his own modest way. There was no shame in seeking refuge behind a strong protector. After a brief wait, Chen Buming returned, his expression unchanged. When Chen Lin and the others inquired with anticipation, he simply shook his head. Indeed, there were individuals gathered within, and they did not appear friendly. Armed as they were, however, upon his entrance, they merely regarded him with curiosity and made no move to attack, prompting his retreat. Chen Buming's implication was clear. There were indeed individuals inside. While they might not be hostile, it was equally plausible they were merely resting. After all, with them seated comfortably, it would be unreasonable to launch an unprovoked assault. Thus, he had merely observed before retreating, and the other party made no effort to detain him. Chen Dahai, in a serious tone, suggested, "Let us proceed. Remain vigilant. Safety could permit leisure, but when faced with serious matters, Chen Dahai would adopt a grave demeanor to prevent unforeseen circumstances." Sensing the tension, Chen Buzhan felt a surge of fear and turned to Li Qingfeng. "Do you think there will be trouble?" Li Qingfeng reassured him, "No worries, just a minor issue." The group from Nangua village urged their vehicles into the bamboo grove, where the narrow path was strewn with bamboo leaves and underbrush. The wind rustled through the grove, causing the leaves to clap together with a gentle sound. After walking a short distance, they emerged into a clearing where 10 or so robust individuals were seated. Their muscular physiques and attire, alongside the weapons laid nearby, made it evident they were not common farmers. 10 black steeds were tethered to one side, while assorted packages of various colors were carelessly discarded on the ground. Upon the arrival of Chen Buming and his companions, the atmosphere shifted palpably. The group became alert, their gazes fixated on the newcomers. Some faces bore smiles, as if anticipating what would unfold. Li Qingfeng scanned the surroundings and noticed that on either side of the path, hidden among the small slopes, were 3 individuals, each of their life bars betraying their presence. He cautioned, "Do not advance. There are hidden individuals on either side, and they likely harbor ill intentions." Chen Buming nodded and directed Chen Lin, "Brother Lin, inquire where they come from." Chen Buming recognized his own conversational skills were rather lacking. Chen Lin acquiesced, stepping forward to address the group. "Brothers ahead, we wish to pass through. May we request your cooperation?" One burly man, chewing on a bamboo leaf and wielding a hefty sword, stepped forward and bellowed, "Approach, and speak plainly. This hesitance is unbecoming." Chen Lin frowned slightly. "Gentlemen, we are locals merely passing through to the county town. We seek only safe passage. Should it be a matter of payment, please state your price, and we can settle it amicably." The burly man spat out the leaf and replied, "If you had been so forthright from the beginning, we could have avoided this. We have been here all morning, and our stomachs are empty. For our trouble, each of you must provide 2 taels of silver, and we will allow you to pass without further charges. But you must leave 1 cart of goods behind for us." Chen Lin pondered, realizing the bandits were demanding an exorbitant amount. The burly man continued, "Do not mistake our price as unfair. You can see for yourself. This place is quite clean, indicating we uphold our rules. As long as you pay, no one shall be harmed." The belongings scattered there are from previous travelers who complied. It is entirely reasonable. Wouldn't you agree? Chen Lin cast a glance at the abandoned belongings, knowing that many had likely been robbed. Chen Buming, frowning from behind, interjected, "In this area? I have never heard of your group. Do you dare reveal your name?" The burly man scoffed, "Such tedious talk. Whether you recognize us or not, you must pay. We only acknowledge money." Chen Lin suggested, "Allow us a moment to deliberate." The 2 retreated to confer with their companions. Chen Dahai inquired, "Buming, what do you propose? Can we fight them?" Chen Buming nodded, feeling capable, yet wary of the potential dangers to the others. "What about paying them? That would total 22 taels for all 11 of us. I could scarcely save such an amount in a year. Can we truly part with it so easily? Then let us fight, Chen Buming declared, raising his hand. You are right, it is unacceptable to give them a single coin. If they refuse to let us pass, we shall eliminate them all here. Arm yourselves, protect yourselves, and keep an eye on Bujan. Chen Buming's reasoning was clear. If they acquiesce now, they would be compelled to do so on every future journey. Chen Bujan, feeling fearful, glanced at the bandits as they readied their weapons, eager to initiate their robbery. Gather your arms, Chen Dahai commanded, moving to a nearby cart and lifting the tarp to reveal an array of weapons concealed beneath. Chen Buming approached, seizing a hefty iron rod, sturdy as an infant's arm and over 2 meters in length, its dark surface gleaming ominously. The other residents of Pumpkin Village skillfully approached to collect their respective gear. Chen Dahai handed out leather shields to each of them, distributing a steel knife to every individual. In a matter of seconds, a group of villagers transformed into a formidable guard. Li Qingfeng and Chen Bujan stood by. Utterly astonished, Chen Bujan could hardly believe that Uncle Hai's words held truth. Was the outside world truly so brutal? A sense of fear enveloped him. On the other hand, Li Qingfeng was taken aback to discover that the supply cart contained weaponry. He had always assumed that Chen Lin and his companions relied solely on Chen Bujan. Chen Dahai called out to Li Qingfeng and Chen Bujan. Bujan, Qingfeng, come here, each of you take a shield. And be sure to stay low to avoid injury. Li Qingfeng's eyes lit up as he walked over to accept the shield, weighing it in his hands. It felt around 5 or 6 pounds. This was a handmade leather shield, likely crafted from cowhide with a wooden frame and some filling inside large enough to protect his entire torso. Paired with a single-handed steel knife, it offered both offensive and defensive capabilities. I can wield a knife too, Li Qingfeng declared. The thought of combat stirred something within him. He felt an exhilarating rush of blood coursing through his veins. Chen Dahai chuckled. Indeed, you are worthy of your name. Qingfeng, here, take one. He then cautioned Chen Bujan, hold your shield securely, don't injure yourself or rush recklessly into battle. Chen Bujan cautiously accepted the shield, confusion flickering in his eyes. At just 14 years old. Was he truly expected to learn to fight? What had his life been up to this point? Observing the audacity of the fat sheep daring to resist, the bandits showed little surprise. There would always be those who refused to heed warnings and sought confrontation. However, seeing the residents of Pumpkin Village garbed as farmers leading donkeys, they dismissed the notion of any serious threat. A few mud-stained peasants could hardly pose a challenge to their superior numbers and skill. With a mere 30 meters separating the two sides, the atmosphere crackled with tension, as if battle was imminent. The wind swept through the bamboo leaves, reminiscent of a rallying cry for charge, armed with weapons. Chen Buming's demeanor and presence shifted dramatically, from serene to fierce as fire. His gaze was predatory, akin to that of a tiger poised to pounce. He brandished his iron rod, executing a flourish to find his rhythm. And then shouted at the ruffians, one last chance, step aside, and I shall let bygones be bygones, otherwise, do not blame my men for their ruthlessness. Upon hearing Chen Buming's words, Li Qingfeng thought to himself, well, it's settled, there is no avoiding a fight now. From their first encounter, he had sensed that Chen Buming was not one for pleasantries, and he was proven right. The ruffian momentarily paused, then turned to his fellow brigands with a hearty laugh. Brothers, did you hear that? He has stolen our lines. Indeed, indeed, the leader echoed. They're defying the heavens. If we don't teach them a lesson, we'll be the laughingstock of our peers. The ruffian called out to Chen Buming. You have a chance to pay for your lives. If you squander it, do not blame us. In the depths of 9 springs, remember the name of Han Diao. Seeing that they disregarded his warning, Chen Buming concluded that they were seeking death, a fate he would gladly facilitate. He charged forward with the iron rod, moving with the grace of a dragon and the ferocity of a tiger. Swift as lightning and thunderous as a storm. In an instant, he closed the 30-meter gap. With a sweeping motion, he struck at Han Diao with a force that echoed like thunder. The moment Han Diao witnessed the speed of Chen Buming's assault, his expression altered drastically, losing the earlier nonchalance. A true expert's prowess was apparent from the first strike. He realized he had encountered a formidable opponent. As Chen Buming advanced, the scent of blood seemed to fill the air, prompting Han Diao to raise his saber in defense against the iron rod. When their weapons collided, a resounding clang reverberated, momentarily deafening those nearby. Hitting the brunt of the impact, Han Diao struggled to withstand the force. In just one exchange, he felt a sharp pain in his hands, a sensation of weakness overtaking him. Chapter 23. The rod strikes. The bandit opposing him was a man slightly smaller in stature yet possessing immense strength, clearly a master of the blood exchange realm. And not a novice at that. Realizing he had bitten off more than he could chew, Han Diao opened his mouth to plead for mercy. However, his words were drowned out by the swiftness of the iron rod. With a thunderous crack, The air seemed to explode as Chen Buming swung his rod with blinding speed, hitting Han Han Diao's head. It shattered upon impact. Li Qingfeng stood frozen, astonished. Wow, a small boss with 197,199 health points was taken down by Chen Buming in just 2 strikes. What an enormous gap in power. Nearby, Chen Buzhan, protecting his head with a shield, caught a glimpse of his older brother smashing the so-called Han Han Diao's skull and felt his heart race. His legs trembled uncontrollably, fear and terror flooding his senses. The gruesome sight of blood splattering everywhere was too much for him. He could not tear his eyes away. After dispatching Han Han Diao, Chen Buming felt a surge of adrenaline, his eyes glinting with a fierce red glow as the desire to kill surged within him. He charged toward the remaining bandits, his iron rod swinging with ferocity. The ruffians faced him, heads and arms alike met their fates as he shattered them mercilessly. In a matter of moments, 3 to 5 men lay dead on the ground, their heads pulverized beyond recognition. The sight of Chen Buming's unrelenting ferocity struck fear into the hearts of the remaining bandits, who had previously boasted of their ability to take on a dozen foes alone. Those still standing fled in terror, praying that the wrath of this fierce deity would spare their remaining comrades. In this world, one could possess mediocre skills or lack capabilities, but knowing how to preserve oneself was paramount. Recognizing they were outmatched, each bandit instinctively scattered, a silent agreement binding them as they fled in all directions. This was their best chance at survival. Clustering together would only lead to collective demise. Everyone sought to escape alone, hoping that fate would favor them. With those unfortunate enough to catch Chen Buming's eye were doomed. Li Qingfeng noticed that from a small hillside, faint sounds could be heard. The bandits hiding there were quietly slipping away. They felt fortunate to be concealed, knowing that Chen Buming would not pursue them. Under the threat of death, each individual tapped into their utmost potential to escape. Ultimately, only 7 remained, the rest having vanished without a trace. Among the 7, 3 had their legs swept away, lying helplessly on the ground. 3 more met a grim fate, their skulls crushed, receiving an end befitting a leader. The last one suffered the most, as Chen Buming's rod cleaved him in 2, sending his upper body flying a distance before crashing against the bamboo, where he lay still, desperately clawing at the ground in a futile attempt to flee from his grim reality. After a moment of anguished cries, he finally succumbed. The horrific scene, along with the wails of the 3 legless men, nearly caused Chen Buzhan to lose control. Trembling uncontrollably, his legs shook as if caught in a sieve. Cold sweat dripped down his brow, and his hands trembled violently, yet he clutched the shield tightly, unwilling to let go. In a brief flurry of violence, Chen Buming had resolved the threat posed by the bandits. The area where the outlaws had rested was now drenched in blood, staining the green of the bamboo with a crimson hue. Where the bandits had failed, Chen Buming succeeded. He dragged the 3 surviving bandits, their legs severed, toward him, his expression one of distress, as if troubled by the need to deal with the aftermath of this mess. Chen Buzhan, cowering behind Li Qingfeng, peeked out to observe his brother. Seeing a version of Chen Buming he had never truly comprehended, Chen Dahai approached Chen Buming and inquired, "Buming, how long will you need to recuperate?" Chen Buming tossed the 3 surviving bandits aside, scanning the area as if counting heads. 11 days, perhaps more. Chen Lin pointed to the 3 who had lost their legs, their faces streaked with tears. "What should we do with these 3? Should we bury them as before?" Chen Buming replied, "Dig a pit and bury them. Those who are dead should be disposed of together. You all come. I need to meditate for a while." "Understood." Chen Dahai raised his hand, and Chen Lin along with 4 others swiftly retrieved shovels from the cart. Diligently searching for an untainted patch of earth to dig, their movements were proficient, professional, and reliable. "The rest of you take a breather," he added. Once a clean area was cleared, Chen Buming sat cross-legged, closing his eyes to meditate. Seeking to transition from the ferocity of earlier back to a state of calm, Chen Dahai distributed rations to those who had not worked, saying, "Have a bite, take a moment to rest," feeling slightly hungry. Li Qingfeng accepted a piece, eating heartily, despite the blandness of the rations. When one was weary and famished, consuming even a morsel felt immensely satisfying. "Here, Buzhan, you should eat something too now that it's safe." "Put down the shield," Chen Dahai urged, even offering a piece of stewed meat. At first, Chen Buzhan felt indifferent, still engulfed in the fear that had replaced his senses. However, now that the threats had dissipated, with familiar faces surrounding him, he relaxed. Yet, upon seeing the piece of meat offered by Chen Dahai, a wave of nausea surged through him. He abruptly retched, expelling the remnants of his morning meal onto the ground. Tears streaming down his face, Chen Dahai pointed and laughed heartily. "Haha, it seems you're not quite acclimated yet. Save your rations, and have some water later." After retching for a while, Chen Buzhan gradually regained his composure. His complexion pale as he accepted the water flask Li Qingfeng offered, tilting his head back to rinse his mouth. Li Qingfeng chewed on his rations, unconcerned by the remnants of Chen Buzhan's earlier vomit. and inquired from the side, feeling better. Chen Buzhan merely waved his hand in response, his face reflecting discomfort as he muttered. Li Qingfeng remarked, "It's all about getting used to it. Children are seldom exposed to such violence and lack the psychological resilience. A bit more practice will suffice." The three surviving bandits, witnessing Chen Lin and his companions digging graves, realized that their chances of survival were non-existent. As the dread of imminent burial consumed them, they pleaded in unison, "Please grant us a swift end." Chen Dahai and the others remained indifferent, dismissing their cries as mere barking from dogs, choosing to ignore them. Chen Buzhan, observing their plight, inquired, "Uncle Hai, are they truly going to be buried like this?" Chen Dahai paused mid-bite of his rations, momentarily taken aback, then retorted, "What's the matter? Are you feeling pity for their pitiful wails and wish to accompany them on their journey?" Chen Buzhan hastily waved his hands. No, I dare not," Chen Dahai replied. "Daring is precisely why you must practice. Would you care to give it a try?" Chen Buzhan turned away, refusing to engage. Li Qingfeng, brushing the crumbs from his rations, addressed Chen Dahai. "Brother Hai, if you won't, I shall. Their noise is unbearable and disrupts my peace." Chen Dahai shrugged, indifferent, asserting that it was far easier to bury the dead than to bury the living. The deceased would not resist. They could simply be tossed into the pit. Li Qingfeng brandished his knife, advancing toward the three bandits, who were paralyzed by fear and trepidation. From their perspective, Li Qingfeng no longer appeared as a frail youth. His measured strides with the blade radiated an unparalleled, indescribable pressure that momentarily eclipsed their agony, silencing their cries. The plea for a swift end had originated from their own lips, yet in that moment, as Li Qingfeng appeared to acquiesce to their request, fear gripped them anew. Sunlight filtered through the purple bamboo grove, casting a radiant glow upon Li Qingfeng, blinding the bandits from discerning his features. All they could recall was his expressionless countenance, devoid of any emotion, gazing upon them as one would a mere beast. Yet, the bandits were powerless to resist. Amidst their trembling and whimpering, Li Qingfeng's vitality surged from 56 to 99. This enhancement of vitality enveloped him in an ineffable comfort, propelling him into an optimal state, a sensation that rendered him somewhat entranced. The wails of the three faded into silence, the wind rustled through the bamboo leaves, producing a soothing sound that evoked tranquility and harmony, as if the world itself had transformed for the better. With a smile, Li Qingfeng returned, his hands stained with blood, having miscalculated his force while dispatching the third bandit. The surge of vitality had been so pleasurable, akin to a return to the womb. This comfort compelled him to grip the knife with increased strength, fortunate that no blood had splattered onto his attire. Otherwise, the pristine garments would have been rendered useless. Chen Buzhan gazed at the smiling Li Qingfeng with trepidation, finding him utterly foreign, yet sensing that each of them bore a similar strangeness. Could it be that the one unwell was he, rather than them? Chen Buzhan's mind whirled, uncertain of who was correct. Clutching his water flask tightly, he found solace in its presence. Li Qingfeng set the knife aside and called out to Chen Buzhan, who remained in a daze, waving his hand before his eyes. Zhanhua, I'm calling you to wash the flask. Why are you spacing out?" Chen Dahai shouted at the absent-minded Chen Buzhan. Oh, Chen Buzhan snapped back to reality. Returning Li Qingfeng's flask, Chen Dahai observed Li Qingfeng washing his hands and inquired, "Hey, my brother Qingfeng, do you intend to follow in Buming's footsteps and retreat to a quiet chamber for 3 days?" Li Qingfeng smiled, asking, "What tradition is this? Is there a particular significance?" Chen Buming, who had been quietly meditating, opened his eyes and replied, "There is no particular significance. It is merely my master's requirement. For every person I kill, I must spend an equal number of days in solitude." This serves two purposes. First, to allow time for reflection. Was killing them justified? If so, how can I enhance my efficiency in future encounters? If not, how can I avoid similar situations, and should they arise, how should I respond? Secondly, it is to calm the mind and detach from the state of killing, preventing oneself from becoming addicted to that sensation. As martial artists, our aim is to ascend to the pinnacle of martial arts, not to become depraved killers. Murder is always a means to an end, not the end itself. If one cultivates martial skills without nurturing the heart, one risks losing their way. My master's words were clear. Control your power rather than be controlled by it. Strike with ferocity, yet harbor compassion. Just as in this instance, we acted out of necessity while they sought to rob us. Thus, their deaths were justified. Had they been wise enough to yield, they would not have met their fate. The consequences they faced were deserved, and they cannot blame others. Had they not encountered me, others would have dealt with them. By the way, the 3 you killed do not count against my conscience. Chen Buming bore no psychological burden regarding the demise of the bandit Han Shandiao. In this world, there were far too many deserving of death. Nevertheless, upon returning to Liang County, he would still retreat to a quiet chamber for 11 days. This served as both reflection and punishment, a reminder to himself that power must not lead to reckless abandon. For if one justifies killing wrongdoers today, it becomes all too easy to justify slaughtering innocents tomorrow. If one cannot maintain self-control, then the practice of martial arts is rendered meaningless. Hearing Chen Buming's intriguing philosophy, Li Qingfeng shook his head. It is the first time I've encountered such a notion. A person like me, living in the present without a thought for tomorrow, never imagined such far-reaching consequences. Chen Buzhan, noticing Chen Buming's awakening, timidly asked, "Brother, can I not go to the county? I wish to return to the village." Chen Buming gazed at him with gentle eyes, replying, "We've come this far. It would be unwise to turn back now. Let us proceed to the county together. Since you do not wish to witness the violence of death, I will find a school for you to attend in the city." Upon hearing that his request was declined, Chen Buzhan nodded despondently. Chen Dahai patted his shoulder, saying, "Do you not wish to leave the village? Then study diligently. Once you have mastered your studies, you can return to the village and establish a school. Teaching the children to it would be quite beneficial, especially since our village lacks an educational institution. You could be the one to create it." Chen Buzhan's eyes brightened at the prospect of returning to the village. Looking at Chen Dahai with eagerness, "How long must I study?" Chen Dahai stroked his chin, calculating, "If you apply yourself, 3 to 5 years should suffice to return and teach. After all, how much skill is required to enlighten children who understand nothing?" Chen Buzhan, somewhat anxious, asked, "What if I'm not clever? If you were somewhat slow, with diligent effort, you can still achieve that timeline, but you must be committed, no slacking off. If you cannot succeed, you will have to accompany us on our trading trips. In situations like today, you must learn to adapt, even be prepared for death." Chen Dahai's words startled Chen Buzhan, who quickly affirmed, "I will study earnestly and will not be lazy." They dug a proper grave. Allowing Chen Lin and the others to rest, Chen Dahai, Li Qingfeng, and the others proceeded to carry the corpses, casting them into the pit and covering them with earth to prevent disease. They then assessed the valuables left by the bandits. Noting that the black horses were of the highest worth, after a brief rest, they gathered their spoils and set out toward Liang County. The bloodstains in the purple bamboo grove would one day be washed away by a torrential rain. In the following year, vibrant and robust bamboo would sprout anew in that very spot, their leaves shimmering a beautiful purple under the sun's rays. Chapter 24, Arrival at Liang County. Upon exiting the purple bamboo grove, their journey continued without pause. The route ahead was remarkably smooth, devoid of further bandit encounters. As dusk approached, Liang County came into view. Li Qingfeng noted the abundance of willow trees in the area. Chen Dahai pointed ahead, declaring, "We are almost at Liang County." At this moment, they traversed the official road, enabling a slightly quicker pace compared to the wilderness. Chen Buzhan, precariously perched atop a tall horse gifted by the bandits, swayed unsteadily. He had ridden oxen, donkeys, and pack horses before, but this towering steed was unlike anything he'd encountered, compelling him to grip the reins tightly. Chen Dahai remarked, "Zhanhua, isn't it exhilarating? Riding this beast instills confidence. A true display of grandeur." Yet, atop the horse, Chen Buzhan felt anything but grand. Instead, he trembled, plagued by a fear of heights. As a child, he had fallen from a tree in the village, causing him to avoid them for a while. Chen Dahai had claimed it would build his courage, but all he felt was weakness in his legs. Chen Buzhan then asked, "Uncle Hai, how much longer until we arrive?" Chen Dahai replied, "About the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Look, the number of travelers on the road is increasing. That young lady has been stealing glances at you. She surely finds you quite handsome." Li Qingfeng, seated in the cart, browsed the forums of Liang County. Noting a significantly higher volume of posts compared to the village's section, through the forum, he learned that Liang County boasted a stable population of around 130,000, and it fell under the influence of the first-rate power. Qingyun Mountain. Not only Liang County, but the entire Qinghe Prefecture was governed by Qingyun Mountain. From the background story encountered upon entering the game, it became clear that the Qianquan realm was devoid of a unified nation. Instead, it consisted of autonomous regions, each with its own laws dictated by local powers. Qingyun Mountain's management of Qinghe Prefecture was notably lax, as evidenced by Chen Buming and his companions' casual killings and immediate burials. A behavior that had become habitual. The wilderness, it seemed, lacked order entirely. Of the county, however, should be somewhat better, given that it was a hub of population. In the wild, if one died, who could discern whether it was due to wild beasts? No one had the energy to care, nor did anyone take an interest. If the county mirrored the chaos of the wilderness, it would spell disaster. If the populace scattered, the community would collapse. From the discussions on the forum, It appeared that Qinghe Prefecture adhered to the laws of the last imperial dynasty Bei. The county was also staffed with officials and clerks. Before long, they reached the gates of Liang County. As they drew closer, the details became clearer. A weathered sign bearing the name Liang hung on the aging, mottled city walls. The plaque, its inscriptions nearly illegible, is undoubtedly an antiquated relic. It is curious that no one has taken the initiative to restore it. To Li Qingfeng's astonishment, there stand 2 soldiers on guard at the entrance of Green Willow County. Beside them, each has a large wooden box, into which visitors dutifully deposit a small fee of 1 coin for entry. The price is modest, nearly 1 coin per person, serving only as a symbolic charge. As long as the fee is paid, the soldiers do not inspect the quantity of goods one carries, they engage in casual conversation, occasionally glancing at passers-by to ascertain whether any wanted criminals are among them, a mere cursory inspection at best. Naturally, even if a wanted criminal were to enter, they would feign ignorance. Their nonchalant approach to duty reflects the precarious order of this county. Upon seeing Chen Buming and his party approach, one soldier greeted Chen Dahuai, noticing the striking black stallion that clearly did not belong to them. Dahuai, back from home, are you? Chen Dahuai skillfully retrieved the coin and placed it in the box, replying, "Today it's your turn, old Lin. After a few days of leisure in the village, I'm back to work. Well then, take care, come find me for a drink when you have the chance." Old Lin responded. With the fee paid, entry was granted without obstruction. The county town was sizable, equipped with all necessary facilities. As they made their way to the Pumpkin Merchant Association, Li Qingfeng observed various establishments along the route: post stations, rice and flour shops, taverns, offices, escort agencies, martial arts schools, bookstores, gambling houses, general stores, comic shops, brothels, board game shops, and schools. The game was quite well developed, even featuring a comic shop. However, he noted the absence of an electronics store, which struck him as odd. Clearly, Green Willow County was far larger than Pumpkin Village, both in terms of shops and foot traffic. Comparisons were futile. Many county residents strolled leisurely with their families after dinner, their relaxed demeanor starkly contrasting the wild outdoors. It left Li Qingfeng pondering their attitudes towards life. Was there truly such a vast disparity among people? He decided to regard them as mere NPCs, following the strategies outlined in the forum. He began plotting his future endeavors in this place. Once Chen Buming dismounted, he would have stepped down immediately had Chen Dahuai not insisted he stay mounted. Walking behind Li Qingfeng, Chen Buming timidly glanced at each passerby. Noticing their vibrant attire and overhearing their discussions, topics that seemed utterly incomprehensible to him, in that moment, Chen Buming felt acutely out of place, lacking the enthusiasm for this new world that Chen Dahuai had described. Instead, he longed to return to the village, to languish beneath a tree, awaiting his grandfather's cooking, and to play with friends until he drifted into a peaceful slumber. Yet, he wondered if he could ever go back after witnessing so much of the world. Surely, if he returned to the village, nightmares would plague him for nights on end. The outside world, rife with unease, seemed a preferable option. This thought cast a shadow over Chen Buming's spirits. As they walked, the sky darkened, the moon rose, and red lanterns were hung at the entrances of various shops. We arrived, Chen Dahuai announced, halting the cart before a sizable establishment. Li Qingfeng observed that this was none other than the Pumpkin Merchant Association. Its sign, prominently displayed and flanked by swaying red lanterns, 2 stone lions stood majestically at the entrance, and the open door allowed the sounds of conversation to waft out. Chen Lin leaped from the cart, stretching his limbs. We made it. I'll go inside and call for Xiaoshang and the others to help with the unloading. The villagers of Pumpkin were well versed in their tasks, energetically unloading goods. Eager to finish so they could rest, Chen Buming turned to Chen Dahuai, saying, "Uncle, hi, I'll head over to the martial arts school to find my master. Please look after Buming and help him find a place to stay." "Sure thing, go ahead," Chen Dahuai replied. After exchanging a few comforting words with Chen Buming to ease his restless heart, Chen Lin hurried off. Chen Dahuai waved, leading Li Qingfeng and Chen Buming into the association. Li Qingfeng, with a curious gaze, surveyed the interior, which resembled a warehouse filled with an array of goods, all meticulously organized. As they walked, Chen Dahuai explained, "Our primary business involves purchasing goods at a low price and selling them in bulk to those with substantial needs." Li Qingfeng grasped the concept. It was wholesale trading, acquiring various items at a lower cost to profit from the difference. This line of work sounded challenging, necessitating connections across diverse industries and a solid reputation. Otherwise, few would be willing to transact. Mere reputation was insufficient. One also needed strength to handle complications that might arise, lest the business falter. It seemed the people from Pumpkin Village were faring well in Green Willow County. After a brief tour of the front yard's warehouses, Chin Dahuai led them to the backyard, where the association's employees resided, complete with a communal kitchen for cooking. In the backyard, they found 4 individuals lounging under a willow tree. A stone table laden with food and drink. Chin Dahuai approached with a smile. "Brother, you enjoying a drink, I see." Upon hearing the familiar voice, Yu Ming turned, exclaiming, "Ah, Dahuai's back. Come sit." After some pleasantries, and additional bowls and chopsticks were added to the table. Chen Dahuai took a sip of wine, saying, "I've been craving this taste for a while. It feels so comfortable to be back." Wai Yiming then glanced at Li Qingfeng and Chen Buming, inquiring, "Dahuai, who are these young men? Care to introduce them?" Chen Dahuai slapped his forehead, pointing at Li Qingfeng and Chen Buming. "This is Li Qingfeng, my younger brother, here to seek employment in the county, and this is my nephew, Buming's younger brother, Chen Buzhan, who has come to study." Upon learning that he was Chen Buzhan's brother, the hefty man beside Yu Ming immediately showed respect, showering Chen Buming with compliments about his intelligence and potential for future success. Their flattery made Chen Buming feel somewhat bashful. Li Qingfeng, however, had no intention of working at the Pumpkin Merchant Association. Chen Lin had mentioned that employment here required signing a contract for a minimum of 5 years. Once signed, one would be bound to stable work, often involving deliveries to other counties. The pay was comparable to that of dock workers. Li Qingfeng was not keen on such restrictions. As the saying goes, domestic fowls have a close meal, while wild cranes enjoy the vast sky. He had no desire to be bossed around. Of course, the low wages might also have played a part in his reluctance, possessing a talent for gambling. Li Qingfeng could earn in a day what a year's salary here would amount to. There was no way he would settle for menial labor. Earlier, while browsing the forum, Li Qingfeng had found a general guide to Green Willow County. It read more like a description of the county's facilities aimed at newcomers with no experience, outlining what they should do upon arrival to avoid aimlessly wandering like headless flies among the various places mentioned. The office was highlighted as a task center where a myriad of tasks could be found daily. The tasks ranged from finding lost cats and dogs, accompanying others for leisure, to collecting rare herbs and apprehending fugitives. Anyone could post tasks, and anyone could accept them. Li Qingfeng planned to check it out tomorrow. He also needed to prioritize martial arts training. He intended to assess whether he had the aptitude for it. If his potential was lacking, he would need to find alternative ways to enhance his strength. If all else failed, he might seek out a job to hunt down bandits or eradicate their hideouts, thus triggering his endless slaughter talent. A feasible approach of the enhancement he experienced from dispatching the 3 bandits left him feeling invigorated. After a tiring day of travel, his health had risen to 99. Making the afternoon's journey feel remarkably light. If he could not find legitimate tasks, he could always resort to banditry, acquire some equipment, set traps, and ambush passing villagers. While a noble path was preferable, Li Qingfeng had sensed during his encounter with the 3 bandits that he could not be an ordinary person. His not-so-high moral standards, easily adjustable in the game, suited him well. There were countless tasks to undertake, and he would tackle them one by one. Listening to the conversations between Chen Dahuai and Yu Ming, Li Qingfeng took the opportunity to fill his stomach. After a while, Chen Lin and the others returned, looking weary and covered in dust, yet they wore smiles as they recounted amusing stories, appearing to be in high spirits, a sense of relief akin to clocking out after a long day of work. Chen Dahuai addressed them. "Lin, have the goods been unloaded? Dinner's ready in the kitchen. Hurry and eat. Afterward, go take a bath to unwind." "Great, I'm starving," Chen Lin replied, and the group made their way toward the kitchen. Later that night, in the bedroom, Li Qingfeng was assigned to share a room with Chen Lin. The accommodations were decent, approximately 30 square meters, furnished with tables, chairs, and a wooden rack displaying various gambling tools, likely Chen Lin's belongings. Lying in bed after a refreshing bath, Chen Lin felt drowsy and yawned repeatedly. He glanced at Li Qingfeng in the adjacent bed and asked, "Qingfeng, what kind of work do you want to pursue? If there's something you're interested in, let me know, and I can inquire if anyone is hiring. I know a few people here. If not, we can ask Uncle Hai. He is well connected in the county and knows everything." Li Qingfeng shook his head, replying, "I'm not sure yet. I'll take a look around tomorrow and see if there is anything suitable for me. By the way, Brother Lin, are you weary from moving goods? After a month of this labor, it hardly seems sufficient for you to win a few days of cards." Upon hearing the inquiry, Chen Lin rested his hands behind his head, gazing at the familiar carvings on the bed, and replied, "Indeed, I am tired, yet it is a fulfilling exhaustion that brings me peace of mind. Engaging in work provides me with a sense of stability. Let me tell you, I have a fondness for playing cards and have won a fair amount of money. However, it has never imparted a sense of security. It feels akin to walking on clouds, with a soft, unstable footing that leaves one perpetually at risk of falling. At times, I find that feeling rather distasteful." Yet, when gambling, I become utterly captivated. Therefore, dear brother, it is best to seek a steady job. Li Qingfeng murmured in agreement. Yes, peace of mind is worth more than anything else. He gambled infrequently and did not deeply comprehend that sensation. But he was well aware of the plight faced by his elder brother when others pursued him and sought to take advantage of him. It stands to reason that a gambler at the end of their wits would likely share a similar fate as his elder brother. When victorious, they command the winds and waves, exuding arrogance. When defeated, they resemble a dog without a home, utterly destitute. Chen Lin yawned and remarked, after a long day on the road and moving goods, I am quite fatigued. I shall sleep now. Very well, Li Qingfeng replied, turning off the light. As he opened the forum, just as he intended to browse through the posts, he heard Chen Lin snoring from the other side. Unburdened by any worries, Chen Lin could fall asleep in an instant, and aside from his exhaustion, it also reflected his attitude toward life. As a con artist, he had never become a true gambler. He remained unscathed by various troubles, thus free from burdens. Returning his gaze to the forum, as a denizen of 2077, late nights were the norm. Players had grown accustomed to the nocturnal lifestyle, and it was only 9 o'clock. The most vibrant hour. A quick refresh yielded a plethora of new posts. He sought out a previously bookmarked post to check on its developments. The player who had been trapped by wolves while foraging in the mountains ultimately found salvation. He contacted a player from a neighboring village within the corresponding village forum and, after sending 200 Qin Kuan coins, pleaded for assistance. Scrolling further down, he came across a summary of the spoils. But rather than game screenshots, it was a hand-drawn illustration by the poster, depicting a swarm of stick-figure wolves, with several slain and a few that had escaped. Game currency was prohibitively expensive. Not every player was willing to bear the cost of using the screenshot feature. Subsequently, he noticed an update from the poster regarding the memorial service for the companion who had been devoured by wolves during their wilderness excursion. According to the poster, the family of his companion was inconsolable. Particularly his mother, who fainted from grief. It was truly heart-wrenching, evoking tears in listeners. Many empathetic players bestowed Qin Kuan coins upon the poster to pass on to the deceased companion's family. Li Qingfeng was at a loss as to how to evaluate this rather cybernetic memorial. Since he was already aware of the post's developments, he unbookmarked it and moved on to the next one. The previous poster who had sought guidance from the strategy mistress had also returned. Tearfully sharing an update, unsurprisingly, the experiences recounted by others did not suit him. After a series of comical misadventures, he did not achieve the perfect ending of winning over the lady, but instead received a commendation for being a good person. Only to be coldly rejected by the mistress. Although the mistress's hurried departure was undeniably graceful, the poster felt considerably disheartened, yearning for a comforting message from a beautiful woman. The mistress's refusal was one thing, but the players had to add insult to injury. My wife is someone you can pursue. Such audacity. The poster, amidst the cacophony of mockery, was urged to take the stage. You are truly foolish. You and her are not even in the same league. How dare you intrude? No, do you genuinely believe that approach will work? That's an antiquated trick that even my grandma wouldn't fall for, and yet here you are. It's tough. That's how our players in the Qin Kuan realm operate. You've lost your ID card. Amidst the mocking remarks, a female player offered support to the poster. Poster, I stand by you. Don't heed their nonsense. A confident man is the most charming. I find you quite handsome. And I've followed you, eagerly anticipating your next post. The poster seemed to glimpse a ray of light in his desolate existence and quickly replied, Am I truly handsome, miss? Can we connect privately for a chat? Please, have some self-respect. I merely wanted to console you amidst the ridicule. Do not repay kindness with malice. The female player's reply elevated the post's excitement to new heights. Li Qingfeng chuckled as he unbookmarked the post. Moving on to the next one. In a post seeking defeat, a player had already unearthed information about Dong Liqiu of the Wuxiaotang. His father was the head of the Wuxiaotang, and Dong Liqiu had practiced martial arts from a young age, mastering the family's techniques. Later, he joined the top-tier faction, Shanhaiya, for further training and was said to have entered the Marrow training stage. In a few years, he would be poised to assume leadership of the Wuxiaotang. Seeking defeat might not necessarily make Dong Liqiu's opponent. Players had already begun placing bets on the outcome of the match. Some loyal fans supported the seeker of defeat, even wagering a small amount despite the odds being 1 to 0.5, while others gambled on high odds, hoping that Dong Liqiu, this Marrow training NPC, would teach the seeker of defeat a harsh lesson and create a surprising upset. The odds for Dong Liqiu were set at 1 to 2.3, indicating that the initial players had great confidence in the seeker of defeat, perhaps due to insider information. There were also bets on a draw, but they were few. Achieving a draw in a duel was far more challenging than determining a winner. the difficulty in defeating versus subduing was worlds apart. As Li Qingfeng observed the gambling on the forum, he noted that there were no signs of his gambling talent being triggered. Stroking his chin, he speculated various possibilities. Point 1. Perhaps his talent only activates upon witnessing tangible evidence. Point 2. Dueling may not fall under the gambling category. 3. The forum might be shielding his talent. Point 4. The original gambler, prior to their demise, had failed at gambling. This talent could not be activated through online betting, which counted as gambling. There were numerous possibilities. But regardless of the outcome, Li Qingfeng remained unconcerned, as he was not a gambler. After his encounter with the little fox, Li Qingfeng had redefined his position. He aimed to play to his strengths, diligently seizing opportunities without wavering. He could still keep the post about seeking defeat bookmarked and return on the 30th to check the results. In his bookmarks, he noticed the post about the distinguished individual he had encountered had been updated. So he clicked to take a look. I am the 174th post, Hong Huizhiji remarked. Poster, you've struck gold. I know this person, the floating dust true monarch from Tianyan Mountain, a peak expert in marrow training, who holds a higher rank than the current master of Tianyan Mountain. That if you can cling to his coattails, you'll soar. Seeing that Hong Huizhiji spoke with such certainty and could cite the esteemed individual's origin and title, the poster eagerly inquired, is that true, esteemed one? If the news is reliable, I shall seize the opportunity. Hong Huizhiji replied, the news is genuine. Whether you can grasp this opportunity depends on your own resolve. Receiving such confirmation, the poster gritted his teeth and resolutely invested resources to forge a connection with the floating dust true monarch. As a result of his actions, he assisted the floating dust true monarch in achieving a milestone known as a flicker of insight. And in a buoyant mood, the true monarch accepted him as a direct disciple. The subsequent updates from the poster left the players reading in envy. Tianyan Mountain, the pinnacle of power in Shenzhou, could single-handedly contend against an entire dynasty. At the height of its strength, the poster had swiftly risen to a status equivalent to that of the master of Tianyan Mountain. In an instant, he transformed from an ordinary individual into someone qualified to be a major player. What a tremendous opportunity! This is bad. I have become a fool. Did you truly encounter a sage? Oh, how I wish to soar like you while I remain grounded in despair. It is precisely because of lucky individuals like you that so many fall victim to deception daily. You all deserve a reckoning. The individual above, I remember you. You were cheated out of your family fortune. Did you not start anew? No, my fellow gamblers, did you truly strike gold? I refuse to believe it. I implore you, please confess. You must be deceiving me. This is merely an illusion. After being swindled without harboring any envy or resentment, Li Qingfeng finished reading the post with a smile. Each person occupies a different phase in class, facing unique challenges. The old saying goes, a blessing in disguise. What the future holds for this poster, whether he can genuinely take flight and seize this golden opportunity, remains uncertain. It is equally possible that he may crumble under the pressure, lacking the capacity and mindset to bear immense wealth and fortune, thus falling into a worse predicament. However, taking risks and making choices is always preferable to laboring at the docks. Moreover, who knows if fortune will continue to smile upon him? Just as some encounter a true sage, others may find themselves utterly deceived. His good fortune in encountering a genuine sage cannot be overlooked. With a casual gesture, he followed the poster, preparing to observe his future developments. Perhaps even witnessing the rise of a formidable figure. Glancing at the forum name Yu Shaoxi, he continued to browse through posts, occasionally bookmarking topics of interest. Engaging individuals received his attention. Time passed swiftly in this delightful browsing. The full moon hung high, and the calls of crickets and nightingales infused the tranquil night with a touch of vitality. Feeling drowsy, Li Qingfeng closed the forum, shut his eyes, and succumbed to slumber. As dawn broke, the sound of a rooster crowing awakened Liang County, prompting the townsfolk to emerge and commence a new day. Early to rise, Chen Lin sprang from bed, brimming with energy by 5 o'clock. Awakened by the commotion, Li Qingfeng, still bleary-eyed, gazed at Chen Lin and asked, "What time is it? Up so early?" After stretching and shaking off the sleepiness, Chen Lin looked at Li Qingfeng and said, "The sun has barely risen. The chickens from the neighboring bookshop are already crowing. One of these days, I shall stew one of them." Since he was awake, it seemed inappropriate to return to sleep, so Li Qingfeng rose as well. Outside, the sky was just beginning to brighten. Perhaps due to the towering buildings, there was none of the hazy, misty atmosphere that enveloped Pumpkin Village, obscuring visibility. Although the sun had not yet emerged, the view was remarkably clear. With high visibility, the fellows outside have all risen, their routines closely mirroring that of Chen Jinfeng, except for a few who indulged in late-night revelry yesterday and now sport bloodshot eyes, struggling to shake off their drowsiness. They too have managed to get up, albeit with incessant yawns. It appears that the inhabitants here maintain fairly regular schedules. Li Qingfeng, having rinsed his mouth and washed his face, observes their every movement. At that moment, Chen Buzhan emerges from the opposite room, a grey cloth bag slung over his shoulder, seemingly following Chen bumming to the school. One wonders if this village lad can adapt to the environment here. Upon noticing Li Qingfeng, Chen Buzhan, despite trailing behind Chen bumming, turns back to wave at him in greeting. Li Qingfeng responds with a smile, reflecting on the innocence of youth. The child, having awakened, seems to have banished any fear from the previous day. Whether by casting it aside or burying it deep within, after completing his morning routine, Li Qingfeng exchanges a few words with Chen Lin and exchanges 1,000 copper coins with him. Learning that Chen Lin is soon to be busy with work, Li Qingfeng informs him of his intention to explore the county for suitable employment. Aware of Li Qingfeng's newfound wealth, Chen Lin refrains from probing further and merely offers him a few encouraging words. With a string of copper coins in hand, Li Qingfeng exits the Pumpkin Merchant Association. The streets outside are now bustling with pedestrians. Today, Li Qingfeng's objective is to first visit the Affairs Bureau to see if any tasks align with his skills, and afterwards to check out the martial arts school in the county. One must tackle tasks one at a time, and the immediate priority is to find a meal, spotting a stall set up by the roadside. He enjoys a steaming bowl of noodles. The noodles are served in a large ocean bowl, generously portioned, with a rich oily broth and smooth handmade noodles that offer both delightful texture and substantial satiety. Not only can he add various condiments like pickled vegetables, but if he finds himself wanting more, the proprietor is happy to offer extra noodles at no additional cost. As he stirs his chopsticks at the bottom of the bowl, he retrieves chunks of meat, savoring the meal with grease dripping from his lips. Several laborers who rose early to toil at the docks also gather here for their noodles, after devouring a bowl. Li Qingfeng feels invigorated for the day ahead. He refills his bowl twice more, adding copious amounts of pickled vegetables, amidst the approving remarks from the seasoned chef about the hearty appetite of the youth. Li Qingfeng pays 5 when, wipes his mouth, and departs, marking this location for a future visit, sauntering along the streets while following the map drawn by player Haoren Jingqi on the forum for Liang County. Li Qingfeng strolls leisurely until he arrives at the entrance of the Affairs Bureau. Contrary to his expectations of a bustling scene, the place is nearly deserted, with only a handful of staff present. It dawns on Li Qingfeng that his early arrival is not the sole reason for the lack of activity. The locals have their own lives to lead. Who would come here without cause? Villagers from Pumpkin Village seeking work would reach out to their fellow townsfolk like Chen Lin for assistance, rather than relying on the Affairs Bureau. Others similarly have their networks, preferring to be introduced through acquaintances. The Affairs Bureau seems more suited for the destitute and unanchored, those with no ties, who come seeking any means to survive. Since he is already here, Li Qingfeng approaches to peruse the available tasks. Hoping to find one suitable for himself. A notice at number 37 Gutsong Road seeks an individual to care for 10 dogs for 3 days, with the responsibilities involving walking and playing with the dogs. The compensation is 70 won per day, inclusive of meals and lodging. Requirements include being a local resident or having lived in the county for over 5 years, being hardworking, and possessing a kind disposition. Those meeting superior conditions may have their wages increased. The deadline is set for August 22 and today is the 21st, so while the date is still open, Li Qingfeng finds himself unable to meet the stipulated requirements, particularly the insistence on being kind and hardworking. Such demands seem absurd. He is neither inclined to endure hardship nor to exhibit kindness, thus, this task shall have to be left for others, or perhaps for those more suited. He glances at the next listing: a martial arts practice partner, no interest in being a punching bag. Sorting medicinal herbs, he lacks knowledge in that area. Purchasing rare herbs, having sold some previously, he wouldn't seek them out again. The forum is far more convenient and secure. Unloading cargo at the docks offers daily pay, though the labor is too demanding for him. Harvesting peanuts, that requires bending down, which he cannot manage. The academy seeks a teacher, beyond his capabilities. Gathering herbs in the deep mountains requires experience, again, not suitable. Escorting cargo involves perilous journeys and demands martial prowess, definitely not for him. After perusing the listings, Li Qingfeng cannot help but feel disheartened. None of these jobs seem appropriate for him. Either he lacks experience or strength. The tasks that he could feasibly undertake all require hard work, which he is unwilling to perform. At the positions he finds appealing are simply unattainable for him. Sighing, he realizes he seems to lack any survival skills. Reflecting on past times, his only abilities revolved around violence and thievery. Now, without his martial prowess, he finds himself bereft of options. Qingfeng, what brings you here? A robust voice calls from behind. Turning around, Li Qingfeng is surprised to see Shenhao, a familiar face from his neighborhood. The father of the boy from whom he once snatched a lollipop. Their families share a good relationship, having once had Shenhao's son rescued from drowning by Li Qingfeng, owing to this act of kindness. Even though Li Qingfeng has strayed into a life of gambling, Shenhao is willing to befriend him, believing he is merely lost and that youthful impulsivity is commonplace. Li Qingfeng notices Shenhao dressed as a constable, a standard issue blade at his waist, and asks how good you're playing this game too. Shenhao, appearing to be in his 40s, bears a weathered yet square countenance that exudes reliability. In truth, he is in his early 30s. Suggesting he has spent considerable time in the game. I've been playing for quite a while, a veteran of 10 years, he replies. When Shenhao mentions 10 years, he refers to in-game time. In reality, it has only been about 4 months. According to the earliest players, this game has been operating for nearly 2 years, and with a 30-fold speed ratio, 60 years have passed within the game. The oldest players are now waiting for their first reincarnation. Li Qingfeng gestures towards Shenhao's attire and inquires, how go? Have you become a magistrate? That sword looks impressive. Noticing Shenhao's health points of 187,190. Li Qingfeng thinks that perhaps Shenhao has fared well over the decade, though he might still struggle against the likes of Han Shandiao. Shenhao pats his sword and says, this is merely for show, my focus is on marksmanship, but in the county, carrying a sword suffices to deter trouble. Li Qingfeng asks, what do you do in the county? How good? Shenhao replies, after a decade of wandering, I've fortuitously become a constable. Li Qingfeng responds, that is commendable. By the way, are you here to take on a task? Shenhao candidly explains, oh, not quite, I have my regular job, I'm here to issue tasks. After attending roll call this morning, he received orders from the county magistrate to recruit personnel for a bandit extermination. There have been numerous reports of travelers being robbed by a band of ruthless bandits claiming to be led by someone called Han Shandiao. Unlike previous robbers who were more cautious and selective, this group is audacious, robbing anyone who passes by, which has created a significant negative impact. With so many victims, the complaints have overwhelmed the county magistrate. Thus, the higher-ups dispatched him to issue the call for help. Upon hearing the name Han Shandiao, Li Qingfeng recalls the brute who was struck dead by Chen Buming. Surely Shenhao's team could uncover fresh corpses in the Zizhu forest. Without mentioning Han Shandiao, Li Qingfeng poses a curious question. How peculiar, why recruit for bandit suppression? Aren't there any experts in the county? Shenhao shrugs, explaining, the experts have all gone off to train with larger factions. Who has the time to deal with such matters when they could be honing their martial skills? Li Qingfeng asks, what about soldiers? Surely the county has some, or at least the prefecture does. Shenhao shakes his head and clarifies, that's a topic for later. If first, I need to issue the tasks, then we can head to a tavern where I'll treat you to some of Luoyang County's specialty green plum wine while we chat. Li Qingfeng nods, watching as Shenhao proceeds to the office to issue the tasks. Shenhao seems well acquainted with the staff, as their respectful demeanor indicates he holds a significant reputation. The tasks are soon posted prominently. And then Shenhao approaches Li Qingfeng saying, let us go, we can talk as we walk. Navigating through the streets and alleys, passers-by regard Shenhao with great respect. Following him, Li Qingfeng arrives at a tavern named Qingmei Winehouse. The waiter's eyes light up upon seeing Shenhao, and he eagerly greets him. Constable Shen, good morning, what would you like to order? The usual, a few dishes to accompany the wine, and 2 jugs of green plum wine. Shenhao replies, turning to Li Qingfeng, he asks, can you handle drinking this early? Li Qingfeng waves his hand dismissively, a trivial matter. Ascending to a private room on the 2nd floor, Shenhao sets his blade aside on an empty stool and begins to chat with Li Qingfeng. What was your question again? Right, about soldiers. Qingfeng, you see, you're unfamiliar with the operational logic of this county. Under normal circumstances, there are no soldiers present. Curiously, Qingfeng asks, under what circumstances would there be soldiers? Are there none stationed here? Shenhao explains, there are no permanent soldiers. They only appear during conflicts between counties, usually summoned temporarily from our ranks or the registered populace, since Qingshan Mountain isn't at war with any other factions. Naturally, there are no soldiers here. Moreover, even if war were to break out, the authority to mobilize troops rests solely with the individuals from Qingyun Mountain Dai and the realm of Qiankuan. There exists no unified dynasty to govern. Naturally, banditry flourishes. It has become commonplace for each locality to attend only to their own doorstep. As for the bandits, since they cannot plunder the forces of Qingyun Mountain, they are largely disregarded. As long as these marauders refrain from assaulting county towns or pillaging villages. Most simply turn a blind eye. Li Qingfeng inquired, but over the course of 60 years, with so many players, how can the individuals from 2077 be subjected to such bullying, and what of the plundering of villages? The players could harness advanced technology to directly overpower and unify. Li Qingfeng had been quite curious about this issue from the start, yet he found no similar posts on the forum to address his confusion. Xinhao replied, "It's futile. The technology in the Qianquan realm seems to be locked away. Even the academicians from the Federation can only gaze in despair. The items produced resemble those in reality. Yet the expected chemical and physical reactions simply do not occur. Firearms crafted are merely for show, impotent as mere iron rods." A professor proposed a theory suggesting that this game world possesses its own technological tree. Its points have been allocated elsewhere, rendering the path of real-world technology non-existent. Each world adheres to its own set of rules. We cannot interpret it through the lens of our own world. To grow stronger in the game, one must align with its operational logic, adhere to its principles, and then exploit them. Many have suffered by naively applying real-world experiences. However, players have wised up and no longer engage in such fruitless endeavors. Li Qingfeng interjected, "Wait, so you're saying that there are many high-level players in this game, including academicians and professors?" Xinhao, who worked as an ordinary employee at the Academy of Sciences, lacked the stature of those bigwigs. But his connections allowed him to glean some insights. Since he began playing Qianquan, he had resigned to devote himself entirely to gaming. With an air of nonchalance, Xinhao remarked, "Of course, who wouldn't want to live 2 extra lifetimes for free?" Li Qingfeng nodded in agreement, recognizing the wisdom in Xinhao's words. After all, to refuse a gift is akin to losing out, especially when it pertains to something as invaluable as lifespan. The significantly accelerated time flow of 30-1 was incredibly advantageous. Xinhao continued, "Currently, the highest realm in Qianquan is the acquired realm. It is said that when the innate realm is unlocked, it will further enhance one's lifespan, according to rumors circulating among players of top-tier factions." He paused, raising 5 fingers in excitement. "Masters of the unparalleled realm can live for 500 years. What does a lifespan of 500 years imply? This year is 2077, and 500 years ago was 1577. A time still under the reign of the Great Ridge dynasty. The historically renowned Emperor of Ridge was just an infant at that time. After the fall of the Ridge dynasty, it took the Chen and Jing dynasties before the advent of the Industrial Revolution. 500 years of life is sufficient to witness the rise and fall of 3 dynasties, an existence akin to that of a deity." The characters depicted in the game's animated sequences, engaging in cataclysmic battles, are said to be masters of the unparalleled realm. Just imagine the allure of such a game. Li Qingfeng responded, "Indeed, it is quite alluring. I've only been playing for a few days, and I already find it exhilarating, but I've heard rumors that players can go missing while playing. Could that mean they've actually perished?" Li Qingfeng felt that in reality violence could lead to complications. While the Qianquan realm lacked such constraints, which is why he preferred immersing himself in the game, it truly resonated with the saying that within 3 minutes, one can fall in love with this game. Xinhao nodded, affirming Li Qingfeng's sentiments. He elaborated, "The unparalleled realm is not the limit. Projections suggest that further ascension could lead to entirely new realms, granting the possibility of living for 1,000 years. Such prospects are enough to drive one to madness. With such joy at hand, who would concern themselves with mere disappearances? At most, one should avoid triggering a third life after dying for the second time. One ought not to create a new character, and all would be well. Yet, I have heard that many players, unable to restrain themselves, create a third character after losing their second life, thus meeting their demise once more. In such cases, one cannot blame others. If it weren't for the fact that the game slots are randomly assigned and the lack of any discernible pattern, this single game slot could skyrocket in value. Truly worth its weight in gold." Observing Xinhao's enthusiasm for the fortunate times they lived in, Li Qingfeng felt differently. Regardless of the era, benefits and resources have always been the privilege of a select few. The rest merely run alongside, perhaps glimpsing hope, but it remains a carrot dangling out of reach, an illusion of promise that leads to nothing but empty joy. This notion felt rather pessimistic. It would be wiser to do one's utmost and leave the rest to fate. Before long, the dishes were served. As they dined, Xinhao animatedly discussed his aspirations for the future of the game with Li Qingfeng. He had already devised a detailed plan for his second life and was merely awaiting the update for the innate realm to restart his journey. It was rumored that the update was imminent, likely within the next 2 years. The information gleaned from players of elite factions should be reliable. Li Qingfeng listened attentively to Xinhao's grandiose plans. Occasionally nodding in agreement, observing the excited Shinhao, Li Qingfeng couldn't help but recall the fortunate player named Yu Xiaoxi he had seen on the forum yesterday. He suspected that even if Shinhao restarted, his situation would not be better than Yu Xiaoxi's. After all, Shinhao's glaringly low health of 187,190 had yet to reach the realm of blood exchange like Chen Buming. What guarantee did he have that by restarting his second life, he would surge into the innate realm? Did he possess such capability? Although Li Qingfeng doubted Shinhao's potential for advancement upon restarting, he refrained from undermining his ambitions and respected his choices. Once their meal concluded, the two exchanged forum contact information and became friends. Li Qingfeng soon realized that the map of Green Willow County he had seen on the forum was actually a strategy post authored by Shinhao. Shinhao had toiled in the Green Willow County section for many years, establishing himself as a veteran. Within Green Willow County, one could find numerous posts he had authored. A quick glance at his profile revealed threads on solving cases, capturing criminals, and addressing civil matters, all related to his work. Occasionally, he would post strategy guides, including maps and building introductions. Many who encountered difficulties in Green Willow County would seek his assistance. Overall, Shinhao was a well-known player in the Green Willow County section, with occasional mentions in neighboring counties. However, beyond the county and district levels, few were aware of him. In higher tier sections, posts were primarily authored by individuals residing in the administrative regions, a world apart from Shinhao. There were certainly some flamboyant individuals who, under the guise of humor, would post absurd or anti-intellectual remarks to attract attention. Even if one were to struggle in the game, being active on the forum could yield a modicum of recognition. In these times, a bad reputation was preferable to obscurity. However, Shinhao's character was not suited for such antics. He remained grounded and steady, embodying the traits of an honest, studious man, the kind whose wife had left him. Had he not been required to possess martial prowess to ascend to a position in the administrative office, his professional skills and qualifications would have long secured him a role there. Alas, his lack of martial talent constrained him. Li Qingfeng did not eat much during this meal, having already filled himself at the noodle shop that morning. Had it not been for the quick digestion of noodles, he wouldn't have been able to drink much at all. During their conversation, Li Qingfeng candidly mentioned having already eaten. Shinhao did not insist, and he single-handedly consumed the majority of the food and drink. Rising early, his stomach was empty, and he had yet to eat. As they feasted and conversed, time swiftly slipped away, and soon their meal came to an end. After settling the bill, the two prepared to leave. Outside, a young man clad in a gray constable's uniform hurriedly entered the tavern, panting and looking somewhat anxious. "Captain Hao, there's been an incident." Shinhao turned to the newcomer, reassuring him. "Xiao Lu, what's the matter?" "Speak slowly." Xiao Lu pointed toward the east and explained, "A servant has died at the home of Master Sunday." When they reported the incident, they mentioned that upon rising early, they counted the household and found one servant missing. After a search, they discovered that the servant had drowned in the well. Captain Zhou has already gone to investigate, but he suspects it wasn't suicide. He asked me to seek you out for a second opinion, knowing you would likely be here dining. Upon hearing of a potential homicide, Shinhao furrowed his brow momentarily before relaxing, shifting his gaze toward Li Qingfeng as he spoke. "Qingfeng, if you're not in a hurry to find work, why not take a stroll around the county? I must attend to this matter, and I will contact you once I'm finished. I can help you secure an easier position later." Li Qingfeng nodded and replied, "Brother Hao, you go ahead and take care of business. Don't let it delay your important work. I'll head to the affairs office first." "All right, Xiao Lu, let us go," Shinhao said, as he departed with Xian Xiaolu towards Master Sun's residence. Li Qingfeng knew that such cases posed no challenge for Shinhao. In his posts, Shinhao had indicated his unique talent for communicating with the spirits of those who had died within the past 7 days. As long as the servant who fell into the well was not assassinated, if he had seen the face of the murderer, that perpetrator would inevitably be caught. However, who would go to the trouble of hiring an assassin for a mere servant? Most likely he had ventured out for a midnight visit and inadvertently witnessed some unsavory business at Master Sun's residence, only to be silenced by a panicked individual. Wasn't this the plot of many dramas? As Li Qingfeng contemplated the servant's demise, he shook his head and offered a silent tribute, wishing for him a more fortunate rebirth in the next life. The life of a laborer is indeed arduous. Toiling under the sun by day and remaining vigilant against potential threats by night, it is a daunting existence. With a slight haze of inebriation enveloping him, Li Qingfeng made his way toward the Office of Affairs. Though he found many of the tasks there ill-suited to his abilities, he resolved to at least peruse what awaited him. He had only glimpsed a fraction of the available assignments before being interrupted by the call of Shinhao. As he scrolled through the forums, particularly the section dedicated to Green Willow Town, which he had marked for special attention. Notifications promptly alerted him whenever a new post appeared. It was around 8 o'clock. And among the diligent players, some had already risen to greet the day. In the Green Willow County forum, Li Qingfeng stumbled upon a freshly published post seeking companions for a treasure hunt. The author, known by the ID Necromancer, had chosen a name reminiscent of a Western fantasy, suggestive of deeper significance. The post proclaimed the discovery of a treasure map nearby and inquired whether any local experts were willing to embark on an expedition. The author expressed a desire for a couple of capable allies to accompany him, stating, "I only wish to claim what is useful to me, the rest we can negotiate." He mentioned that he would wait at the Office of Affairs. Planning to set out after lunch around noon, the Necromancer seemed unfazed by the prospect of being betrayed, as the current player community was largely cooperative, still basking in an era of exploration and mutual benefit. After all, the realm of Qian Kuan was vast, with Li Qingfeng's own Kan prefecture home to billions of residents, this figure still being an incomplete estimate, with millions of players scattered across the 8 states. Making waves was a formidable challenge. The world was expansive, filled with countless mountains and rivers, offering ample opportunities for those willing to seek them out. Without any vested interests, players were unlikely to tarnish their reputations intentionally. Betraying others would only invite scrutiny, as deceit would inevitably lead to exposure in front of millions. In the forum, players could be whimsical, abstract, or even silent. However, truly malicious actions could lead to dire consequences. After all, the stakes in this game were incredibly high. Those intent on causing trouble might quickly find themselves eliminated, leaving no trace behind. Players lacking infinite respawns were inconsequential and did not deserve the title of the fourth calamity. Most players were even less ruthless than the indigenous inhabitants. At least the likes of Chen Dahai displayed a callousness in their actions. Li Qingfeng detected the unmistakable scent of blood from the adept gravediggers he encountered. Such was the reality of ordinary individuals in the peaceful era of 2077. He would venture to assert that 99% of players had never taken a life. In reality, players sought to spar in a manner akin to traditional martial arts. Whereas the unscrupulous plotted ways to dispose of their foes and bury them in locations deemed auspicious, how could one even begin to compare the fighting spirit? As Li Qingfeng continued to peruse the Necromancer's post, he clicked on his profile to glean more information. He discovered that the individual had made several posts, and aside from some inquiries about the game's lore, this was the second treasure map he had shared. His initial post had been published a month ago in-game, suggesting he was a relatively new player. In just this brief time, he had managed to acquire 2 treasure maps, a stroke of luck likely tied to his innate talent. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Office of Affairs, Li Qingfeng instantly recognized the Necromancer. It was not his name that gave him away, but rather his peculiar attire, clad in a black robe and hood. He appeared rather out of place under the bright sun. While the locals donned light clothing in the cool morning air, the Necromancer seemed unperturbed by the heat, with one foot propped against a stone pillar and the other slightly bent. He leaned back against it in a dramatic pose. However, standing in such a fashion for too long could lead to discomfort and potential falls. As he lowered his head, the aura of mystery surrounding him drew curious glances from those entering the office, who subsequently maneuvered around him. Li Qingfeng approached without hesitation, the scent of alcohol preceding him. The Necromancer, with fingers poised on his forehead, spoke in a low, youthful voice. You have arrived." His tone suggested he was in his early 20s. Yet he bore the heart of a dreamer. His face remained obscured by both the hood and a black mask, but the quality of his custom attire hinted at a wealthy background. "Are you a brave soul seeking treasure?" the Necromancer inquired. Li Qingfeng cast a sidelong glance at him, shaking his head in response, his expression conveying a sense of resignation, and proceeded into the office to pursue his own endeavors. As he watched Li Qingfeng walk away, the Necromancer sighed, shaking his head. Just a foolish local intoxicated in broad daylight, mistaking me for one of those noble awakened beings, convinced that Li Qingfeng was not a player." The Necromancer resumed his pose, awaiting the arrival of fellow treasure seekers. Despite catching snippets of Li Qingfeng's remarks about cat disease, he, as a noble awakened being and master of dark magic, could afford to overlook the ignorance of the native populace. After all, the truth was often held by a select few, and as one of those few, he had grown accustomed to being misunderstood, uninterested in engaging with the naive youth still ensnared in his fantasies. Li Qingfeng began to explore alternative job opportunities within the office. While the allure of treasure was undeniable and he was indeed curious about what the map might reveal, Li Qingfeng recognized that venturing into the wild at his current health of only 99 points posed a significant risk. Even if he joined the treasure hunt, should fortune smile upon them, he doubted he could outmaneuver his companions. The prospect of betrayal loomed large, and he had no interest in relying on others' goodwill. To gamble on their integrity was akin to placing his neck beneath a blade. Regardless, should Li Qingfeng encounter a tempting opportunity, he was prepared to seize it without concern for any potential fallout. If necessary, he could always return to the forums to disparage his adversaries. After all, who couldn't he speak ill of others? Once the deed was done, they could produce no evidence to refute his claims. The worst-case scenario would involve a breakdown of the cooperative spirit that had characterized their shared exploration, but as long as he benefited, he cared little for the discontent of millions of fellow players. In the current forum climate, which favored him, Li Qingfeng had no intention of disrupting it. Had his abilities been more formidable, he would have undoubtedly joined the necromancer on his expedition, relishing the chance to both slay and seize treasures. Alas, it was a missed opportunity. The necromancer could never have imagined that the passing native harbored designs on his treasure, nor could he have fathomed that even his own kind might not be spared should they cross paths. Inside the Office of Affairs, the number of visitors had swelled since the early morning. Many bore the unmistakable attire of casual laborers, a common sight among the temporary workers who often neglected their appearances. Li Qingfeng, however, focused intently on the job recruitment postings. As he scanned through the myriad of opportunities, he found himself undisturbed, gaining a more nuanced understanding of the county's needs. Yet, most of the postings were for positions he was unwilling to accept, either demanding too much or offering too little. After a lengthy search, Li Qingfeng was on the verge of conceding defeat when he suddenly stumbled upon a job listing that seemed perfectly tailored for him: the recruitment of executioners. According to the details provided, following the autumn harvest, a batch of prisoners awaited execution, necessitating the temporary hiring of several executioners. The age-old adage held true: autumn is the time for retribution. With the harvest now completed, those prisoners were destined for their fates. The job was straightforward. Commencing the following day, the executioners would carry out their grim duties from August 22 to August 30, a total of 8 days. The requirements are indeed quite high. The executioner must possess a robust psychological constitution, be audacious, and skillfully wield a blade, given that this is a high-skilled profession and only requires a few days of work. The remuneration is substantial: 1 or 2 silver coins per day. Over the span of 8 days, one could earn as much as others would in 4 months of labor at the docks. Although the pay is generous, it seems there are not many willing to undertake such a task. Li Qingfeng noted that the recruitment notice had been posted since early July, and even now, they had yet to fill all positions. Approaching the counter, he sought to inquire with the staff about any underlying issues, hoping to avoid any pitfalls. After conversing with the young woman at the counter for some time, he learned that despite the high salary, few were inclined to accept the job, not to mention the psychological toll of beheading numerous individuals, which could significantly affect one's mental state. The wary demeanor of neighbors who tend to avoid such a profession only adds to the hesitance surrounding it. After all, in the county, law-abiding citizens are reluctant to associate with someone who has taken the lives of many. Moreover, some harbor superstitions regarding such matters. If one were to kill without cause, could the vengeful spirit seek retribution? Others believe that although labor at the docks is arduous, it is honest work, providing peace of mind with the earnings. Quick money, they feel, is not worth pursuing. Those who wish to stray from the righteous path are often deterred by the stringent psychological and skill requirements. Merchants like Chen Dahai and his associates, who have seen and committed violence, belong to a more audacious demographic. Yet, not everyone shares their disposition. Many honest individuals have lived their entire lives in the county, never venturing to other cities. Such individuals form the backbone of society, exemplified by someone like Chen Bujan. Had Chen Bujan not come to the county, he might still be a carefree lad in the countryside, enjoying the tranquility of his daily life, perhaps forever content to live off the land in Pumpkin Village. Alas, his grandfather's misdeeds led to his banishment to the county, where he now endures hardship. After some time conversing and becoming somewhat acquainted, Li Qingfeng remarked, "The role of executioner is quite appealing. I would like to take it." "Do you think I can manage?" The staff member Zhang Xianxian looked at Li Qingfeng with surprise and asked, "Really, you think you can handle this job? Are you even strong enough to lift the blade?" "It is rather heavy." Observing Li Qingfeng's slender frame, her expression wavered between disbelief and amusement, nearly breaking into laughter. Li Qingfeng raised an eyebrow, assuring her, "Rest assured, I am capable. It is my specialty, and I am in dire need of this income." Zhang Xianxian shook her head, believing it a pity for someone like Li Qingfeng to become an executioner. "How about I find you a less strenuous job? Mr. Wu is currently seeking an accountant to assist with his finances." I just spoke with him, and you seem witty and charming, you carry yourself like someone well educated, the pay there is decent, around 2 silver coins a month, work there for a few months, and you could have a little saved up by the end of the year to celebrate the new year well. Leaning against the counter with his chin resting on his hand, Li Qingfeng listened intently as Zhang Xianxian extolled the virtues of this alternative position. She spread her fingers, counting off the benefits. You see, the accountant's position includes meals and accommodation. It's easy and respectable. When there's nothing to do, you can sit back with some tea, enjoy a snack, read a book, and before you know it, the day has passed. It is far more comfortable than those backbreaking labor jobs. If it weren't for your pleasant appearance, I wouldn't even bother suggesting it. Typically, I wouldn't give a second thought to those scruffy temp workers. What do you think? Li Qingfeng shook his head. He wasn't short on money. He wanted to take on the role of executioner to enhance his life experience, and this job was perfectly suited to his needs. It's this job I want. 1 or 2 silver coins a day, and by the end of the month, I could earn 8 coins. To be an accountant would require 4 months of work. Zhang Xianxian rolled her eyes, realizing he had dismissed all her arguments in favor of quick money. Noticing her silence, Li Qingfeng interjected, "By the way, beautiful, what is your name?" "I'm Zhang Xianxian. Why, once I finish my work with the beheading, I'll treat you to a grand feast. Oh, I would never want a meal paid for with money earned from your executions." Zhang Xianxian shot him a disdainful glance, perceiving his playful demeanor as mere jest. Li Qingfeng chuckled heartily. "Then it's settled. I'll come find you to hang out afterward." As he spoke, he turned to leave. Zhang Xianxian called after him, "Hey, I want to register you for this job." "Give up that idea." Li Qingfeng merely waved his hand in acknowledgement without looking back. With the job settled, it was time to head to the martial arts school. Opening the forum, he sent a private message to Shen Hao. "Brother Hao, I found a suitable job that I'd like your help with. Here's the deal." I mentioned the executioner recruitment to Shen Hao, expressing my interest in the position. Shen Hao was likely busy and hadn't checked the forum, so Li Qingfeng planned to wait for his reply before addressing anything else, opting instead to attend to other matters. Stepping out of the office, he noticed it was already 11 o'clock, just outside. He spotted the necromancer. At this moment, he had 2 companions, presumably fellow players, who were squatting by a flower bed, engaged in conversation. One was short and stout, while the other was tall and lean, a complementary pair. The necromancer, perhaps weary from standing, had adopted a new pose, standing straight with arms crossed, gazing upward at a 45-degree angle, his eyes reflecting profound depth and untold stories. Li Qingfeng found his stance sculptural and motionless. Piquing his curiosity about whether such a position would strain his neck, was he practicing how to project an air of superiority for his future as a necromancer? Such diligence was commendable. The 2 players seemed oblivious to the curious glances from passers-by, likely fellow introverts. They continued their conversation, their hands gliding through the air as if browsing the forum. As Li Qingfeng walked past them, he caught snippets of their discussion. The stout player exclaimed, "Hey, Lao Wang, check this out. This post is wild. The Tao Lord of Righteousness just solved another case. A servant caught the young master with his stepmother. And not just one but 2 stepmothers. The servant was unexpectedly discovered by the young master and subsequently murdered and disposed of in a well. Wow, that's explosive. Are they really playing it this scandalously?" The tall player, Lao Wang, glanced at him nonchalantly, replying, "It's alright, I usually watch more beast-human content, so I'm not particularly moved by such pure love stories." The stout player responded in disbelief. "What, this is pure love? You read truly something else, Lao Wang. This Mr. Sun is quite the character, marrying 7 concubines. How does he manage that? He must be overwhelmed." Lao Wang shook his head dismissively, saying, "It's only a matter of time before he overextends himself. We must act within our means." The stout player then asked, "Are you talking about Mr. Sun or his son?" "Both," Lao Wang replied. The stout player sighed enviously. "I just don't understand the world of the wealthy. By the way, look at this thread. It was posted this morning by the Tao Lord of Righteousness. They're recruiting to hunt the mountain shaker. The pay is decent. Should we go for it?" Li Qingfeng found their conversation rather entertaining but did not linger. Gradually losing the thread of their discussion as he walked away, the mountain shaker was already dead, and those undertaking the task now were merely chasing a paycheck. However, venturing into the wilderness posed risks. Without the mountain shaker, one could easily encounter a mountain eagle instead. All in all, it was far less secure than staying within the county, and Li Qingfeng had no intention of heading into the wild. Opening the map, he planned to follow Shen Hao's guide to check out the martial arts schools in the county. There were about a dozen martial arts schools in Liang County, discounting those run by larger factions. Among the 5 schools recommended by Shinhao, each specialized in different areas. Some were suitable for beginners, laying a solid foundation, while others offered rapid advancement at a cost. Some schools taught techniques suited for grand, sweeping movements, while others focused on agility and finesse. Certain schools specialized in specific weapons, while others provided a comprehensive weapons education. Although Shinhao's guide wasn't perfect, it was evident he had put effort into compiling accurate information. After all, he wasn't a disciple of those schools, and their core teachings were beyond his reach yet. For someone entirely unfamiliar with these schools, the guide proved invaluable. Many felt assisted by it, even rewarding Shinhao with Qian coins. Observing the post's accumulated earnings, 11,386 coins, Li Qingfeng pondered that sharing guides might also be a lucrative avenue, akin to social media. Shinhao had explicitly advised against visiting the branches of larger factions, as they typically demanded high standards. They did not accept anyone over the age of 10, nor those deemed lacking in talent. Such stringent criteria easily filtered out most players. Those 10 and older possessed the capacity for critical thought, making it difficult to indoctrinate them into prioritizing loyalty to the faction over their own lives. As for those lacking talent, they were seen merely as a drain on resources. Only those who met both criteria, a genius, might find a chance to rise within such schools. Li Qingfeng decided against wasting time in places where he wouldn't even be allowed entry. Adhering to the principle of proximity, he made his way to the nearest military martial arts school. According to Shinhao's information, the master of this school, Wang Yang, was a peak practitioner of the blood exchange realm, just a step away from the marrow refinement realm. In Luoyang County, Wang Yang was a top-tier master, a veteran who had survived 5 wars and excelled in the art of battle formations. His mastery of defensive spear techniques was his signature skill, and the significance of those 5 wars was immeasurable. A war signifies a significant conflict between Qinghai County and other counties. The duration of such wars can vary, lasting anywhere from a few months to several years. Countless life and death struggles and fierce battles have transpired during these tumultuous times, leaving even Wang Yang unable to keep track of the number of encounters. His comrade Tong Zhe is among many who ventured to the battlefield and never returned. Yet, Wang Yang has emerged alive from 5 large-scale wars, a testament to his remarkable resilience, earning him the moniker the Survivor King. As he traversed the streets, Li Qingfeng followed the map, taking in the scenic beauty of Luoyang County. The people he encountered appeared remarkably leisurely, devoid of the frantic pace characteristic of those in 2077. Of course, those preoccupied with work had already risen early to fulfill their duties. At present, Li Qingfeng observed mostly the elderly, women, children, and idlers. He himself belonged to the latter category. Given the proximity, a mere 20-minute walk brought him to the Army Martial Arts Hall. The entrance stood wide open. Li Qingfeng paused at the threshold, glancing inside to hear the spirited sounds of martial arts practice. Instead of rushing in, he took a moment to open a forum on his phone, habitually checking for replies to his messages. Indeed, there was a response from Shinhao. Curious, he clicked to read the message. Executioner, you wish to pursue such a vocation. It is quite gruesome. Perhaps you should reconsider. Just standing by and inhaling that scent is unbearable. Some inexperienced players, in their curiosity, have fainted merely from observing executions. Many have succumbed. Do not mistake this world for a mere game, but if you are genuinely interested, consider selling steamed buns near the execution site tomorrow. You might find it amusing. I can procure a vendor's permit for you. Typically, buns sell for a single coin, but during the autumn execution period, they can fetch 10. Those foolish souls clamor to buy them. Recently, numerous individuals have been pestering me for this permit. It has become quite bothersome. Shinhao presumed that, as a denizen of 2077, Li Qingfeng had been born into a peaceful era, devoid of the grim realities of execution, and was merely seeking novelty. After pondering for a moment, Li Qingfeng replied, Brother Hao, it is not the meager profits that attract me, nor am I intrigued by the spectacle of execution. Rather, my innate talent grants me a treasure-hunting ability that enhances my fortune. Upon entering the game, I acquired a secret treasure known as the Spirit Blood Jade. After taking a life, this treasure activates, absorbing a portion of the deceased's vitality and bestowing it upon me, thereby augmenting my abilities. When I saw the recruitment notice, I immediately thought of this treasure and wished to test its potential. Thus, I seek your assistance in securing a position as an executioner. The executions commence tomorrow, and I am uncertain if I will make it in time. By the way, Brother Hao, please keep this talent and treasure confidential. Li Qingfeng cleverly disguised his fortune-telling talent as a mere ability. Deceit seemed to have become second nature to him, as he effortlessly spun tales, with nearly every statement containing an element of falsehood. Should every word he uttered be a fabrication, it would be a challenge to discern the truth hidden within. By employing the guise of the spirit blood jade, he cloaked his murderous talent in an additional layer of deception. Li Qingfeng harbored no fears of provoking Shen Hao's greed over the treasure he described, for it was non-existent and thus impervious to theft. Furthermore, he had connections with Heir Pang. Having saved his son, any ill intentions would result in dire consequences once his message to Shen Hao was complete. Li Qingfeng proceeded toward the army martial arts hall. Inside, he spotted a pallid individual seated on a chair, eyes closed, enjoying the breeze. Upon noticing the unfamiliar Li Qingfeng approaching, the man opened his eyes and inquired, "Young man, are you here to find someone, or do you have other business?" The man appeared to be in his 30s, clad in a short martial arts uniform, with a tall, slender physique and streamlined contours. However, his complexion suggested he might be anemic. After a mere glance at Li Qingfeng, he deduced that the latter was not there to study martial arts, as there were no visible signs of training on his person. And thus he asked if Li Qingfeng was searching for someone. Li Qingfeng noted the man's health bar, which read 150199, realizing he had encountered someone of considerable prowess at this martial arts hall. As this individual surpassed Shen Hao's health capacity, however, the disparity between the current health and the maximum limit was striking, marking the greatest gap he had witnessed in recent days. Recognizing the man's capabilities, Li Qingfeng smiled and replied, "I am here to test my aptitude for martial arts. A good friend of mine insists that I lack the qualities for martial training, but I am not swayed by such superstition and wish to give it a try. May I?" In the realm of martial arts, one must begin with an assessment of their innate potential before receiving instruction at a hall, unless they had previously undergone testing elsewhere and possessed knowledge of their talents. The man scrutinized Li Qingfeng's slight frame and youthful appearance, expressing skepticism about his prospects. He clicked his tongue and shook his head, saying, "Young man, I feel you need not bother with the test. Regardless of your aptitude, at your age you have surpassed the optimal period for martial training. If you have not previously trained elsewhere, you are unlikely to achieve anything substantial. Your bones have likely already set. The skin stage may be manageable if you grit your teeth and endure the pain, but the next level, the bone stage, would be excruciating, unless your vitality is exceptionally high and your body in peak condition. You would struggle to transition smoothly through this stage. However, judging by your weight, which seems to be just over 100 pounds, your vitality is likely below average. In my opinion, testing would only invite unnecessary distress. Save your money and spare yourself the trouble." The testing fee was merely 2 taels of silver, a sum most could manage with some effort, but the subsequent costs of training were beyond the means of an average household. Merely the expense of medicine could impoverish a family. Although Li Qingfeng's attire was clean, it did not suggest he hailed from a wealthy family, and squandering money on a wager with a friend was simply an act of defiance. The assessment primarily involved palpating the bones. A seasoned master could gauge a person's suitability for martial arts based on their lifetime of experience. Another method involved administering a beating and applying medicine to the wounds to observe the body's recovery, thereby testing the individual's responsiveness to medication. In essence, the bone assessment consisted of 2 components, one innate physical talent and the other a response to medicinal substances. Both could be straightforwardly evaluated. Possessing universal applicability, for exceptional talents, alternative evaluation methods and standards existed, which were not applicable to the average person. The innate talent was easily comprehensible, while the response to medication required further elaboration. Some individuals absorbed medicine quickly and exhibited high resistance, thereby possessing an inherent advantage over other martial artists. Traditionally, people approached herbal remedies with caution. The adage "all medicine is poison" underscored the need for vigilance. Only in times of illness or injury would one resort to medicinal treatments. In those days, the emphasis lay on innate talent coupled with diligent effort. The practice of consuming drugs had only emerged as a trend in the past 50 years, spurred by the discovery of an increasing prevalence and efficacy of wild spiritual herbs. Reports of these miraculous plants flooded in like joyous tidings. Though some herbs could lead to disastrous consequences, others genuinely accelerated the process of cultivation. Those who abstained from drugs found themselves lagging behind those who indulged, and a single misstep could lead to a cascade of failures. Li Qingfeng's expression remained largely unchanged. He continued to smile at the man and replied, "I understand, but my friend is covering the testing fee. His family is well off and can afford it, so there is no need to spare him. Additionally, I have always enjoyed hearing various stories. In my youth, I harbored dreams of being a chivalrous swordsman traveling the world. Thus, I am eager to discover whether I possess the potential for martial arts training. Rest assured, even if the results are unfavorable, I am well prepared and will not be disheartened by failure. I simply wish to fulfill my dream." Seeing Li Qingfeng's clarity of thought and stability in the face of potential disappointment, Wang Chao felt a sense of relief. Communicating with someone so composed and rational was a pleasant experience. As they would not engage in unpredictable or irrational behavior, Wang Chao then said, "Very well, let us proceed with the assessment. We shall begin with the bone palpation. Should it prove unsuitable and you wish to withdraw, you are welcome to do so without hesitation. The drug response test requires enduring a beating, which may be quite painful, so it may be best to forego that." Li Qingfeng replied, "Thank you. May I ask how to address you?" Wang Chao waved his hand dismissively. "Just call me Wang Chao, and by the way, regardless of the outcome, the testing fee is non-refundable. Please consider this carefully. 2 taels of silver is not an insignificant amount." Li Qingfeng assured him, "Brother Chao, rest assured, I am fully aware of this and have prepared accordingly." Wang Chao nodded. "Then follow me. I will take you to meet the master, who should be enjoying some tea and has a moment to spare." Wang Chao led the way, with Li Qingfeng trailing behind, as he opened the forum and exchanged 2,000 Qian Kuan coins for 2 taels of silver. As Li Qingfeng gazed at the silver in his hand, he mused that performing a magic trick with it might indeed prove to be quite entertaining. However, he found the forum to be rather unfair, as it permitted only 3 exchanges per week. Much like the restrictions on trading, what was most exasperating was that there were no limits on depositing funds. In Chapter 30, Testing the Bones, he traversed a long corridor and passed by the martial arts arena. There he observed numerous martial artists in stances, each wielding 4-meter-long spears. Some apprentices, drenched in sweat, tirelessly swung their blades, too exhausted to pause. The training equipment was abundant, featuring an array of weapons such as swords, spears, and halberds. The vitality of the martial artists here was evidently of a much higher caliber than that of ordinary pedestrians on the streets. Among them, the martial artist with the highest vitality boasted a staggering count of 209. 214. He was muscular and sported a full beard, exuding the aura of a strength-based warrior. Standing at 1.85 meters tall, he effortlessly tossed 2 50-kilogram stone blocks into the air, akin to a circus performer juggling oranges. The stones soared to an impressive height of approximately 7 meters, equivalent to 2 stories, and despite the risks of their descent, he caught them with ease, tossing them again in a playful manner. Li Qingfeng watched in awe, speculating whether this individual possessed iron wrists. Worried that the martial artist might miscalculate and sustain an injury from the falling stones, he called out to Wang Chao, who was leading the way, "Brother Chao, what realm does that stone-tossing master belong to? Isn't that exceedingly dangerous? A misstep could be fatal." Without breaking his stride, Wang Chao chuckled, "That's our school's prized disciple, Chu Xuangat. He has recently entered the blood exchange realm and is still acclimating to his new level." Li Qingfeng nodded, realizing that entering the blood exchange realm equated to a vitality of 200. He then turned his gaze towards Wang Chao, whose vitality was 150-199, and inquired, "What about you, Brother Chao? What realm do you belong to?" Wang Chao shrugged, chewing on a meat stick he had taken from his pocket. "I am currently at the perfected muscle transformation realm, preparing to break through to the blood exchange realm. It's not suitable for me to train at the moment, but I couldn't sit still indoors, so I came here to enjoy the breeze." Observing the significant disparity in vitality between himself and Wang Chao, Li Qingfeng understood why Wang Chao appeared so pale. The transition to a new realm had evidently drained his vitality. Thus, he concluded that a vitality of 199 indicated that Wang Chao had indeed perfected the muscle transformation realm. Feeling that his visit had not been in vain, Li Qingfeng had gained valuable insights into the classification of realms. Following Wang Chao, they traversed through the bustling martial arts arena until they reached a serene courtyard. Standing in the garden, Wang Chao pointed towards a grand red door and remarked, "The master should be inside." Li Qingfeng nodded, curious about the skills of the master he was about to meet and the extent of their vitality. Wang Chao strode forward, and Li Qingfeng followed closely before they could approach. A hearty laugh echoed. "General." Crossing the threshold, Li Qingfeng turned his attention to the 2 individuals engaged in a game of chess. One was a young man, handsome and likely around 17 or 18. Proudly contemplating the chessboard, he was the one who had called out "General." The other was presumably Wang Yang, the head of the martial arts school, who appeared quite elderly, in his 70s, with white hair and a beard. Despite his age, he radiated vitality, sitting with an air of composure that gave the impression of stability. Li Qingfeng glanced at the vitality above his head. 498. This was the highest value he had encountered thus far. Compared to Chen Buming, he still had a considerable journey ahead. However, Chen Buming's age remained his greatest asset, providing ample time for endeavor. Wang Chao approached Wang Yang and said, "Uncle, still playing chess?" Li Qingfeng shot a glance at Wang Chao. Surprised to learn of their familial connection, Wang Yang, fixated on the chessboard, did not shift his gaze but replied, "Oh, Chow, what's up?" He seemed entirely absorbed in the game, desperately trying to devise a strategy to counter the impending checkmate. A fiercely competitive individual, he appeared somewhat inept at chess. The young man opposite him rested his chin on one hand, glancing at Wang Chao and waving as a greeting before returning his focus to Wang Yang. Rhythmically tapping 4 fingers on the table, waiting for Wang Yang to make his next move, Wang Chao said, "It's nothing, you can continue your game." "Alright," Wang Yang responded, turning to Li Qingfeng. Wang Chao whispered, "The master tends to get engrossed in chess and forgets everything around him." Li Qingfeng nodded, remaining silent as he stood behind Wang Yang, observing the chess match. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Yang tossed his pieces aside, picked up a teacup, and exclaimed, "Surrender." After some deliberation, "It's evident that I'm out of viable moves. I concede, let us play again." The young opponent smirked, gesturing with his thumb and forefinger, indicating that it was time to settle the wager. With reluctance, Wang Yang fished out a handful of coins from his pocket and tossed them onto the table in front of the young man. "Meng Long, you're quite unscrupulous. When have I ever shortchanged you? You always pester me for money." Meng Long's eyes lit up at the sight of the coins, and he began counting them meticulously. Protesting, "I can't believe you'd shortchange me. Yesterday, you only gave me 10 coins less. When I went to play cards, I wagered 500 coins, but when I counted my winnings, I came up short and nearly got beaten up." Wang Yang casually poured himself another cup of tea, saying, "If you got into trouble, would you report my name? What, do you expect the casino to give me a free pass?" Meng Long was engrossed in counting. Not bothering to look up, Wang Yang shook his head. "Well, that wouldn't happen. As the saying goes, one must take responsibility for their bets." "I'm not that audacious," Meng Long scoffed, "and what good would reporting your name do?" Wang Yang replied, "What do you mean it wouldn't help? When they've half beaten you to a pulp, they'll know where to send you." Meng Long rolled his eyes, rapidly finishing counting the coins before standing up to leave. Wang Yang's eyes widened. Hey, what's the rush? You win 5 rounds and think you can just walk away? Let us have another game." Meng Long waved dismissively, not looking back. "Let us wait until tomorrow. You can replay the game yourself. Brother Chow needs to speak with you, and I'm busy trying to recoup my losses. Once I've conquered the tables, I'll treat you to drinks." As he watched Meng Long exit, Wang Yang chewed the tea leaves in his cup, muttering a stream of curses. After venting his frustrations about Meng Long, Wang Yang turned to Wang Chao with a furrowed brow, seemingly questioning either him or himself. "Chow, how did Shuemei end up with such a scoundrel? He spends all day at the gambling den and never brings home a girl." Wang Chao shrugged, offering no reply. "That's your daughter's child. If you can't control him, how can I know? It's certainly his father's fault. Meng Long takes after him. My daughter was once quite well behaved." Wang Yang lamented, shaking his head in dissatisfaction over his daughter's choice of spouse. Wang Chao reassured him, "Uncle, don't worry too much. Every generation has its own fortune. Besides, Meng Long has remarkable martial arts talent, far surpassing ours. He is just a bit lazy. If you keep an eye on him and encourage him, he'll surely achieve great things." Wang Yang's eyes widened as he slammed the teacup down onto the table. "How can I manage him? For every word I say, he has 10 to counter, and he always has an argument ready. Who can outtalk him? I have no idea where he learned that." While he vented, Wang Yang's gaze shifted to Wang Chao and Li Qingfeng, asking, "Chow, did you bring someone here for a reason? Is this young man seeking something from me?" Li Qingfeng stepped forward and said, "Master, I wish to learn martial arts and would like your assistance in assessing my aptitude." Wang Yang scrutinized Li Qingfeng before glancing at Wang Chao, giving him a look that conveyed, "You're getting worse. Can't you see this person is clearly unqualified?" Wang Chao appeared nonchalant, shrugging and chewing on a piece of jerky, signaling that they might as well give it a try since they had the time. Wang Yang shot him a glare and then turned back to Li Qingfeng. "Since Chow brought you in, I'll grant him this favor and assess you, but let me make it clear, if you lack the aptitude, your fee will not be refunded." Li Qingfeng produced 2 taels of silver he had exchanged and placed them on the table before Wang Yang. "Rest assured, master, I am fully prepared." Wang Yang examined the money, nodding in satisfaction. "Not bad. Your speed in producing the funds is already half the battle won. Sit over there. I'll take a look at you." Li Qingfeng settled into the seat previously occupied by Meng Long. Watching as Wang Yang stood and moved behind him, Wang Yang placed his hands on Li Qingfeng's head and instructed, "Don't move, relax. It might be a bit painful, but it shouldn't be a problem for an adult." "Thank you for your assistance, master." Wang Yang's large hands began to gently press on Li Qingfeng's features, working his way from the temples to the brow, the philtrum, the chin, and finally behind the ears. His touch was expertly controlled, akin to a seasoned massage therapist, and Li Qingfeng felt no pain. Instead, a sense of comfort enveloped him. As Wang Yang continued his examination, he inquired about Li Qingfeng's sensations, asking questions such as whether he felt any head pain, eye strain, or discomfort in his ears. Most people, due to the bumps and bruises of daily life, carry subtle injuries that hinder their optimal state, and they often find it challenging to adapt to Wang Yang's ministrations. However, for Li Qingfeng, whose vitality stands at 99, he currently finds himself in the best condition imaginable, free from any physical discomfort. He has flawlessly passed Wang Yang's provocative test. Wang Yang nodded, placing his hand upon Li Qingfeng's shoulder to begin assessing his physical state. As the sound of clicking filled the air, Wang Yang's large hand traversed Li Qingfeng's shoulders, chest, back, arms, and palms. While he pressed, he expressed his astonishment. Not bad, truly remarkable. Soon Wang Yang came to a halt and returned to his original seat. Li Qingfeng was still basking in Master Yang's massage when he realized it had only lasted a brief moment, nearly 2 minutes. Including the pressure applied to his head, was this worth 2 taels of silver? Money seemed far too easy to acquire. Master, have you completed the assessment? Li Qingfeng inquired with curiosity. Wang Yang picked up a kettle, poured a glass of water, and handed it to Li Qingfeng, saying, "As for your condition, how shall I put it? It is exceptionally unique." Wang Chao, standing nearby, became intrigued and asked, "Oh, uncle, what do you mean?" He had been curious since witnessing the peculiar expressions on Wang Yang's face during the bone examination. Li Qingfeng took a sip from the cup and looked at Wang Yang with a questioning gaze. Wang Yang began to explain, "Your vital energy, compared to that of an ordinary person, is somewhat lacking. It seems that your limited nourishment in your early years has resulted in slower development, yet, curiously, your overall condition is maintained in a state of perfection. In the terminology of our martial practitioners, we call it a body without leaks. In my 73 years of life, I have encountered fewer than 10 individuals with such a physique, and you are undoubtedly among them. However, you possess an even stranger quality than the others." Wang Chao, munching on dried meat, observed Li Qingfeng with curiosity, pondering what made this young man so exceptional. Li Qingfeng glanced at the reflection in his water cup and instantly grasped the implication of Wang Yang's words from the vitality reading of 99. A normal person could not attain full vitality. At least, in the days he had traveled from Pumpkin Village to Green Willow County, he had not encountered a single individual or animal with maximum vitality. Regardless of whether they were martial artists or common folk, the numbers preceding the upper limit were invariably lower, including his own. Li Qingfeng's full vitality had been restored only after he had slain 3 bandits. A result of endless carnage. Wang Chao voiced his confusion, asking, "What do you mean by strange?" Wang Yang elaborated, "The peculiarity lies in the fact that individuals with a body without leaks typically possess robust vital energy. As they can recover perfectly from injuries, their vitality never waning. Once increased, it remains so unaffected by ordinary factors, barring the inevitable decline of old age. Yet your vital energy is surprisingly feeble. These are 2 opposing concepts. Weak vitality cannot coexist with a body without leaks. Conversely, a body without leaks implies vibrant vitality. To illustrate intuitively, under the same standards, one cannot be both tall and short at once. If one is tall, they cannot be short. If they are short, they cannot be tall, but you are both, which renders you truly unique. Your body without leaks is your height, while your weak vitality is your shortness. Quite intriguing." Upon hearing this, Li Qingfeng nodded, appearing enlightened. This indeed was a matter of informational disparity. They were unaware of the effects of his endless carnage talent, which led to their confusion regarding his condition. Wang Chao inquired, "Could he possess some special constitution, akin to what you previously mentioned about the unparalleled figure Su Jian, who was endowed with an ageless body that inherently came with a body without leaks?" Wang Yang shook his head in response, "I cannot ascertain whether he possesses another special constitution. Nor do I have the means to test for it. He would need to seek out experts from significant powers for that. However, I can assure you that he does not possess an ageless body. Those with such a constitution appear perpetually youthful, resembling 18-year-olds, fresh-faced indeed." Chapter 31. The threshold of martial arts. Li Qingfeng touched his face, contemplating that he did not appear old either, being merely 20 years of age. Just 2 years shy of 18, how much difference could there be? His lack of youthful appearance might be attributed to the late nights associated with his gambling origins, yet he still considered himself a handsome young man. He asked, "What distinguishes a body without leaks from others?" Wang Yang slapped the table emphatically, "The differences are profound, not to mention others. Just consider the old injuries I've sustained on the battlefield. Even after healing, I still endure persistent ailments that are difficult to remedy. Whenever it rains, my thigh aches unbearably. Do you think that has no impact?" he then pointed at Wang Chao, whose pallor resembled that of a corpse that had been dead for 3 days, and remarked, "Look at him, after breaking through from the muscle transformation stage to the blood exchange stage, he has lost nearly an entire vat of blood, his complexion is as pale as death, appearing as if he is on the verge of departing this world. Is this not a significant impact? The subsequent recovery would require a substantial amount of time and medicinal resources, even after recuperation. He would not reach his optimal condition without extensive nurturing. However, someone with a body without leaks could quickly regain a perfect state." Wang Chao rolled his eyes at this statement, thinking it absurd. "Rest assured, uncle, I will ensure you have a proper burial." Li Qingfeng then asked his most pressing question, "Master, do you think I am suited for martial arts training?" Wang Yang excitedly slammed the table. "Absolutely, you are perfectly suited, you pay without hesitation. Which is a rare trait. Coupled with your decent talent, you are naturally destined for this path. While others suffer from lingering injuries and hidden ailments from their training, you recover swiftly, which is an immense advantage. Alas, it is a pity that you have surpassed the optimal age for training, which may limit your future achievements. Moreover, I am growing older myself, my energy waning, and I can no longer exert myself as before. Otherwise, I would gladly take you on as my disciple and dedicate myself to your instruction." Given the slightest condition met, Wang Chao, seemingly accustomed to his uncle's dramatics, calmly picked up a piece of pastry from the table and ate it. During the transition from the muscle transformation to the blood exchange stage, a considerable amount of food was required. Ideally, one should eat continuously, though Wang Chao was consuming spirit herbs and required less food. He still made it a point to eat whenever possible to replenish the energy lost from blood deficiency. Having learned that he could pursue martial arts, Li Qingfeng nodded and posed another question, "Master, why are some individuals deemed unsuitable for martial arts training and discouraged from pursuing it? What are the standards?" Wang Yang shook his head. "In truth, anyone can practice martial arts, yet not everyone is fit to do so." Li Qingfeng refrained from interrupting, watching him intently, awaiting further elaboration. Wang Yang, noticing Li Qingfeng's silence, smirked and continued, "As the saying goes, food is the heaven of the people. Those who practice martial arts dedicate their time to training and produce little. What will they eat? Moreover, they require ample sustenance, making it impossible for the poor to engage in such pursuits. Injuries to muscles and bones take 100 days to heal. If you injure yourself while training, you will need to recuperate at home. What will you eat then? Are you to wait for the heavens to drop pie in your lap?" Thus, we generally refuse the impoverished unless they exhibit extraordinary talent. It is often said that eating, drinking, gambling, and whoring reign supreme, but why does eating take precedence over gambling and whoring? Let me provide you with an example. Life has improved recently, you may not understand. But in my day, there was a landlord surnamed Wei who had a foolish son that he neither gambled nor whored but merely consumed plain flour and drank rice wine, ultimately leading his family to ruin. Do you think practicing martial arts is that easy? It requires sustenance to support it. Were it not for my being thrust into military service and fighting in the Danshui County, surviving by sheer luck and earning some merits, I would not have attained my current status. In those times, even landlords had no surplus grain to support martial training. Listening to Wang Yang's reminiscence, Li Qingfeng understood why many were not recommended for martial arts training. Poor talent leading to poor results was one reason. However, the primary reason remained poverty. Poverty naturally imposed restrictions on aspirations for upward mobility. The rural populace engaged in farming, laboring at docks, hawking goods in the streets, or following trade caravans. These professions were the best options for ordinary people, leaving them with no choice in order to make a living. Spending a month's wage on bone assessments was a painful decision. Who would not feel the pinch was one to subsist on air until the next payday. Observing Li Qingfeng's willingness to pay readily, Wang Yang recognized him as an ideal candidate for martial arts training, especially with his body without leaks. Li Qingfeng inquired, "Master, I wish to know how much it costs to learn martial arts at our dojo. What skills are imparted, and how long it typically takes to master them?" Wang Yang, familiar with the question, smoothly recited a response he had given many times before. "There are 2 models. Point 1 is a pay-as-you-go system, where you learn without formally taking on a master. This is a mutually beneficial arrangement with no entanglement. If you encounter difficulties, I am not obliged to assist you, and vice versa. Pricing is fixed based on what you wish to learn. We provide recommendations for corresponding martial techniques and medicinal combinations based on your training progress and desired focus. All prices are transparent and fair. Should you wish to learn, I will provide you with a price list later." The second model involves apprenticing under a master, which depends on your performance. You will learn for a time, and if you excel, and both parties agree, you may become an officially recognized disciple. You will perform the traditional bowing ceremony, and all the fees you previously paid will be refunded, along with a gift for becoming a disciple. In the future, all your training expenses will be covered by me. Many secret techniques not listed on the price list will also be imparted to you. You can stay here for your meals and lodging. If you lack funds, I can assist you in acquiring resources. If you are yet to marry, I can help you find a suitable partner. If you have matters at home, I will provide support. Wang Yang spoke eloquently, then shifted his tone to a serious one, looking directly at Li Qingfeng. However, a master's responsibilities are to be borne by the disciple. You are in your 20s, no longer a child. You should understand the weight of this statement, so I shall not elaborate further. Li Qingfeng nodded, comprehending Wang Yang's intent. The master-disciple relationship was akin to a father-son bond. Perhaps even more profound. When someone treats you well, you cannot simply run away when trouble arises. That if a conflict ensues, you must be prepared to fight for your life. Everything that appears to be beautiful comes with a hidden cost. Behind every beauty, there inevitably lies a price. Upon hearing Wang Yang conclude his statement, Li Qingfeng pondered for a moment before responding. I see, then I shall begin my studies. By the way, the cost won't be exorbitant. Will it? Wang Yang let out a hearty laugh and addressed Wang Chao, who was indulging in food. Chao, please take him to learn about the fees at our martial arts school and see if he is willing to pursue this path. I'm feeling a bit drowsy. I think I'll take a nap. That rascal Meng Long hasn't even offered to play a few games of chess with me. How frustrating. Hearing Wang Yang's intention to rest, Wang Chao replied, understood, uncle, we shall take our leaves, master, until we meet again. With that, Wang Chao led Li Qingfeng outside. In the flowerbed, butterflies fluttered and bees buzzed, creating an atmosphere of tranquility. Wang Chao strolled through the backyard until he reached a pavilion. Where he settled on a long bench facing the pavilion was a pond adorned with blooming lotus flowers. Sunlight danced upon the water's surface, casting a shimmering kaleidoscope of colors that was simply enchanting. With a splash, a golden koi emerged from the water, gulping in fresh air before flicking its tail and disappearing once more beneath the surface, gazing at the picturesque scene of the blooming lotuses. Wang Chao inhaled deeply with a smile and remarked, to speak frankly, ever since I began my martial arts training, I have exerted myself daily, fearful of being surpassed by others, yet despite my efforts, I still find myself unable to reach the threshold of genius. I can hardly recall the last time I enjoyed such leisurely moments, though the transition to the blood exchange realm is physically taxing. Having ample free time to do nothing is rather pleasant. Li Qingfeng leaned against the railing and inquired, is martial arts truly arduous? How does it compare to life? Wang Chao shook his head. All is difficult. Suffering is a universal condition, and no one finds it easy. Li Qingfeng shrugged, if it's tough and you can't handle it, then perhaps it's not the right path for you. Everyone has their own talents. Finding a path suited to oneself will likely lead to a smoother journey. Chen Bumming, a young lad with no background from the countryside, had a life value of 305,313. You had over 30, with a powerful uncle, possess a life value of only 150,199. The disparity is quite evident. You simply lack the aptitude for this line of work. Why not pursue a more relaxed job and live a comfortable life? That would surely be more appealing. As for Feng Menglong, he strikes me as quite admirable. When he has money, he frequents casinos, and when he's broke, he resorts to old-school coin grinding, carefree and unrestrained, with boundless potential. Unlike you, who merely sits and laments, using your free time during the pursuit of higher realms to study theory instead of striving to surpass others, it's no wonder you cannot outshine the gifted. With a naturally laid-back disposition, how could one possibly excel in martial arts? Were Wang Chao aware of Li Qingfeng's internal monologue, filled with exasperation, he would undoubtedly have sent him plummeting into the pond. Wang Chao sighed, enough of this, allow me to introduce you to our martial arts school's fee structure. Upon hearing this, Li Qingfeng shifted from leaning against the railing to sitting on the bench opposite Wang Chao. Eager to listen, alright, I've always heard that martial arts can be costly, so I'd like to understand. Once I acquire some skills, I might open a martial arts school in a small village myself. Wang Chao chuckled, oh dear brother, you are quite naive. Once you hear my pricing, you will surely choose to apprentice under my uncle instead. Is that true? I find it hard to believe, Li Qingfeng replied. Wang Chao merely smiled and shook his head. Then, after a moment of contemplation, extended his hand, counting off on his fingers as he explained, let us discuss the fees. Firstly, to study at our Jinjuan martial arts school, one must pay a monthly tuition of 3 taels of silver. With a minimum 6-month commitment, should you wish to discontinue midway, there are no refunds. If you wish to pursue training, the initial payment required is 18 taels. Upon hearing Wang Chao's words, Li Qingfeng nearly lost his balance. Almost sliding off the bench. What, so I must pay up front without doing anything first, and such a substantial amount? The expression on Li Qingfeng's face was rich with incredulity, akin to someone who had just been robbed. 18 taels of silver could be exchanged for 18,000 Xian Kuan coins, or 90,000 federal coins, roughly a tenth of Li Qingfeng's total debts. Wang Chao nodded earnestly. Indeed, my uncle's intention is to deter the impoverished. We do not profit from their struggles, and they are unlikely to succeed in martial arts. This is merely the beginning. Subsequent costs are astronomical for them. It would be wise to abandon this notion and focus on living a good life and working diligently. Once he regained his composure, Li Qingfeng's gaze shifted towards Wang Chao and the others, realizing the potential for profit in this venture. This business is intriguing. It may even yield quicker returns than robbery. So what are the subsequent charges? Wang Chao spread his hand again, tapping his middle finger as he continued. The second fee pertains to the martial arts techniques. Our Jinjuan Martial Arts School offers the following techniques to apprentices who do not have a master. 3 heart methods. Namely the 100 weapons technique, the spirit wave heart method, and the diamond technique. 9 martial skills, including fist, palm, leg, saber, spear, sword, halberd, archery, and horsemanship. There are plenty of martial skills available for apprentices to choose their preferred weapon, along with corresponding advanced techniques. Though you won't have access to those just yet. Additionally, there are 3 light body techniques, the long distance charge technique, the instant burst technique, and the agile maneuver technique. For beginners, it suffices to choose one technique from each category. Greed leads to indigestion. Li Qingfeng paid little mind to the number of techniques available, instead asking about the topic that piqued his interest. How are these techniques exchanged? Wang Chao replied, let us take the 100 weapons technique as an example. This was earned by my uncle during his military service and is the most popular heart method chosen by apprentices. The version provided by the school includes cultivation methods for the 3 realms of skin training, bone tempering, and muscle transformation. To exchange for these 3 realms, a total of 210 taels of silver is required. However, to mitigate excessive costs and considering that each realm requires different techniques, apprentices can exchange for techniques corresponding to their attained realm instead. The fee for the skin training realm is 10 taels, for bone tempering it is 40 taels, and for muscle transformation, it is 160 taels. Altogether, it sums to 210 taels. The prices for other techniques are similar, hovering around this range. 210 taels. Li Qingfeng mentally calculated the cost, 210,000 Xian Kuan coins, or 1,050,000 federal coins. Good heavens, is a lifetime of debt merely enough to exchange for a single technique? And it doesn't even guarantee mastery. Wang Chao explained that is indeed the case, which is why we do not encourage ordinary individuals to pursue martial arts. Without financial means, one cannot truly engage in this endeavor. In our county, the average person earns merely 2 taels of silver per month. To amass over 200 taels, one would need to forego food and drink for more than 100 months, 8 years. After 8 years of hard work, one could finally afford a manual for cultivating to the muscle transformation realm. However, possessing a manual is futile without proper guidance. Lacking comprehension or misinterpreting its meaning could lead one down a treacherous path, risking injury. Thus, the monthly tuition of 3 taels is hardly excessive. As Wang Chao continued, Li Qingfeng nodded, acknowledging that there was some merit to his words. Wang Chao observed Li Qingfeng's attentive demeanor and proceeded. And this is just the cost of the manuals. There are also medicinal expenses. For the skin training realm, restorative ointment is essential after each training session to accelerate recovery. Each jar costs 2 taels and lasts 10 days. Leading to a monthly expenditure of 6 taels and an annual total of 144 taels. For the bone tempering realm, each jar costs 5 taels, and for the muscle transformation realm, it is 20 taels per jar. These are the most basic and indispensable protective medicines. If one waits for the body to recover naturally, training for a day may require several days of rest, wasting time and yielding inferior results. This does not even account for the cost of supplements for muscle growth and bone strengthening. Moreover, various protective gear, weapons, and training equipment must be procured. If one feels their talent is lacking and wishes to accelerate their training, our school collaborates with herbal shops to offer a 20% discount on elixirs. A potion that typically costs 13 taels can be obtained for 10 taels through bulk orders. We do not profit from our apprentices. This 10-tael potion can enhance training speed by 30%. A single potion lasts 10 days, resulting in a monthly cost of 30 taels and an annual total of 360 taels. Compared to the cost of manuals, this is merely child's play, and this is just for ordinary elixirs. The more expensive ones, which do not offer discounts, are priced at 100 taels per jar. And without connections, the shops may not sell them to you. Listening to Wang Chao's lengthy discourse, Li Qingfeng furrowed his brow in disbelief. He thought to himself, good grief, why not just rob a bank? He began to understand why Wang Chao was so adamant that he would eventually choose to apprentice under his uncle. If he did not seek reimbursement from Wang Yang, how long would it take to earn back such an amount? For an ordinary family, not only would they struggle to come up with such funds, but even contemplating it would instill a sense of dread, as Wang Chao continued to enumerate the costs. Li Qingfeng was also calculating the total expenditure for a year of martial arts training, considering the first year is typically the most costly. Monthly tuition of 3 taels amounts to 36 taels annually. The combined cost for one set each of heart method, martial skill, and body technique would total 210 taels. Even assuming the martial skill and body technique are somewhat cheaper, they still wouldn't be significantly less. The restorative ointment for the skin training realm would cost 144 taels, and the potion to enhance training speed would add another 360 taels. Excluding miscellaneous expenses, this totals to 1,170 taels. Equivalent to 1,170,000 Qian Coin coins or 5,850,000 federal coins. This figure only covers 1 year, and everything must proceed smoothly. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, such as injuries, it would require yet another substantial amount. The critical point is that this martial arts training does not guarantee mastery. All responsibility lies with the individual. Once the money is spent, there are no refunds if one cannot learn, which is hardly different from selling raw eggs. Pursuing martial arts is akin to starting a business. If you incur losses, you must accept your fate. One must secure their position on the rooftop terrace. As he calculated the expenses, Li Qingfeng felt that the only way to recoup this money was to resort to arms dealing. If he were to take up a job on the assembly line, even with the most austere lifestyle, he would not be able to save enough in a lifetime. The crux of the matter was that Li Qingfeng currently lacked influence. He was no longer a powerful figure in the underworld, and pursuing that path would prove quite challenging. Since he had arrived in a new place, he resolved to consider alternative methods, unless he were to rely on his gambler's intuition to engage in betting. Even if he were to become an executioner with a steady stream of business, brandishing the executioner's blade with a flourish, sending it slicing through the air, and causing heads to roll, the proceeds would barely cover the costs of the medicinal herbs required for his training. After accounting for basic sustenance, in that moment, Li Qingfeng grasped the meaning of the phrase, "A general's success requires the sacrifice of countless lives." It became clear to him that honing his skills would necessitate the severing of thousands of heads. At that juncture, he truly appreciated the difficulty of Shenhao's circumstances. Previously, he had thought little of him, as his life force had only reached 187,190 over a decade before embarking on his martial journey. He had perceived the captains as if they were frogs in a well, deeming them unremarkable. However, upon entering the martial arts academy, he felt as insignificant as a mayfly in the vast sky. Only then, realizing their extraordinary capabilities, he found himself kneeling before the great masters. Observing the dazed expression on Li Qingfeng's face, Wang Chao paused his gestures of calculation, smiling gently as he spoke. "I believe my words have made an impact on your heart, stirring something within you. Why not take some time to reflect on it?" Wang Chao's desire to bring Li Qingfeng to assess his potential stemmed from his wish to witness this very expression, which brought him an unspoken satisfaction hidden deep within. The martial arts you cannot afford, yet I am on the verge of a transformation into the blood exchange realm, he thought to himself, reveling in the delight. Li Qingfeng's arrival added a touch of amusement to Wang Chao's otherwise mundane transition into this new phase of power. Of course, this was contingent upon Li Qingfeng possessing a good disposition, which was why Wang Chao was willing to make the introduction. Otherwise, if this individual reacted dramatically to the price, raising a ruckus, Wang Chao would find it irksome and detrimental to his mood. Li Qingfeng pondered for a moment before addressing Wang Chao. "Indeed, the costs are considerable. Allow me to ponder this further." Wang Chao nodded with a smile, retrieving some jerky from his pocket to chew on. His gaze drifting toward the lotus flowers in the pond, exuding an air of serene superiority. The meat in his hand was unfamiliar to Li Qingfeng. Its intricate patterns and lines suggested it was from some exotic beast rather than the common livestock. After expressing his gratitude to Brother Chao for the guidance, Li Qingfeng prepared to leave, promising to continue their conversation at a later time. "Very well," Wang Chao replied. As Li Qingfeng departed from the pavilion, He found himself contemplating ways to streamline the costs of martial training. After some deliberation, he came to the realization that, excluding the expenses for manuals and acceleration potions, the financial burden of martial training was not as exorbitant as he initially thought. The manuals were a one-time investment and could be passed on to others. Engaging an experienced martial artist for guidance could save on tuition fees. Additionally, recovery ointments could be substituted with more affordable alternatives. Ultimately, it would require additional time for his body to recuperate, resulting in slightly diminished effects, yet it was a compromise he could accept. The remainder would depend on the passage of time, which is precisely why martial arts training often begins in childhood. A martial artist at 20, having trained since the age of 10, would accumulate a decade's worth of experience. Just then, an epiphany struck Li Qingfeng. Wow, when Chen Buming killed the mountain-shaking eagle, did he not strike down a fortune of several thousand taels of silver in one blow? He mused. It's also possible that the mountain-shaking eagle merely relied on sheer time to achieve his status? Considering he appeared to be nearing 40 yet had only 199 life force, that is hardly impressive, unlike Shen Hao, who, upon entering the game, retained his real-life age, thus starting his martial training at 30. Making his progress commendable. He had heard on the forums that during the second character creation age was fixed at 16, not reflective of reality. With this thought, Li Qingfeng stepped out of the martial arts academy and opened the forum. Shen Hao had already sent him a reply. I told you, Qingfeng, that you have a good heart and luck will come your way. I will keep your talent and the secret of the treasures confidential. I won't disclose them to anyone. However, you should also be cautious. Try not to reveal your abilities to others, whether they are players or natives of the Qiankuan realm. Our bond is significant, and sharing among ourselves is acceptable, but this Qiankuan realm is inherently different from our reality. Their history has shaped their perspectives in ways that are utterly distinct from ours. Even the differences between states and counties are vast. Once you interact with them, you will surely comprehend this. Unlike those with mediocre talents who simply wish to accumulate resources in peace, we fortunate ones, blessed with formidable abilities, are unlikely to remain inconspicuous. We aspire to make a name for ourselves. However, to thrive in this world, one inevitably must engage in some perilous endeavors. When I first took up a weapon against bandits, my hands trembled, yet now it seems I have grown accustomed to it. Since you have resolved to become an executioner, I will assist you. An early experience would be beneficial. Please send me your in-game information, and I will register you with the recruitment office. Tomorrow morning, follow the map directly to the execution ground. They will provide you with equipment. This game indeed holds great potential. If played well, your debts in reality will pale in comparison. If you dedicate yourself, the future could be promising. It seems Shen Hao's time in Green Willow County has not been in vain. With just a word, he could secure an executioner's position. After reading Shen Hao's message, Li Qingfeng contemplated his reply. I am a vagrant, having recently arrived in Pumpkin Village. I now reside in the employee dormitory of the Pumpkin Merchant Association in Green Willow County, having come here with the villagers. Oh, by the way, when we passed through the purple bamboo forest, the gang led by the mountain-shaking eagle was dealt with by the Pumpkin Merchant Association. Their leader was killed, and some of his lackeys fled. Upon entering the city, we brought the horses belonging to the mountain-shaking eagle with us. Brother Hao, you might inquire with the guards who were on duty at the city gate yesterday. They should have some information on this matter. The location should be buried here. Li Qingfeng found a map of the purple bamboo forest on the forum and marked the location of the buried bandits with a red circle before sending it to Shen Hao. After sending the message, Li Qingfeng walked back to the Pumpkin Merchant Association. Given the high costs of martial training, he saw no need to explore other martial arts academies for the time being. He would revisit the matter once he had the means. Before long, Shen Hao replied, the mountain-shaking eagle was dealt with by the Pumpkin Merchant Association. It must have been Chen Buming's doing. His talent is truly enviable. He stands a chance of reaching the bone refinement realm. If it weren't for the constraints imposed by the pumpkin villagers, he would have already sought further training with a more powerful faction. Given his abilities, he is a person of deep loyalty and affection. You should seize the opportunity to get to know him better. I am aware of this situation. For now, let us keep it under wraps and focus on securing a position. I'll post on the forum to announce the demise of the mountain-shaking eagle and see if anyone is interested in joining for a wage. This will provide benefits to players and enhance engagement. This will ultimately translate to wealth and connections. By the way, being a vagrant sounds unappealing. I will inform the recruitment officer that you are my distant relative. This will facilitate future employment opportunities in the county. Would you be interested in joining for a wage? I can register you, and you can take a tour on the public dime. Shin Bumming has quite the reputation to be praised by someone like Shin Hao. He must be quite the eligible bachelor in Green Willow County. Li Qingfeng replied to Shin Hao. Alright, thank you, brother Hao. I will pass on the wage opportunity for now. I am hesitant to venture into the wilderness, as it feels too perilous. Shin Hao's response was instantaneous, accompanied by a document. It's a minor matter here, we know each other well. Those we can trust should band together and support one another. Not venturing into the wild is wise. If your treasure proves potent, you can take the time to practice martial arts. I mentioned earlier that I am proficient in marksmanship. Since you have just entered the game, you likely lack funds for purchasing manuals at the academy. I will send you a manual on marksmanship and one on mental cultivation. These manuals were fortuitously obtained by me and later shared with the forum's experts, who provided guidance through video explanations and detailed texts. IV also sold quite a few copies. The explanation videos from players are no less effective than those from the academy, so you can start practicing with them. Should you encounter any questions, feel free to reach out to me. Li Qingfeng felt a surge of gratitude upon receiving the manuals, realizing that the gambler's legacy had not left him empty-handed. Saving the life of the drowning Airpang and subsequently befriending Shin Hao had proven to be the greatest treasure left behind by the gambler. Li Qingfeng replied, "Thank you once again, brother Hao. I was just fretting over the cost of manuals, as I had inquired at the academy and found them prohibitively expensive." Shin Hao responded, "Ha! You should check out the main forum section when you have time. It will broaden your horizons. The experts explaining martial arts receive considerable rewards, and who knows, you might one day post something that garners a multitude of admirers. I have some matters to attend to regarding the murder and infidelity case involving this young master's son, so I must attend to that. Let us chat later when I'm free." "Very well, brother Hao, focus on your work. I will take a look at these manuals." After messaging Shin Hao, Li Qingfeng happened upon a small noodle shop. The enticing aroma wafting from within prompted him to glance up at the afternoon sun and rub his somewhat hungry stomach. He entered, ordered a bowl of noodles, and opened the forum to review the manual Shin Hao had sent him. The phantom marksmanship. The gun is like an illusion, the body moves with divine swiftness, defeating enemies with speed and outsmarting brute force with finesse. The marksmanship is extraordinarily sharp. Once mastered, it allows the practitioner to manifest multiple phantoms of the gun, making it exceedingly difficult for foes to defend themselves, ultimately delivering a lethal blow. He opened the accompanying video explanation. A martial artist clad in training garb and wearing a mask stood in the training ground, maintaining a straight posture akin to his grip on the gun. He began speaking. "I am Mo Nan. I have practiced the phantom marksmanship in the blood exchange realm for 3 months. I would like to share my personal insights. This is an excellent technique, suitable for both duels and group battles, ranking among the finest. However, it does present some challenges for newcomers. However, I have devised a fundamental training method that allows for a seamless mastery of the phantom spearmanship after practicing with me. Once the foundation is established, one can effortlessly engage in the practice of other martial arts. Now, let me elucidate the teaching method. Beginners may train alongside me, while those with prior experience may skip ahead. First, let's discuss the foundational training. Every morning, one should find a spacious and open area to hold a spear and maintain a horse stance for 2 hours, thereby strengthening the lower body. Next, I will explain how to properly execute the horse stance. It is essential to be aware of common mistakes and to remember the key points. That concludes the explanation of the horse stance. It is fundamental and must be practiced daily. Stagnation leads to regression. Next, take up the spear and practice basic movements such as thrusting, sweeping, and slicing, each for 1,000 repetitions. This will cultivate one's feel for the spear, sense of distance, and arm strength. Follow my lead and observe the movements of my hands. Beginners often fall into misconceptions, particularly in Chapter 33 regarding the division of spoils. Li Qingfeng was engrossed in a video of a martial artist explaining techniques, his interest in enhancing his prowess ever present. Before long, his noodles were brought to him by the shopkeeper. "Young man, your noodles are ready." The shopkeeper placed the bowl down and hurried off, gazing at the steaming noodles on the table. The enticing aroma wafted towards him, igniting Li Qingfeng's appetite. As he paused the video, he picked up a pair of chopsticks and took a bite of the firm, hand-pulled noodles, delighting in their smooth and chewy texture. Delicious. After sipping the broth, rich with the exquisite flavor of lamb, he savored its aromatic essence lingering on his palate. Enjoying the video while eating, he finished his meal and proceeded to settle the bill, making his way towards the pumpkin merchant's guild while allowing the video to play in the background. Since it could be replayed indefinitely and the battery level was not displayed, Li Qingfeng decided to let it loop continuously. Having secured a job and obtained a manual, the next step was to find a place of his own. An independent room would be far superior to residing in the Pumpkin Merchants Guild. The IT would facilitate various tasks. Ideally, he sought a dwelling with a courtyard, providing ample space for martial practice. He pondered the real estate prices in the county. Realizing that purchasing might be financially unfeasible for now, renting would suffice, with the prospect of buying a home to be considered later. By this time, the sun had begun to wane, its intensity softened. A cloud drifted by, casting a shadow over the already mild sun. A gentle breeze carried the fragrant scent of osmanthus, offering a refreshing coolness. As he walked, passing a street corner, Li Qingfeng noticed something familiar that he had overlooked and turned back. Upon closer inspection, he saw a child with a backpack squatting beneath an osmanthus tree, shoulders trembling as if in silent tears. Recognizing the familiar voice, Li Qingfeng curiously inquired, "Bujan?" upon hearing his name. Chen Bujan looked up, hastily rubbing his reddened eyes and wiping away his tears. "Is that really you? Have you finished school? Why are you squatting here?" Li Qingfeng approached, observing how Chen Bujan seemed to blend into the carpet of fallen leaves. Using the tree as cover, with a quivering voice, Chen Bujan replied, I don't want to stay in the county." This child, who once exuded the carefree spirit of fishing in the village, now appeared withdrawn and despondent. Li Qingfeng gazed down at him and gently asked, "Were you bullied at school? You must retaliate. If you don't fight back, you'll be tormented daily. If there are many of them, strike first and hit them where it hurts." The timid child, when urged to use a knife against his classmates, would surely hesitate. "Then let us consider an alternative. If they resort to unfairness, just knock them out with one blow. 2 can leave them dazed, and 3 might send them to meet their ancestors." Li Qingfeng's reasoning was straightforward. If bullying was inevitable, why shouldn't he be the one to do it? Chen Bujan shook his head, saying, "I wasn't bullied. I just feel like I don't belong here. I don't understand what the teacher is saying in class. The others don't play with me. I don't know what they talk about. I just sat there all day, feeling useless and afraid. Am I worthless?" It turned out he was struggling to adapt to a new environment, feeling isolated. "Brother, when I switched to a new world, I got into a fight on the first day and ended up in the station. Yet emerged unscathed." Young people often lack resilience. They need to practice more. Li Qingfeng plucked a leaf from the osmanthus tree, inhaling its fragrance as he remarked, "Each has its strengths and weaknesses. No one is without flaws or lacks understanding. The essence of this world is just a makeshift stage." He continued, "Your fear stems from being in an unfamiliar environment, encountering new things you don't understand, which breeds discomfort. After spending some time here and acclimatizing, you'll realize it's not so daunting. What you must do is remain composed. Time will reveal a favorable answer. Steady your mind. There is no need for haste." Li Qingfeng spoke slowly, his tone relaxed and unperturbed. As if recounting an ordinary event, Chen Bujan blinked and then lowered his head, burying it in his knees, his voice trembling as he confessed, I can't do it. I want to go home. Miss my grandfather, and play with the villagers." Li Qingfeng replied, "In life, when faced with difficulties, one typically has 3 choices: acceptance, change, or avoidance. You lack the ability to change your circumstances, and escaping is not an option. Why not try acceptance? As your Uncle Hai said, after a few years of study, return to the village, open a school, marry, raise a family, farm, and teach. What could be better than living your life in the village?" Chen Bujan looked up, tears streaming down his face. "I'm afraid I won't be able to study. If I can't learn, I'll have to kill people. Woo, I don't want to kill. I am scared." Li Qingfeng patted his head, saying, "Child, there is nothing wrong with kindness and timidity. They are not shameful. They will bring you peace and prevent future regrets. They allow you to rest easy at night. Not being able to do certain things is not disgraceful. Rather, it is a noble quality, albeit one that may not suit this world. You wouldn't want to be alone in the dead of night, exhausted yet unable to sleep, would you? Moreover, your Uncle Hai was teasing you. Did you take him seriously?" Upon hearing Li Qingfeng suggest that Chen Dahai had been jesting, Chen Bujan's eyes glimmered with hope as he asked, "Really?" Li Qingfeng affirmed earnestly, "Indeed, truly would I deceive you. By the way, are you hungry?" Chen Bujan nodded, having dared not eat lunch, surviving only on a light breakfast and now feeling famished. Li Qingfeng suggested, "Let us go. I'll take you for noodles. There is a wonderful noodle shop not far from here. Have you caught a whiff of the aroma?" At the prospect of food, Chen Bujan quickly stood up, wiping his nose with the back of his hand and then smearing it on his waist, a smile returning to his face as he followed Li Qingfeng. As they walked, Li Qingfeng opened the video to listen while speaking to the eager Chen Bujan. "When you return, take your books and find someone in the village who can teach you to read. If you can't grasp it during the day, catch up at night, work hard, and once you've mastered it, You can return to the village and fish again. Upon arriving at the noodle shop, Chen Buzhan, who had gone without food all day, devoured 2 large bowls of noodles voraciously, feeling as if he were transforming stress into appetite. After finishing the meal, they stepped out of the shop. Li Qingfeng inquired, "How was the taste of the noodles?" Chen Buzhan, satisfied, rubbed his belly, replying, "So delicious, I've never had noodles this good before." After filling their stomachs, Chen Buzhan's spirits lifted considerably. As long as it's tasty, let us head back. The two made their way towards the Pumpkin Merchants Guild. Before long they arrived at the guild's entrance. During this time, Li Qingfeng had been watching videos, gaining a fundamental understanding of the phantom spearmanship. He realized that this technique was not something he could practice at his current level. The masked martial artist in the video was capable of unleashing 9 powerful, identical spear shadows in a single thrust. Even when slowed down dozens of times, Li Qingfeng could not discern the authenticity of the spear's movements. According to the martial artist, every spear shadow was genuine. This technique was one of the ultimate moves of the phantom spearmanship, named Spiral 9 Shadows. Li Qingfeng knew he was not yet ready to access such advanced techniques. He needed to start with the basics and gradually master each step. Upon entering the shop, he greeted the staff inside. A few employees who had seen Li Qingfeng the previous day nodded in recognition. During the day's conversation, those who had not yet met Li Qingfeng and Chen Buzhan had heard of the 2 newcomers. Li Qingfeng was just an ordinary person, yet being the brother of Chen Buming warranted some attention. Navigating through several warehouses, they reached a doorway where Chen Lin and a few brothers from Pumpkin Village were casually chatting. They leaned against the doorframe, beads of sweat glistening on their faces as though they had just moved something heavy and were now resting and enjoying the breeze. Upon seeing Li Qingfeng and Chen Buzhan return, Chen Lin asked, "Hey, how did you two end up coming back together?" Li Qingfeng replied, "What a coincidence. I ran into Buzhan just as I was coming back." Chen Lin eyed the seemingly normal Chen Buzhan with a furrowed brow, a hint of disbelief in his gaze as he curiously remarked, "I thought you'd come back crying. But here you are, looking just fine. I even bet your uncle Hai this morning that you'd return in tears. I lost him 10 coins. What a blunder." Chen Buzhan shot a glare at Chen Lin, feeling indignant that his struggles had become fodder for wagers. Li Qingfeng chuckled, "Ha, you made him a bet? I really missed out on that one. Not be why the way, Lin go. I visited the affairs office today, intending to look for a job. To my astonishment, I encountered a distant relative whom I had not seen in quite some time. He also resides in this county and has even become a constable." Chen Lin was quite taken aback, realizing that Li Qingfeng, this vagabond, was not as lonely as he had presumed. What a delightful turn of events. Having more relatives opens up numerous possibilities. Li Qingfeng replied, "Indeed, he introduced me to a job, and I plan to move out to live closer to my workplace. Initially, I intended to find a place outside and not return. But Chen Lin and the others have treated me well, so I thought it courteous to inform them. Besides, there are still spoils to be divided. We retrieved quite a substantial amount from the mountain carving eagle. Along with luggage and horses, once sold, these will yield a handsome profit." With the familiar methods employed by Chen Lin and his companions, their professional skills in burying the deceased are evident. Their roles are clearly defined, swift, and efficient. This is certainly not their first endeavor. As the saying goes, those who witness share in the spoils. Chen Duhai and the others are not the sort to disregard such matters, given that Li Qingfeng contributed. It would be unreasonable not to share the bounty. Chen Lin nodded. "As long as you have a place to stay, it's fine. We are in the same county, and if you wish to gather, we can always find time to drink together." As he spoke, Chen Lin pulled out a heavy pouch of coins from his pocket, tossing it towards Li Qingfeng. "This is your share from the profits of dealing with the goods from the purple bamboo forest. There are 30 taels here. It should cover your expenses for a while." Li Qingfeng caught the money, weighed it in his hand, and casually tucked it into his pocket. He was already accustomed to the division of spoils and found nothing peculiar about it. Rather, he was intrigued. After securing the money, Li Qingfeng curiously inquired, "You managed to handle everything so quickly?" The villagers from South Pumpkin Village exchanged knowing smiles upon hearing his question. Chen Lin replied, "We are a trading guild. After all, this is our specialty. It's merely a matter of processing some goods, which we can handle with ease. After arriving yesterday, we made the necessary arrangements. The goods were dispatched soon after you left this morning. Oh, by the way, there's a grand feast tonight. You're in for a treat. A trading guild, more like a den of thieves," Li Qingfeng thought. After completing the transaction, they even celebrated. He found it rather enjoyable. 30 taels of silver could amount to more than a year's income for others. The saying holds true. Gold belts can be obtained through killing and arson. He was merely assisting, sharing the burden of 3 individuals and moving a corpse, yet he received 30 taels. How much, then, would Chen Duhai, the main player, obtain? it seems that practicing martial arts is indeed essential, although it requires investment, the returns are swift. Li Qingfeng was uncertain about the price of horses, but the majestic steeds owned by the mountain-carving eagle appeared to be quite valuable. They were tall and robust, standing still, surpassing Chen Duzhan's height when he jumped. They would undoubtedly serve well as war horses. Surely they must be worth at least 20 taels each. As an outsider, receiving 30 taels was already a windfall. One could only imagine how much Chen Lin and the others had acquired. After splitting the spoils, they proceeded to indulge in a grand banquet. This rhythm felt quite familiar to Li Qingfeng. With a smile, Li Qingfeng remarked, "Excellent, I shall indulge a bit more." Beside him, Chen Duzhan, with a stoic expression, ignored the light-hearted banter of the others, opening his backpack to reveal a book, which he handed to Chen Lin, saying, "You lost the bet, now you must teach me to read." This young lad trembled before outsiders but was quite loquacious with those he knew. Displaying a certain arrogance, Chen Lin, puzzled, pointed to himself. "I lost the bet, yet you seek my assistance. Is this not a form of bullying? Is there no law? Go seek your uncle." Chen Duzhan shook his head, his tone resolute. "I care not. You all must teach me, none shall escape." The others laughed, playfully nudging Chen Lin's shoulder. "Ha, Lin Gu, you brought this upon yourself by betting with him." With a sigh, Chen Lin smacked his right hand against his left, accepting the book with a resigned shake of his head, muttering, "Indeed, one must never gamble, never gamble. What a stroke of bad luck. Having wagered, I lost money and now must teach someone to read. Twice I have lost. What a loss." Later that evening, after enjoying a sumptuous dinner, the group gathered once more in the brightly lit area. Chen Lin placed 100 won on the table, declaring, "Another 100 won, no folding." The villagers from South Pumpkin Village, having dined and imbibed, initiated a small game, Texas Hold'em. Li Qingfeng found a stool to sit on, observing their card game while watching the first video on the phantom gun technique. He declined Chen Duhai's invitation to join the game, expressing that he had indulged too much in the delectable food and fine wine. Feeling slightly inebriated, he preferred to spectate rather than risk losing his head. Li Qingfeng thought that winning a few won or even a few hundred won was inconsequential. However, today, Chen Duhai and the others were playing for larger stakes, and his current skills were insufficient to support such high stakes. Since he had work to attend to tomorrow, he decided it best to remain a mere observer. As he watched the card game unfold, he also engaged with the onlookers, discussing the quality of the previous hands played. Participation was key. Li Qingfeng was not multitasking. He did not intend to immediately practice, merely familiarizing himself with the content of the phantom gun technique. He planned to settle into a stable environment before dedicating time to thoroughly study both techniques before commencing his practice. Time slipped away, and outside, the night settled into a serene calm. The atmosphere within the lively card-playing group remained undisturbed. Chen Duhai, riding a wave of good fortune, had won quite a bit and was exuberantly proclaiming his plans to visit the nearby red card building for a massage. Eager to share his joy with the lovely ladies inside, hours passed, and Yang Chen concluded his explanation of the greenwood technique. He imparted a piece of advice. In recent years, it has been discovered that at the break of dawn, the first ray of light can allow one to absorb a trace of true energy. Thus, it is recommended that martial artists rise early and seek an open area outdoors to harness this energy. This was currently the only method, aside from spiritual herbs, to acquire true energy, albeit in minuscule amounts. Though it was but a mere trace, compared to the energy required for progression, it was a drop in the ocean. Yet, accumulation matters. Even a small amount can yield significant results over time. True energy is exceedingly precious, and for ordinary martial artists, this remains their sole avenue for acquisition. Li Qingfeng frowned upon hearing this. Did it mean he must rise at 4 in the morning? Indeed, being a martial artist is no easy feat. One must awaken early, invest substantial resources, and still strive for excellence. Through Yang Chen's explanation, Li Qingfeng grasped that the greenwood technique does not necessitate self-harm for rapid advancement, thus eliminating the need for skin-enhancing elixirs. However, there is always a trade-off. While the path is safer, progress in the greenwood technique is inherently slower than in other methods. Furthermore, it carries a requirement for innate talent, demanding an understanding of the technique's essence. Fortunately, its prerequisites are not excessively high, and an average person can meet them. Yang Chen believed he had elucidated the technique thoroughly. Any rational individual should be able to comprehend it, yet, this very requirement poses a considerable challenge for many. In the video, Yang Chen recounted some of the peculiar experiences he had encountered. In my years of teaching, I have found that many individuals simply cannot grasp the material. No matter how I explain it's not a jest. Some truly cannot learn even if you break it down to the simplest form. They still want to understand. Many people in this world are quite dim-witted, merely masking it with a semblance of self-sufficiency. Such individuals often say and do things that are utterly baffling. Many of the finer details and common pitfalls I have emphasized repeatedly have been forgotten in an instant. It seems they have never truly listened, nor do they possess the patience. No matter how I explain, it's futile. They merely keep asking, why can't I do it? It's incomprehensible. They appear to be running on a rudimentary preset program, tragically navigating a fantastical world while masquerading as normal individuals. Apologies, I encountered such individuals on the forums in recent days, and I simply had to vent. Li Qingfeng was amused by Yang Chen's words, letting out a chuckle as he thought to himself that he could not possibly be that kind of robot. Upon hearing the laughter, Chen Dahai inquired, Qingfeng, what's so funny? Do you think I can win with this hand? No, Li Qingfeng replied. I was just reminded of something joyful. That he chose not to delve deeper into the topic, glancing at Chen Dahai's impressive win rate, and shifted the conversation, saying, I believe you can win. Today Brother Hai is on a lucky streak, having won so much already. This hand is bound to bring you further success. May your words be prophetic. Tomorrow, I shall take you out for some fun. With 200 won, Chen Dahai laughed heartily, tossing the money onto the table. Li Qingfeng responded, I fear that may not be possible. I have work tomorrow and may not have the time, then save it for later. When you find some free time, come seek me out, and I'll treat you to some leisure. With another 200 won. Ever since they divided the spoils, both had money to spare, indulging in more extravagant entertainment than what was typical in their village. Now, in the county, the stakes had risen dramatically. The same individuals were playing, yet the bets had escalated from a mere 1 to 10. Who said country folk do not spend money? This phenomenon was evident. In a typical game, they wagered 200 won with ease. Chen Dahai, in particular, was known for his aggressive bets. Should he receive a strong hand, he would not hesitate to wager 10 taels of silver. Even Shen Lin had attempted to cheat several times that evening. Fortunately, he maintained a degree of restraint, not winning excessively among them. Only Li Qingfeng was aware of Chen Lin's duplicity. The others merely perceived Chen Lin as a skilled player with good fortune. In Li Qingfeng's eyes, however, Chen Lin's luck that day was decidedly poor. Relying on cheating, he managed to scrape together a small win. Truth be told, Chen Lin's skills were impressive. Li Qingfeng had observed him numerous times yet had failed to discern how he manipulated the cards. Li Qingfeng had also noticed a subtle detail. Whenever Chen Lin intended to cheat, he would unconsciously rub his nose. Such nuances could only be detected by someone like Li Qingfeng, who, through reverse reasoning, knowing the outcome, could deduce the process. Thus, recognizing this finely tuned, easily overlooked gesture, it was possible that even Chen Lin himself was unaware of this subconscious habit of disguise. One wondered whether Chen Lin's cheating methods would still hold efficacy in the presence of martial artists. The only martial artist present in the room was Chen Buming. However, since returning from the martial arts school, he had taken Chen Bujan along to learn to read and catch up on his studies. Moreover, when Chen Buming was around, Chen Lin would likely behave himself. As Li Qingfeng pondered, only Chen Dahai and another villager remained at the table. Show your cards. I have a 10. How about you? Oh dear. A pair of 3s, just in time to win against you. Indeed, Brother Qingfeng is lucky. He wins as he speaks. Chen Dahai praised Li Qingfeng while sliding the money on the table towards himself. The villager who lost appeared flustered. Having lost the most that night, he found himself with little of the spoils left. He rummaged through his pockets, sighed, and said, I'm done playing, lost it all, time for bed. I have work tomorrow. Chen Dahai glanced out the window. The moon hung high, casting a solitary glow. Well, it's about time. Let's all head back to rest. Tomorrow at Hongpela, I'll treat you all. Those who wish to have fun should prepare themselves. Chen Dahai's words were met with a chorus of cheers. Uncle Hai, you're the best. I'd better get some more sleep. Tomorrow promises to be a fierce battle. With your condition, you should go buy some medicine. Let your wife see, then she'll know if I need medicine. Stop the nonsense. Gather your things and rest. Amidst the banter and light-hearted teasing, the card game concluded, and everyone returned to their respective homes to rest. The hour was late, and there was no time to find lodging. That night Li Qingfeng once again slept at Chen Lin's place. The night passed without incident, and the next morning, with the sound of a crowing rooster. Chen Lin awoke yawning, rubbing his eyes as he muttered, damn that chicken, one day I will wring its neck. It disturbs my peaceful dreams every day. Hey, Lin Gu, you're awake. Li Qingfeng called out. Chen Lin, noticing Li Qingfeng all packed and ready to leave, asked, Qingfeng, you're up early today? Li Qingfeng chuckled, yes, I have work today. I must leave early to avoid delaying my schedule and to make a good impression. Chen Lin inquired, will you not return today? Li Qingfeng nodded. The work site is quite far. It will take over an hour to reach, and I will stay there. All right, safe travels. Thanks, I'm off now. Take care. As he pushed open the dormitory door, he encountered Chen Bujan, who was carrying a backpack and following Chen bumming to school. Today, he appeared less anxious than the previous day, his demeanor more relaxed, having a better understanding and mental preparation for the day ahead. After exiting the Merchant Association, Li Qingfeng opened the map and headed toward the execution ground. Chen Hao had sent him a message yesterday. Upon arriving, seek out this person, he manages the executioners. Just mention my name. I've already spoken to him. The message included a screenshot with the name, Zhang Daoli. Li Qingfeng opened the screenshot and observed a relatively slender middle-aged man, not very tall, yet looking quite astute, with a distinct goatee as a notable feature. Zhang Daoli, quite an interesting name, Li Qingfeng mused. The Pumpkin Merchant Association was located in the southern part of Luoyang County, while the execution ground was situated in the heart of the county. Normally, it would take about an hour to walk there, and Li Qingfeng had set aside some extra time for unforeseen circumstances. The usual time for executions was noon. It was still early, around 5 o'clock. And the sky was just beginning to brighten. Do not underestimate early risers. There are always those who rise even earlier, Li Qingfeng thought, considering himself an early bird. However, the noodle stall from yesterday had already been set up for some time, with several tables occupied by customers enjoying their meals. Having awakened with an empty stomach, Li Qingfeng decided to grab a bowl of noodles first. After a satisfying meal, he felt invigorated and walked more briskly. The same noodles from yesterday were delightful, and after paying happily, he continued on his way. As he walked, he encountered not only early risers heading to work but also numerous martial artists, their vitality seemingly exceeding that of ordinary people. Groups of 3 or 5, each glistening with sweat, appeared as if they had been training for quite a while. Are they all this dedicated? He wondered, noting that despite the brisk morning air, they wore only thin clothing. Perhaps they sought to absorb the first rays of light, gathering the initial essence of energy, as if attending a reward ceremony. He pondered whether such rewards would still be available during rain. Lost in thought, he navigated through the streets, realizing that without the map, he would surely have become disoriented. It seemed Shen Hao's guide had proven quite useful. A time, year 21554 of the Qin Kuan calendar. August 22, around 7 o'clock, following the map's guidance, Li Qingfeng arrived at the designated execution site. In this world, aside from those with special night shifts, everyone else rose early, and by 7, the area was already bustling with activity. Preparations for the day's execution had begun days prior, with people constructing platforms and implementing safety measures. Many who had received news and were free of other obligations had also gathered here to witness the event. While it was not overcrowded, it was certainly populated. One could not help but wonder what was so captivating about witnessing an execution. Where there were people, there were vendors. Merchants sat in their designated areas, hawking their goods and merrily earning a profit. Their prices were considerably higher than usual, yet the spectators, eager for entertainment, did not seem to mind. Why not indulge a bit, if the prices are too steep? Simply don't bite, they thought. Chapter 35. The execution ground. Li Qingfeng observed many onlookers, some holding masks, trinkets, and small toys, while others munched on fruits and seeds. Resembling a festive gathering, numerous constables were present to maintain order. Positioned at key points, ensuring the crowd remained orderly. Like shepherd dogs, they guided the masses. Li Qingfeng purchased a skewer of candied hawthorn and, while eating, made his way toward the back of the execution platform. The area was crowded, but as he approached the platform, he found it relatively empty, save for a few guards idly standing in their posts. 2 of the guards, noticing Li Qingfeng approaching, called out, "Hey, you're in the wrong place. You can't go back there. Go entertain yourself elsewhere." Li Qingfeng replied, "Oh, I see, I'm the executioner for today, here to find Zhang Daoli." The 2 guards exchanged skeptical glances, then scrutinized Li Qingfeng from head to toe. One of them remarked, I find that hard to believe. With that frail physique, can you even wield a knife?" Li Qingfeng smiled and said, "One cannot judge by appearances. Every profession has its specialists, rest assured. I am a professional. Killing someone is akin to slaughtering a pig. It requires more than brute strength. One must utilize finesse, avoiding the hard bones and slipping the knife into the softer flesh." Then, all right, you can go. No need to elaborate. 1 of the guards interrupted Li Qingfeng, allowing him entry. Stopping people was not their job. They were merely responsible for maintaining numbers and order. Once inside, others would take over the management of the executioner, rendering the guard's role irrelevant. Li Qingfeng smiled, "Thank you," and proceeded inside. He could still hear the guards discussing among themselves, "Hey, old you, isn't this amusing? Such a slight figure can be an executioner. All the other executioners I've seen are tall and strong. That's the kind of strength that's worth it. Who knows, maybe he saw the recruitment notice in the office and, tempted by the silver, came to try his luck. He should know his limits. Otherwise, he might faint while executing one or two death row inmates, and that would be quite the laugh. Their voices faded as Li Qingfeng entered a makeshift area, lifting the curtain to find that others were already present inside. The interior of the room was spacious, even though it was hastily constructed, spanning a few hundred square meters. Numerous staff members occupied the space, the tables and chairs were plentiful, and a variety of activities were taking place. Some were engaged in casual conversation, others were indulging in food and drink, while a few were polishing their blades. A group had gathered to play cards. With a sweeping glance, Li Qingfeng attempted to discern their professions. Judging by the vitality above their heads, as well as their physiques and demeanors, he surmised that only 5 among them were executioners. The rest appeared to be either errand boys or officials from the court. Among the crowd, Li Qingfeng recognized but one individual, Zhang Daily, whom Shenhao had sent him a screenshot of. Zhang Daily was easily identifiable, distinguished by his unique goat-like beard. As the person in charge. He casually glanced around upon noticing someone enter, but upon seeing Li Qingfeng, whom he did not recognize, he furrowed his brow and inquired, "Who are you and what brings you here?" Li Qingfeng replied, "Jiang Wenshu, I am the new executioner. Shenhao or Hao Ge should have mentioned me to you yesterday." Zhang Daily regarded Li Qingfeng with a hint of surprise, scrutinizing him before responding, "So you are the distant relative that Shen Buta spoke of? With your physique, are you truly capable of handling the demands of an executioner? Perhaps I should assign you a less strenuous task." Zhang Daily recalled how, during a drinking session with Shenhao the previous night, he had been asked to take care of this distant relative, only to find that Li Qingfeng's appearance resembled that of a scholar rather than an executioner. Li Qingfeng shook his head, asserting, "I assure you, I am fully capable." Recognizing Li Qingfeng's determination, Zhang Daily did not press further. "Very well, then, you may give it a try. If it proves too challenging, we can discuss alternative duties later. Thank you, Mr. Jiang." Li Qingfeng replied, "No need for thanks. We are all on the same side." Turning back to the crowd, Zhang Daily called out to a leader among them, "Old Han, this is the new executioner. Please take him under your wing and show him the ropes." He then directed his attention back to Li Qingfeng, advising, "Go listen to Old Han's instructions, follow his guidance." "Understood," Li Qingfeng acknowledged before making his way towards Han Lei. Han Lei stood at an impressive height of 8 feet. His distinct appearance reminiscent of a leopard's fierce gaze, his muscular physique commanded attention, and as he sat, he resembled a formidable tiger. At that moment, he was partaking in some liquor, with a plate of marinated meat and a dish of fried peanuts before him. 2 bottles of alcohol were already drained, yet a pile remained at his feet. He was clearly a seasoned drunkard. His robust build indicated high vitality. 417423, a practitioner in the blood exchange realm. Li Qingfeng approached, bowing respectfully to Han Lei. "Han Tu, I am Li Qingfeng, newly arrived. I hope to be in your good graces." Han Lei merely waved his hand dismissively, then grabbed a large bowl, filling it generously with liquor. Nearly emptying the jug, with a decisive thud, he placed the bowl before Li Qingfeng, stating in a deep, resonant voice, "Finish this, and you may proceed with the work. If you cannot, then leave. No one will be of use to you here." Han Lei's piercing gaze bore down on Li Qingfeng, an invisible pressure enveloping him. Li Qingfeng felt the weight of the scrutiny but merely smiled, saying nothing further, and lifted the bowl, tilting his head back as he drained its contents in one swift motion. The liquor flowed like water yet burned like fire, searing his throat painfully. Nevertheless, Li Qingfeng remained unfazed, flipping the bowl upside down to signal that he had finished, before placing it back on the table. A grin crept onto Han Lei's face, though it appeared more grotesque than joyful. He let out a hearty laugh. "Not bad, you've passed. Though your physique may be lacking, your courage surpasses that of the average executioner." Han Lei noted that Li Qingfeng's composure under his watchful gaze indicated a bold character. In the prison, even the most cunning thieves would tremble at Han Lei's glare, yet Li Qingfeng, despite his less imposing stature, exhibited a courage that was threefold greater, earning Han Lei's respect. Li Qingfeng remarked, "We bear no enmity, so I have no reason to fear." Han Lei poured himself another cup of liquor, inviting, "Take a seat. It's still early before noon. We can relax and chat for a while." As Li Qingfeng settled into the seat opposite Han Lei, the effects of the strong liquor began to take hold, causing him to belch and feel slightly lightheaded. It seemed that frequent indulgence had accustomed him to such sensations, allowing him to maintain control. "Han Tu, do I need to change into a uniform as well? I noticed those brothers are all dressed alike." Li Qingfeng inquired. Among the 5 individuals he suspected to be executioners, they wore identical attire. Han Lei waved his hand dismissively. "You have a keen eye. Don't worry, you won't need to when the time comes. Simply don a black cloak outside. Those men are my prison guards. we had to recruit them due to a shortage of executioners. Li Qingfeng asked. Is it truly so difficult to recruit executioners? I saw that the recruitment notice at the affairs office is gathering dust. Han Lei bit into a piece of meat, responding between chews. It depends on the circumstances. During disasters and wars, it's easier to find candidates. In peaceful times, it's quite the opposite. When chaos reigns, there are many solitary individuals willing to risk it all, one afraid to take down an emperor for a meager meal. To them, killing is of little consequence, survival is the priority, so finding executioners is not a challenge. However, in peaceful times, solitary individuals tend to settle down, marry, and raise families. With a family comes a concern for reputation. No one wishes to be the subject of gossip. Such a public profession as executing someone becomes undesirable. Additionally, the compensation is paltry, a mere couple of taels of silver, neither here nor there, while it is not insignificant. It is insufficient to entice many to take on the task of beheading. You should eat as well. After all that liquor, it would be wise to fill your stomach with something, Han Lei suggested. Li Qingfeng obliged, picking up his chopsticks and sampling the marinated meat, refilling his cup in preparation for another drink. Han Lei observed, saying, "We have uniforms and blades prepared, but you will need to go outside to purchase a mask." Li Qingfeng, puzzled, asked, "A mask? What purpose does that serve? Is there some significance to it?" Han Lei explained, "There are two reasons. The first, it conceals your identity. These guards were unable to recruit executioners, and I had to forcibly bring them in. They have families of their own. Imagine if their wives or children were watching from below, knowing that their husband or father is up here beheading people, how would they treat him upon his return? The second reason is that over the next 8 days, we have an overwhelming number of death row inmates to execute, over 400 in total, with you included. We only have 6 executioners. Each of us must take the lives of about 70 individuals. Among these 400 prisoners, there will inevitably be innocent souls wrongfully condemned. Their lives will end at your hands, leading to a heavy burden. It is said that the spirits of the wronged harbor great resentment after death. To prevent them from recognizing your face before their demise, we wear masks when they transform into vengeful spirits. They will naturally seek out their tormentors. As the saying goes, there is a head to the grievance, and a master to the debt. After all, we are merely fulfilling our duties. If you do not execute them, others will take your place. Even if there are no innocent victims, the other death row inmates are often guilty of heinous crimes and may also become malevolent spirits. Wearing a mask may not guarantee protection, but it offers a semblance of peace of mind. Li Qingfeng was not entirely persuaded by Han Lei's reasoning. As a fellow practitioner, he understood that criminals did not suffer solely for their misdeeds. Their greatest sin was being caught. Why should one suffer when others, who commit all manner of crimes, deceit, murder, arson, live carefree lives in grand homes, surrounded by mistresses, being apprehended was simply their fate? They must accept it. In the world of survival, one must be prepared to face the consequences. As for the innocent, their plight mattered little. They could not stir the waters of fate, and whether they lived or died was of no concern to Li Qingfeng. He was indifferent to the notion of vengeful spirits, but was taken aback by another question: how many of 400 death row inmates? According to Li Qingfeng's knowledge, Kanzhou comprised 8 prefectures, each with approximately 13 jurisdictions. And each jurisdiction contained around 40 counties. If each county were to execute 400 inmates, the total across all prefectures would amount to over 10 million condemned prisoners within a year. Is the law enforcement here excessively urbanized? Seemingly understanding Li Qingfeng's thoughts, Han Lei shot him a sidelong glance. It's not as dire as you imagine. It's merely that our Green Willow County is unfortunate. Being the closest to the Hushi prefecture, their noble officials are enjoying peace and tranquility, so they have no reason to execute anyone. Out of sight, out of mind. They simply send all the death row inmates to our Green Willow County. So these 400 inmates represent the sum from the entire prefecture. Moreover, this year is particularly unusual. In previous years, the numbers were not nearly as high, typically only a few dozen or a little over 100. This year, some direct disciples from Qingyun Mountain have emerged to roam the world. When a hero descends the mountain, chaos often ensues. They have annihilated numerous bandit strongholds, leading to the capture of many who were not killed. And those prisoners are now sentenced to death and sent to our county. Their heads will serve as the merit of these heroes. Li Qingfeng nodded, sensing a hint of disdain in Han Lei's tone towards the disciples of Qingyun Mountain. Surely, by eliminating bandits and robbers, they contribute to improved law and order, which is commendable. Han Lei shook his head, downing his drink in one gulp before slamming the bowl on the table and pouring himself another. If it were only bandits who were killed, that would be fine, but many unregistered residents living in the mountains have also been mistaken for bandits and eradicated, killing the innocent in pursuit of glory? Li Qingfeng nodded, recognizing that the disciples of Qingyun Mountain were creating bandits where none existed, seeking merit for themselves, a troubling prospect indeed. Han Lei continued, some notorious outlaws and criminal gangs have been driven to desperation due to their presence. Scattering like leaves in the wind, quite a sight to behold. The mountain shaker eagles are likely among the victims of these heroes' descent. After their discussion, Chen Lin and the others remarked that they had never heard of such a gang in the vicinity. Two individuals engaged in conversation as Li Qingfeng felt the warmth of alcohol coursing through him, his face aflame, indicating the onset of inebriation. He picked up some peanuts and began to chew, inquiring, with so many death row inmates sent to our Green Willow County, is there no compensation or funding? Han Lei replied, indeed, there is, otherwise, how would you manage to receive a couple of silver coins each day? 6 individuals receiving 1 or 2 coins for 8 days amounts to merely 48 coins. That is rather insufficient, wouldn't you agree? Li Qingfeng, intrigued, asked, is that all, just 1 or 2 silver coins? Han Lei continued, what would you have us do? The bulk of the funds goes to others, with each intermediary taking their cut. By the time it reaches you, 1 or 2 coins is already quite restrained. Meanwhile, others are feasting to their heart's content, every one of them well-fed and flourishing. Li Qingfeng couldn't help but admire this arrangement. How remarkable. Even death row inmates have become a business. You all are quite shrewd in your dealings. He realized he lacked such acumen, or perhaps it was more a matter of status than intellect. I too must learn the art of negotiation, to grow wiser as I live. Look, I am gaining insight, Han Lei added, it's not entirely without compensation. Our Green Willow County handles these menial tasks for them. When it comes time to extract resources, we enjoy a significant advantage over other counties. Chapter 36, Execution. Having finished his drink, Li Qingfeng, slightly unsteady, stood up and said to Han Lei, well then, Boss Han, I shall step outside to select a mask, lest I forget and cause inconvenience later. Han Lei glanced at the swaying Li Qingfeng and replied, very well, do as you see fit. When you return, lie down on that cot and rest a while to sober up. I shall call for you when the time comes. All right, I'll take a stroll, Li Qingfeng said, burping as he made his way outside. After a brief conversation inside, he stepped out to find the atmosphere even more lively. Goodness, it felt like a bustling market. The crowd was thick, a multitude of voices blending together, and above them, life points floated like a surreal spectacle, making Li Qingfeng feel as though he had entered a fantastical realm. The people here, in their attire, hairstyles, and manner of speech, resemble ancient beings, yet the life points above their heads seem to belong to a game. An abstract blend of two disparate realities, especially in his slightly inebriated state after consuming 2 large bowls of wine. He swayed as he surveyed the throng, burping and merging into the crowd. After wandering for a while, Li Qingfeng held a painted monkey mask in one hand and a variety of snacks in the other, chewing continuously in an effort to quell his intoxication. Though the possibility of regurgitation loomed at that moment, he stood on the steps behind a snack stall, observing the thrumming mass of humanity, pondering their purpose for being here. Amidst the cacophony, 2 youthful voices emerged from the front of the stall. Li Qingfeng turned to see, and his bleary gaze sharpened considerably. This is truly delicious. Oh, and this one smells so good. Come on, you must try it, one exclaimed, cheeks puffed out like a squirrel, eagerly nodding in response to her companion. Yi Chang, who chimed, so fragrant. The 2 girls appeared quite young, one around 18 and the other about 16. Not though their age was tender, their life points were impressively high, one at 774780 and the other at 995999. Li Qingfeng rubbed his eyes, glanced again to confirm he wasn't hallucinating, then diverted his gaze to avoid detection. Goodness, are they masters of marrow refinement, so young yet so powerful? Could they possibly be disciples from Qingyun Mountain? Chen Bumming, at 20 years old, with life points of 305313, was already a renowned genius in the county. Was the disparity between those from significant factions and himself so vast? His own life points of 313 only slightly eclipsed the 199 of the shaking mountain eagle. Yet he could dispatch it in just 2 moves. These 2 girls before him, however, could likely defeat Chen Bumming with a single strike. It was astonishing to think that those indulging in snacks, appearing so content, could wield such power. Moreover, what business had they here? Were they not acting as a supervisory team? Pondering these questions, Li Qingfeng decided to cease his wandering, purchase a jug of wine, and return to rest. This time, the 2 constables did not impede him, allowing him entry without delay. He lifted the curtain and approached Han Lei, placing the wine on his table. Boss Han, allow me to treat you to a jug of wine. Han Lei, unceremonious, poured himself a bowl, adding several more jugs to the empty ones on his table. So, how was it outside? Entertaining, Li Qingfeng nodded. It was alright, quite lively, though the crowd was a bit overwhelming. Han Lei waved his hand. saying, then go rest for a while, it's still early enough for an hour or two of sleep. Li Qingfeng replied, very well, Boss Han, enjoy your drink. I shall take a quick nap. Go on, someone will call for you when the time comes. Li Qingfeng rose and made his way to a corner where several cots were available for resting. As soon as he lay down, his eyelids began to feel heavy. Before long, he succumbed to slumber. Hey, wake up, it's time, someone nudged Li Qingfeng, rousing him from sleep. Given his peak physical state of 99, he felt the effects of the alcohol had dissipated considerably, and the dizziness was gone had he been in his prior state of 56. Awakening would have left him weak and possibly even ill. Is it time already? Li Qingfeng inquired, looking at the newcomer as Zhu Sha nodded, saying, put on your clothes, grab your knife. The death row inmates are already being escorted. And they will soon arrive. As Zhu Sha pointed to the equipment set aside. Li Qingfeng got up, donned his black outer garment, put on the painted monkey mask, and took up the execution knife, following Zhu Sha as they departed. Zhu Sha wore a rather amusing pig mask, obscuring his features, yet his voice was deep and powerful, not at all resembling someone accustomed to the grim atmosphere of a prison. He turned to Li Qingfeng and asked, is this your first time as an executioner? Li Qingfeng looked at Zhu Sha and asked, yes. Is there any particular protocol I should be aware of? Zhu Sha nodded, there is indeed. Allow me to teach you a phrase to recite before you behead. To avoid being haunted by vengeful spirits. Li Qingfeng inquired, what phrase? Zhu Sha recited smoothly, grievances have their origins, debts have their masters. You and I have no animosity from the past, nor enmity in the present. Your sins are not for me to judge. I in the underworld remember to seek your true enemies. It is my duty, and I have offended you. From his practiced delivery, Li Qingfeng surmised that this was not Zhu Sha's first time performing such duties. Li Qingfeng asked, does this phrase truly work? After killing we ought to ensure they don't seek vengeance upon us. Zhu Sha shrugged, I don't know. Every executioner recites it before carrying out their duties. It's a tradition. And we simply follow suit. Understood, I shall remember it. Following Zhu Sha, they took only a few steps before reaching the execution platform. By this time, the sun had risen high, the morning mist dissipating, granting a clear view. Li Qingfeng observed the other executioners standing together, their figures remarkably similar in their black garb and masks, rendering it impossible to distinguish one from another, likely an intentional choice, due to the masks. Li Qingfeng could not discern their expressions, and thus could not speculate on their thoughts, so he averted his gaze. Under Zhu Sha's direction, Li Qingfeng positioned himself at the far edge of the platform. Within a 20-meter radius of the execution site, no one dared to approach, though a considerable crowd had gathered outside. Some spectators even held steamed buns in anticipation of blood to quell their coughs. The notion of blood buns had become a grim reality rather than mere figurative language here. The onlookers, noticing two more executioners had appeared, began to murmur among themselves, pointing and commenting, ha ha, look at that executioner's mask. It is quite amusing, a pink pig, how entertaining. I have a similar mask, anyone interested in buying, I'll sell it cheap. This was the discourse surrounding the masks. Though the 5 figures appeared alike, some wondered aloud about the slender one on the edge. Could he truly be an executioner? He didn't seem to fit the part. Perhaps he was only here for the money. It was said that executioners earned a couple of silver coins a day. Is that so? I hadn't heard. Otherwise, I would have gone too. The recruitment sign has been up at the affairs office for quite some time. Didn't you know? I've never been to that place. Would you like to go? I know someone in the Yamen who could arrange it for you tomorrow. No, let us forget it. I was just joking. This was the discussion about Li Qingfeng and Zhu Sha, amidst their dissimilar physiques. Xiao Chang, you must try this. It's truly delicious. Really, share a bite with me. These were the words of the two girls with impressively high life points. Li Qingfeng felt a twinge of curiosity. They hadn't left yet. Were they genuinely here as a supervisory team? Some individuals seemed to treat this place as a market, merely here to revel and socialize. As the execution drew near, they remained unwilling to depart, yet, despite this, the crowd continued to swell. Li Qingfeng noticed that beneath the scrutiny of so many eyes, donning the mask alleviated much of his internal pressure. After all, once he stepped down, no one would know his true identity. Among those of similar height and stature, it would be easy to blend in. Should someone recognize him later, he could simply deny it. Feeling somewhat stiff, Li Qingfeng moved his head and shoulders, producing a series of crackling sounds. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, even the smallest movements would not go unnoticed. Soon someone pointed at Li Qingfeng, exclaiming, "Hey, look, that guy moved. Is he tired? Can he even execute someone?" I'll bet 10 coins he can't. The confusion from the crowd left Li Qingfeng feeling exasperated. He turned his head, wishing to retort, especially at the individual closest to him, who was particularly loud and annoying. chattering incessantly. Be careful, or you might just get splattered with blood. You're betting on me, your 0% chance of winning has already betrayed you, you foolish brother. The necromancer is here too. On the execution platform. With a clear view, he spotted the necromancer clad in black robes. Naturally, given the gravity of the occasion, his presence would be expected. However, had he returned so soon after seeking treasure yesterday afternoon, such efficiency was impressive. He wondered if the necromancer had found any treasures. Surely his journey would be detailed in the forums. He planned to check later to see what valuable items he may have acquired. Boredom enveloped the atmosphere as Li Qingfeng cast his gaze below, seeking out any intriguing individuals. To his surprise, he spotted the practitioner of marrow refinement, surnamed Guan, with a mouth smeared in crimson, as if he had just devoured a fruit akin to a dragon fruit. He appeared somewhat dazed, lacking the demeanor of a master, prompting a light chuckle from Li Qingfeng. Guan Xiaodai was engaged in animated conversation with Yi Chang, extolling the delectable qualities of the fruit they had just consumed. Sensing a lingering gaze, she turned to Li Qingfeng, only to find that he had already shifted his attention away. She then remarked to Yi Chang, "He just looked at me and smiled." Why? Yi Chang inquired. "Who?" Li Guan Xiaodai pouted and replied, "The slender executioner on stage, the one wearing the monkey mask." Why? Yi Chang scrutinized Li Qingfeng, then glanced back at Guan Xiaodai, producing a handkerchief to wipe the remnants of fruit from the corners of her mouth. "You've got red all over your lips. It's quite amusing," Guan Xiaodai exclaimed. Really, this fruit is so sweet." In the midst of her ennui, she opened a video of the phantom gun technique, preparing for a second viewing while waiting for the arrival of the prisoners. Soon, with the crowd's restlessness, the moment arrived. They're coming. Hurried buns. Wow, so many this year. There must be around 50 death row inmates. The number rivals that of previous years. Could it be that they intend to execute all the condemned today? What about tomorrow? I still have many goods left to sell. I hope they don't get wasted. Did you not receive the news? They are executing over 400 this year. 400. Is there another war? I heard it's a campaign against bandits, but the specifics remain unclear. Once the prisoners arrived, their identities were verified, and the charges against them were announced, a process that had nothing to do with Li Qingfeng. He merely awaited the moment to wield his blade. There were 6 executioners in total, and executions had to proceed in batches. Before Li Qingfeng knelt a condemned man, shackled and seemingly well-fed, not the typical ruffian. His prison garb was ill-fitting, appearing a size too small, as if hastily donned, giving him a somewhat awkward appearance. From the moment he stepped onto the platform, he trembled incessantly, gripped by fear, muttering, "It wasn't me, truly not me. I didn't kill him. He fell into the well and drowned. I never had an affair with my 6th and 7th aunts, it was they who were involved with him. Shinhao has wronged me." The crowd below recognized him, pointing and murmuring amongst themselves, "Goodness, am I seeing things? Old shirt, look, isn't that Sun Yuan? I was just drinking with him a couple of days ago. How did he end up there? You don't know. His servant died at his hands. Then he dumped the body in a well. It was discovered, and he was sentenced to death. It all happened just yesterday, and the Sun family expedited the process with money. Look, the Sun family is over there waiting, ready to bury him quickly to cover up this scandal." Is that true? I hadn't heard about this. Look at him kneeling there. He seems to be playing out. He is probably scared out of his wits. I remember Sun Yuan is a decent fellow. How could he do such a thing? Who knows? You can know a person's face but not their heart. Good heavens, Sun Yuan, is he going to die? Does that mean I don't have to repay the money I owe him? Let him die. He must die. Each individual harbored a different sentiment towards Sun Yuan's impending execution. Some reveled in his misfortune, while others expressed deep regret, yet some admired the notion of dying gracefully under the peony's bloom. Many, however, wore blank expressions, entirely unaware of the situation, seeking clarification from those in the know. Upon learning the details, they murmured in astonishment. Li Qingfeng, upon hearing Sun Yuan's lamentations, realized he was the son of that wealthy merchant. Sunday, such swift sentencing? Is there no trial? Li Qingfeng interjected. Are you the son of that merchant's son? The one who killed his servant? Upon hearing Li Qingfeng's words, Sun Yuan turned abruptly, as if he had found a lifeline in his impending drowning. With shackled hands, he attempted to grasp Li Qingfeng's pant leg, only to find his movement restricted. He could only plead, "Do you know me? Please save me. I am innocent. I truly did not kill Yin Yan. I have been wronged. It must be the work of my 6th and 7th aunts. They were the ones involved with Yin Yan. Please help me. I beseech you to investigate this case anew. I will repay you. I have 500 taels of silver hidden away, all for you." Li Qingfeng did not anticipate Sun Yuan's reaction to be so fervent. It was merely a single stroke. Was it truly necessary to be so dramatic? He shrugged and chose to ignore him. Beside him, Zhu Sha cleared his throat, subtly reminding Li Qingfeng to refrain from speaking. Executioners need not concern themselves with such matters. Fortunately, Li Qingfeng had no intention of meddling in others' affairs. If there were grievances, they could seek redress in the afterlife, should they possess the means to do so. Seeing that Li Qingfeng was unresponsive to his pleas, Sun Yuan's emotions swung wildly, his last glimmer of hope vanished. Tears streamed down his face, and he yearned for life. As an official commanded, the time has come. Let the execution commence. A token was thrown onto the ground, signifying the end for the 6 condemned souls on stage. Those awaiting their turn from the other batches gazed upon Sun Yuan and the others with a blend of dread and anticipation. Soon it would be their turn. Upon hearing the order for execution, Sun Yuan's eyes bulged. His complexion drained of color, and his mind went blank. He was frozen in fear, breathing rapidly, his body trembling uncontrollably as terror consumed him. Responding to the command, Li Qingfeng picked up a flask of wine resting nearby and poured it over the blade. Raising the ghostly head-chopping knife high at, he intoned softly, "Every grievance has its source, every debt its master. We hold no animosity nor grudge. Your crimes are not for me to judge. I in the depths of the netherworld. Ensure you find your true adversaries. It is my duty, and thus I must proceed." The sunlight glinted off the blade, now glistening with the wine. With a swift motion, Li Qingfeng brought down the knife, severing Sun Yuan's head in one clean stroke. The head tumbled to the ground, rolling twice before coming to rest, its eyes wide open in eternal protest, as if recounting its grievances and bidding a reluctant farewell to the world. Zhu Sha and the others similarly dispatched the condemned before them. Those clutching buns rushed forth, eager to soak up the splattered blood, as if they had obtained something precious. Li Qingfeng's life force surged, increasing to 1010. A refreshing current flowed through him, leading him to close his eyes and savor this newfound vitality. It was a sensation of comfort and delight, ineffably exquisite. As the saying goes, a robust physique, the increase in life force imbued Li Qingfeng with a sense of amplified strength, compared to his condition upon entering the game. He felt vastly improved, having experienced this revitalization. Li Qingfeng looked at Sun Yuan's severed head and shook his head gently, his expression impassive and unperturbed, his thoughts succinctly encapsulated in 3 words: next. Chapter 37. The execution concludes. Death is a solemn affair that warrants due reverence. Thus, each batch of prisoners received their just deserts. Besides the sumptuous feast of severed heads, officials tirelessly recounted their numerous crimes. Regardless of their authenticity or the existence of wrongful accusations, nevertheless, the officials dutifully informed the public of their heinous deeds, hoping to instill caution in onlookers and prevent them from committing similar transgressions. After the first batch of 6 criminals was executed, the second batch followed closely. A total of 54 death row inmates were brought forth today, divided into 9 batches for their final public appearance. At this moment, despite their chains, they were liberated from the shackles of morality. They disregarded the crowd's scrutiny, the unusual gazes, and the whispers and pointing fingers. The moral constraints that had once bound them were cast aside. Forgotten in the face of imminent death. As the execution loomed, the condemned displayed a myriad of emotions, their actions reflecting their individual characters, a culmination of their life experiences. Some wept bitterly, while others laughed uproariously. Some shouted in defiance, while others remained silent, gazing heavenward. In this moment, they embodied both the depth of human compassion and the weight of their deserved fate. The emotional atmosphere affected many, numerous spectators, after witnessing the execution of the first few criminals, could not bear to continue watching and withdrew from the scene. While they were moved to pity, they could not sway Li Qingfeng. His sole purpose was to wield the blade that severed life, increasing his life force with each execution, regardless of age, gender, or past experiences. Those who knelt on the platform faced death. Li Qingfeng was neither the cause nor the consequence, he was merely the instrument, ushering them to their final journey. This position could be held by him, Li Qingfeng, or anyone else, Zheng Qingfeng or Wang Qingfeng. It mattered not. The fate of the prisoners remained unchanged, adhering to the principle that the guilt of the condemned was irrelevant to him. Li Qingfeng executed swiftly and decisively, leaving no exceptions. His technique was practiced and proficient, akin to a chef skillfully butchering meat, requiring no second stroke. The prisoners met their ends cleanly and painlessly, a win-win scenario. By the conclusion of the first day of executions, dusk had settled. The setting sun cast its glow upon the platform, now stained a dark crimson. The last rays of daylight illuminated Li Qingfeng and the other 5 masked executioners, their shadows stretching infinitely, enveloping the remaining spectators. The masks they wore seemed to possess a certain power, instilling a primal fear that surged within the hearts of onlookers. Zhu Sha's mask, adorned with a smiling pink pig's head, now appeared far from whimsical, transformed into a visage of sheer menace. Many were so unsettled by the scene that they discarded their similar masks onto the ground, where they were crushed underfoot as the crowd dispersed. Unbeknownst to how many would endure restless nights filled with nightmares, haunted by visions of faceless figures clad in black, reeking of blood, wielding knives in relentless pursuit, having executed 9 individuals, while the exact count of his life force remained concealed. Li Qingfeng estimated it to be around 1818. Bathed in the sunlight after the increase in life force, Li Qingfeng felt remarkable, his physical condition unparalleled. So profound that it defies description. His current strength rivals that of the formidable physique he cultivated in his previous life. He now feels an uncanny sense of power. Even against a dozen death row inmates, he could effortlessly escort them to their end. To put it colloquially, he feels capable of delivering a single blow that could fell a bull. As for the bull's transgressions, nobody cares. While Li Qingfeng can endure, the others are visibly exhausted, whether it be the dispersing audience, the personnel responsible for handling the corpses and pronouncing sentences, or the other executioners. Each person feels the weight of fatigue. Upon the completion of the executions, Zhu Sha waved at Li Qingfeng, signaling that they could leave, as others would naturally tend to the unsightly aftermath on the platform. The 6 men proceeded down from the stage, where Han Lei awaited them, but he sat with a robust stature, and upon rising, he maintained the same imposing presence. His broad frame commanded a formidable aura. Once they reached the ground level, the group moved towards the rear, entering a room where they removed their masks. Zhu Sha and the other 5 wore ashen expressions. Each found a bed to lie upon. Exhaling deeply, the rising and falling of their chests betrayed their inner turmoil. Han Lei approached Li Qingfeng and patted him on the shoulder. "Well done, I noticed it when we were drinking. You are a person of great potential. In the future, if anything arises in the county, feel free to seek me out. In this Green Willow County, there are few matters that I, Han Lei, cannot handle." The other executioners, despite their imposing stature, appeared pallid after dispatching 9 condemned souls. 2 of them were trembling slightly, clearly showing signs of significant strain, although it was merely a matter of delivering a few strikes. The act of ending a living person's life is inherently a heavy burden, and experiencing pressure in such circumstances is entirely normal. The images of rolling heads and spurting blood evoke a chilling dread. Especially since they were the architects of such horror. Death is, after all, a terrifying concept. Moreover, to kill in broad daylight, under the scrutiny of the public, adds an immense psychological burden, making even the act of breathing feel perilous. Under the weight of such compounded pressures, those who can stand firm and walk away, like Zhu Sha and his companions, are indeed bold. At this moment, their guard lowered, they finally found a moment's respite. Even feeling a bit drowsy, yearning for a restorative slumber, unlike the others, Li Qingfeng was an exception. His complexion was rosy, his spirit radiant, showing no signs of discomfort. In fact, he appeared to be somewhat invigorated. Such a mindset borders on the peculiar. Han Lei sensed that this individual was not an ordinary person and deemed him worthy of friendship. Li Qingfeng set the painted monkey mask aside on a nearby stool and addressed Han Lei. "Thank you. Han Lao By the way, will it be at the same time tomorrow?" As the sun began to set, he added, "I still need to find a place to stay." Han Lei produced a couple of silver coins from his pocket and handed them to Li Qingfeng, saying, "Indeed, as long as you're here before noon tomorrow, would you like me to arrange accommodations for you?" Li Qingfeng took the money and replied, "No need, I've already found a place nearby. It's a perfect opportunity to take a stroll and calm my mind." Upon arriving, he had already identified an inn marked on his strategy map, intending to dine and lodge there. Han Lei nodded. "Very well, endure a bit for these few days. Once this is over, I will treat you to a grand time at the Drunken Moon Pavilion. We'll have the place booked for the night, and each of you will be accompanied by 2 lovely ladies." Upon hearing this, the reclining brothers perked up, no longer feeling tired, and eagerly inquired, "Is that for real?" "Lauda, there is no way you're joking." Han Lauda is always a man of his word. Another piped in, "I want to take 10, get lost, it's just 2. Any more will come out of your own pocket. If you end up with 100, it's your own doing, and it won't concern me." After a brief pause, Li Qingfeng shed his blood-stained black outer garment and went to the water barrel to clean himself. Stepping outside, he found that the crowd had dispersed. Over 50 corpses lay strewn about, with only those claimed by their kin remaining. All others were taken away for burial. He wondered if the necromancer would engage in grave robbing. Given his overly dramatic demeanor, it seemed he truly fancied himself a master of the undead. Surely he wouldn't pass up such a fresh opportunity. After all, what kind of necromancer wouldn't dabble in corpses? Digging graves and executing sentences, by law, it was a capital offense. If he were to be caught, he might find himself facing the same fate soon enough. On the execution platform, only a few remained. cleaning and maintaining the area. Perhaps the lingering stench of blood had not yet dissipated, creating an unbearable odor, leading them to work in silence, without exchanging words. The vast square, once teeming with life, now lay in eerie stillness. A stark contrast to the vibrant sounds of the morning and afternoon. Indeed, all gatherings must come to an end. After the revelry, tranquility will inevitably return, and one must learn to embrace solitude. Shaking his head, Li Qingfeng opened the map and made his way toward the inn he had previously scouted. As he walked, he accessed the forum to check if the necromancer had unearthed any treasures. Should the finds be particularly splendid and align with his desires, he would seize the opportunity to teach the necromancer a lesson in humility, imparting the wisdom that one should remain low profile and avoid drawing undue attention. Quietly amassing wealth is the true path to success. Upon opening the forum, he found a message waiting for him from Shenhao, sent earlier in the afternoon. Upon reading it, he noted, "Qingfeng, how is work treating you? Are you managing all right? If not, let me know, and I can help you find something else." Li Qingfeng replied, "Rest assured, how go? Everything is fine. I'm off work now, looking for a place to eat before resting." He then browsed his favorites, locating a post from the necromancer. Indeed, there were updates. As someone who relished sharing, the necromancer had included screenshots. After much ado, the treasure had been found, a box unearthed beneath a millennia-old willow tree outside the county. Inside the box lay a translucent gemstone, tinged with dark red veins, smooth and resembling an egg-sized pebble, alongside a tome bound in a weathered gray cover. Accompanying him on the treasure hunt were a tall, lean man and a short, stout one, both of whom had commented on the necromancer's post. "A bountiful haul, thanks to the Great One. Be sure to call us next time you have a treasure map." Li Qingfeng was unfamiliar with the contents of the box, as there were countless unknowns in this world. The necromancer had wisely withheld the book's contents, not being foolish enough to disclose everything. He presumed someone would recognize the gem, and the necromancer would likely post inquiries in the main section. Clicking onto his profile, he discovered a new post. "Treasure dug up. Any knowledgeable individuals willing to appraise its worth?" The accompanying image was the same screenshot the responses flooded in. "Not familiar." Next, "Looks like a stone a child picked up by the river. I'll take it for 50 cents, based on its color and appearance." It is certainly not ordinary. It shouldn't be cheaper. From the screenshot, it seems like it would be quite pleasant to handle. Is the poster willing to sell? Direct trading and scanning for a bottom price. The necromancer replied beneath the sixth comment, "This item has no sellers, no market price, so it can't be scanned for a base price." The sixth commenter responded, "Then I don't know. Let us tag a few appraisers to take a look." With so many players in the main section, the replies surged, yet no experts emerged to identify the gemstone, merely onlookers enjoying the spectacle. Li Qingfeng saved the post for future reference and continued scrolling through others. As he perused the threads, he made his way toward the inn when the last rays of the sun disappeared. He arrived at his destination. Looking up, he noted, "Fortune Inn, this is it." Upon entering, he surveyed the surroundings. The lights were already lit, providing a clearer view than outside. About 70% of the tables were occupied by patrons enjoying their meals, suggesting the food and drink were quite commendable. Observing the dishes on the guests' tables and savoring the aromas, Li Qingfeng nodded as his stomach timely responded. Noticing his arrival, the innkeeper warmly greeted him. "Welcome. Sir, are you dining in or seeking a room?" Li Qingfeng replied, "Just me, for now. I'll have 2 meat dishes and 2 vegetable dishes, along with a pot of wine. Also, please prepare a single room for me." "How much will that all come to?" The innkeeper promptly responded. "That would be 31 for the 4 dishes and a pot of wine, plus 21 for the single room per day, totaling 51. How does that sound?" Li Qingfeng nodded, producing a silver coin and handing it to the innkeeper. "Put it on my tab for 10 days. We'll settle up if I need more." With 7 days remaining until the autumn execution, he figured 3 additional days would suffice for finding lodging, and he could always vacate if he found a suitable place. Seeing Li Qingfeng pay up front, the innkeeper cheerfully accepted. "Great, please find a seat." Li Qingfeng chose a corner table with a clear view of the entire inn, and the innkeeper swiftly brought over a pot of wine and a plate of peanuts. "Please enjoy. The peanuts are freshly roasted by our chef. Try them out on the house. Your food will be out shortly." "Thank you. I appreciate it. I'll be off to tend to other guests now." After the innkeeper departed, Li Qingfeng poured himself a cup of wine and opened the forum once more. Another message from Shenhao appeared. "That's good to hear. Once you're done with your business, you can come play with me. I'm logging off now. I need to check on Feiyu's homework and help him get to bed." He chuckled to himself. The little rascal was already in 3rd grade and still needed to be coaxed to sleep. However, given that his mother had left, they relied on one another, and Shinhao was understandably concerned about the boy's well-being, wanting to ensure he didn't feel the absence of maternal companionship, which could lead to psychological issues. Pouring a cup of milky white wine reminiscent of rice wine, he took a sip. The taste was pleasing, soft, and slightly sweet, not as potent as Hanlei's wine, but quite enjoyable, munching on the peanuts, which were perfectly roasted. He savored their flavor, making them an ideal accompaniment to the wine. As he continued to eat, he browsed through posts on the forum, discovering many intriguing threads, much like this one. Poster, Wei Ai Ran, at 18 this year. I feel as though I have encountered true love, yet it also seems that I have been deceived by a cunning woman. Brothers, lend me your wisdom, is she merely toying with my affections? The gist of the matter is that the poster Wei Ai Ran ventured into the brothel of the Qin Kuan realm, where he met an exquisite maiden named Shiran, who instantly captivated him. Thus, he sought her company daily, and she treated him with great kindness, showering him with warmth upon each visit. This led him to believe he had found his soulmate, and the two enjoyed a blissful intimacy each day. However, recently, his in-game family has been watching him closely, ceasing to provide him with funds. With empty pockets, when he sought Shiran again, she no longer acknowledged him. Consequently, he felt despondent and took to posting for advice. He attached a screenshot. In a room dominated by a red hue, Shiran donned a shoulder-bearing white garment adorned with a jade hairpin, her face lightly made up, with an enchanting demeanor that perfectly blended innocence and seduction. Her exquisite features radiating purity. Li Qingfeng opened the screenshot and saved it, then continued to browse the replies. Second floor, women only affect my speed with a blade. Third floor, cunning woman, do not take her seriously. She treats everyone this way. Fourth floor, seeking true love in a brothel, what a life choice. Fifth floor, jade-faced young master, at 18, it is normal to be deceived, I am now 28 and quite formidable. Beneath the fourth floor, someone replied, Qingqing Zijing. Brother, please check your private messages. The avatar of Qingqing Zijing depicted a strikingly beautiful girl. Jade-faced young master, there is nothing in my messages. Qingqing Zijing, brother. I haven't sent it yet. Hee. The reply from jade-faced young master drew a chorus of laughter. Come and see the clown, my buddy has become quite the fool. I'm 28 this year. Ha ha ha. Chapter 38, The Soul-Fixing Pearl. Seeing the amusement of the forum users, Li Qingfeng couldn't help but chuckle. What are you laughing at? A voice came from behind. Li Qingfeng turned to see the individual known as Dazed. A master with 999 health points, Guan Xiaodai unceremoniously took a seat opposite Li Qingfeng, her gaze scrutinizing him. Li Qingfeng inquired, My lady, do we know each other? Guan Xiaodai narrowed her eyes and replied, No. But I know you are the executioner from today, you even glanced at me. Have you forgotten, even with a mask you can be recognized? What keen eyesight you possess. Li Qingfeng chuckled, merely jesting, perhaps it is just a resemblance. Since you have recognized me, there is no need for deceit. Yet, Li Qingfeng refrained from confirming it verbally. He had developed a habit of not admitting to certain matters openly, wary of eavesdroppers or recording devices. The Qin Kuan realm lacked mobile phones or recording instruments, but who knew if the person opposite was a player? What if they were filming, although recording was considerably more expensive than screenshots? At 100 taels of silver for 10 minutes, it was clearly beyond the means of ordinary players. Guan Xiaodai shook her head. It has nothing to do with resemblance. The scent of blood on you is still quite strong. Though you have cleaned up, I can still smell it. Are you a dog, given your keen senses? Guan Xiaodai pointed to her own eyes. Moreover, your eyes are identical to those of the executioner. The eyes do not lie. That so. If I were to wear colored contact lenses, how would you respond? Li Qingfeng simply listened, occasionally sipping his drink. Guan Xiaodai asked, Why are you silent? Li Qingfeng tilted his head and looked at her, inquiring, So, my lady, is there something you wish to discuss? Guan Xiaodai shrugged, Nothing in particular. I happened to pass by. I was about to return to my room when I suddenly heard you laughing. I thought I recognized you, so I came over to inquire about your laughter and gather some information. Guan Xiaodai appeared somewhat inexperienced in conversing with strangers, perhaps overly protected by her faction, making even chatting with newcomers feel like an adventure. Yet, it seemed no one had ever informed her that when out and about, one should remain vigilant and cautious around the unfamiliar. I wasn't laughing at anything in particular. I merely recalled a delightful event. Noticing Guan Xiaodai's inquisitive expression, Li Qingfeng preemptively said, Gathering information, are you searching for someone or something? He was still curious about what this master with 999 health points was seeking. After all, there could be profit to be made. Guan Xiaodai earnestly replied, An item or relic from my ancestors said to be hidden near Green Willow County. I do not know its exact location. But according to celestial calculations, it is believed to reveal itself in the near future. Thus, my family sent me and some relatives to investigate. Li Qingfeng nodded, took a sip of his drink, and picked up some peanuts. Feigning attentiveness, and then, what kind of item is it? Perhaps I have seen it before. Guan Xiaodai pondered for a moment and then stated, according to the information passed down from my ancestors. It is a gray box containing a soul-fixing pearl and a secret tome for binding souls. Li Qingfeng appeared bewildered, seemingly unable to grasp the nature of the items described by Guan Xiaodai. Yet, internally he stirred, recalling the treasure discovered by the necromancer, which also included a pearl and some books. It was possible they were the same item, though we might be mistaken. Li Qingfeng maintained an impassive demeanor. Poured another cup of wine, and nonchalantly asked, "Oh, it sounds like a pearl and a tome. Are they precious? What do they look like, and how much are they worth?" Guan Xiaodai glanced at Li Qingfeng. Her brows raised in pride. How pedestrian! For the 6 great families of Danshui County, these 2 items cannot be measured by mere currency. Their value is beyond compare. Guan Xiaodai seemed to possess a profound sense of familial pride. When mentioning the 6 great families, she involuntarily straightened her posture, as if her affiliation filled her with honor. Though Li Qingfeng knew not the nature of the 6 great families, he feigned astonishment, exclaiming, "So you hail from the 6 great families of Danshui County. It is an honor to meet you. I have long admired their deeds and accomplishments. I have yearned to visit Danshui County and pay my respects. But I have yet to find the opportunity or means. To encounter a member of your esteemed lineage here is truly fortuitous. Looking at you, your beauty, grace, and eloquence are beyond reproach. Even your every gesture exudes an air of unutterable nobility. Meeting you has deepened my respect for the 6 great families. I wondered why today seemed so auspicious with the magpies calling. Come, let me toast to you, as a small token of my esteem." Regardless of the true nature of the 6 great families, he chose to lavish praise upon her, maximizing the emotional value of the exchange with this somewhat innocent girl, since she seemed to enjoy hearing such words. He would speak more of what she liked to foster a closer bond, hoping to glean details about the soul-fixing pearl and the tome, and ascertain whether they were indeed the treasures acquired by the necromancer. If so, he would hasten to find the necromancer and negotiate a low price for the pearl before someone with greater discernment snatched it away. Should the price be exorbitant, he would venture to Green Willow County and confront the genuine necromancer. Seizing the treasure through force. After all, the necromancer possessed merely 1012 health points, a player slightly stronger than the average. A stealthy ambush would pose little risk. Of course, he would ensure he had accurate information before taking action. To avoid another deception akin to his previous encounter with the loquacious fox, upon hearing Li Qingfeng extolling the virtues of her family, Guan Xiaodai's face lit up with delight, a charming smile gracing her somewhat cherubic features. "My family is quite formidable. I am merely average," Guan Xiaodai remarked, who said that, "I see great potential in you. Your demeanor embodies the essence of a dragon among men," just as Li Qingfeng was about to continue. The waiter appeared bringing 2 steaming platters of vegetarian dishes. Indeed, having spent money, the service was prompt. "The dishes are here, esteemed guest. Enjoy." The waiter placed the dishes on the table and addressed Li Qingfeng. "Thank you. Are you 2 dining together? Allow me to bring you some bowls and chopsticks." Li Qingfeng turned to Guan Xiaodai and asked, "Would you care for something to eat?" In their previous encounters, Guan Xiaodai had always been nibbling on food. This slender, somewhat naive warrior seemed to possess a fondness for eating. Guan Xiaodai contemplated. "Is that all right? I won't intrude on your meal, will I?" Li Qingfeng waved grandly at the waiter. "Young man, add another set of bowls and chopsticks, bring a fine wine, and increase the order by 4 dishes, make them substantial." Upon hearing the prospect of earning more, the waiter's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Certainly," Li Qingfeng then remarked. "By the way, after chatting for a bit, I am Li Qingfeng, but I haven't yet asked your name." When it came to names, Guan Xiaodai appeared somewhat bashful. I am Guan Xiaodai." Li Qingfeng nodded. "That is a lovely name, fitting for you. It sounds quite simple and innocent. Thoughts and words need not align, after all, given that she possesses 999 health points. One must show her respect." Li Qingfeng praised. "A wise man may have a lapse in judgment, while a fool may stumble upon a stroke of fortune." Guan Xiaodai, your name is evidently one born of thoughtful deliberation. Rich in philosophical depth. How elegant yet understated. Guan Xiaodai's eyes widened in surprise. "Oh, is that so? I never realized my name had such significance." This was the first time she had heard someone interpret her name in such a manner. The unique perspective left her at a loss for words. In the past, when introducing herself, people would often burst into laughter. Even those of refined character would smile, their amusement barely concealed. Li Qingfeng was the sole individual who not only refrained from laughing but also offered her praise. Leaving Guan Xiaodai utterly flummoxed, she recalled as a child asking her mother why she bore such a name, only to receive a nonchalant reply while her mother was playing cards stating it was a simple name. Easy to sustain, the young Guan Xiaodai could only nod, accepting that it was so. Later, she came to realize that the 6 prominent families were by no means lacking in wealth, possessing the power to govern an entire region. To engage with a formidable force like Qingyun Mountain, they must have countless riches at their disposal, inexhaustible in their resources. How could they possibly struggle to support a single child? In the midst of their conversation, the innkeeper approached with a set of chopsticks and a jug of fine wine, placing them on the table and saying, "Please enjoy, I shall go and hasten the dishes from the kitchen." "Thank you very much," they replied. Once the innkeeper departed, Li Qingfeng uncorked the jug and a fragrant aroma of plum wine wafted forth. He poured a glass and remarked, "It smells delightful, would you care to taste it?" Miss Guan, Li Qingfeng was curious about how well a practitioner of marrow training could withstand alcohol, hoping to glean some insight. After all, he had witnessed Han Lei consuming strong spirits like water, pouring them into his mouth with abandon, demonstrating an impressive tolerance. He wondered how Guan Xiaodai would fare. If she could be intoxicated, it would facilitate his plans. Perhaps Han Lei's capacity for drink stemmed from his own innate ability rather than his strength? Guan Xiaodai gazed at the plum wine on the table, swallowing hard as she engaged in a brief internal struggle. After a moment, she unabashedly seized the jug and poured herself a cup, declaring, "Of course I will, I aspire to become the greatest swordsman in the world, how could I not drink?" At her waist hung a long, slender saber, its design reminiscent of a, measuring approximately a meter in length. Yet it appeared perfectly natural, not at all out of place. "I didn't realize you were a swordsman. Here's to you, may you achieve great success." Li Qingfeng raised his glass and downed its contents in one gulp. The plum wine, with its low alcohol content, revealed a subtle flavor of the fruit and a pleasing palate. Guan Xiaodai excitedly lifted her bowl, as if it were her first taste of wine. After a delicate sip, she was delighted by the pleasant flavor of the plum wine, her eyes sparkling as she finished the bowl in swift gulps. "Delicious, who knew it could be this good?" Observing her eagerly downing the wine, a rosy hue blossomed on her cherubic cheeks, and Li Qingfeng's thoughts turned immediately to the possibility of intoxication. If she were to become inebriated, her capacity for resistance would significantly diminish. Even if she were a master of marrow training, surely her neck could not be sturdier than a blade. He could hardly believe it. Of course, such musings were merely hypothetical. Li Qingfeng considered himself an upright individual, a man of virtue. Surely he would not stoop to such underhanded tactics. His intentions were purely driven by curiosity, a small experiment to satisfy his inquisitiveness. With a smile, he poured another bowl for Guan Xiaodai, saying, "You have quite the capacity for drink, Miss Guan. Let us have another." Guan Xiaodai opened her mouth, delicately protruding her rosy tongue, fanning her lips gently with her hand. "At first, it's a bit sharp, but upon closer tasting, there's a hint of plum flavor, slightly sweet, perhaps from glutinous rice. It is quite delightful. My family never allowed me to drink before. To Li Qingfeng, the wine's potency seemed only slightly stronger than rice wine. Yet for someone unaccustomed to alcohol, it was ample, especially in such a large bowl consumed in one go. It seemed even the masters of marrow training could succumb to drunkenness and pain. "Ha, there are many varieties of wine. The more you drink, the more you will find one that suits you, and you may very well come to love it. Some people cannot live without it throughout their lives." Guan Xiaodai nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, my grandfather drinks a pound every day. No amount of persuasion will sway him." Li Qingfeng picked up his chopsticks and said, "Let us eat. Try pairing the peanuts with the wine. It's a perfect match. Is that so? I shall give it a try." She picked up some peanuts and took another sip of her wine, discovering a new layer of flavor. Noticing Guan Xiaodai's keen interest in drinking, Li Qingfeng seized the opportunity and inquired, "You mentioned the soul-stabilizing pearl earlier. What does it look like, and what is its purpose? Share your knowledge with me." After asking, Li Qingfeng lowered his head to pick at his food, avoiding direct eye contact, lest she perceive his intentions, especially since this individual had recognized him even through his mask. Demonstrating keen observational skills, burping softly, Guan Xiaodai quickly covered her mouth with her hand, her gaze fixed on Li Qingfeng, as if she had lost all composure. However, she soon noticed Li Qingfeng was engrossed in his food, seemingly unconcerned with her belch. She let out a sigh of relief. "Ah, you mean the soul-stabilizing pearl. According to records, it is a treasure used for storing souls. Nowadays, very few in the martial world utilize the soul-stabilizing pearl. It is only of use to those with special physiques or once their true energy returns, raising their upper limits. In the hands of those with higher realms, it holds significant value. It's about this big." Guan Xiaodai gestured with her hands, indicating roughly the size of a duck egg. Similar to the image released by the necromancer. Li Qingfeng continued to inquire, the 6 illustrious families of Danshui County are quite renowned, they should not lack for a soul-stabilizing pearl, why would it end up here? He recalled that Danshui County and Qinghai County had once been at war, though that was many years ago. Now, both sides coexisted peacefully, focusing on mutual development without conflict, each amassing strength for future updates. Chapter 39. The goods acquired. Guan Shaodai waved her hand, saying, "This particular soul-stabilizing pearl is different. It belonged to our ancestors and holds special significance. It must be retrieved for veneration. There was something special about this pearl." But Guan Shaodai refrained from elaborating. Li Qingfeng nodded, noting that she was not foolish and chose her words carefully. He pressed on, "Does the soul-stabilizing pearl have any specific characteristics? What does it look like? I wouldn't want to mistake it for a common stone and miss a chance at fortune." Guan Shaodai pondered for a moment before describing the appearance of the soul-stabilizing pearl. The more Li Qingfeng listened, the more he felt that her description closely matched the one released by the necromancer. Several characteristics aligned: smooth duck egg-sized dark red. And now that he was certain, Li Qingfeng began to contemplate how to acquire the soul-stabilizing pearl from the necromancer. "Ideally through direct trade. Dishes are here," the innkeeper announced lightly, bringing forth a basin of glistening red braised pork and placing it on Li Qingfeng's table. The innkeeper's culinary skills were quite impressive. The dish emanated a savory aroma and was visually enticing, stimulating Li Qingfeng's appetite. "Come, Miss Guan, try this meat and tell me how it tastes." Guan Shaodai inhaled the fragrance, her eyes lighting up as she picked up a piece of marbled red braised pork and placed it in her mouth. She savored it meticulously, her eyes closed in blissful contentment. Suddenly a voice echoed from the staircase, causing Guan Shaodai to tremble, nearly dropping her chopsticks. Dai, what are you doing here? I wondered where you had gone." Sneaking off to eat, Yi Chang stood at the staircase, observing Guan Shaodai, who was lost in her culinary reverie. Guan Shaodai opened her eyes to see Yi Chang, her expression slightly askew and visibly flustered. In a few quick strides, Yi Chang rushed to her side, scrutinizing Li Qingfeng with a vigilant gaze, as if guarding against a thief. "Who is he? Do you know him? Just sitting here. Didn't he Uncle Guan say you were to listen to me while outside?" Yi Chang pressed down on Guan Shaodai's head, sniffing her, her eyes widening in shock. "You've been drinking. Dai, you never used to drink." It was as if Yi Chang felt a profound sense of responsibility for not keeping a closer watch on her. Despite being older than Yi Chang, the dynamic suggested that she was the one being led. Upon Yi Chang's arrival, Guan Shaodai appeared like a child caught misbehaving, awkward and at a loss for words. Her mouth busy savoring the delicious meat. Li Qingfeng leaned to the side, shielding his face with his hand to avoid Yi Chang's gaze, silently asking, "Who is she?" Guan Shaodai flashed a toothy grin. Wrapping her arms around Yi Chang, wiping her greasy mouth on her clothes, cleaning it thoroughly. "This is Xiao Qingzi, my caretaker." Yi Chang, feeling a bit overwhelmed, noticed the oil stains on her clothes and shot a glare at Li Qingfeng before placing her hands on Guan Shaodai's shoulders and dragging her upstairs. Guan Shaodai, seemingly accustomed to this treatment, had anticipated the move and managed to hide the jug of wine before being pulled away. Watching her wave goodbye as she was led away, Li Qingfeng began to understand why she was so naive. She was overly coddled, even being escorted away for a meal. It was perhaps for the best. He could now contemplate how to cleverly persuade the necromancer to part with the soul-stabilizing pearl. Before long, the innkeeper returned with more dishes. "More dishes are here." "Hey, where did that guest go?" Li Qingfeng replied. "She had to leave for a moment. Please continue serving the dishes. Oh, and could you bring me another jug of that plum-flavored wine?" "Certainly, please wait a moment." As he dined, Li Qingfeng opened the forum. He first sought out the necromancer's post and, after browsing, he found that no one had yet recognized the soul-stabilizing pearl. There were few replies, and the post appeared to be sinking into obscurity. With the sheer volume of posts on the main forum, if one did not know how to generate interest, it would naturally be buried. The necromancer seemed indifferent to the matter. After all, the treasure unearthed within a day's time had not faced any threats. Aside from the physical labor involved in excavation, the necromancer adhered to a simple philosophy: greater danger often yields greater rewards. Lighter tasks typically result in mundane outcomes, thus, he did not regard the soul-stabilizing pearl in his possession as anything of significance. 3 individuals had spent an afternoon digging, and there had been no sign of danger. Indeed, they had not even encountered a wolf. What value could such a treasure hold? Moreover, the necromancer's attention was diverted elsewhere. He had seemingly obtained another task, a bandit extermination mission, and was currently recruiting players in the Green Willow County section of the forum. To Li Qingfeng, the soul-stabilizing pearl appeared to be of considerable worth, while to the necromancer, it was merely a somewhat cool gem. Li Qingfeng held a favorable view of its value. Even someone like Guan Xiaodai, a practitioner of marrow training from a prominent family, had made a special trip to acquire it, which spoke volumes. There exists an age-old adage: one may question the integrity of others, yet one must trust their discernment. Naturally, Li Qingfeng was curious about the potential profit from acquiring the soul-fixing pearl. As for giving it to Guan Xiaodai after purchasing it, what a jest! It was something I had paid for. Thus it rightfully belonged to me. What relevance did it hold for her? The child was overly candid, sharing everything without discretion, lacking any sense of secrecy. After some contemplation, Li Qingfeng resolved to first test a method that had just occurred to him. He decided to exploit the information asymmetry to deceive a necromancer. He navigated to his profile and deleted the post he had previously made. Subsequently, he spent 1,000 Qiankuan coins, equivalent to 1 or 2 silver taels, to change his forum ID from Qingfeng Yizhou to Gem Enthusiast. He then sought out the necromancer and rewarded one of his earlier posts with 1,000 Qiankuan coins, adding a note: "Respected necromancer, please check your private messages." If the reward exceeded 1,000 Qiankuan coins, the backend would provide a notification. Should the necromancer be perusing the forum at that moment, he would receive the message instantly. Li Qingfeng then sent a private message to the necromancer, articulating that he was an avid collector of various gemstones, thoroughly enamored with such treasures. Despite having faced ridicule from many, he had never relinquished his passion. Upon encountering the necromancer's post, he had developed a keen interest in the stones showcased therein. He earnestly hoped that the esteemed necromancer would consider selling him the gem, expressing profound gratitude and similar sentiments in abundance. In his private message, Li Qingfeng adopted a humble demeanor, aiming to bridge the gap between them. As a youth with a penchant for the dramatic, the necromancer was likely accustomed to receiving disdain. Thus they shared a common language. Simultaneously, Li Qingfeng lavished praise upon the necromancer, elevating him in status to satiate his youthful vanity and desire for admiration. He then hoped for a response, indicating a willingness to negotiate the price. Before long, the necromancer replied, "The item is for sale. You should be able to see my latest post on my profile. I urgently need funds to purchase equipment for a hidden quest. I can sell it to you for 20 taels of silver. What do you think?" It was apparent that the necromancer was currently active on the forum, as the response was prompt upon seeing the necromancer's price. Li Qingfeng's eyes lit up. This individual clearly lacked discernment. 20,000 Qiankuan coins was an easily manageable sum. Even if he incurred a loss, Li Qingfeng deemed it worthwhile. Yet, he faced a dilemma. If he readily agreed, it might raise the necromancer's suspicions. However, despite appearing quite normal on the forum, he was, after all, a dramatic youth, whose thought processes diverged from the norm. Li Qingfeng felt that being overly hesitant might lead to being blocked outright. Thus, he adopted a probing tone, inquiring if the price could be lowered a bit, while feigning a moment of hesitation before acquiescing to the necromancer's offer. Li Qingfeng maintained a demeanor that was neither overly eager nor dismissive of the price, conveying a sense of acceptance, albeit with a preference for a lower amount. The necromancer was steadfast on the price, not out of malice, but because he required precisely 20 taels to buy equipment and recruit allies for a mission. His need was urgent, and Li Qingfeng's presence offered a glimmer of relief. A mere trinket, easily unearthed with a few shovels, was of little worth, but exchanging it for some coin was a welcome prospect. During their negotiations, Li Qingfeng had enjoyed a hearty meal. With Guan Xiaodai having been taken away, there was an excess of dishes, leaving plenty behind. He summoned the waiter and instructed him to distribute the leftover food to the beggars outside the inn. Then, he asked the waiter to guide him to his guest room for some rest. Li Qingfeng's act of kindness was met with praise from the waiter. He merely waved his hand dismissively, indicating that such charitable deeds had become second nature to a benefactor like himself and required no further acknowledgement. Once the waiter departed, filled with admiration, Li Qingfeng closed the door and began preparing for the transaction with the necromancer. Both parties demonstrated sincerity, and it wasn't long before they reached an agreement. The necromancer took a step back, proposing the inclusion of a treasure hunting guidebook as a condition, while the price of 20 taels remained unchanged, with the stipulation that Li Qingfeng cover the transaction transfer fees. Sensing the moment was ripe, Li Qingfeng agreed to the necromancer's terms. Once both parties aligned on their objectives, the transaction was confirmed. Li Qingfeng bore the burden of the transfer costs. As soon as 24,000 Qiankuan coins were deducted from his account, the transaction was completed. In the next instant, the soul-fixing pearl appeared silently before Li Qingfeng. Reminiscent of the disappearance of the scarlet spirit fruit, it arrived and departed without a sound, unassuming yet imparting a sense of returning to simplicity. It was as if one could hear the thunder in silence. Evoking profound reflections, the ability to teleport was immensely powerful, impeccable for both offense and defense. Surveying the room, which was approximately 20 square meters and devoid of any obstructions, Li Qingfeng noted only a simple set of furniture, including a table, chairs, a bathtub, and a wardrobe alongside a bed, minimalistic in nature. Upon gazing at the soul-fixing pearl that had been transported to him, he perceived it to be remarkably smooth, suggesting an excellent tactile sensation. The dark red pebble bore thin, blood-like strands woven across its surface. Upon picking it up, the immediate sensation was one of coolness, not the icy chill of a snowball, but rather a bone-chilling coldness. A draft seemed to brush past the back of his neck, despite the window being securely shut. Placing the soul-fixing pearl on the table, Li Qingfeng mused, "My goodness, I've truly acquired something remarkable. It feels akin to the thrill experienced during my first horror film." While reviewing the screenshots from the necromancer's post, he had felt nothing amiss, yet now that the object was in his possession, he found it to be somewhat peculiar. The temperature in the room seemed to drop several degrees. It would serve well as an air conditioner during the summer. This led Li Qingfeng to ponder, logically, this item should be beneficial to the necromancer, given its association with the dark arts. Why then, was he willing to part with it? Could it be that this fellow was like a man who professes to love dragons yet trembles in fear at the sight of one? Alternatively, perhaps the necromancer had received a mission of great importance, leading him to believe that its value outweighed that of this obscure stone. The willow nurtures spirits. It would not be unusual for the necromancer to unearth something imbued with a hint of malevolence from beneath a great willow tree. Having acquired a genuine treasure, Li Qingfeng felt that, despite spending 24 taels of silver, it was indeed worth every coin. After all, even a master of the Marrow Realm had made a special trip for this. It was worth the price. Moreover, the necromancer had graciously included a book on soul confinement. Of course, knowledge is not always better in excess. Human energy and time are limited. A broad but shallow understanding is less advantageous than a deep mastery of a single discipline. At times, too many choices can be detrimental, leading to indecision and ultimately wasting time. Many individuals lack the capacity to make decisions, hesitating and desiring everything, yet ending up with nothing. Upon reflection, they often find that in their indecision, they perfectly avoided all correct answers, a common occurrence, and then what? They are likely to make the same mistakes again. In truth, the ability to reflect already places one ahead of 90% of others. However, those who can learn from their reflections and amend their ways are rare gems. Li Qingfeng did not intend to practice the book on soul confinement just yet, deciding to set it aside for future opportunities. Gazing at the glistening soul-fixing pearl under the dim light, he contemplated, now that the item is in hand, how should it be handled? Should he sell it to Guan Xiaodai in exchange for wealth and resources? Or keep it for personal use? But how would one even utilize such a thing? Guan Xiaodai had never mentioned it, and he was equally in the dark since he could not ascertain how to proceed. He resolved to first inquire about the proper usage of this object. He logged onto the forum, located the necromancer, and promptly blocked him, ensuring he could neither view his posts nor message him. Li Qingfeng prepared to change his name, thinking gem enthusiast rather unappealing, especially after having just committed a dubious act. A name change was in order. However, he was met with a forum notification stating he would have to wait 7 days in reality and 7 months in-game before he could rename himself again. How inconvenient, he thought. Given the circumstances, he had no choice but to post a query directly. He ventured to the main board and published a post. Brothers, urgent news, I have just acquired a soul-fixing pearl. It is said that this item is worth a fortune, at least 100 million silver taels. Does anyone know how to use it? Is it truly worth that much? Time is of the essence. In contrast to the necromancer, whose posts were merely ordinary inquiries and easily lost to the depths of the forum, Li Qingfeng's post was designed to capture attention with sensational headlines. Phrases like worth a fortune and valued at over 100 million silver taels served as captivating tags. Furthermore, he included the name of the soul-fixing pearl, believing that those knowledgeable about its uses would be drawn to engage with his post. With an enticing title, the content of the post would rely on storytelling. He crafted a tale about acquiring the soul-fixing pearl, knowing that readers would be more focused on the valuable treasure than the narrative itself of the story, while secondary was still necessary. After all, one never knows when a gullible soul might believe in such ghostly tales. Potentially becoming a lucrative target for future endeavors, the narrative he concocted was that he had saved an elderly man who, in gratitude, bestowed upon him an ancestral soul-fixing pearl, claiming it to be of immense worth. Once An emperor had offered 10 cities to the elder's ancestor in exchange for it, yet the ancestor had declined. In summary, 1 word, expensive, 2 words, very expensive. He attached a screenshot capturing the entirety of the soul-fixing pearl. All that remained was to await responses from those who could enlighten him on its proper usage. Before long, replies began to flood in. The second comment read, "Is this a joke? How much silver do you speak of? 3rd floor, such a worthless stone, can it really be valued at over 100 million silver? 4th floor, another delusional one, just take it away. 5th floor, this stone looks rather familiar, I believe I saw something similar in a post today. Let me search for it." Upon seeing the response from the 5th floor, Li Qingfeng couldn't help but exclaim, "Are you seriously surfing this high-intensity forum? To encounter someone who has seen the post by the necromancer is quite the coincidence." 6th floor, is this for real? Is it really that valuable? Not even 10 cities could compare. I'm intrigued. I'll await further developments to see if any knowledgeable experts emerge to clarify its authenticity and broaden my horizons. 7th floor, over 100 million taels of silver, that's equivalent to 1,000 billion Xian Kuan coins. Goodness, at the current gold price of 1.5, does that mean this thing is worth 500 billion? One could spend it across generations. Who would be mad enough to exchange such a paltry gem for 500 billion? Am I insane, or are you? 83rd floor, it seems there is indeed such a post. The details of the stone in both images are identical, and the poster is named Necromancer. I've already messaged him privately. 140 floor, poster, you're finished. The necromancer is posting curses about you. The title was well chosen. As expected, many clicked to view it, and soon the number of replies to Li Qingfeng's post exceeded 99. This post is trending to become popular. In this forum, not a single treasure worth over 100 million silver has ever appeared. Let alone anything in the million range. Naturally, it draws attention. 500 billion is enough to wage a war in reality. Who would use it to exchange for this soul-binding pearl, although everyone knows this is just clickbait? One cannot deny the allure of such a gimmick. It is hard to resist the temptation to click and see, as some players who have encountered the necromancer's posts have already informed him. Watching the show while fanning the flames, isn't that delightful? Ignoring these individuals, as the item is already in his possession. Even if the necromancer were to throw a tantrum now, he would be blocked and unable to find him. He doesn't even know he is in Luoyang County, with no place to seek vengeance. Through the screen. Can he slap me? No, wait, there's a loophole. Shinhao, having changed his name, when Shinhao logs in, he will see his forum name as Gem Enthusiast. Li Qingfeng located Shinhao among his friends and set him to blocked, so he could not see the post he made but could still message him. As long as the necromancer doesn't post about this in the Luoyang County section, it is highly probable that Shinhao will remain unaware of his purchase of the soul-binding pearl. Opening the necromancer's homepage, he indeed found several new posts, all cursing him. But I was deceived. The soul-binding pearl worth over 100 million was sold to me for merely 20 taels. I have screenshots of our conversation. Damn Gem Enthusiast, I curse you to be run over by a car. Is there no one to manage such a scourge in the forum? Is there no expert to help me exact vengeance? The necromancer was in a frenzy, posting numerous threads in the main section. The replies varied, with some mocking him, others curiously asking where he obtained the soul-binding pearl, and some offering him consolation. In short, it was a chaotic mix. The necromancer's frequent postings provided a boost to Li Qingfeng as well. In a short time, the number of his followers began to rise rapidly, with more and more people entering to view the post about the soul-binding pearl. Watching the necromancer's homepage, Li Qingfeng chuckled, imagining how conflicted, melancholic, and regretful the necromancer must feel at this moment, wishing he could slap himself. Had the fortune never passed through his hands, he could have remained a mere bystander. However, the soul-binding pearl had once been in his possession, yet he sold it for 20 taels, and now, seeing those 20 taels felt more painful than death. It would have been better never to have owned it. In truth, Li Qingfeng understood that the soul-binding pearl wasn't worth that much. The claim of over 100 million silver was a slight exaggeration. This was merely an excuse Li Qingfeng devised to attract attention. Or perhaps rumor would be a more fitting term, yet, it cannot be denied that the item indeed holds considerable value. After all, it had been certified by Guan Xiaodai, though Li Qingfeng was uncertain of its exact worth. While scrolling through the posts, he called for the innkeeper to bring hot water, indulging in a delightful bath. After a day of slaughter, a good wash was necessary for restful sleep. After bathing, Li Qingfeng lay in bed, continuing to browse the forum, but so far, no one who knew the use of the soul-binding pearl had come forward to provide clarification. However, with all the support, the number of replies to Li Qingfeng's post had already surpassed 1,000. The rewards received under this post had accumulated to 490,000 Qian Kuan coins. The messages from those who rewarded him were all requests to add him as a friend for private discussions about purchasing the soul-binding pearl and negotiating a price. Over 400 individuals had rewarded him more than 1,000 Qian Kuan coins each, hoping Li Qingfeng would see their messages and add them as friends. Why are these people in such a hurry? Even before an appraiser has appeared, they are eager to add friends to discuss prices. Even if I offered it at a discount, asking for 90 million taels, could they afford it, as long as the appraiser does not appear? The soul-binding pearl in Li Qingfeng's possession remains worth over 100 million. As for how much it would drop once someone knowledgeable comes forward, that is another matter, even if it were to plummet in value. This wave of traffic and the rewards received would be enough for Li Qingfeng to eat well. At least the money for purchasing the soul-binding pearl had already been recouped. These individuals are quite polite, requesting to add friends, yet not a single one has sent a private message. Then Li Qingfeng remembered something. Did I set it to prohibit strangers from messaging me? Checking the settings, he found it was indeed configured that way. The last time he sold the red spirit fruit, a swarm of strangers attempted to message him with nonsense, which Li Qingfeng found bothersome and disabled the feature. No rush, he decided to ignore these individuals for now. Li Qingfeng intended to first ascertain the effects of the soul-binding pearl and whether it would aid in enhancing his strength before deciding whether to sell it. After all, he had already recouped his investment. Even if the value of the soul-binding pearl plummeted or became worthless, he would not incur a loss. If it truly turns out to be worthless, he could always sell it to Guan Xiaodai. With such a gullible target, Li Qingfeng felt no anxiety. After browsing the forum for a while, Li Qingfeng planned to sleep when he felt tired. Upon waking, he would check the posts to see if any experts knew how to use the soul-binding pearl. Moreover, he had work to do at the execution ground tomorrow. Lying in bed, he turned to his side, scrolling through the posts, but before long his eyelids began to droop, and he slipped into slumber. Soon Li Qingfeng began to dream. In his dream, he wore a mask and arrived at the execution ground. The faces of those below were indistinct, appearing as mere shadows. The only person he recognized was Guan Xiaodai, who was among the crowd, munching on a dragon fruit and getting juice all over her face. Suddenly, a piercing, heart-wrenching scream echoed from outside the inn. This scream jolted the sleeping Li Qingfeng awake. What the hell, is it haunted? No, wait, it sounds like a murder. Approaching the window, Li Qingfeng could hear a woman's voice pleading outside. I was wrong. I won't dare again. Woo, please let me go. Spare me. I truly know my mistake. The voice was loud and shrill, indicating that the woman possessed a strong set of lungs, capable of waking Li Qingfeng through the window. Pushing the window open, Li Qingfeng leaned out, following the moonlight to see a man wielding a knife, stabbing a woman mercilessly in the street. She had been pierced countless times, moaning in agony and pleading for the man to spare her or for someone to assist her. Confirming that it was not a ghost but rather a person in distress, Li Qingfeng shut the window, exhaling a sigh of relief. So it's just murder. What a scare, I thought it was a haunting. Glancing at the soul-binding pearl on the table, he reassured himself that it was not the cause of the disturbance, then lay back down, hoping to continue his sleep. However, he found that after that brief nap, he was now wide awake. The drowsy feeling had vanished. The cries outside were growing louder, making it impossible for Li Qingfeng to drift off again. Being stabbed causes pain, fear leads to screams, and the wailing sounded akin to that of a slaughtered pig. After tossing and turning in bed several times, he found it exceedingly difficult to fall asleep. Li Qingfeng sat up and exclaimed, "Damn it, such a lack of decorum in the middle of the night. Disturbing the peace, keep it down." The man could have at least covered her mouth. It was utterly unprofessional and disruptive to sleep. "I have work tomorrow." As if hearing Li Qingfeng's words, the noise outside indeed quieted down. Eventually, the cries ceased, presumably because the man had stabbed her to death. Although her screams had been loud, it was clear she was not a resilient person. Her cries could not last long, however, even though she had stopped screaming. The other guests in the inn, like Li Qingfeng, had been awakened. One by one, they peered out, whispering and pointing, creating quite a commotion. Some were even moving down the hallway, presumably to investigate the situation and observe up close. No longer screaming, but I still can't sleep. How absurd. I might as well scroll through the forum again. As someone involved in the underworld, Li Qingfeng had witnessed such knife attacks far too often. He had become desensitized to it, finding it unremarkable. After all, he often engaged in such acts himself. He couldn't very well do it himself and then deny others the same. Double standards are unacceptable. It was late at night, and a man and a woman were present. They must have known each other. Regardless of the cause, Li Qingfeng could not be bothered to care. It had nothing to do with him. Opening the forum, he realized that after his brief nap of about an hour, the reply count had already reached 5,000. Moreover, the replies in the highly praised threads were overflowing. Many well-known figures in the forum had emerged as well. Glancing at the rewards, he discovered that the total had accumulated to 170,000 Qian Kuan coins, the individuals who have offered their financial support number over 2,000 players. And their comments can be broadly categorized into several types: those seeking a friend slot, those wishing to showcase themselves in the front row, those interested in purchasing the soul-fixing pearl, those advertising, those cursing Li Qingfeng, and those expressing envy and jealousy. The variety is vast, reflecting the myriad aspects of human existence. Li Qingfeng calculated in his mind and discovered that the funds garnered from these donations amounted to a substantial 1,700 taels of silver, which could be exchanged for a staggering 8,500,000 in real-world currency. Goodness, this implies that the soul-fixing pearl, even before it has been sold, is already sufficient to cover my debts in reality. Along with the costs for martial arts training medications, the power of traffic is indeed overwhelming. Once it gains momentum, wealth flows towards you incessantly, even if you do nothing. It is no wonder that it is said that notoriety can sometimes be more beneficial than anonymity. Many players, even if they cannot afford the soul-fixing pearl, willingly donate 1,000 Qian Kuan coins merely to add Li Qingfeng as a friend. It is hard to fathom that half a month's salary in the game could be so casually dispensed. Eliciting resentment among many who read the replies. Would this be construed as illegal fundraising? Oh, it turns out to be just a game. Then there is nothing to worry about. Pondering this, Li Qingfeng clicked to view the most highly praised replies. The reply with the highest acclaim came from a person known as by Xiaotang Zhangbieli. The poster is jesting. While the soul-fixing pearl is indeed precious, it is not worth over 100 million taels of silver. Its value should be around 200,000 taels. To my knowledge, the last soul-fixing pearl sold was at the Yinyi auction house 27 years ago, with a price of 250,000 taels. I happened to represent by Xiaotang at the time and recorded the auction process, hence I have some recollection. Your soul-fixing pearl appears to be of lesser quality. The blood threads on it have diminished its overall value, likely due to overuse. According to the post by the necromancer, this soul-fixing pearl was excavated beneath a large willow tree, buried quite deep, and must be quite old. Therefore, I believe its price should be lower. Chapter 41. The trading post. Zhang Bieli's reply was succinct, yet as a well-known figure in the forum, many players flocked to comment beneath his post. His presence added another layer of traffic to Li Qingfeng's thread. Wow, the deity is here. Let me touch you. Front row deity, I am your idol. Li, you're still alive. Back to deceiving people again. 200,000 taels, at the current exchange rate of 1 to 5 for trading. That would be worth 1 billion federal coins. This is an incredible fortune. Damn, a plant. Li, you're a target for everyone. Deity, what is the use of this thing? Why is it so expensive? Deity, people are insulting you. Upon seeing Zhang Bieli's estimated price for the soul-fixing pearl, Li Qingfeng's eyes brightened. Initially, he thought that the costs for training, which ranged from several hundred to 1,000 taels, were exorbitant, but now he realized he was not short of funds. As long as he sold this soul-fixing pearl, he would have everything he needed. This player named Zhang Bieli seemed to have a reputation that was quite polarizing, with both admirers and detractors in abundance. Li Qingfeng continued to scroll down, and the second most praised comment came from a user named Xiao Wuwang, who first sharply criticized Zhang Bieli, then expounded on the uses of the soul-fixing pearl. Zhang Bieli knows nothing. He pretends to understand and even comments, the soul-fixing pearl can dispel vengeful spirits and stabilize wandering souls. When placed in areas heavy with yin energy, it can nurture souls. Finding a location with good feng shui to let the soul sleep within the soul-fixing pearl can preserve it for 1,000 years without decay. It is a rare treasure. Unfortunately, the conditions for using the soul-fixing pearl are extremely stringent. Only those with special physiques, such as the soul-departing body, soul-fixing body, or wandering soul body, or those with a cultivation level above the harmonious Tao realm can utilize it. According to current information, the known realms in the Qiankuan world are postnatal 5 realms, innate, grandmaster, celestial being, stopping realm, harmonious Tao realm, and peerless realm. The blood refining and marrow training in the postnatal realm have players crying out in frustration. Let alone the harmonious Tao realm. This is simply not a treasure that current players can use. The blood threads on your soul-fixing pearl indicate that a soul exists within it. According to the necromancer, it was unearthed under a large willow tree. Willows can nurture souls. I am unaware of the local feng shui conditions, but it must have been assessed by a professional feng shui master. Therefore, I suspect that the soul within your soul-fixing pearl is likely still alive. It is not of inferior quality as Jiang Bieli claims, thereby diminishing its overall worth. He speaks from ignorance and spreads misinformation, tarnishing the reputation of Bai Xiaotang. This living soul is the true value. If fortune smiles upon you and you encounter a soul from the harmonious Tao realm that avoids dissipating true energy, then it could be worth an immense fortune. If you feel uncertain about it, I could purchase it from you for 500,000 taels of silver. Wow, one of the top players before the server opened. And he hasn't reincarnated yet. Xiao is over 80 years old. Isn't he? Xiao Wuwang replied, 80. I'm a sprightly 20-year-old young man in reality. I knew Jiang Bieli was talking nonsense. Last time he tricked me out of 200 taels of silver, and I lost significantly. Sooner or later, someone will take him down. Li Qingfeng observed that many of those disparaging Jiang Bieli were seasoned players, while those praising him were primarily newcomers, which was rather amusing. Returning his focus to Xiao Wuwang's proposal, the offer of 500,000 taels of silver indicated that Xiao Wuwang's faction was quite affluent, based on his time since the server opened. He indeed must be over 80 years old. At that age, one could be cradling great-grandchildren, awaiting the final rest. However, in reality, only 2 years had passed. The 500,000 taels offered by Xiao Wuwang surpassed Li Qingfeng's expectations. Yet since the item was in his possession, he naturally aimed to maximize his profit. There was no rush. He would take his time, the thread would remain active, and the donations were already substantial. Suddenly some commotion ensued outside. From the sounds, it seemed that the man wielding the knife had not fled. After committing the act, he squatted down, head bowed, and was subsequently escorted to the county office. The outcome of this incident remained uncertain. After a brief uproar, tranquility returned. Li Qingfeng glanced at the soul-fixing pearl. Since Xiao Wuwang stated that this item required a special physique or an exceptionally high realm to utilize, it was clear that selling it was the best course of action for him at present. With money in hand, he could begin to acquire resources for martial arts training. After contemplating for a while, Li Qingfeng clapped his hands. Let us put it up for sale, if I can garner donations. All the better. If it doesn't sell, I won't incur a loss. The soul-fixing pearl, at this moment, resembled a golden goose that lays eggs. Selling it would yield substantial profits, and not selling it would still generate income from donations. It was, at this point, his source of traffic, a lucrative medium. What era are we in? The era where traffic reigns supreme. Whether goods sell or not is of little consequence. Traffic translates to money. Naturally, he would aim to maximize its benefits. The optimal strategy, without a doubt, was to open another thread. Li Qingfeng planned to post a trading thread to pre-sell the soul-fixing pearl while attracting genuine buyers who had a need for such an item. The pre-sale, akin to the Qiling fruit, would require scanning by the forum system. After waiting a while, the scan results emerged, suggesting a pre-sale price of 20,000 Qiankuan coins. Li Qingfeng shook his head. I do not accept your suggestion. This suggested price of 20,000 Qiankuan coins was still what he had acquired from the necromancer. He posted a trading thread to sell the soul-fixing pearl, which was valued at nearly 1 million taels of silver. Endorsed by the likes of Xiao Wuwang and Jiang Bieli, genuine buyers should private message with offers, and prices were negotiable. He sent the system scan information about the soul-fixing pearl and changed the fixed price to 100 billion Qiankuan coins. If someone could immediately buy it for that price, Li Qingfeng would graciously accept the loss. Tears in his eyes. He then adjusted the settings, altering the private message restrictions so that non-friends could message him by donating 10 taels of silver. With everything in order, he felt akin to a farmer sowing seeds, awaiting the blossoming of his efforts. He continued to browse the forum, perusing various interesting topics. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He smacked his forehead and navigated to the Danshui County section to investigate the 6 prominent families mentioned by Guan Xiaodai. The advantages of the forum were evident at this moment. By having accurate information, he could locate the relevant sections and learn about matters from thousands of miles away without stepping outside. After reviewing several strategy posts regarding factions in Danshui County, Li Qingfeng finally understood that there indeed existed such a family, and it was quite powerful, although referred to as the 6 prominent families. Only 5 were identifiable in the strategy introductions: Guan Xiaodai's Guan family, along with the Yi Su Wang and Su families. Chapter 42. Additional funds. Their status is comparable to that of the Qingyun Mountain in Xinghe County, overseeing the resources and administrative affairs of the entire county, dominating every industry within. While formidable, Danshui County was too distant from him to bear significant relevance. After a brief glance and understanding, he moved on to other posts. As time passed quietly, after perusing numerous threads in a tranquil environment, drowsiness began to wash over him once again, his eyelids grew heavy, and Li Qingfeng fell into a deep slumber once more. On August 23 RD, under clear skies, the sunlight filtering through the window roused Li Qingfeng from his dreams. That was a splendid sleep. Rising from bed, he opened the window to let the breeze in. He engaged in a brief stretch, rotating his limbs, feeling invigorated and full of energy. Today was a bright and sunny day. The streets outside were bustling with people, heralding the start of a brand new day. Stepping out of his room and down the stairs, he could hear guests in the lobby discussing the incident involving the knife-wielding assailant from yesterday. This topic would provide ample conversation fodder for quite some time, making it ideal for discussion over meals. Upon seeing Li Qingfeng descend, the waiter draped a cloth over his shoulder and smiled at him, saying, "Sir, you're awake. I'll fetch some water for you to freshen up." "What would you like to eat?" Li Qingfeng pondered for a moment. Let us have a bowl of noodles, a large one with extra meat." "All right, please wait a moment." After a quick wash-up, Li Qingfeng found an empty table to sit down and was just about to browse the forum when he noticed Guan Xiaodai and Yi Cheng descending from the upper floor. Accompanied by several individuals of similar age, they were led by three middle-aged men in their 40s. Li Qingfeng gazed over and was struck by the sight. Each of them possessed a life value of 999. A standard for the elite. It seemed that the restrictions on realms had a significantly greater impact on such powerful factions than on ordinary warriors. When one reaches such heights, no one can hope to slip past unnoticed. They were fully equipped and appeared ready to embark on a quest to find the ancestral soul-calming pearl. It was rather unreliable of their forebears to leave behind such a treasure without providing a proper address. No, they must have left one, but it had likely fallen into the hands of a necromancer, and one could only wonder where he obtained the treasure map. As they passed by Li Qingfeng, Guan Xiaodai waved at him and winked, a casual greeting. Noticing her playful gesture, a middle-aged man behind her raised an eyebrow and followed her gaze to Li Qingfeng. He halted, approached Li Qingfeng, and after sizing him up, inquired, "Are you Li Qingfeng?" He was strikingly handsome, and his maturity added a certain charm, suggesting that in his youth, he must have been quite the dashing gentleman. His demeanor and attire hinted at an artistic flair, implying a refined cultural background. Li Qingfeng looked up at him, offering a strained smile and cautiously replied, "Yes, uncle, is there something you wish to discuss?" Just as Li Qingfeng anticipated a scenario of aristocratic oppression over a mere commoner, the noble young lady would swoop in to rescue the hero. Su Qingzhou merely nodded and remarked, "It's nothing, I simply think your name is rather nice. Feel free to visit Danshui County sometime. We have matters to attend to." Farewell. What a surprise! He had thought they were onto him regarding the soul-calming pearl. Su Qingzhou's inquiry made Li Qingfeng somewhat anxious, especially since the soul-calming pearl was hidden in his pocket. Upon Su Qingzhou pausing to chat, the others in their group halted to wait. When Su Qingzhou returned after his brief conversation, they looked at him with curiosity, eager to learn what news he had gathered. Su Qingzhou waved his hand, signaling them to continue onward. As they departed, the young ones cast glances back at Li Qingfeng, intrigued by what set him apart that warranted Su Shu's inquiry. Yi Cheng even made a face at him, sticking out her tongue, leaving Li Qingfeng quite bewildered. After this group left, Li Qingfeng let out a long breath. "Wow, a gathering of individuals with a life value of 999. I wish you all the best in finding the soul-calming pearl." It seemed evident that the martial prowess limit in the county paled in comparison to those hailing from larger cities. If 999 was indeed the ceiling, then these individuals were among the highest combatants in the Qian Kuan realm. If they were already so formidable, why were they in search of the soul-calming pearl? Judging by their attitude towards it, it appeared that the soul-calming pearl in his possession still held considerable potential for appreciation. According to Xiao Wuwang, this soul-calming pearl likely contained a soul. Could it be that it was hidden by the ancestors of the 6 great families, hence, they were so eager to retrieve it? No, he would need to raise the price. Li Qingfeng opened the forum, intending to increase the fixed price of his trading post from 100 billion to 500 billion. He would raise it by 50 times and then gauge the market response. After checking his homepage, he discovered he already had 99 private messages. Looking at his assets, he found he possessed 13 million Qian Kuan coins. Goodness, it took a donation of 10,000 Qian Kuan coins just to send a private message. Is this the society we live in? Everyone seems so affluent, although many lament their poverty, so many are willing to part with their money. Of course, in a forum with a few million users, having 100 or so willing to spend is not unusual. Despite the many who are struggling, there are still plenty of players unconcerned about a mere 10 taels of silver among the private messages. Some inquired about the price of Li Qingfeng's soul calming pearl, asking if he could lower it, claiming 100 billion was outrageous. He chuckled to himself, "You have no idea what you're missing out on. No one has snatched it up yet, so I'll be raising the price." Others reached out to add him as a friend. Since they had donated money, Li Qingfeng accepted each friend request. Glancing at the trading post, he noted the replies had surpassed 1,000. Replies to trading posts must include a price, which cannot exceed the sender's account balance in Qian Kuan coins. If the original poster agrees, the transaction can proceed immediately. Thus, many were submitting lowball offers just for fun, while some were serious bidders. The highest current offer was from an individual named Hong Shenruyan, who had bid 3,740,000. A precise figure indicating genuine interest. He sincerely requested Li Qingfeng to sell him the soul calming pearl, as his wife was gravely ill. He hoped to use the soul calming pearl to preserve her soul and possibly find a way to resurrect her after future updates. Unfortunately, 3,740,000 taels was far too little for Li Qingfeng. It barely covered half of what he had received in donations from the trading post. "Your story is quite touching. I wish you a happy ending," Li Qingfeng said, adjusting the fixed price of the soul calming pearl from 100 billion Qian Kuan coins to 500 billion. He also replied in the post, "According to the latest news, the soul calming pearl conceals a significant figure within, thus I have increased the price 50-fold. Those interested in purchasing should message me with their offers." Brothers offering below 100 billion. Please have some self-respect. Chapter 43. Want to hang out with you, the soul calming pearl, capable of mobilizing the 6 great families of Danshui County and attracting these 999 life value experts. Surely warranted a valuation of 500 million taels of silver. 100 billion Qian Kuan coins was simply inadequate. 500 billion was the right amount, otherwise why would Guan Xiaodai and the others bother coming all this way? From their conversations, Li Qingfeng realized they weren't from Qingyun Mountain. The 6 great families of Danshui County were no less formidable than Qingyun Mountain. This was indeed the territory of Qingyun Mountain. Currently, the relationship between counties was akin to that of 2 distinct nations, each boasting over 10 billion inhabitants, developing independently while maintaining a balance of power. The journey from Danshui County to Green Willow County was quite distant. Akin to traveling abroad, with resources abundant and no lack of funds. Why would they travel so far? There must be a deeper reason behind it. He thought it prudent to keep the price at 500 billion. If someone snatched it up at 100 billion, he would incur a significant loss. Subsequently, Li Qingfeng pondered another question. Should he leave? Perhaps staying in Green Willow County was unwise. If a player from one of the 6 great families were to see the post and suspect that the soul calming pearl in his possession was the very item Guan Xiaodai and her companions sought, they could report it, and Green Willow County would be in peril. However, he reassured himself that this was Qingyun Mountain's territory. With over 100,000 residents in Green Willow County, it would be impossible to seize it without an army. Moreover, the distance involved, requiring the conquest of numerous cities within Qinghe County, made such an endeavor tantamount to declaring war on Qingyun Mountain. Mistakes made in haste could lead to dire consequences, so there was no need for panic. As the old saying goes, adapt to changes with steadfastness. Besides, communication posed a challenge. There were no telephones here, no instant messages, or furthermore, his alias as a gemstone enthusiast provided an additional layer of disguise. Aside from Xin Hao, who had not logged on, no one knew he was Li Qingfeng. Having resolved this matter in his mind, Li Qingfeng relished his meal. The chef's culinary skills were quite commendable. The noodles he prepared were slightly inferior to those of the elderly vendor outside the Pumpkin Merchants Guild, but only relatively so. They were far from inedible. Li Qingfeng was not bothered, eagerly savoring the delicious food until he was full. After finishing his last sip of soup, he wiped his mouth, patted his belly, and stood up contentedly. Time to head to work. Just as he stepped out of the inn, he spotted a disheveled beggar rushing towards him from the street corner. Hold on, wait. Who are you? What do you want? Li Qingfeng stepped back a pace, raising a hand to block the approaching boy. The beggar halted, brushing aside the hair that obscured his eyes, revealing a grimy face and a pair of fervent eyes. His voice was youthful, likely around 14 or 15, and he excitedly exclaimed, "Big brother, don't misunderstand, I'm Lao Wu Qinwu. Just yesterday, you had brother Chuanfu treat me to a feast of delicious food." You don't remember? Li Qingfeng looked at Qinwu in confusion, recalling that he had asked the waiter to give the leftover food to a beggar as an act of kindness. Realizing this, Li Qingfeng nodded, scanning Qinwu's frail, malnourished figure. He concluded that this young boy likely lived as a professional beggar, so he said, "Oh, I see. What's the matter? Did you eat something that upset your stomach and are now trying to swindle me?" Li Qingfeng, harboring malicious thoughts, speculated on Qin Wu's intentions. Qin Wu quickly shook his head and waved his hands, replying, I wouldn't dare. Qin Wu, am not that ungrateful. You fed me, and I would turn around and swindle you? That is not human, Li Qingfeng inquired. Then why are you stopping me? Is there something you need? I'm quite busy. Qin Wu rubbed his hands together, clearing away some dirt, his fervent eyes locking onto Li Qingfeng as he said, Are you in need of help? I want to hang out with you. You're so generous to treat me to such fine food. I aspire to be like you. Hearing this, Li Qingfeng chuckled. This was a clever beggar. Despite his filthy appearance, his eyes shone with a fiery passion for a better life. Li Qingfeng replied, You want to hang out with me? Do you even know who I am? Qin Wu shook his head. I don't know you. I've been in Green Willow County for over a decade, and this is the first time I've seen you. Li Qingfeng crossed his arms, an amused expression on his face as he scrutinized Qin Wu. You know nothing about me, yet you want to follow me. What do you think I do? Qin Wu gazed at him with admiration and respect, saying, The very fact that I haven't seen you before suggests you have just arrived in Green Willow County. From you, I sense the same aura as the leader of the wolf gang. A person like you is bound to be extraordinary, thus, following you, there exists an opportunity to rise above the fray. Li Qingfeng waved his hand and remarked, What nonsense is this wild wolf gang? Merely a third-rate organization. Subsequently, Li Qingfeng fixed a serious gaze upon Qin Wu, his tone turning stern as he inquired, If you wish to associate with me, are you capable of taking a life? Now that he had acquired some wealth, Li Qingfeng intended to establish his own faction within the county. It need not be vast, but it must exist. In due time, whether it be conducting business, seizing resources, or engaging in combat, it would be far more convenient. The notion that a good man requires 3 allies and that one's fists alone cannot contend with many hands had dawned upon Li Qingfeng at the tender age of 16 when he first wielded a blade. Without brotherhood to back him, should his weapon falter, how much could one man achieve? At the very least, a brother's presence could offer protection, shoulder the blame, or endure the consequences, proving to be of value in times of need. How does that old joke go? When encountering a bear in the wilderness, you need not outrun the beast, only your companions. Perhaps in the future of the Qian Kuan realm, a solitary master may emerge. But that is not the present. Qin Wu met Li Qingfeng's razor-sharp gaze, feeling as though a ferocious beast was fixated upon him, poised to consume him at any moment. Terrified, he involuntarily stepped back twice. And in those 2 steps, he felt the pangs of his own cowardice. Recalling the decision made after a hearty meal the previous night, he was unwilling to face hunger again, gritting his teeth. Qin Wu stepped forward, swallowed hard, and proclaimed loudly, I can. Li Qingfeng, pleased, patted Qin Wu on the shoulder and said, Good, you have spirit. Following me is certainly no issue. From now on, I promise you a life of indulgence. Money will be abundant, and extravagance will be unending. You shall be a groom every night and never leave your bed. However, I have my stipulations. My sole requirement of you is obedience. Having resolved to carve out his own territory, recruiting followers was the first order of business. Yet, not just yet, Li Qingfeng needed to wait until the autumn execution had passed. An increase in vitality would also signify an enhancement of strength. So there was no rush. Upon hearing Li Qingfeng's enthusiastic acceptance, Qin Wu's eyes widened in disbelief at how effortlessly he had achieved this, without a second thought regarding the demand for obedience. He resolutely nodded, saying, Rest assured, I can be obedient. Chapter 44. The first little brother. Li Qingfeng shook his head and wiggled his fingers before Qin Wu's eyes, stating, No, it is not that simple. What I mean by obedience is, when I say to take a life, you take a life. When I say to bite, you bite. Even if I instruct you to stab yourself, you must not hesitate for a moment. Do you understand? Qin Wu, as if joining some cult, gazed with determination, his prior nodding having formed a habit, and he nodded once more, saying, I understand, you can count on me. After all, he was an uneducated youth easily swayed, or perhaps he was simply eager to be deceived. Reasoning was of no consequence. Li Qingfeng instructed, From now on, refer to me as boss. Qin Wu replied, Yes, boss. Li Qingfeng nodded and, observing him, said, Since you are following me, I must teach you, remember, the first lesson, if you wish to thrive. You must be ruthless. If one is not fierce, one cannot stand firm. Be ruthless to others, and even more so to yourself. I admire your gaze. Maintain it. Understood, boss. Li Qingfeng retrieved 10 taels of silver from his pocket and tossed it to Qin Wu, saying, From now on, your name shall be Qin Xinwu, Xian meaning loyalty, and Wu meaning warrior. Take this money, spruce yourself up, and acquire a complete set of attire. A man is judged by his appearance, and in such a disheveled state, You cannot accomplish anything once you are presentable. Gather a few trustworthy brothers who are willing to follow me. Together, gather intelligence on the nearby gangs, casinos, brothels, and so forth. The test of your obedience, or perhaps training a dog, must begin with a name change. Qin Xinwu, somewhat flustered, accepted the silver that had been tossed his way. Once he steadied it in his hands and beheld the gleaming silver, his eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. To hold such an amount, he had never encountered in his lifetime. At that moment, grasping the icy silver, Qin Xinwu felt an overwhelming warmth, as if his blood were surging in excitement. Boss, I will certainly do my best. Li Qingfeng patted Qin Xinwu on the shoulder, saying, on the 1st of September, come to this inn and seek me out. I will lead you to a leap in social standing, to wealth and prosperity. Although Qin Xinwu did not comprehend the concept of social mobility, he understood the notion of wealth and glory. At that moment, he felt that taking this brave step due to a mere meal was the wisest decision he had ever made. Following the boss, his future would undoubtedly be bright. I have matters to attend to, I must take my leave. Bestowing a look of approval upon Qin Xinwu, Li Qingfeng made his way toward the execution grounds. By presenting tangible benefits to Qin Xinwu and offering the allure of wealth and glory, he ensured that the youth would not wish to abandon the promising days ahead. Relationships are cultivated gradually and can be nurtured later. The reality of benefits is tangible. Those 10 taels of silver would ensure that Qin Xinwu was bound to serve him diligently. Li Qingfeng held no belief in loyalty. Such notions are but tools for the Na'vi. The tales of subordinates rising against their superiors play out daily. Having witnessed countless examples, should he not alter his perspective, he would surely be the one to be betrayed in the future. Subordinates are mere instruments. As long as they fulfill the tasks assigned to them, they remain valuable tools. Continuing on, he soon arrived at the execution grounds. At that moment, it resembled a bustling marketplace rather than a site of execution. The populace seemed to have forgotten the grim spectacle of yesterday, returning instead for a market day. The lively atmosphere masked the somber solitude that had enveloped the place the previous evening. After greeting the 2 guards on duty, who responded with a hint of trepidation, Li Qingfeng entered through the curtain into the backstage area. As before, some played cards, while others toiled away. Each person attended to their own affairs. Several workers, upon spotting Li Qingfeng, would deliberately steer clear of him. This seemingly affable individual exuded a sinister air, marking him as an outsider. People tend to segregate into various small groups based on shared interests, and these groups protect their own interests, possessing a certain resilience against risks. To safeguard their own benefits, they would exclude unstable elements like Li Qingfeng, thereby preserving their own security. Simply put, snakes have their paths, and rats have theirs. They cannot coexist harmoniously. Han Lei appeared to be a fixed NPC, sitting there drinking in the morning. One could only wonder how much he could consume in a day. Could his liver withstand such a load? If his liver could endure, what about his wallet? Qingfeng brother, you're here. Come sit. Han Lei beckoned to Li Qingfeng, inviting him to take a seat. Morning, boss. Li Qingfeng took a seat without hesitation. He had just finished a meal, so he was not drinking on an empty stomach and felt ready for a contest. Han Lei first poured a bowl of liquor for Li Qingfeng and then looked at him, saying, cough, cough. Qingfeng, it appears that your workload will increase in the coming days. There were supposed to be 6 executioners, but old Zhang has encountered some issues at home and will not be coming for a while. Li Qingfeng was unfamiliar with old Zhang, presumably one of the 5 executioners from yesterday. He only knew the name of Zhu Sha, but had not inquired about the others. He had observed those 5 individuals closely and suspected they were all former soldiers, possessing a certain roughness about them. The mercenaries in the Qin Kuan realm are known for their ruthlessness, and soldiers are by no means innocent. The aura of menace was particularly evident when they wielded their blades at the execution grounds. Li Qingfeng raised his drink and took a sip, asking, oh, what happened? Can't earn money anymore? Han Lei smacked his forehead, appearing somewhat exasperated. Old Zhang's son killed his fiancée last night near Fuyo Street. Beside the Hongyan Inn, after the act, he did not flee and was apprehended on the spot. Now old Zhang is frantic, scrambling to find connections to resolve this matter. Thus, he cannot come, and you 5 will have to manage in his stead. Li Qingfeng looked at Han Lei in astonishment, realizing that the troublemaker from yesterday had connections with his temporary colleague. He then asked, I heard about this. The young man must have been quite incensed. Han Lei shook his head, saying, well, one must wonder what kind of grievance would drive him to murder in the street. Upon hearing this, Li Qingfeng regarded Han Lei with a more peculiar expression. So this is your perspective? Han Lei finished his drink in one gulp and remarked, little Zhang has grown up before my eyes. He often visits my home. He is usually kind-hearted, polite, and loves animals. A promising student. A truly honest boy, I cannot fathom what could have led him to take such drastic action. Li Qingfeng was unaware of old Zhang Sun's character, but since Han Lei spoke so highly of him, he would take it at face value, concluding, I see, what a pity. Chapter 45, Identification. After expressing his sentiments, Han Lei poured another bowl of liquor, saying, let us hope he can weather this storm. Come, let us drink. Li Qingfeng nodded in agreement, saying, wishing him good fortune. Upon raising his vitality to 1818, Li Qingfeng felt a marked improvement in his liquor tolerance. Yesterday, after consuming 2 bowls, he felt dizzy and intoxicated, but today, after finishing a drink, he remained calm and unaffected. The liquor was the same as yesterday, yet today it felt akin to water. Han Lei, filled with indignation, said, you 5 have been working hard these days. I will find a way to compensate you from other sources. Damn it, those scoundrels have greedily taken everything they could, they leave nothing for us. Cough, cough. Jiang Daily, passing by, cleared his throat. Han Lei turned his gaze and, upon seeing Jiang Daily, immediately donned a smile and, with a carefree demeanor, said, old Jiang, what brings you here? Not eavesdropping. I hope that I certainly did not mention you. If you recognize yourself, that is not my fault. Jiang Daily felt utterly speechless in the face of Han Lei's rudeness. Fortunately, after years of working together, he had grown accustomed to such behavior that he remarked, what is there to discuss with a drunken fool like you, who rambles on all day? Just yesterday, I asked you to take care of him. You greet me with a bowl of liquor as your idea of care. Jiang Daily believed he held a respectable position in Luoyao County, yet it was abundantly clear that Han Lei had not afforded him that respect the day before. With a hearty laugh, Han Lei replied, what a statement, this job requires audacity, one must at least give it a try. What if I faint on the execution ground? Wouldn't that be a disgrace to you? Old Jiang Daily, uninterested in Han Lei's nonsensical chatter, pointed to Li Qingfeng and said, enough of your rambling, this is none of your concern. I came to see him. Li Qingfeng, somewhat perplexed, wondered why he was being sought. He thought to himself, I haven't been seen committing any crimes lately, have I? Could it be that the incident with the 3 bandits has come to light? But that's just self-defense. As for the matter of recruiting Qin Xinwu to establish a criminal organization, it hasn't even begun yet, so it shouldn't count. I've done nothing wrong, so I fear no ghosts at my door. Holding on to his simple belief in being a good person, Li Qingfeng followed Jiang Daily to a quieter corner. Observing Jiang Daily, who twirled his amusing goat beard while maintaining a serious demeanor, Li Qingfeng inquired, Jiang Wenshu, what do you need from me? He suspected Jiang Daily was displeased after overhearing Han Lei's insults. Jiang Daily retrieved an item from his pocket and handed it to Li Qingfeng, saying, this is your identity registration certificate, which Captain Shen entrusted me to prepare for you. I took the liberty to sort this out for you yesterday. In the future, if you encounter any inspections in the county, simply present this. If you lose it, remember to have it reissued at the county office. They maintain a record. Receiving the certificate, Li Qingfeng thought to himself, indeed, having connections in the capital makes things much easier. My associates don't even need to be present, and everything is taken care of. Without some connections, one might not only face troublesome extortionists but also waste time. Li Qingfeng expressed his gratitude, saying, thank you, Jiang Wenshu. Jiang Daily waved his hand dismissively, replying, no need for thanks, you should rest. I have some work to attend to. With that, he walked away, hands clasped behind his back. Swaying slightly, Li Qingfeng returned to Han Lei's table, holding the identity certificate. Han Lei asked, what did old Jiang want with you? Nothing much, just got an identity certificate. I'll be residing in our county from now on. Li Qingfeng explained, briefly displaying the certificate before putting it away. Han Lei responded, oh, I see. What are your plans moving forward? How about coming to work at my prison? I could find you an easy position. As the chief officer in the Luoyao County Jail, Han Lei was the top figure there, capable of arranging a placement for anyone with ease. He had high hopes for Li Qingfeng, yet Li Qingfeng shook his head, saying, the prison is too gloomy and depraved, filled with idleness. I'm still young and plan to explore opportunities. Han Lei nodded in agreement, understanding that is true. The prison lacks sunlight and is rife with troubles. Sometimes, when I encounter wrongful convictions, I can only stand by helplessly. Many have perished unjustly there, and it's often said that the place is haunted. Spending too long in such a place leaves one feeling unwell. Just look at me. I drink every day to cope. I can't stop, or else I feel terrible. In dark places, bacteria thrive. When one lingers in the shadows, negative thoughts easily multiply, and as they say, one's appearance reflects their heart. Those who engage in wrongdoing often exude a chilling aura. Even when they smile, everyone has their own way of relieving stress. For Han Lei, it is through consuming strong liquor. It is an unavoidable reality. One must work to survive and earn a living. Li Qingfeng grabbed a handful of peanuts, saying, none of us have it easy. Compared to those who face execution, we're much better off. As he chewed on the peanuts, Their rich flavor confirmed their status as the perfect accompaniment to drinks. Han Lei asked Qingfeng, "What do you plan to do? If there's a future in it, I'll join you." Han Lei perceived Li Qingfeng as a courageous individual. Such people often meet swift, tragic ends, yet there is also a chance they could carve out a successful path. Li Qingfeng pondered for a moment and replied, "I'll start a gaming parlor. Dabble in some side business." Li Qingfeng had no interest in taking over the local underworld. After acquiring the soul-stabilizing pearl, wealth would flow in abundance, elevating his status immediately with ample funds at his disposal. Li Qingfeng had no need to engage in lowly businesses to support a gang. Recruiting people was merely for convenience, opening a gaming parlor was simply for amusement. Han Lei laughed heartily, seemingly entertained by Li Qingfeng's choice of words. "Call it a casino, not a gaming parlor. You're making it sound so refined." Li Qingfeng chuckled lightly, shaking his head. "A gaming parlor sounds more pleasant, doesn't it? Han Tu, would you like to invest a share? We can all prosper together." With Han Lei's invitation, Li Qingfeng considered bringing him on board for future endeavors, knowing he could call on Han Lei for support when needed. Of course, the condition was that Han Lei would have to earn a profit to be willing to assist. The motivation driven by profit is always far more effective than mere words. Han Lei's expression turned serious as he looked intently at Li Qingfeng, asking, "Are you truly planning to open a casino? You're not joking, are you?" As someone who worked in the prison, Han Lei had witnessed numerous gamblers. Within the prison walls, few inmates refrained from gambling. Even guards would indulge in a game or two during their idle hours. The prison was filled with talent, and gamblers were plentiful. Having seen the consequences of gambling firsthand, Han Lei understood its dangers. He had heard of many families torn apart and lives ruined by it. Thus, he exercised restraint, keeping a respectful distance from gambling, fearing that he might fall victim to it and harm his own family. He didn't want to become like those gamblers, with bloodshot eyes, losing touch with humanity. Chapter 46, Preparing to open a gaming parlor. Li Qingfeng took a sip of his drink and slowly explained, "We're opening a gaming parlor, not a gambling den. Those are two distinct concepts." Han Lei picked up his bowl of liquor, curious. "Oh, how so?" He genuinely did not understand the difference. Li Qingfeng continued, "Firstly, it is crucial to recognize that this is a no-investment venture. We'll set up a couple of rooms, ensure everything is in order, and create a safe environment. If we avoid attracting attention, players will feel secure and naturally flock to us. We'll simply provide the venue. Maintenance costs will be minimal. Once we have a crowd, we can just take a cut of the profits, and we'll be rolling in wealth." Han Lei contemplated Li Qingfeng's proposal and found it reasonable. At that moment, he realized that not only was Li Qingfeng bold, but he was also quite clever. If such a lucrative opportunity existed, surely someone else would have seized it by now. Han Lei asked, "If it's such a great deal, surely someone else has already claimed it. Can we really find a spot?" It was clear he was intrigued. If they could truly earn money just by providing a space, who wouldn't want to grab a share of the silver? Li Qingfeng replied, "I've inquired, and the local casinos are chaotic and disorganized, filled with all sorts of people. We'll take the high-end route, offering a comfortable and safe environment. With some promotion, we needn't worry about a lack of patrons." This was based on information Li Qingfeng had gleaned from forums, where players lamented about winning money only to be ambushed by the casino's thugs outside. It was a tumultuous scene, devoid of any rules and operating under a criminal nature. With a lack of education and a disdain for learning, one couldn't expect much from their level of sophistication. Han Lei nodded, fully aware of the caliber of gamblers, having witnessed their behavior during his time in prison. He had learned to adopt some of their bad habits as well. Then Han Lei considered another issue and asked, "Will this aggressive competition lead to conflict?" Upon hearing this, Li Qingfeng lifted his bowl, his eyes glinting with determination. "Competition is normal, it's a matter of skill. If they cannot compete fairly and resort to underhanded tactics, then we'll strike them down. We'll instill fear in them." Li Qingfeng did not intend to expand rapidly. He aimed to build strength and enhance his capabilities, taking an elite approach to prepare for the impending updates. In this scenario, he wouldn't capture too much of the market share. If that was the case, and competitors were still dissatisfied, then they could face off and see what skills the others possessed. Giving Li Qingfeng a chance to enhance his own prowess, Han Lei nodded, stating, "All right, that sounds reasonable. Count me in for this gaming parlor. I'd like to earn some drinking money too." Li Qingfeng laughed heartily. "Rest assured, Han Tu, I won't just provide you with drinking money. You'll earn enough to run a tavern. Gambling is ingrained in human nature. It has never truly disappeared. Every decision made by individuals each day, every word and action, is essentially a gamble, albeit with different stakes and costs." Han Lei somewhat skeptically asked, "Is that really the case?" can we earn that much? Li Qingfeng held up 2 fingers, stating, I can't provide exact figures. But I assure you, as long as you put in the effort and ensure no one stirs up trouble, I guarantee you a minimum of 20 taels a month. As conditions improve, that could rise to 50 or even 100 taels per month. And that is not even considering year-end bonuses. Li Qingfeng was boastfully exaggerating. After all, he had ample funds at his disposal. Even if the gaming parlor earned nothing, he could still afford to pay Han Lei out of his own pocket without it costing him much. Hearing Li Qingfeng's words, Han Lei nearly dropped his bowl that he earned only 10 taels a month, with a formal salary of 5 taels and some grey income, totaling around 10 na, while there was a decent amount of money to be made in the prison. It was also divided among many. This was already considered a top salary in Luoyao County. After all, Han Lei's daily routine involved reporting for work, retreating to his single room to drink for a few hours, and often sneaking home after a few days without any tasks. Such an easy job yielded rewards far exceeding those of the dock workers by a factor of 5. Subtracting the grey income, Li Qingfeng was offering him 4 times his salary, not to mention Li Qingfeng's claim of a potential monthly income of 100 taels. The thought that 6 executioners could only earn 48 taels in 8 days of work was less than half of what Li Qingfeng promised, which was hard for Han Lei to dismiss. Han Lei pressed on, is this really true? Can it be that easy to earn? Li Qingfeng nodded with a smile, saying, if that is not enough, I'll personally supplement your share. Does that set your mind at ease? However, you must work and ensure no one disrupts our operations, otherwise, the funds I possess can only be utilized to hire others to maintain order. Han Lei slammed the table. Damn it! This money is undoubtedly mine, and no one can take it away. Rest assured, if anyone dares to make trouble, I will deal with them ruthlessly. Though the matter was still uncertain, Han Lei had already accepted the future described by Li Qingfeng as a reality. Clearly indicating he had indulged too much, with a forceful strike, he caused the table to tremble thrice, drawing the attention of everyone present. Curious about the outburst of this esteemed gentleman, Zhang Daili was engaged in reading palms with a female staff member when the sudden clap startled him, causing him to shudder and feel embarrassed. He then glared at Han Lei and exclaimed, Old Han, what has got you all riled up? Realizing he was overly emotional, Han Lei stood up, glanced around, and gestured for others to continue their tasks, saying, it's nothing, you all carry on with your work. I've just had a bit too much to drink and got a little carried away. Upon hearing this, everyone resumed their activities, some gambling, others working. Zhang Daili resumed his palm reading, incessantly tracing the lines with his fingers, babbling, look here, this line on your hand is called the Red Luan Star. When the Red Luan Star moves, it indicates that you are about to encounter romantic fortune. After sitting back down, Han laid down his drink in one go and remarked indignantly, no wonder those fellows are so eager to dive into the underworld, it seems it's quite lucrative. Silently amassing wealth. Li Qingfeng chuckled and shook his head, that's just the tip of the iceberg. Engaging in risky business barely yields a modest fortune. It's the officials who make real money. They say a clear governor earns 100,000 taels of silver in 3 years. Just imagine how much these corrupt officials rake in. Han Lei waved his hand dismissively. True, but let us not forget that many officials have met their demise due to family confiscations and exterminations. They gamble with their entire family's lives. Changing the topic, he inquired, by the way, when do you plan to open your establishment? Li Qingfeng pondered for a moment and replied, once the autumn executions are over. I'll scout for a location nearby. When the time comes, I'll need your support to make a splash during the opening. I don't know many people here, and your influence will be invaluable to avoid conflicts. Originally, Li Qingfeng had intended to seek out Shen Hao to connect him with an influential and esteemed figure to serve as a facade. However, with Han Lei readily available, he deemed it unnecessary to complicate matters. Han Lei responded, then it's settled. After the autumn executions, the prison will be quite idle. As long as there is no conflict in the county, we'll have ample free time until the end of the year. Li Qingfeng replied, sounds good, then you can look forward to wealth. Though wealth isn't the priority, having a reliable partner is essential. Han Lei laughed heartily, I always knew Brother Qingfeng was a talented individual. Come, let us drink to that. As they chatted and drank, time slipped away. Before long, it was time to work. Just as with Chen Buzhan at the academy, Li Qingfeng became more adept at executing his grim tasks. Compared to his initial hesitance, he now performed the beheadings with the ease akin to slicing through a watermelon. As his life force increased, the process became increasingly manageable. In the blink of an eye, evening arrived. As the crowd dispersed, leaving only the officials to tidy up the execution grounds, a profound silence enveloped the place. The autumn wind swept through, lifting dried leaves stained with blood, swirling them up high, causing them to strike the staff members, leaving crimson marks on their clothes and faces, instilling a sense of unease and foreboding. On the second day of their labor, Li Qingfeng's life force increased by 11 points, reaching 2929 as he walked behind Zhu Sha, exiting the execution grounds together. The painted monkey mask obscured Zhu Sha's features, but Li Qingfeng sensed a vitality within himself that had never been better. In contrast to Zhu Sha, whose hands trembled slightly from the execution, Li Qingfeng felt no discomfort, as if he were born for this line of work. On the third day, another 11 points of life force were gained. This continued through the fourth, fifth, and up to the 8th day, when the last batch of death row inmates was executed. A collective sigh of relief resonated among those present. The pallor of their faces had been dire throughout the 8 days. With over 400 souls lost here, akin to a small battlefield, those with weaker psyches dared not approach. The heavy stench of blood permeated the air, making breathing feel perilous, as if the remnants of their existence lingered, sending shivers down one's spine. Above, the sky was devoid of light, cloaked in dark clouds, casting a gloomy hue over the county. A resounding thunderclap echoed through the heavens, accompanied by torrential rain cascading down from the thick black clouds. In the dimness, the willow branches swayed like specters in the wind. Li Qingfeng stood by the door, mask in hand, observing the staff still transporting corpses amidst the storm, lost in contemplation. Zhu Sha, dragging his weary body, cast a grave look at the execution site, feeling a mix of emotions. The blood-soaked area left by the 400 condemned had a palpable influence. It was said that during the night watch, guards would avoid the vicinity. Such a macabre space, under the relentless fury of nature's deluge, stood defenseless. With a single strike, it vanished without a trace. The refreshing scent of rain cleansed the filthy bodies and weary souls, allowing even Zhu Sha, the executioner, to breathe a sigh of relief, as if the sins of the heads he had severed were swept away by the storm. Li Qingfeng glanced at Zhu Sha and asked, "Brother Zhu?" Feeling pressured, Zhu Sha shook his head, his vacant gaze returning to focus. "Ultimately, lives have been extinguished by my hand. It cannot simply be dismissed as a matter of duty." But a thunderclap interrupted Zhu Sha's thoughts, causing the curtain at the door to flutter wildly, slapping against the frame. The anguished cries of the condemned seemed to echo in his ears. The wind disrupted their conversation, and lightning illuminated the stage. Zhu Sha looked toward the last executed inmate, whose lifeless body remained unclaimed. The eyes that could not close now seemed to stare directly at him, a silent communion that rendered Zhu Sha momentarily speechless. Lost in thought, Zhu Sha's psychological resilience had been formidable, yet after 8 days, he felt drained and nauseous. The accumulated mental strain of the executions was like a taut string, ready to snap at any moment. The relentless storm obscured the sun, drowning the land in sorrow. As the executioner awoke from his grim reverie, he found himself unable to escape the haunting memories. Li Qingfeng and Zhu Sha remained silent, both gazing outside at the intensifying rain. The sound of the downpour held a soothing quality, and amidst the patter, the pressure seemed to ease somewhat. Han Lei approached with a jug of wine. Standing beside them, watching the torrential downpour, after taking a swig, he remarked, "Fortunately, we managed to finish off this batch of death row inmates before the rain began. Without the sun's intervention, who knows how many vengeful spirits might arise?" Zhu Sha took the jug from Han Lei, tilting his head back to drink deeply of the mingling of rainwater and wine soaked his clothing, but he paid it no mind. Han Lei simply patted his shoulder in a gesture of comfort. Li Qingfeng turned to Han Lei and asked, "Have you ever seen a ghost?" Han Lei pondered and shook his head. "I've heard tales that sound genuine, but I've never encountered anything myself. The few supposed ghostly encounters I've had were merely tricks played by people." Li Qingfeng replied, "I see, then you're quite fortunate." Han Lei looked over, curiosity filling his eyes. "Why do you say that? Have you had an experience?" Li Qingfeng shrugged, "Not at all. I was merely commenting on how heavy the rain is. I should be on my way before it floods up to my knees." The rain fell fiercely, rapidly overwhelming the county's drainage system, causing water levels to rise steadily. Han Lei chuckled, "In our Green Willow County, every household has elevated thresholds precisely to handle such heavy rains. Based on past years' experiences, this rain may last 2 to 3 days. By then, the temperature will drop significantly. If it weren't for my excessive drinking these days, I'd surely be feeling unwell now. Anyway, with the rain pouring, it's best for you two to take a break and recuperate. Once the rain stops, I'll take you out for some fun. Here, let me give you today's earnings." Zhu Sha returned the empty wine jug to Han Lei, took the money, weighed it in his hands, and looked at the silver with a bemused smile, his expression peculiar. Under the foggy rain, it was hard to tell whether he was crying or laughing. In that moment, it seemed to him that killing for money was a sorrowful affair, a stark contrast to the indifference he had displayed when Li Qingfeng first met him. He believed in his own theories. Yet he had never deceived himself. Zhu clasped his hands in respect to Han Lei, not bothering with an umbrella, and stepped out into the rain. Li Qingfeng accepted the money and addressed Han Lei. Well then, Han, it's getting late. I should take my leave. Noticing Li Qingfeng also preparing to brave the rain, Han Lei quickly called out, Hey, brother Qingfeng, when your casino is up and running, make sure to invite me. Li Qingfeng waved his hand without looking back. Rest assured, you won't be forgotten. The rain fell heavily, but for Li Qingfeng, who had endured 8 days of toil and reached a life force of 9,595. It was hardly an obstacle that he strode swiftly towards the fortune inn. Moments later, drenched to the bone, with his clothes clinging to him, Li Qingfeng arrived at the entrance of the inn. As the torrential rain poured down, the innkeeper Chuanfu rushed forward upon seeing Li Qingfeng braving the storm to return. He swiftly draped a towel over his shoulder and began to wipe away the water cascading from Li Qingfeng's drenched hair. Exclaiming, Oh dear guest, why have you returned at such an hour? You should have sought shelter from the rain. Come in quickly. I shall fetch you some hot water to wash off and prevent you from catching a chill. Li Qingfeng replied, Thank you kindly, innkeeper. With this heavy rain, I see no need for a wash before returning. After this journey, I am entirely clean, without a trace of blood. Initially feeling somewhat bored while seated in the inn, sipping tea and snacking on seeds, Yi Chang couldn't help but stifle a laugh upon witnessing Li Qingfeng return. Drenched like a drowned rat, she leaned closer to Guan Xiaodai and whispered, sharing her amusement. Comedy arises from the tragedies of others. Joy is often a matter of comparison. As Li Qingfeng stood soaked while she sat there laughing, Yi Cheng found herself quite pleased. A person of strong character is not perturbed by the odd gazes of others. Nor do they experience emotional fluctuations, for they are acutely aware of their purpose and needs. The trivialities of life hold little significance. Li Qingfeng paid no mind to Yi Cheng's antics. He waved at Su Qingzhou and the others who glanced his way, acknowledging them before following Chuanfu to fetch hot water. Once he had washed and donned fresh attire, Li Qingfeng felt rejuvenated, invigorated to an extraordinary degree. With a life force of 95, he was nearing the threshold of the Ajin realm. According to the standards he observed in the martial arts school, those with a life force of 99 are at the bone tempering stage, while crossing from 99 to 100 signifies entry into the Ajin realm. Although Li Qingfeng had yet to practice martial arts, his robust life force indicated that his physical metrics were nearing the pinnacle of the bone tempering stage. However, his invisible attributes, such as strength and stamina, paled in comparison to those of seasoned bone tempering practitioners. It seemed that his life force was primarily an indicator of vitality, with only modest enhancements to his physical strength. Nonetheless, Li Qingfeng's attributes overwhelmingly surpassed those of an ordinary citizen. Against someone like Chen Buzhan, he could easily prevail, even against 100 or so. Li Qingfeng mused that with a life force of 95, he was akin to a genius among novice martial artists. And once he began practicing, his prowess would surely soar. As he stretched and felt an increase in strength, he nodded in satisfaction and summoned Chuanfu, inquiring, Innkeeper, do I still have sufficient funds in my account? How much remains? After a moment's thought, Chuanfu replied, Dear guest, you still have quite a bit. Over 500 coins remain, enough to last you for 10 days. The purchasing power of that amount was indeed substantial. Li Qingfeng had indulged in food and drink at the inn without restraint, yet after 8 days, he still had half remaining. Reflecting on his forum earnings, which had swelled to an astonishing 87 million Shankuan coins, a smile crept across Li Qingfeng's face. The tips from his posts had garnered attention, drawing in a significant influx of traffic. Some individuals, eager for the title of top donor, engaged in a bidding war for tips, which ultimately benefited Li Qingfeng. While the heavyweights remained unaccounted for, the ordinary players had contributed their share, and those unwilling to donate had not spent a single coin since the beginning, without another point of interest. The excitement would likely wane. A donation in the hundreds of millions may seem outrageous, yet it was enough to elicit envy from others. The highest bidder for the soul binding pearl had escalated their offer from 3.74 million to 1.325 billion over the past few days. Initially, forum players had been raising their bids incrementally by tens of thousands, slowly inching towards the million mark. However, upon Li Qingfeng's transaction post being graced by the presence of Xiao Wuwang, the price skyrocketed beyond the million threshold, reaching a staggering 500 million Shankuan coins. It appeared that he was genuinely intent on purchasing the soul binding pearl for 500,000 silver coins, without a trace of pretense. Xiao Wuwang's arrival not only attracted a wave of traffic but also summoned a host of affluent players, many of whom were seasoned veterans of the forum eager to partake in the frenzy. they recognized Xiao Wuwang's discerning eye and proceeded to spend lavishly, offering prices that left other forum players astounded. During this period, Li Qingfeng received the most tips, as one wealthy player could easily eclipse the contributions of hundreds of ordinary participants. In the meantime, a flurry of players began posting their grievances. They suddenly realized that within the same forum, while playing the same game, the disparity in wealth could be staggering, greater even than in reality. The previous piece of the forum had been a mere illusion. Before the big shots made their presence felt, many had naively assumed that the veterans were devoid of coins to spend. It was unfathomable. Some players would haggle over a mere copper coin with merchants, exhausting their persuasive skills without success, while others could casually toss billions to acquire a trivial item. There were even those who, without a second thought, would tip several million just to claim the title of top donor. As this phenomenon gained traction, players began to scrutinize the bidders on Li Qingfeng's trading post each time a new high bid emerged. They would rush to spread the news, posting announcements that seemed to cry out, "Look, another wealthy patron has appeared, fellow brothers, come and feast on the envy." The most irritating aspect was that some gem enthusiasts stubbornly refused to lower their prices, clinging to their unrealistic demand of 500 billion, when a mere flick of their fingers could have earned them billions. Their obstinacy left others in a state of frustration, leading to a torrent of bitter remarks and discontent. The players' hearts grew restless. One moment, they were discussing where to seek temporary work, the next day, and the next, they were contemplating how to spend 13 billion. Moreover, the emergence of the soul-binding pearl ignited a fervor for treasure hunting. After all, if that unfortunate necromancer could unearth treasures worth billions with a simple shovel, why couldn't they? Players began to strive for wealth, much to the detriment of the locals. In a moment of carelessness, they would awaken to find their ancestral graves disturbed by some rogue. Others, too, found themselves in unfortunate predicaments, caught and punished by those who had more nefarious intentions. Being executed on the spot was a mercy. Enduring torture was the true tragedy. Attacked, bound, and restricted, they found themselves unable to log off, forced to await their grim fate. The system's realism made it a harrowing experience. They felt every blow, every injury, unable to escape the reality of their situation. As players began to experiment with various methods of demise, being buried alive, burned, or drowned, Li Qingfeng observed with widened eyes. It was astonishing. Aside from the unfortunate souls, some players managed to unearth valuable items from the graveyards, ranging from tens of thousands to millions in Qiankuan coins. Their existence only fueled the desire for wealth among the players, leading them to flock to the graveyards in droves. They scarcely paused to consider the fate of the previous unfortunate soul who had been pinned to a wooden frame, deprived of food and water, and left to perish. And now, the stage was set for Gravedigger number 157368. Although 13 billion was no small sum, it still fell short of Li Qingfeng's expectations. After all, having sold for 100,000 taels, it would be more prudent to seek out Guan Xiaodai. Perhaps he could exchange it for something of greater utility. In truth, even if he did not sell it, with 80 million in tips, he had no need for anything further. He could easily sustain himself for the rest of his life. Particularly during this period, due to the fervor surrounding the soul-binding pearl trade, players had shown an eagerness to exchange, resulting in a surge in gold prices. The previous exchange rate of 1.5 had risen to 1.6. In the blink of an eye, the 87 million Qiankuan coins he held could now be exchanged for 52 billion federal coins. An unexpected windfall of 8 million. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Li Qingfeng turned his gaze to Chu Wenfu, saying, "Innkeeper, I have matters to attend to over the next few days. Please hold my room for me. If anyone inquires about my whereabouts, kindly inform them that I am not available and that I will address any matters upon my return." Chu Wenfu nodded. "Understood. Would you like something to eat before you go?" The innkeeper had his own rules, never prying into the privacy of his guests. As long as the bills were settled, they were the ideal patron. Of course, occasional snippets overheard were not counted among his inquiries. As the inn was often filled with chatter, Li Qingfeng replied, "I will call for you if I need anything. You may continue with your duties." With that, Chu Wenfu left, closing the door behind him. In recent days, the forum had been inundated with posts about grave digging and treasure hunting, occupying a significant portion of the discussions. Having read numerous such posts, Li Qingfeng had gained a clear understanding of the rules regarding logging off. Aside from being bound or restricted, which would prevent one from logging off, the system would also inhibit logging out if it deemed the player to be in danger. A normal log-off would cause a player's character to vanish from the Qiankuan realm, at which point they would no longer require sustenance nor be subject to harm. Their life status would freeze at the moment of logging off, preserved until they logged back in upon returning. They would reappear at the location they left, and if someone happened to be present at that time, they would have to wait until the onlooker's gaze shifted before successfully logging in. Forced logins were also possible provided the situation was handled appropriately. As a player, one had the right to log off forcibly, but the consequence was that their character would remain in place akin to a wooden puppet. Frozen in time, they would neither retaliate when threatened nor, even in the absence of danger, escape the perils of starvation or thirst. Time passed swiftly, and if a player returned too late, resulting in their character's demise, they had no one to blame but themselves. Thus, most players refrained from logging off forcibly. The indigenous characters within the game would assume that the players had pressing matters to attend to once they logged off normally. However, this posed significant challenges for those seeking stable employment within the game. A single day in reality equated to a month in the game, if a player had obligations in the real world during the day. They would find themselves absent for half a month in-game. Not only do others refuse to pay wages, but they also do not retain workers, urging them to seek opportunities elsewhere. Consequently, the range of job options available to players has significantly diminished. For novice players, menial jobs such as carrying packages at the docks, which offer daily wages for a day's work, have become the preferred transitional path. With a bit of physical strength, one can earn a living. By wisely utilizing the 30-to-1 time flow ratio, even a cyber laborer can lead a comfortable life in reality. The administrative office serves as an excellent gathering place for players, with minimal restrictions on entry and exit. Additionally, acquiring a skill that is not bound by time constraints is of paramount importance. Professions such as herbal gathering, hunting, robbing, or acting as a hired hand can provide self-sustaining livelihoods, much like the necromancers. They explore for treasures when free and casually visit the administrative office to scout for suitable tasks. Thus, Xinhao has garnered much affection within the player community of Luyo County, not only for frequently sharing strategies and guidance but also for occasionally posting tasks, such as the recent capture of the Earthshaker Eagle. Upon learning from Li Qingfeng that the Earthshaker Eagle posed no challenge postmortem, Xinhao elaborated on the task's details in the Luyo County forum, urging those interested to claim the task promptly for a chance at wage earnings. His call to action received a positive response from players, many of whom had been lurking eager to participate. Moreover, Xinhao's post attracted numerous tips, primarily from players joining in the capture of the Earthshaker Eagle for monetary gain. By introducing favorable job opportunities, Xinhao ensured a mutual benefit, leading to collective prosperity. Unlike lower-tier players, individuals of Xinhao's stature enjoy different privileges. When he logs off, he typically seeks a case to attach his name to, and can easily vanish for 10 days to half a month. Claiming to be investigating, given his high case resolution rate, no one in the office dares to question him, as most individuals spend their time idling. After all, how could one criticize someone who genuinely achieves results when work still needs to be done? Of course, after resigning in reality, Xinhao has ample time online, embracing the life of a professional player. Except for occasionally tending to his son, Xinfeiyu, he is mostly active. The income he generates in the Qiankuan realm far surpasses that of a conventional job. Had it not been for his desire to accumulate resources in preparation for advancing in his second life, Xinhao would have already relocated to a new, spacious home. By 2077, being a professional player has become a commonplace occupation. Those elderly individuals in their 50s and 60s were once internet-addicted youngsters in their 20s and 30s. How could they possibly harbor disdain for gaming? Outside the window, the rain continues to pour relentlessly. The sky is dark, and the downpour obscures visibility, rendering the outside world nearly unrecognizable. Amidst the sound of the rain, Li Qingfeng decides to log off, returning to his rented room after several days of gaming. Upon logging off, he feels no disorientation. Rather, it's as if he has enjoyed a deep slumber lasting around 10 hours, feeling remarkably refreshed without a hint of fatigue. Li Qingfeng muses, this is rather intriguing. Back in his body with a health level of 56, the loss of the superhuman physique he possessed in the Qiankuan realm may be hard for others to accept. However, Li Qingfeng is unfazed. His adaptability has always been robust. As he moves his body, relishing the comfort associated with a long restorative sleep, a high quality of rest makes even his original body feel incredibly at ease. If he were to encounter the fortune teller again, he would undoubtedly leave him bruised. Rising from his sagging bed, he opens the window to find that daylight has arrived. The bustling street outside is filled with the incessant honking of cars. Autonomous driving technology has matured significantly, yet some individuals remain deeply enamored with the art of driving, a passion that machines cannot replicate. To many of the new generation, cars hold more value than their spouses. They may indulge in their wives, but driving their cars is off limits. Their mindset is perplexing. Taking a deep breath of the exhaust-laden air, tainted by industrial pollution, Li Qingfeng cannot help but cough. He hurriedly shuts the window. Realizing the force of the outside air, Chapter 50, repaying debts. The environment here is hardly better than a blood-soaked execution ground. Noticing a pack of cigarettes on the bedside table, he picks one up and lights it. Surprisingly, he hadn't craved to smoke while gaming. After a couple of puffs to satisfy his craving, he extinguishes it. Next, he prepares to visit the restroom and freshen up before heading out for a meal. Intending to return to gaming afterward, while brushing his teeth, he catches a glimpse of his refreshed appearance in the mirror and cannot help but smile, thinking, not staying up late has its perks. No dark circles under my eyes is indeed a blessing. This young man looks revitalized. Grabbing a cup, he tilts his head back to rinse his mouth. Meanwhile, his phone on the bed rings. What a nuisance. Why can't I catch that pesky grasshopper? Is someone calling? It shouldn't be a debt collector, as I remember putting them on the whitelist. With a toothbrush clenched between his teeth, Li Qingfeng leans forward, glancing at the phone on the bed, and calls out, "Shall I?" Answer the phone with a beep. The call connects. A stream of blue information flows from the phone, reaching the doorway of the bathroom. A somewhat fatigued voice emerges from the stream. "Xiao Phone, how have you been out there?" The voice belongs to the mother of the gambling addict. Li Qingfeng replies, "I'm doing well, working. How about you?" The voice on the other end responds, "Mom just got paid yesterday, over 3,000. The restaurant owner appreciates my diligence and secretly gave me an extra 200. I've just transferred 2,000 to you. Take care of yourself out there." Apologetically, the voice continues, "Sorry for calling late. If it had been a couple of days earlier, I could have prolonged the life of your gambling addict son. Of course, it would only be a temporary reprieve, as the inevitable fate remains. The bottle of poison he had purchased long ago still awaits his consumption, and one day he shall drink from it. Perhaps extending his life a bit longer might allow the poison to expire. Who knows, by then, if he drinks it and doesn't die, he'll be left half alive, unable to afford a new bottle of poison, which would be truly agonizing. One cannot expect to find one more bottle printed on the cap. Li Qingfeng sets down the cup in his hand, wipes his mouth clean of toothpaste with a towel, and says, "No need to send me money, I can repay it myself." By the way, have those bastards come by to cause trouble lately? Adhering to the principle that debts should be repaid, it is a matter of righteousness.